Chapter 152, Stardust. Chapter 152, Stardust. The explosions around Zuo Mo became even dense. With the naked eye, it was possible to see the air continuously exploding and producing small whirlpools. Wuling Sanren was skilled in formations, because of this his consciousness was strong. Yet he found when his consciousness was one zhang away from Zuo Mo, it seemed to have touched a wall that he could not penetrate. He made a sound of surprise. He was in the stage of Jindan. Zuo Mo was just in Juji. Theoretically, Zuo Mo's consciousness was not something that could resist his own. But the present situation was he was blocked. This kind of situation usually happened only when both sides were similar in power. He quickly calmed down from his surprise. He guessed that Zuo Mo's consciousness was undergoing a transformation. The explosions around Zuo Mo made him even more certain of his prediction. Compared to Ling power, Xiuzhe understood much less about the spirit. Even Jindan Xiuzhe like Wuling Sanren wouldn't dare to say they had a good understanding of the spirit. On the market, there were countless jade scrolls on cultivating Ling power, but the number of jade scrolls for cultivating spiritual power were pitifully small, and they were not in demand. It was the most unpopular of the unpopular. In all the Xiuzhe, most of those skilled in the spirit were formation Xiu, but even formation Xiu still primarily used Ling power. It was like the Diana. They called themselves the greatest at body cultivation, but in reality, they still cultivated Ling power primarily. Wuling Sanren might be skilled in formations, but he wasn't a formation Xiu, but a sword Xiu. In such a backwater little Jia like Sky Moon Jia dominated by sword Xiu, how was it possible to find good scriptures for cultivating the spirit? Wuling Sanren's spirit scripture was a small branch of his sect's scripture. Due to that, he became interested in formations, and cultivated it for a while. But that was just his hobby. A sword Xiu could only have one job, that was, to cultivate the sword. Wuling Sanren did not know what was really happening in Zuo Mo's spirit. Wei Fei, who had been alarmed by Wuling Sanren's sound, looked at Zuo Mo once before he took away his gaze. He was also a Jindan and naturally could see that a transformation was taking place in Zuo Mo's consciousness. But in his view, the spirit was not the true path. So what if one's spirit was powerful? Wuling Sanren thought for a while. Not being able to come to any answers, he turned his eyes back to Wei Shang and Gu Rongping. Zuo Mo felt his consciousness silently start to change as the starlight penetrated, but what change was it? Looking at the starlight continuously produced by the stars slowly spread out in his consciousness, he had a feeling that this transformation would continue for a time. The speed that the starlight spread was very slow. If it needed to spread through all of the area that the consciousness occupied, the time needed was not short. His gaze leaving the consciousness, he started to ponder the consciousness splitting that Pu Yao told him. In front of him, the consciousness was so clear. This was the first time that he had seen his consciousness. He didn't know if this was an illusion, or his own delusion. He felt it was hard to decipher, so he didn't think about it. Because the consciousness was so close he could almost touch it, he naturally thought about consciousness splitting. Pu Yao did not tell him how to separate the consciousness. Zuo Mo looked at the surroundings. All around him was the consciousness, like the endless gray matter. The sea of consciousness was enveloped at the very center of the consciousness. The stars floated on the outside of the consciousness. It was so large, yet shapeless and intangible. Zuo Mo didn't know what to do. He tried to communicate with the surrounding consciousness like he usually did. The moment he thought, the gray consciousness around him started to flood towards him. A short while later, there was a ball of consciousness on his hand. Zuo Mo was joyful. It was this easy? But before he could be happy for a while, the ball of consciousness on his hand disappeared. As expected, it wouldn't be so simple. He wasn't demotivated. He was not surprised at the result. Since the first time he heard the words consciousness splitting, he felt it wouldn't be so simple. After that, he tried all kinds of experiments and concluded many things. It was true that he could control the consciousness here, and it was very easy to control. But the consciousness was like sand. It could easily be squeezed into a ball in the hand, but once he let go, it would collapse into a pile. Once Zuo Mo's thought moved away, the consciousness would return to its original state. Zuo Mo felt that it was not correct. In his understanding, the consciousness that was separated should have a certain initiative of its own. Otherwise, what would be the difference compared to him separating his consciousness into separate parts? The consciousness was shapeless and intangible, and so it could be manipulated into any shape. When he was using the Greatly Fire formation to fight against Zhong Mingyan, Zuo Mo had used a similar technique. At the time, he needed to control Dragon Tying formation, Li Fire formation, Three-Turn formation, and Greatly Fire formation at the same time. In order to control all four formations, Zuo Mo's skill with the consciousness had reached an extremely detailed level. At that time, his consciousness had been like an octopus with four tentacles which he used to control the four formations at the same time. From a technical viewpoint, that wasn't truly controlling them simultaneously because there was an order to the formations. It could be more appropriate to say it was cooperation. It was just that the gap between the times that the four formations were used that it looked as though it had proceeded at the same time. Controlling four formations at the same time, that was Zuo Mo's limit. It wasn't multitasking with the mind, but making four continuous steps seamlessly. Consciousness splitting was truly multitasking. It could do many things at the same time. If that was true, then other than the consciousness, what also had to split apart was the mind. Zuo Mo sunk into thought. The consciousness might be shapeless and intangible, but it was like Ling power, yet it could be separated. The mind was the thoughts of a person, how to split that? That was not possible. Zuo Mo understood his own pathway was definitely wrong. He suddenly thought about the Yao seed in his body. The moment the thought appeared in his mind, the scenery around him changed again. The sea of consciousness was quickly pulled closer. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in the sea of consciousness. Pu Yao was nearby. Zuo Mo saw Pu Yao suddenly open his eye and scan the surroundings. Then a puzzled expression appeared on his face. Zuo Mo didn't have the time to call Pu Yao before his body passed through the flames and was pulled under below the sea of consciousness. And then, he saw the Yao seed. Only now did he know that the Yao seed was actually hidden away in his sea of consciousness, and in the very center at that. Zuo Mo suddenly started to admire Pu Yao. To be able to bury an item like this into the deepest part of the sea of consciousness, Pu Yao was quite powerful. He had always assumed that the sea of consciousness was a small island, but now, he found it was actually a sphere. The place he usually went to was the surface of the sphere, and the inside of the sphere was empty. The Yao seed was in the very center, approximately the size of a walnut. Around it, there were many narrow tubes similar to channels or vines. Zuo Mo couldn't name them. These slim tubes connected the Yao seed to the surface of the sea of consciousness. The Yao seed had been added later. Then these thin tubes should also have been added later. After he had obtained the Yao seed, his control of the consciousness had grown dramatically. Zuo Mo guessed that it was caused by these things. Looking at the Yao seed covered with vine-like tubes, he fell into a daze. His heart suddenly moved. If he copied the structure of the Yao seed, could he stabilize the consciousness, rather than have it move like sand? The more he thought, the more he felt it was possible. Thinking hard about it, he discovered the consciousness, though shapeless and intangible, did not dissipate because of the existence of the sea of consciousness. The Yao seed allowed him to control the consciousness ever more closely to his wishes. Seeing a ray of light, Zuo Mo quickly found himself facing another question. Then what could he use in place of the sea of consciousness, and what about the Yao seed? He didn't have Pu Yao's abilities. It was clearly impossible for him to take things in from the outside world. Only things already present could be used here. Looking at the Yao seed in front of him, he couldn't help but think that if this Yao seed was really like a vine, it would be wonderful if it could bear fruit. That way, he wouldn't be lacking for objects to use. This absurd thought just flashed humorously through his mind. He felt that his thinking should have been incorrect, but he needed to find a solution. He started to wander through the sea of consciousness, searching for items that could be the core. It was strange. He could clearly see Pu Yao, but the two of them seemed to be in completely different worlds. No matter how hard he shouted, even passing in front of the other, Pu Yao did not feel it at all. After trying a few times, he gave up on this useless action, and started to search for things that could replace the Yao seed. Yet, after he went through all of the sea of consciousness, he didn't find anything. Was this thinking wrong? He unconsciously floated back into the consciousness, feeling the sense of familiarity pass through the consciousness. He furrowed his brows as he thought. Just at this time, a speck of glittering starlight like silver sand slowly floated past his eyes. His eyes suddenly stopped. That bit of starlight actually had gathered a thin layer of consciousness, as though it had a thin gray shield. Glee suddenly came into Zuo Mo's eyes. Starlight. Right, how could he have forgotten starlight? He carefully reached out with his hand to grab that speck of starlight. The speck had no weight in his hand, but he could feel even the thin layer of consciousness around the starlight even more clearly. This layer of consciousness was slightly denser than the consciousness of any other place. Ha! This was it. Zuo Mo decided to call this stardust. Because when he looked at it closely, it wasn't a ball of light, but something tangible, like sand. Having found the miraculous use of stardust, Zuo Mo started to squat next to the 4 stars to gather stardust. The speed the 4 stars sprayed out stardust was not fast. After a long time, Zuo Mo only gathered a small handful. He decided to first try using the amount of stardust he had. The stardust was as loose as sand. If he wanted to use them as the inner core, he needed to forge them into one object. Forging was not unfamiliar to Zuo Mo. Right now, he could be considered half an expert in controlling fire. He quickly became depressed because he could not summon the stalagmite fire. Without fire, wasn't it a dream to forge them together? Fire. His gaze couldn't help but land on the sea of consciousness. That was a large patch of fire. Maybe he could use those crimson fires, Zuo Mo thought uncertainly. But at this time, he didn't have a better choice, so he could only try. Yet what he didn't expect was, when the thought just appeared, a strand of fire left the sea of flames and flew in front of him. It was so smooth Zuo Mo was awestruck. He had never been able to control the flames in the sea of consciousness before. But after thinking for a while, he couldn't think of a cause. In any case, its effectiveness would be known once he tried. Daringly, he took control of this strand of deep crimson fire and started to forge the stardust in his hands. The deep red flame, carrying a fraction of black, covered the stardust, twisting about like a belly dancer. Translator ramblings. Well, now we know what the sea of consciousness actually looks like. The thing I always wonder is if everyone's sea of consciousness looks the same. Zuo Mo's sea of consciousness only formed when Pu Yao came in and created the island. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 153 Soul-Tethered Talisman. Chapter 153 Soul-Tethered Talisman. A bean-sized bead appeared on Zuo Mo's hand, giving off a soft and warm star-like glow. The bead was spherical, flawlessly spherical, and very light. A thick layer of gray consciousness covered it, which made its glow appear dimmer. Zuo Mo knew that he was halfway there. In reality, he felt his present situation was extremely weird. Everything in front of him was weird. There were so many wondrous aspects that could not be described, too many things that he could not understand. But so what? He actually hoped that this situation would continue for a bit longer. Please don't be a dream. It was a fleeting thought. He didn't thinking about the weirdness it anymore. This perfect bead that was forged out of stardust, Zuo Mo called it the star bead. The star bead could automatically attract consciousness, but it still wasn't enough. If the gigantic gray ball that Zuo Mo was on was his entire consciousness, then the amount of consciousness that the star bead attracted was so little it was insignificant. That little minuscule bit of consciousness lacked real value. Luckily, he could control the consciousness. He started to urge the consciousness to gather at the star bead and condense. No one paid any attention to Zuo Mo. Even Wu Sanran had his attention on Wei Shang and Gu Rongping. The battle between the two had reached the decisive moment. Wei Shang was covered in blood, and there were 3 more sword wounds on Gu Rongping's body. To say nothing of talent, just purely based on pain tolerance, Gu Rongping fell far behind Wei Shang. Even Gu Rongping had to admit it to himself. What sort of monster was this guy in front of him? No matter what movement he made, it would pull on his wounds. That heart-boring pain almost brought him to tears. Fresh blood continuously flowed out of the wounds. He could clearly feel the power in his body slowly diminish due to blood loss. His head started to ring, his vision gradually became blurry, his ling power was almost depleted, his channels were wounded. But how come this guy in front of him, who was far more injured than him, still hadn't fallen down? Wei Shang had many more wounds than him, but why didn't he seem to be affected? Wei Shang was flooded in blood, so much that he was suspicious that the others had been bleed dry. Why was he still persisting? Wei Shang's cultivation was much lower than his. It should have long been used up. His channels should have been damaged a long time ago. But why? Looking at the bloody figure in front of him, helplessness and hopelessness suddenly creeped into Gu Rongping's heart. The air around Zuo Mo's body gradually calmed. The sounds of explosions became rarer, until it reached a complete silence. If one was watching, they would have found that the air around Zuo Mo's body had went from one extreme to another. There was no longer any explosions, no flow of air, nothing. The area 1 zhang around his body was so silent it seemed to be tangible, with no movement in the air at all. But no one noticed. Wu Sanran and Wei Fei were completely concentrated on the battle between Wei Shang and Gu Rongping. The few people that were fighting viciously in the formation also did not detect it. Zuo Mo was forced to stop. Floating in front of him was a ball of black-gray consciousness the size of a bamboo basket. This was Zuo Mo's result. After continuously condensing, this consciousness ball had the star bead as the inner core. As expected, the outer layer of consciousness did not dissipate. He had taken out about 1/10 of his consciousness, and condensed it into this basket-sized ball of consciousness. The density of the consciousness ball had reached its limit, and was unable to be compressed any further. Due to the density, it was not like a ball of air, but was rock solid. Naturally, the star ball at the center could not be seen. So was it complete? Zuo Mo was not certain. He had made the object, but he didn't have any idea how to use it. Pu Yao had just described a concept. It was a pity that he was unable to communicate with Pu Yao. He had a strong feeling that if he left this wonderful state right now, it would definitely be hard to ever enter this wondrous state again. How was he to use it? Looking at the black-gray rock ball of consciousness, Zuo Mo was in a predicament. He could feel that there was a certain connection between himself and the ball of consciousness, as though it was a part of his body. Zuo Mo's heart moved, and the ball of consciousness suddenly started to circle and dance around him. So interesting. Zuo Mo instantly became interested. He didn't need to exert any control. Where his thoughts directed, the ball of consciousness would move. It was very fun. Zuo Mo had never felt so great. Even the little art of cloud and rain that he was most familiar with, he could not cast and maintain it so effortlessly without thought. The familiarity could not compare to this feeling that the ball was a part of him. He joyfully played around. Anything that he could think of, the ball of consciousness would usually be able to accomplish it. But quickly, he found something worth noting. The air-like consciousness seemed to reject the ball of consciousness. A natural empty space would form around the ball of consciousness. Zuo Mo couldn't help but frown. The consciousness and the ball of consciousness was from the same origins, why would they repel each other? Pu Yao had never told him that the divided consciousness and the original consciousness would repel each other. Did he do something wrong? Just as he was uncertain of what to do, he suddenly had an extremely daring idea. Why not try and place the ball of consciousness into a talisman? 1. Since the ball of consciousness and his consciousness repelled each other, then he would find the ball of consciousness another place. Additionally, the ball of consciousness felt intimately connected to him, and if it happened to be in a talisman, just think how great it would be. If a talisman could act according to his thoughts, and turn into a part of his body. The more Zuo Mo thought, the more appealing he found the idea. Because the ball of consciousness was connected to his mind, he was able to understand that the ball of consciousness did not seem to disagree with his idea. So he did it. Zuo Mo started to calculate which talisman was suitable. Very quickly, he found a suitable talisman, 5-colored pagoda. He didn't have many talismans in the first place and naturally didn't have many to pick from. The inside of the 5-colored pagoda was a small pocket space which could take in the ball of consciousness. The 5-colored pagoda may be able to deconstruct ordinary materials into the 5 elemental essences, but consciousness was not one of the 5 elements. Therefore, he did not have to worry about the ball being processed. In his perspective, the 5-colored pagoda might only be half completed, but of all the talismans he possessed, it had the greatest potential to grow and the greatest abilities. The moment he finished the thought, the ball of consciousness in front of him disappeared. Immediately after, Zuo Mo could feel that it was now positioned in an area filled with essence of the 5 elements. It was inside the 5-colored pagoda. Zuo Mo was gleeful. At the same moment, a blinding 5-colored light suddenly lit up the formation. The 4 people fighting inside the formation, and Shang Hong who had been watching the rings of light, all stopped and raised their heads in shock. A 5-colored pagoda appeared above the formation, releasing 5 colors of light that was both strong and beautiful. It was so eye-catching that the crescent moon above the 5-colored pagoda seemed to have lost all color. As the 5-colored pagoda rose out of the clouds, light streamed like a sunrise. The exterior of the 5-colored pagoda that was covered by the 5-colored light had changed greatly. There was a glass-like sheen on the body of the tower, glistening and clear. The colors of each of the 5 different levels was even more clean and fine. The eaves of the tower curved at a great angle, looking like flying eaves. The body of the tower was narrower and taller than before. The top of the tower seemed sharp. The sudden surge of light alarmed everyone. Soul-tethered talisman. Xin was the first to react. A light suddenly rose in his eyes, his voice full of excitement. The other 3 dazedly stared at that exquisite 5-colored pagoda in the mirage. The light that it produced, every detail, it all displayed just how unordinary it was. After a while, the other 3 managed to react. Pei Yuanran was the first to turn around his face to look at Xin. It really is a soul-tethered talisman? The disciples behind them stared at each other. They were able to hear the excitement and nervousness in the sect leader's voice. They couldn't help but be curious. What was a soul-tethered talisman? Was it worth Xin Shirshu and the sect leader to be so excited? Definitely. Xin replied resolutely. An uncontrollable joy floated onto the other 3 people's face, unable to be disguised. Xin was skilled in forging, and never over-exaggerated. If he was so certain, then it definitely wouldn't be wrong. Soul-tethered talisman. Zuo Mo actually had a soul-tethered talisman. If Xin was able to realize this, then other people naturally could also see it. Surprise and shock made their way onto many people's faces. A soul-tethered talisman was a talisman that was intimately connected to a shouja. This kind of talisman was extremely rare. The power of a soul-tethered talisman far surpassed normal talismans, and it had many qualities that made people drool. It was able to become stronger as the shouja increased in cultivation. It was connected to the mind of its owner, so they could use it to the greatest effect. The meaning of soul-tethered was akin to being a part of the cultivator, so they did not have to worry about the talisman being stolen by others. Even if a soul-tethered talisman was stolen, the thief would not be able to use it. It was bound to the shouja, that was why it was called a soul-tethered talisman. Who would cut off someone else's hand, and then connect it to their body. A soul-tethered talisman was the highest kind of talisman all cultivators dreamed about. It was strange, but no one was able to forge a soul-tethered talisman. They usually were formed through great treasures which underwent some fortuitous occurrences. Up until now, no one was able to clearly describe the factors for the formation of a soul-tethered talisman. While there were many benefits to the soul-tethered talisman, it wasn't as though there were no disadvantages. Due to the great intimacy between the talisman and the shouja, if the soul-tethered talisman was damaged, the cultivator would also be affected. Usually, soul-tethered talismans were also called life-saving talismans. Those that possessed one used one scarcely and carefully. No one would have thought that a Zuji would possess a soul-tethered talisman. People envied Zuo Mo's luck. As the five-colored pagoda transformed and appeared, the completed 72-child formation, sky-ring moonchime formation, also changed. The light released by the five-colored pagoda gradually disappeared. At the same time, the crescent moon in the sky turned to a full moon, becoming even brighter and clean as it hung up in the sky. The full moon was like a wheel, countless moon-colored strands silently drifted down from the full moon. The moon-colored thin strands seemed to flutter in the wind on the other end, quietly moving through the air and passing through the freely swimming rings of light. In the blink of an eye, the light rings of various sizes had been threaded through by the moon-colored strands into bunches similar to wind chimes. The light of the full moon brightened. The thin strands that fell down shook, and all the rings of light shook, countless rings chiming at the same time. Ding, dot. The clear sound traveled through the enormous Great Pine Pavilion, able to be heard at every corner. The skyring moon chime formation had been reborn. Translator ramblings: I've never encountered an enlightenment or epiphany that was fake or was ineffective. People always gain something. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 154 Moonchime Soundstorm. Chapter 154 Moonchime Soundstorm. Thousands of rings of light were chiming all at once. To the ears of everyone watching it was unspeakably clear and pleasurable, but the expressions of the five people inside the formation changed. Even Chang Hong, who was usually stoic, narrowed his eyes instinctively. He unhesitatingly reached towards the copper ring between his collarbones and took out the bloody spider sword. He glanced at the others in the formation. Everyone acted as though they were facing a great enemy. Even the yellow-faced man that had been steadily overpowering him previously had a serious expression as he held the copper dagger axe in front of his chest. When that clear chime from the rings of light had sounded out, the ling power in their bodies shook, their energies became unsteady. Just a chime from the rings of light was so strong. The five people instantly became nervous. Even the stupidest person understood now that the great formation in front of them had changed. The full moon shone in the sky. The moon-colored strands were like hair, soft and powerless, weaved in with the rings of light and ringing of wind chimes. The scene was a beautiful painting. Such a beautiful scene, yet there was no admiration from the five people inside it. In their eyes, the formation was powerful and full of murderous intent. Behind the black gauze, Su could not keep her composure, her face full of shock. Such a formation, such a display, was it really something a Juji Shouja could complete? That image of a wretched, greedy, and soft rice-eating zombie in her head was completely destroyed. Behind that expressionless face, there seemed to be a long shadow, deep and hard to predict. Had she been wrong in her impression of Zuo Mo from the beginning? There were thousands rings of light on the moon strings. They slowly swayed, elegant and soft. Tightly focusing on the moon strands and light rings in front of her, Su's gaze seemed to be deeply attracted to them, and she was unable to move her eyes away. The rings of light gently trembled, and little slivers of killing intent slowly permeated, silently taking over every bit of space. Her mouth was slightly dry. She had always wondered why Zuo Mo hadn't sent out the paper crane. She understood now. Zuo Mo didn't need her help at all. But at this time, her body was tense, not daring to slack off the tiniest bit. Her gaze still didn't move. The sword scripture that she practiced belonged to the area of magnetism. Magnetic power was extremely good for detection. These tiny bits of killing intent appeared as non-threatening, but in reality, they could gather together at any time and kill. Yet what truly made her on her guard, and more nervous than ever, was that she was their target. Why? Why would she also be an enemy? Su couldn't understand, but there was no time for her to think. She could only prepare for battle. She had a strong feeling that once the big formation was activated, it wouldn't be so relaxing. Wuling Sanrun and Wei Fei's expressions were heavy. Wei Fei stared down and asked solemnly, "Sanrun, do you recognize this formation?" Wuling Sanrun shook his head. "No, but this formation should be 4th grade. However, it must be that soul-tethered talismans that he just got which makes it so powerful." He nervously stared at the formation below him, eyes unwavering. He had to admit he had made a wrong judgment. Before, he had only felt Zuo Mo had some talent, but his skill with formations was in the range of normality, but looking at it now, the formation that guy had set up was far beyond his cultivation stage. If it was only that, he would have just been slightly surprised. What really shocked him was that this guy had a soul-tethered talisman. Truly a fortunate guy. He couldn't help but be envious. His cultivation was multiple times higher than Zuo Mo, but he didn't have a soul-tethered talisman. He was not the only one that was green-eyed over Zuo Mo's soul-tethered talisman. Wei Fei also sighed over the unfairness of the heavens. However, they knew that soul-tethered talismans could not be planned for. Both were also Jindan experts, the strength of their mind extremely resolute, and did not move so easily for an outside object. The two of them quickly returned to normal. What does he want to do? Wei Fei's brows furrowed as he snorted coldly. Does he want to fight 1 against 5? Has a soul-tethered talisman, so he doesn't even know where his limits are? Wuling Sanrun didn't speak. After continuously making mistaken judgments, he felt the less he said, the better. Also, based on the grave presence of the formation below, Zuo Mo may not be brash. What he really could not see clearly was Zuo Mo's present situation. Inside the formation, Zuo Mo still maintained his weird posture, his eyes empty. The air around him seemed to be like glue, motionless. If one looked closely, they would find that the rings of light near him were affected by an invisible force that pushed them away. The abnormalities had started when Zuo Mo had entered this strange state. Wuling Sanrun didn't have any confidence. The 5-colored pagoda floated in the sky above the pond. On the sword sharp point, there was a dot of starlight that flashed, communicating with the full moon in the sky. The moon dimmed and brightened. Clink, 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 clink. Suddenly, the light rings on the moon strings started to shake. The small chimes were like a tide, spreading out in waves. The 5 people inside the formation stiffened as the tension rose. At this time, they did not have the attention to spare to fight with other people because, to their shock, they discovered that Zuo Mo did not plan on letting even one of them escape from the formation escape. TSK. Unlucky. Luo Li felt helpless. Zuo Mo went crazy again. The flying sword floated beside him, waiting to attack. He said those words, but light came into his eyes, and slight anticipation rose. There was quite a period of time since the last time they had fought. He always had the thought of trying to fight Zuo Mo again, but he had never found the chance. Now that the opportunity was right in front of him, the desire for battle burned in his heart. In Luo Li's mind, Zuo Mo and Wei Shang were all geniuses of the sect. Wei Shang Shixian was like a mountain peak unable to be scaled. Facing Shixian, one would only feel hopelessness. Zuo Mo was completely different. If one saw him usually, one would always accidentally underestimate and disdain him. But when one truly faced him, he might not win, but he definitely would surprise and shock others. Gu Feng also detected the thick killing intent in the formation. He didn't use the ghost movement to hide his figure like usual. The entire formation was under the control of the other. The effect of the ghost movement was limited. His expression was grave. 2 blooms of bright green ghost fire burned on the white bone sword. The body of the sword hummed like the soft sobs of souls. Zuo Mo still hadn't left that wondrous state. This state made people intoxicated, a state where anything was possible, as though everything was understood. He silently stood there as though he was a spectator, watching everything that was happening in front of him. The 5-colored pagoda whose thoughts were connected to his was stand guard in the center of the great formation, controlling the entire Skyring moon chime formation. Every detail of the Skyring moon chime formation flowed across his heart. He couldn't see it, but he could clearly feel it. It was passed on from the five-colored pagoda. Before, his original intentions had been to activate and use the 72-child formation Skyring Moonchime formation in order to gain some experience, and to comprehend some of the intricacies of the Skyring Moonchime formation. Right now, every detail of the Skyring Moonchime formation was in front of him. Due to this, he decided he would try the power of the Skyring Moonchime formation. His thoughts moved, and the five-colored pagoda activated the Great Formation. The fine chimes that had like a tide suddenly disappeared. The enormous formation suddenly sank into a dead silence, suffocating like a rock pressed to the chest. The five people tensed to their limits inside the formation. This suffocating and heavy silence was the prelude to the killing. The round moon suddenly lit up, emanating the brightest and strongest light it could without any regard. In the blink of an eye, the round moon, which had been as clean as jade, seemed to have started to burn, the strong light making it appear like a ball of fire. Clink! A ring of light that was the closest to the full moon gave a clear sound. This clear sound announced the beginning of the killing move. There seemed to be some force that was being passed down through the moon string. Like it was a relay, one by one, the rings of light sounded. Clink, clink, clink. The sounds went from slow to fast, the frequent chimes like a suddenly rising tide. Looking from the sky, the rings of light hanging off the strands coming of the moon were like dominoes being set off, one shaking after the previous. The shaking of the first ring of light was the least, and the sound was the lightest. The second ring of light vibrated more, and the sound was slightly louder. The third ring of light vibrated even greater in magnitude, the sound even louder. This cascade of changes was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, the power seemed to have passed to the end of the moon string, and to the last ring of light. The last ring of light on each moon strand lit up at the same time. After the power from the preceding rings of light finally reached the last ring of light, the chiming of the ring of light had reached a maximum. Clang, dot. The five people inside the formation felt their vision blur. Everything they saw seemed to twist and change. The ground underneath their feet shook violently, almost knocking them off their feet. All of their expressions changed. Sue's Black Day's sword was held across her chest, her right hand holding the hilt of the sword, her left hand straight like a sword, pressing gently on the body of the sword. She shouted clearly, "Protect!" With her as the center, a terrifying magnetic force exploded into the surroundings. Luoli didn't go grab the flying sword floating in front of him, but spread out his right hand, the palm open. His voice was ethereal, lonely and empty, self-separate. The ethereal sword essence was like a female ghost dancing by his side. Chang Heng's blood spider sword transformed into the blood spider, shielding him from the front. The blood light on the body of the blood spider was extremely bright, as though it had just been taken out of a blood pond. The blood spider gave a vicious howl, ready to leap. At some time, a heavy copper armor appeared on the yellow-faced man. The thick armor covered his entire body, only revealing his eyes. His hand was holding the copper dagger axe flatly, his back straight as he bellowed, "Break!" A child appearing about 6 or 7 years old appeared in front of Gui Feng. He was very chubby, his skin tender. He was wearing a red belly cloth. However, his eyes were an eerie green. Gui Feng shouted, "Go!" Gui Feng's killing move, Little Ghost King. The five people simultaneously used their killing moves. They could feel a strong threat. The activation of the Skyring Moon Chime formation did not have any forewarning. Once it started, it activated its strongest attack, dot. Inside the formation, the lion-headed copper cauldrons that Zuo Mo used to set up the Li Fire formation collapsed into dust, the metal nails turned to dust, the jade cards turned to dust, the plants turned to dust, the ground turned to dust. The half-moose-sized pond turned into a ball of fine mist. This was the initiation of the strongest killing move of the 72-child formation Skyring Moonchime formation, Moonchime Soundstorm. Translator ramblings, poor Sue, she's labeled an enemy because Zuo Mo has no fine control. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 155 Collision. Chapter 155 Collision. Lin Xian silently stood in the air, looking at the enormous mirage in the distance. He could not see what was occurring inside the formation, but he was very shocked at the appearance of the five-colored pagoda. Other people may not know the origins of the five-colored pagoda, but he had seen Zuo Mo buying this talisman from the 100 Treasures Flying Pavilion. The five-colored pagoda had some clever abilities, but it was just an incomplete talisman. In his eyes, it was not a good talisman and wouldn't have expected it to become a soul-tethered talisman. But what the five-colored pagoda had just appeared was truly a soul-tethered talisman. Something definitely changed in this period of time. Just at this time, the mirage suddenly shook violently. The picture became indistinct, and nothing could be seen. The audience, which had been excited, instantly gasped. What had happened? Did the mirage illusion formation malfunction? Lin Qian was slightly surprised. The stability of the mirage illusion formation that Tiansong Zi set up could not be doubted. Did something happen inside the Great Pine Pavilion? He was not the only person surprised. The person who felt the greatest surprise was Tiansong Zi. To set up the mirage illusion formation, he had expended many resources. Seeing an unexpected occurrence happen, he couldn't help but frown. A sect leader was also puzzled. Technically, there shouldn't be a problem with the mirage illusion formation. Yes, of course. The other sect leaders opened in agreement. Mirage illusion formation was an extremely mature and stable formation, having been used since a long time ago. Other than the size, which was much larger than the average formation, there was nothing different about the formation that had been set up this time. The corner of Tiansong Zi's eye suddenly jumped. Someone noticed his abnormality and asked, "Has friend found something?" Tiansong Zi's expression was normal, and said with a smile, "A small accident, but..." As expected, when he finished, the mirage quickly resumed. Everyone's attention was quickly attracted by the mirage. Shock slightly spilled out of Tiansong Zi's eyes. The Great Pine Pavilion was a secret paradise talisman. It was always in the possession of each generation of Dong Fu Hall's master. Just now, he had detected an extremely strong Ling power ripple that had exploded suddenly in Great Pine Pavilion. It was that Ling power ripple which had affected the mirage illusion formation and caused its situation. This burst of Ling power was like a meteor, and had flashed by and disappearing in a flash. His eyes went towards the formation belt inside the mirage. The location of the Ling power explosion was there. Who had caused the Ling power explosion? Zuo Mo? Or someone else? He wasn't surprised that Yu Bai was eliminated, and he wasn't sad. There were many benefits to Yu Bai for having such an experience of real battle. As to everything else, he did not care. Maybe Yu Bai would care, but this was what Tiansong Zi hoped he could encounter. Yu Bai might be respectful and warm usually, but in reality, he did not really know reality, and was overly proud. This proud aura was a trait of many young masters. It was the special aura that would appear most easily on the core disciples of each sect. Tiansong Zi's eyes went towards the big formation. He couldn't help but admire Pei Yuan Ran. In Wu Kong Sword Sect's disciples, other than Luo Li, who had a faint attitude of a young master, Wei Shang and Zuo Mo did not carry themselves this way. These two young people were also the two with the most spectacular performance of this year's sword test conference. Moonchime Soundstorm. Inside the formation, everything was pulverized to dust and thrown about. The dust and mist covered the entire formation, becoming even finer and smaller. Amidst the sky of dust, Zuo Mo's arms was open like a divine being, motionless, his eyes indifferent and empty without a hint of emotion. Within a 1 zhang radius around Zuo Mo, the dust and mist were blocked by an invisible wall. The greatest killing move of the 72 child formation Skyring Moonchime formation shook the Great Pine Pavilion. Nothing could block the sounds that swept through the Great Pine Pavilion. Countless young beasts bled from their orifices and died. As the soundstorm approached, all Xiuzha felt their energy shake, their Ling power almost spinning out of control. All were shocked. That was the case for the Xiuzha outside the formation. The pressure faced by the 5 people inside the formation was hundreds of times stronger. Su's fine brow was creased into a ball, showing a slightly pained expression. She had underestimated the power of the great formation. In the soundstorm, the Ling power in her body had almost collapsed, and the magnetic shield had almost dissolved. She bit her teeth, not daring to keep anything back. All the Ling power inside her body channeled and flowed towards the Black Day's sword. The magnetic force twisted space, covering her and turning her into a mirage. Luo Li's situation wasn't much better. Blood streamed out of the corner of his mouth. His cultivation was not as high as the other 4. After the attack, he was wounded. But the corner of his mouth went up rather than down, the desire for battle in his eyes increasing instead, furious, hot. Last time, I pushed you to such a sorry state, but you did not surrender. This time, you push me to such a sorry. How can I lose to you? His pupils suddenly expanded, the flying sword floating in front of his body hummed, its body shaking. Like a stream of light, it stabbed into the ground in front of his feet up to the hilt. He knelt down on one knee in front of the sword, muttering in a low voice, "Self-separation. Self-separation. Wali. Self-separation." It echoed around his body. The figure floating in front of his figure, which appeared like a female ghost, suddenly became clear. A plainly dressed female with her hair up stood. Her eyes were angry. She lightly sighed and raised her graceful wrist. A green and red light flew from her hand, blocking in front of the two of them. Chang Hong expressionlessly stood. The ground under his feet shattered. Even when they shattered into even smaller pieces of dust, he was not moved. In front of him, the blood spider seemed to be enraged, howling as the black seals across its entire body brightened. A bloody curtain of light, tinged slightly with black, blocked in front of the person in spider. The yellow-faced man wore heavy armor, holding a copper dagger axe, and shouted. A blinding light appeared at the tip of the copper dagger axe. It clearly was piercing emptiness, but it was like it was encountering great resistance. It slowly pierced further, each bit extremely difficult. The light of the dagger axe became even more bright, so bright one could not look at it. The little ghost king in front of Guifeng spoke baby talk as he waved his tender lotus root-like hands. An eerie green curtain of light appeared layer by layer as he moved. The thin green curtains were as fragile as eggshell, breaking as soon as they formed. Guifeng finally showed shock. The little ghost king seemed to have been provoked, not ing anymore. A vicious and cruel expression appeared on the innocent and adorable face. His hands started to dance, the movements strange. Each movement was filled with a dark and terrifying presence, like a sorcerer dancing. A eerie green belt of light appeared, quickly spinning around Guifeng and the little ghost king. From the belt of light came sorrowful and angry sobs. The air that surrounded Zuo Mo, who was in a wondrous state, suddenly rippled. That pair of indifferent and empty eyes moved, and became a fraction livelier. Zuo Mo felt his body become gold. The pleasurable feeling from floating in the consciousness flew away. There was no gray, no starlight, no sea of consciousness. He moved his eyes. Above his head, a full moon hung, the moon strings plentiful as hair, the rings like wind chimes. The first thought in Zuo Mo's mind was not good. Why did he wake up at such a dangerous time? Before he could become irritated, he was bowled over by a large yellow beast that was charging at full speed. Splat, he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Like a sandbag, he was thrown into the air. The strongest attack of the 72 Child Formation, Skyring Moonchime Formation, Moonchime Soundstorm, and the life-saving measures of Chang Hang and the other four crashed together without any technique. The strongest encounter in the sword test conference. Boom, boom, boom. The bright light was like the sun rising. The earth cracked, the sky changed color. The Skyring Moonchime Formation could not endure the terrifying power from such an encounter and instantly crumbled. The pitiful Zuo Mo. He had woken up at the most crucial time, his skill level dropping back to his normal level. How could he defend against the collision of these two forces? Luckily, the majority of the power was absorbed by the Skyring Moonchime Formation, but Zuo Mo still couldn't endure the rest. He instantly was seriously wounded. The light around the five-colored pagoda dimmed, cracks appearing on the body of the tower. With a tragic hum, it turned to a stream of light and flew into Zuo Mo's body. Chang Hong and the others were not much better. The face-on collision of the two forces were far beyond their expectations. Before they were able to react, they were forcefully ejected from the formation several dozen zhang away. All five were injured. Each person had wounds, their faces full of shock. Even Chang Hong was not an exception. Through the Mirage Formation, the audience in Dongfu was unable to see the situation inside the Great Formation. The sudden blurring of the formation also made many people speculate. Just as everyone was puzzled, the mirage which had just recovered suddenly exploded with a blinding light. Not ready for the blinding flash, many people found their vision a sea of white, unable to see anything. Dongfu instantly turned to chaos. The panicked people instinctively protecting themselves. The enormous Dongfu exploded in shouts. The situation only calmed down after a while when everyone's eyes had recovered. The fearful people unconsciously looked towards the mirage that had just changed. Hiss. It was rare to see several 10,000s of people inhale in shock. On the mirage, the position where Zuo Mo had originally set up the formation belt had completely transformed. The pond was gone, the woods were gone, the formation was gone. What they could see was an enormous great pit. The depth of the pit was far more than 10 zhang, its width reaching an astonishing 50 zhang. Such a terrifying pit made everyone feel cold in their hearts as they swallowed. Around the great hole, there were 15 great cracks that were wider than 5 zhang which snaked their way away from the big hole. The longest crack was 3 li in length. Even the shortest crack was 100 zhang. The black big hole was full of cracks, startling to the eye. It looked like an extremely ugly jellyfish. But anyone who saw this jellyfish would only feel fear and tremble. What kind of power could do this? The audience in Dongfu was left in shock. The Xiuzha inside the Great Pine Pavilion were struck even more deeply. The moment the light appeared, that power which seemed to destroy the world made everyone feel the terror of death's approach. No one had any interest in fighting. Their hearts were filled with terror, yet their legs seemed to be enchanted as they ran towards the location of the light of their own initiative. When they saw the great hole, the last vestige of power seemed to leave them and they sat down beside the hole. At the gathering place of the Dongfu sect leaders, a voice full of anger and pain sounded. My great pine pavilion. Translator ramblings, what sounds do evil ghost babies make? Zuo Mo got caught up in his own attack. He's seriously not very skilled at this offense part of fighting. Next chapter is the reaction chapter. The author always does this, a pseudo cliffhanger to end a fight, and then a little conclusion in the next chapter. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 156 Brothers in Difficulty. Chapter 156 Brothers in Difficulty. Don't forget. Even in death, you must not forget. Zuo Mo woke up and slowly opened his eyes. The first thing he noticed was the pain. It was like the bones in his body had been rattled. Just the slightest of movements had caused bone-aching pain. He instantly became docile and motionless. The familiar fragrance of medicine entered his nose. He instantly realized where this was. Oh, his life was really bad. It seemed every time he attended a fight, he would enter the fragrant ginger yard. It looked like he was quite heavily wounded this time. Cough, shitty, you're awake. Suddenly, a familiar voice came from his right. Eldest Xixiang? Zuo Mo instinctively turned his neck to look right. Just as he moved, he couldn't help but inhale sharply. So painful. He moved his head with great difficulty. When he saw eldest Xixiang on a bed not far away at his right, he was instantly shocked. Lying on the bed where eldest Xixiang's voice came from was a person whose body was entirely bound in bandages with only his eyes left uncovered. Eldest Xixiang, is it you? Zuo Mo asked with uncertainty. This person who was wrapped up like a mummy, was he really the courageous and invincible eldest Xixiang? N. The person under the bandages responded. It really was him. He said, you've been unconscious the longest. We were all very worried about you. Eldest Xixiang, who wounded you like this? Zuo Mo asked in disbelief. Haha, I fought with Gu Rongping, he did this. Wei Sheng's tone was relaxed. Zuo Mo still didn't quite believe it. That little white face shouldn't be this strong. He isn't much better off. Wei Sheng smiled. In the end, I managed to slice him 12 times in succession. Hearing this, Zuo Mo sweated. Sliced 12 times, even if that little white face was a big carrot, he would have been sliced into a toothpick. However, he felt that this was expected. In the same generation, how could there be anyone who could overpower eldest Xixiang to the point he could not retaliate? Seeing eldest Xixiang worse off than he was, his mood, which had been down due to his injuries, instantly became much better. He felt this way even though Wei Shan was Zuo Mo's respected and loved eldest Xixiang. Brothers in difficulty. Suddenly, Wei Sheng suddenly shouted in Zuo Mo's direction, Luo Shidi, are you better today? Zuo Mo unconsciously turned his face to the left. There was a bed on his left. Luo Li was lying on top. Even though it wasn't as severe as eldest Xixiang, but his expression was withered, his complexion pale. It was easy to see he was seriously injured. So there wasn't just one brother in difficulty. Zuo Mo was struck. When Luo Li looked at Zuo Mo, his expression was slightly unnatural. Zuo Mo immediately remembered that the person who had wounded Luo Li had been himself. That wondrous state had disappeared, but Zuo Mo clearly remembered what had happened during that time. If Zuo Mo's face could move, his expression right now would certainly be extremely unnatural. Due to the fact he had been in a strange state, he had performed beyond his abilities. Even if he was completely healed and set up the 72 child formation Skyring Moonchime formation again, he might not be able to successfully perform Moonchime Soundstorm successfully 1 in 10 times. Is Xixiang better? Luo Li avoided Zuo Mo's eyes and asked Wei Sheng. His mentality was much better than before. Even though Wei Sheng had once been his sword servant, but right now, he was Wu Kong Sword Sect's eldest Xixiang. Greater power meant a greater status, the rules of the sect had always been so. Now, no one in Wu Kong Sword Sect would doubt Wei Sheng Xixiang's strength. Facing Zuo Mo, Luo Li still had some desire to compete, but facing Wei Sheng he had completely submitted. Much better. Wei Sheng's tone was nothing like that of a seriously wounded patient, extremely optimistic. After a bit of time, I'll probably heal. The three of them were all severely wounded, unable to move as they laid on the bed. At the beginning there was a slight barrier between Zuo Mo and Luo Li, but now that they were in the same predicament, their relations gradually improved. After a while, they conversed freely. Before, Zuo Mo hadn't liked Luo Li. Upon further acquaintance, he found that Luo Li was not as bad as he had imagined. Quite the opposite, in fact. Even though he would unconsciously reveal the pride ingrained in his bones, his personality was straightforward and he was a forthright person. The two of them had fought 2 times. Both times, each of them had been seriously wounded. To a certain degree, their relationship was forged in fighting. The two of them were also full of admiration towards each other's strength. Nothing needed to be said of Luo Li to Zuo Mo. Right now, Zuo Mo had become one of the hottest people in Dongfu. At the end, he had fought 1-on-5, and it had turned into a legend in Dongfu. No one had saw the 1-on-5 fight, but everyone had clearly seen the terrifyingly gigantic hole in the Great Pine Pavilion. Zuo Mo knew how much his strength was really worth. Each time eldest Xixiang and Luo Li mentioned this matter, his heart was extremely insecure. In his perspective, Luo Li's strength was much stronger than his. Suddenly remembering this matter, Zuo Mo couldn't help but ask in curiosity, Xixiang, that day, I seemed to see a woman in front of you, who was that? Luo Li was instantly slightly embarrassed. He muttered, that's my sword spirit. So Shitty is walking the road of spirit manifestation. Wei Shang instantly realized. Seeing Zuo Mo not understanding, and then remembering this guy did not study what he should be, he painstakingly explained. There are many ways to cultivate the sword, many of them strange. Sword spirit is one of these. It means to nurture the sword essence to mate it into a spirit. However, he couldn't help but glance at Luo Li several times. I really didn't see that Luo Xixian's emotions are pretty sensitive. Seeing Zuo Mo still not understanding, he said with a smile, people that cultivate a sword spirit mostly have sensitive feelings. This way of the sword uses emotion to enter this path of the sword. When the sword spirit is forming, it needs to use emotion as the guide for the sword spirit to take form. Zuo Mo finally understood. Luo Li instantly blushed red. Our sect is a sword sect. Shitty must not slack off on the sword scriptures. Wei Sheng said to Zuo Mo. Aha, aha. Zuo Mo unconcernedly responded. He suddenly thought about the Kunlun Jade Scroll, and couldn't help but ask, this sword test conference, has the rankings come out? Who entered the top 10? Wei Sheng shook his head. Wounded like this, how can we know the situation outside? Zuo Mo turned towards Luo Li. Luo Li also shook his head. Zuo Mo could only say, I'll ask when Xiaoguo and the others come next time. These past few days, it had been Xiaoguo, Liang Feng and the others who had been looking after the 3 of them. The sect elders were not seen. The 3 of them didn't know the ranking for the sword test conference had become a great problem. Zuo Mo's last move had disrupted the competition. Tiansong Zi saw that the Great Pine Pavilion had been damaged to such a degree had instantly stopped the competition. No competitor had opposed the decision. Having seen the terrifying collision with their own eyes, they didn't have any more interest in competing. Many of the Xiuzha that rushed to the explosion had been left shocked, dazed, and withered. What was even more unexpected was that the time those people spent with a low mood was much longer than others had imagined. Their elders started to become worried. From this, it could be seen just how much of a blow that world-shattering collision had given them. For Tiansong Zi, who was hosting the sword test conference, there were more things that caused a headache for him. He could slowly fix the damage in the Great Pine Pavilion, but he must immediately solve the problem of the sword test conference's ranking. This was an extremely troublesome problem. Because the competition had been stopped in the middle, the number of people in the Great Pine Pavilion was far more than 10. These competitors were also all people of some strength. Wei Sheng and Gu Rongping had both been wounded and became unconscious. The other spectacular competitor, Zuo Mo, also was seriously wounded and unconscious. It was not easy to rank the first 10. The reason that the 4 of Pei Yuan ran and the others were absent was due to this matter. Who could imagine a group of Jindan experts in a room shouting furiously like a group of children? Some slammed the table, others soared, some bounced back and forth. It was very boisterous. After Pei Yuan ran and the others left Dongfu Hall, even if they were of astounding cultivation, there was tiredness on their faces. Su was lying on the bed. Even now, there was a layer of black gauze over her face. Do you feel better today? Lin Qian asked attentively. Su nodded and didn't speak. Lin Qian's expression was full of self-blame. He took out a jade bottle and said gently, I didn't think you would be wounded this time. It is my fault. This youth Dan will be very beneficial for you. Consume it quickly. Su's body gently shook. Her gaze stared at the jade bottle in Lin Qian's hand. She had heard of the name Youth Dan. It was an extremely rare and expensive Lingdan, especially suited for female Xiu to consume. It had great benefits for cultivation. Using it to heal, she felt it was a great waste. Who really are you? Su's gaze moved from the jade bottle to Lin Xian as she asked coldly. She had heard the name of the youth Dan, but she was also very clear about its rarity. Heart Lake Sword Sect might be the top-tier sect in Skymoonjia, but such a high-grade Lingdan such as youth Dan wasn't something they could possess. She had always assumed that Lin Xian was a disciple of one of the elders, but when he took out the youth Dan, she suddenly realized that Lin Xian definitely couldn't be a disciple of her sect. Then the other question was, where did the sect token in Lin Xian's hand come from? What goal did he have? Su's gaze was like an arrow. Lin Xian laughed lightly, his expression normal. He gently put the youth Dan in front of Su. I am not Shimmy's enemy. He then asked, the matter I asked last time, does Shimmy have the result? Seeing the calmness on Lin Xian's face, Su hesitated and shook her head, saying, it's not him. Lin Xian did not seem surprised at this result. He nodded. Many thanks, Shimmy. Shimmy, please relax and rest. As to forging your sword, you can give it to this one. I will not disappoint Shimmy. Finishing, he left. Su looked at the figure that disappeared outside the door and felt this person was even more mysterious. In a distant mountain valley of Linging sect, there were two people speaking. It was Chang Hong and the yellow-faced man. The expressions of the two seemed untouched, but their complexion and alertness was much worse than before the competition. The two of them had not escaped unscathed. They had been wounded to various degrees. This is what you need. The yellow-faced man handed over a jade scroll. Chang Hong took over the jade scroll. Without looking, he put it away. The yellow-faced man saw Chang Hong didn't move and said in satisfaction, this is the first half. It's the deposit. After the matter is concluded, I'll give you the other half. I'll notify you of the general time. Chang Hong nodded and said expressionlessly, all right. Finishing, he turned and left. Translator ramblings, I was wrong, it's more like multiple reaction chapters. The story is going to vent now like a balloon slowly deflating, but it won't pop. Wei Sheng has become a mummy. Luo Li has the ghost. It's a band of monsters, the zombie, the mummy, and the ghost. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 157 Unexpected. Chapter 157 Unexpected. When Zuo Mo, Wei Sheng, and Luo Li saw the sect leader and the other Shu, they instantly became obedient. Humph, you guys are very good. Went to attend a sword test conference and not one of you came back whole. Fengrong, who had been working tirelessly, saw these three and her already bad mood became even worse. The responsibility to heal the three had all landed on her head. The three shook in fear. Fengrong might be the youngest of the sect elders, but in reality, the outcome to having offended 4th Shirgu was very bad. Pei Yuan Ran and the others did not have good complexions. Everyone that was dragged to Dongfu Hall had to shout and sort out the mess. Naturally were not in good moods. Even more, these three disciples were seriously wounded. The expenses were very high. All right. Yan Lu came out to smooth things over. Really, you guys got yourselves into this state. As your elders, how can we not worry? You have to remember there is no meaning in one victory or defeat. As long as you are alive, you always have the chance to take it back. But if you don't have a life, what does victory mean? The three murmured. Pei Yuan Ran's expression relaxed slightly and took over. Your Shu is right. You have to remember this. You are the hope of the sect. In the future, the prosperity of the sect rests on you. If you do not take care of your body, you will fail the teachings the sect has given you. Haha, but you guys were very good this time. The rankings for the sword test conference have been finalized. The situation was special, so the final rankings were calculated using the Jindan Elder's judgment. All three of you are in the top 10. Wei Sheng 2nd, Zuo Mo 3rd, Luo Li 7th. Luo Li couldn't help ask, didn't we lose and were unconscious? Pei Yuan Ran narrated the situation after the sword test conference had ended before Wei Sheng and Luo Li understood. When they looked at Zuo Mo, it was like they were looking at a monster. This guy was the true criminal for the ending of the competition. Zuo Mo's head was dazed, his eyes was blank. Koan Luan Introductory Formation Jade Scroll. He had given up hope on obtaining it for a long time now, but the sect leader was telling him that he was ranked 3rd. This meant that the Jade Scroll was basically his. Who's first? Wei Sheng asked. It's Gu Rongping. Pei Yuan Ran glanced at Wei Sheng. Afraid the other couldn't bear it, he explained. Gu Rongping's level might not be as high as you, but he suppressed you. If it really was truly a matter of life and death, the likelihood of him winning is bigger. In reality, he still had something he didn't say. Heart Lake Sword Sect was the first-ranked major sect in Skymoonjia, how could the others not give them some face? That's right. Wei Shang nodded, unconcerned. Gu Rongping really is the strongest opponent I encountered. I learned many things this time. Seeing Wei Shang's mind was so open, Pei Yuanran was very comforted. Luoli wanted to speak when he suddenly saw Xin Yen Sherbwa stare with icy eyes at Zuo Mo. He instantly didn't dare to speak. Did Xin Yen Sherbwa have some opinion about Zuo Mo shitty? He was slightly puzzled. Rationally, Zuo Shitty's performance this time could be labeled spectacular. Why wasn't Xin Yen Sherbwa satisfied? He peeked at Zuo Mo and found the other's eyes were unfocused as though the other had wandered away. These few days, the three of them had grown their relationship. Luoli couldn't help but panic on Zuo Mo's behalf. He wanted to speak to remind him, but the words shrunk back when it came to his mouth. Xin Yen Sherbwa's gaze was really sharp, even sharper than a flying sword. Zuo Mo gradually came out of his shock and instinctively asked, "What time can we get the prizes?" Once the words came out, the four elders stopped speaking, their faces becoming dark. Zuo Mo finally came back to his body. Seeing the sect leader and others have faces blacker than the bottom of a pot, he shook. Not good. The four of them stared unkindly at Zuo Mo, causing him to have goosebumps. No one expected the first person to break the pressuring mood was Xin Yen Sherbwa. However, once he opened, it was like the wind of the tundra sweeping through the room, the temperature freezing. Good. Very good. Extremely good. After 3 good, without another word, Xin Yen Sherbwa turned and left. Pei Yuanran and Yen Le did not have good expressions. The two turned and left. Shi Fengrong's face was black. Her eyes looked as though she was going to skin Zuo Mo alive. Zuo Mo was very good at deciphering people's expressions. Seeing Master's expression, the bad feeling inside shot up, and he murmured, "Master." Very good. Shi Fengrong snorted coldly, turning to leave. Zuo Mo was dumbstruck. The suddenly change also scared Wei Shang and Luoli. When had the two ever seen the elders so angry? Wei Shang hesitated before asking, "Shitty, what did you do?" "Yeah." Luoli couldn't resist. "Everyone's angry at you. You're going to die." Anyway, Zuo Mo heard it. This guy's words were full of laughter at his misfortunes. However, he wasn't in the mood to attend to that guy. Thinking about the good that Xin Yen Sherbwa had said, his heart trembled. Just offending Master, his days would be difficult. This was good. In one stroke, he had completely offended all the elders, and from the tone, it seemed to be pretty severe. What made Zuo Mo even more depressed was that, up until now, he didn't even understand where the problem was. Theoretically, his display this time wasn't bad. Zuo Mo's heart shook. Only Wei Shang looked thoughtful. Zuo Mo had no solution to the anger his master, Shirshu, and the sect leader held. However, he was extremely easygoing. Knowing that it was useless to worry, he didn't think about it any further. Thinking about the Kunlun introductory formation jade scroll that was going to be in his hands soon, the worry in his heart was washed away. As Shi Fengrong had come back from Dongfu Hall, the speed the three healed had increased greatly. After a few days, they could all stand and move. They only needed to calm down and rest for a while before they fully recovered. Already sick of lying on the bed, the three went to take a breather outside. On the mountain peak, the wind was very strong. The three of them enjoyed it immensely. Only after being stuck on the bed for so long did they know how pleasurable it was to have the cold wind blowing like this. Looking at the figures hard at work below, Wei Shang sighed, "Our sect is going to prosper." The mood of Wu Kong Sword Sect had transformed completely. Along the mountain valleys and in the woods, there were always figures of Wu Kong Sword Sect disciples working hard. All the disciples' eyes were full of admiration and respect when they saw the three of them. The present Wu Kong Sword Sect was full of vitality and growth. The faces of the disciples were filled with confidence and motivation that they never had before. In their eyes this vitality Wei Shang and the others could see hope and longing for the future of their sect. As they walked through the mountain, the three of them deeply felt it. Luoli nodded. "Not bad, after this sword test conference, our sect's position in Skymoonjia is set, we are unable to be stopped." His eyes also flashed with yearning and hope. The prosperity of the sect meant the core disciples would get the greatest benefits. Cultivation was not an empty building. Without Jingzhe, without materials, without spells, it was impossible to catch up to other people's cultivation speeds. Zuo Mo was slightly unfocused, his thought wandering. "Shitty, what are you thinking?" Wei Shang noticed Zuo Mo's absent-mindedness. Zuo Mo focused and disguised, I'm calculating what time I can get the prize. Wei Sheng couldn't help but grin. Luo Li's face was also helpless. But he then asked curiously, you are so greedy, but why did you pick such a crappy item? There are so many good talismans. Wei Sheng and Luo Li had been very surprised by the jade scroll that Zuo Mo had picked. They had all assumed that Zuo Mo would pick a 4th grade talismans, or at the very least, the finest 3rd grade talisman. They hadn't expected that he would be a nondescript jade scroll. Zuo Mo rolled his eyes. If you don't understand, don't talk. Luo Li was not angry. He remembered just how ugly the sect leader and the others looked when Zuo Mo had requested the jade scroll, and managed to understand why the sect leader and the others were so angry. He met Wei Sheng's eyes and smiled. The two of them did not warn Zuo Mo. Able to walk and move around, the 3 of them quickly moved back to their own residences. No one was willing to keep staying in Fragrant Ginger Yard. Zuo Mo moved back to his little West Wind Yard. Lazily soaking in the sun, when he occasionally raised his head, he could see Silly Bird on the rooftop posturing and showing off. If it was any other time, Zuo Mo definitely would have thrown a stone. But there was a period of time since they saw each other. He found it was quite endearing. Xiaoguo was slicing up all kinds of fruits for Shi Xiang. Li Yingfeng Shiji had brought over the fruit. Li Yingfeng and Zuo Mo were chatting. Haha, Shitty should quickly recover. This time, Shitty really shocked everyone. Everyone was left speechless when the ranking came out. Li Yingfeng suddenly thought of something. She smiled and said, Nan Menyang entered Dongfu Hall and became Yubai Shitty. As to Zhong Mingyan, supposedly he is very seriously wounded. Shitty has become the most unwelcome person of Dongqi Sword Sect. Dongfu has been very boring recently. Everyone is healing. The prices of recovery medicines of the market have been skyrocketing. Zuo Mo chomped at the fruit, the juices flying as he mumbled, doesn't matter, it has nothing to do with me. Li Yingfeng smiled and said, Shitty needs to recover faster. There's many people that have come to my shop to ask if Shitty is taking orders. Shitty's reputation in formations has passed through all of Sky Moon Jia. Adding on your fame from the Golden Crow Pill, there has been many people that have placed orders. Zuo Mo became alert. No news other than this could make him more excited. Right now, he was penniless. The gigantic formation belt he set up in the sword test conference had almost taken up all the materials he had bought from the 100 treasure flying pavilion. The prize he had picked was a jade scroll, and there wasn't one piece of jingsher there. So when he heard Li Yingfeng's news, his eyes became green. However, he thought and then shook his head. This has to wait until my wounds heal. That's natural. Li Yingfeng said. Shitty needs to rest and recover. When your body is good, you will have everything. Right, Elder Tianzongzi suddenly announced 2 days ago that the local Xiozha who entered the top 100 are allowed to enter the secret realm. Secret realm? Zuo Mo's eyes were wide. He said in disbelief, Dongfu Hall has a secret realm? They can bear to let us enter? Yes. Supposedly, it is to nurture the local younger generation. Elder Tianzongzi especially made the decision, Li Yingfeng said. The two chatted for a bit more, but Zuo Mo wasn't interested in chatting after Li Yingfeng's weighty news. Seeing the situation, Li Yingfeng left behind a lot of healing Lingdan and left. Seeing off Li Yingfeng, Zuo Mo pushed Xiaogui to practice the sword. He then sunk into thought. That same day, he made a decision seclusion. Translator ramblings, Zuo Mo just keeps digging himself deeper and deeper. I remember someone predicting Zuo Mo would be in the top 3 a few chapters back. I can't remember who it was, but there were some of you who were very close with your predictions. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 158 Seclusion. Chapter 158 Seclusion. Zuo Mo did not impulsively decide to enter into seclusion training. The wounds on his body were mostly healed. The only thing left was rest. He needed to calm down and organize what he had gained and lost this time. This sword test conference, what he had encountered was much more than he had originally imagined. Only now did he have the time to think about it. There were many things he wanted to ask Pu Yao, like splitting his consciousness. But when he had first opened his eyes after the conference, he found that Pu Yao was in the middle of meditation. No matter how he shouted and tried to get Pu to respond, it was useless. He could only work it out himself. There were too many things that he needed to think deeply about. Another important reason that he decided to enter seclusion was the news that Li Yingfeng had about the secret realm. Zuo Mo knew what a secret realm was. Because he knew it was a rare opportunity, he decided to enter seclusion. There would be many opportunities inside this secret realm. If he was lucky and found some rare materials, he would really make a profit. But it would be wrong to think of the secret realm as his own Ling fields. Tianzongzi was allowing everyone to explore the secret realm, and this suggested that this secret realm was still unexplored, because if it had already been explored and all the rare materials had been taken away, then there would be no meaning to letting people explore it again. In the secret realm, other than the opportunities, what was more prominent was the danger. Secret realms were usually guarded by Yao beasts. The more rare and valuable the item, the stronger the guardian Yao beast was. Other than Yao beasts, what was harder to defend against was the hearts of people. Direct benefits meant direct conflicts of interest. Different from the competition of the Great Pine Pavilion, there would not be judges, no one calling a stop to fights. The fighting would be even more straightforward and bare. If someone killed for treasure, Zuo Mo wouldn't be surprised. The world was like this. But it would be too stupid not to attend due to this risk. To be able to gain something, other than being lucky, it required strength. He might have been ranked third, but he knew his own strength. Luck was a major factor in his third-place ranking. The formations that he was skilled in were not suited for fighting. He guessed that the sect leader would have the 3 disciples from their sect to move together at that time. Undoubtedly, the 3-pronged trident of Wu Kong Sword Sect would form the strongest team. After them, it would probably be the team of Yu Bai and Nan Menyang. However, Zuo Mo didn't want to drag the others down. Other Xiuzhi may avoid them due to their strength, but those Yao beasts wouldn't recognize them. There were too many comprehensions from this sword test conference that he needed to organize. He also needed to do a thorough examination of his 5-colored pagoda. Puya was always unreliable at the most crucial times, Zuo Mo thought irritably. Wu Kong Hall. He's in seclusion? Pei Yuanran said. Other than Xian, who was still cold and unaffected, the other 2 appeared to have a headache. Yanle rubbed his forehead and said, he does need to seclude himself and ponder the experiences he received this time. Ponder what? Shifeng was furious when it was mentioned. She clearly remembered the mockery from the audience. Ponder his formations? Or ponder how to make Jingshi? When she remembered how Zuo Mo had asked when the prizes were being awarded when he heard he was third, anger poured out of her heart. Why did she have such a greedy disciple who didn't like the sword? She couldn't help but peek at the cold second Shixiang, the anger in her heart growing even stronger. She knew that second Shixiang was really angry this time. This little ruffian, he made second Shixiang angry. Shifeng raged. She decided to find a chance to sort out this lawless guy. No matter. Let him enter seclusion. Xian suddenly opened to the surprise of everyone else. They had grown together from childhood and knew each other very well. It just wasn't Shifeng who saw he was angry. Seeing Zuo Mo continuing to delve further into formations and not study what was right, Xian did not stop him. According to their thinking, Xian should personally have gone and grabbed Zuo Mo, severely punishing him and then guide him onto the proper path. Wukong Hall was a patch of silence. Everyone was shocked at Xian's attitude. In the silence, Xian's cold and pressuring voice echoed. I will make him understand why Sword Show can unite and lead the world of cultivation. Wukong Formation Sect. He can't go. The murderous and dark voice made the other 3 shudder. Sympathy came onto their faces. Zuo Mo didn't know at this time just how decisive Xian Sherbu's resolution was. He quickly received his prize. Just like he had imagined, this jade scroll came into his hands without a problem. His choice surprised many people. The sword test conference might have finished, but the events of the sword test conference still made waves in Dongfu. There were praises and mockery. Zuo Mo's choice was the most unexpected choice in the top 10. Whatever the scalping zombie did always surprised people. Zuo Mo was not concerned with this. With the jade scroll in his possess, he had no more cares, perfect for seclusion. He burrowed into the stone room and entered meditation. Inspecting the situation inside his body, he found his state was bad. The wounds he received this time were much more severe than he had imagined. Under Master's care, the channels in his body had basically healed, but compared to him at his peak, they had shrunk. Zuo Mo decided to nurture of his channels. It was not difficult to nurture channels. It was only using Ling power to slowly permeate the channels and reawaking the vitality inside. However, it was a detailed job and especially demanded patience. Luckily, Zuo Mo was not in a rush. Slowly nurturing the channels, he took the chance and examined his own body in detail. The Ling power would be absorbed by the Mo matrix automatically when it came close to him. The Mo matrix would automatically take in Ling power. What Zuo Mo marveled at was that the Mo matrix, other than automatically taking in Ling energy, it was like a filter and automatically purified the power. Tempering Ling power was a step that was unavoidable in cultivation. Ling power that was not purified was not only unable to be used, but could also harm the body. But with the marvelous Mo matrix, Zuo Mo did not need to spend time on purification. The problem of storing Ling power was still unresolved. The Ling power would be absorbed through the Mo matrix into the body, circulate through the channels, and dissipate inside the body. The greatest storage place inside his body for Ling power was his dantian. Compared to the Ling power that was absorbed into his body, it could only be considered a small pond. The remaining Ling power was unable to be stored. They flowed along the channels and dissipated into the body. Normal Xiuzhi needed to spend long periods of time to absorb Ling power, tempering it over and over to purify it. It would take a long time to fill the dantian. But Zuo Mo felt the problem was not this. If a Xiuzhi was a container, and the amount of things this container could hold became smaller, then it definitely was a problem with the container. In other words, something was likely wrong with the dantian. His thoughts were very clear. As expected, when he focused his attention on his dantian, he finally understood why his cultivation would increase so slowly. The dantian was like a pool, and the Ling power the water inside the pool. However, this pool was marvelous in that, as the water rose, the walls of the pool would also rise. That way, the Ling power stored inside the body would increase. However, the problem was with the Mo matrix. He didn't know what that ***** Puyao was thinking. One region of the Mo matrix coincidentally passed through his dantian. It was like there were two holes in the wall of a pool, and once the water inside the pool rose above the height of the holes, the water would be lost. His Ling power was spilling out through the holes. These two holes were not small, so even though there was water constantly added to the pool, the height of water inside the pool would not rise. Zuo Mo couldn't help but grimace. He really had tasted the bitterness of low cultivation in the sword test conference. His cultivation was not enough, it meant that he had no strength to face someone else in the open. Tricks may be hard for people to deal with, but if he used them at too many times, it wouldn't work. Damn it! Even though he knew what the problem was, he didn't know what to do. Changing the dantian wasn't something a person like him who was just in Juji could accomplish. Without any other solution, he could only open his eyes. He could only slowly work on the problem of cultivation. It was useless to rush. He could only comfort himself with the fact that finally knew what the problem was, now he only had to slowly think of a solution. Compared to the pause in his Ling power, his consciousness had risen quickly, and without his knowledge, he had broken through to fifth breath. In the void above his sea of consciousness, there was another star. In reality, before the sword test conference, Zuo Mo didn't have many good feelings about the embryonic breathing spiritual cultivation. It may have been able to increase Ling power, but its primary effect was strengthening the consciousness. For Zuo Mo, the consciousness had been far less important than Ling power. Even more, it was strong in cultivating his consciousness, but there was no way to use his consciousness. In a person as pragmatic as Zuo Mo's eyes, it was useless. But now, Zuo Mo placed much more importance on embryonic breathing spiritual cultivation than any other scripture or spell. That strange and indescribable state, the ethereal stardust, the feeling as though it was a part of his body. Zuo Mo looked at the five-colored pagoda in his hand. A feeling rose as though it was connected to his blood. The little pagoda was like a part of his body, intimate and familiar. The other reason he entered seclusion was for the five-colored pagoda. In the fight during that last great clash, he had been severely wounded, and the five-colored pagoda had also received severe damage. He had master to help heal him, but only he could work on the damage of the five-colored pagoda. The five-colored pagoda was dim and dull, and had cracks over the body. If it wasn't for the feeling of connectedness that existed between them, Zuo Mo would be suspicious that this wasn't his five-colored pagoda. Feeling the weakness passed on by the five-colored pagoda, Zuo Mo couldn't help but reach out and caress the five-colored pagoda. He closed his eyes, his mind sinking into the five-colored pagoda. Entering the five-colored pagoda, he jumped in fright. Inside the five-colored pagoda, the five balls of five-element essence were all dim, so faint that they appeared to be able to vanish at any moment. The ball of consciousness weakly floated in the middle of the five balls of elemental essence without any of the liveliness of before. If the five-colored pagoda had been the beginnings of a five-element world before, then this five-element world was now on the edge of disintegration. Zuo Mo's expression was terrible. The situation was worse than he had imagined. Translator ramblings, I feel this chapter is the true analysis of Zuo Mo's fight. He's not being humble, he's very realistic. Nothing is worth more than his life. At the same time, Puyao is not the internet or Zuo Mo's personal assistant. It's probably better that Zuo Mo is able to stand on his own without Puyao's constant help. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 159, Gains. Chapter 159, Gains. The power of the five-colored pagoda had left a deep impression on Zuo Mo. What was most precious was the feeling of connectedness, as though it was his arm or finger. He had never felt the same with other talismans. It was hard to determine just how much he had imprinted on it, but it was now the most powerful talisman in Zuo Mo's possession. In Zuo Mo's eyes, it wasn't just a talisman. It could control the formations. Didn't that mean that he had an extra set of hands? He also had a feeling inside that if the five-colored pagoda really was ruined, he would also be affected. There were never such beneficial and fortuitous incidents in this world. If it was connected deeply to him as though it were his arms, then if his arms broke, how could he be unaffected? No matter the cost, he needed to fix the five-colored pagoda. Zuo Mo gritted his teeth. He took out all the materials from his ring and threw them inside the pagoda. The five-colored pagoda seemed extremely hungry. When the materials left his hands, they were sucked away. One by one, the materials entered the five-colored pagoda and were deconstructed and converted into the five elemental essences. Zuo Mo saw the materials flow like water into the five-colored pagoda and felt pain. These materials were all bought with large sums of jingshi. Now, they had all been fed to the five-colored pagoda. However, what comforted him slightly was this solution was extremely effective. The cracks on the body of the five-colored pagoda slowly disappeared with speed visible to the naked eye. He could feel the five-element world inside the five-colored pagoda being supplied by large amounts of five-element essence and gradually stabilize. But the empty ring left Zuo Mo with a feeling of heartache. Competing in the sword test conference had completely cost him all his wealth. He had an impulse to spit blood. What he wanted to spit blood at even more was the five-colored pagoda hadn't fully recovered even as the last bit of material was absorbed. Compared to the pagoda's original condition, it was still much dimmer in color. Heavens, how large of a quantity of materials would be needed to completely repair it? How much jingshi would that require? Zuo Mo didn't just have any jingshi, and he had no materials left at all. It's been a long time since he was so poor. Just at this time, a ball of substance that appeared to be gray mud flew out of the five-colored pagoda into Zuo Mo's palm. Zuo Mo stilled. This was the first time he had seen the five-colored pagoda spit something out. Quickly, the five-colored pagoda passed on information that allowed him to understand what this gray mud was. Everything belonged to the five elements. This was an extremely broad generalization. In this world, there were still a few things that did not belong to the five elements. The little ball of gray mud in Zuo Mo's hands would be the remnants after the five-colored pagoda deconstructed the materials into the five elemental energies. These remains did not belong inside the five elements, so it was not absorbed by the five-colored pagoda and was pushed out. The corners of Zuo Mo's eyes jerked. Eat mine, drink mine, and now shitting on my hand. The brat, he was lawless. Burning in rage, he raised his hand to throw the gray mud at the five-colored pagoda. The five-colored pagoda seemed to know Zuo Mo was angry and skipped away to dodge. But the hand Zuo Mo raised up suddenly stopped, the anger inside disappearing without a trace. It did not belong inside the five elements. Right, this stuff didn't belong inside the five elements. Five elements contain all. There were extremely small number of things that were not, and without an exception these items were all extremely rare. These days, what did rarity mean? One word: expensive. Zuo Mo suddenly became excited. That's right, the rarer it was, the more expensive it was. The gray mud in his hands was not inside the five elements and definitely should be valuable. Thinking about it, he carefully scraped the mud off his hands into a jade bottle and then put the jade bottle inside a sandalwood box before putting it inside the ring. Sometime in the future, he should inquire to how much jingshi the gray mud was worth. The five-colored pagoda temporarily stabilized. Zuo Mo's mood was better now that he found another use for the five-colored pagoda. Looking at the five-colored pagoda, he was reminded of his consciousness and the stardust. The stars in his consciousness had slowly scattered. However, when he inspected his consciousness, there had not been any change. That was normal. With the slow speed that the stars shed off stardust, it would take a long time for the stardust to spread into the entirety of his consciousness. Zuo Mo speculated a large amount of stardust was needed to create evident change. Of course, it could also just be his dream. Maybe there would not be a change at all. He quickly threw the problem of the consciousness to one side. Formations. His abilities with formations had surprised people, and also increased his confidence. Whenever he thought about the peerless power of the moonchime soundstorm of the Skyring moonchime formation, he still couldn't help but become excited. 1 against 5, each person multiple times stronger than him. Even if it was only one move, and it was the 5-colored pagoda controlling it, even if it was a fight inside the formation belt. Even so, that battle was something that he would never have been able to imagine before. Even now, he still felt it was like a dream. If he had a deeper understanding of formations, if his control could be stronger, if he had been more careful in setting the formations, a fight like that could appear again, it could be copied. Even more, he now had an introductory formation jade scroll from Kunlun. Suddenly, Zuo Mo was full of confidence about the future. Xiaoguo absent-mindedly practiced the sword. Shixiang was in seclusion. For some reason, when Shixiang was absent, her motivation to practice the sword was much less. This was not right, Xiaoguo told herself. But the sword in her hand was still so heavy, and her steps weak. You have to concentrate when practicing the sword. A voice came from behind her. Xiaoguo's movement stopped. Turning, her apple face was full of joyful surprise. Shixiang. Zuo Mo tapped Xiaoguo's head, taking on the mannerism of a Shixiang to lecture, not concentrating on practicing the sword. Do you want to be disciplined? And, look at your sword, so weak, it only has the appearance. Seeing Shixiang continue on, spit flying, Xiaoguo's eyes couldn't help but smile into 2 crescent moons. After lecturing Xiaoguo, Zuo Mo laid down on the lounge chair lazily, without any awareness of being a role model. Silly Bird stared disdainfully at Zuo Mo and continued to preen her own feathers. The feeling of the sun on his body was so good. Shixiang, you finished your seclusion? Xiaoguo timidly asked. Oh, yes, it's done. Zuo Mo stretched lazily, closing his eyes and enjoying the warm sunshine. He had gained greatly from this seclusion. Kunlun was really Kunlun. Each time it was mentioned, Zuo Mo was full of awe for this legendary sect. He had rejoiced countless times that he had chosen this jade scroll and how wise he was. Just an introductory formation jade scroll, but it contains so many kinds of formations. The first time he read the jade scroll, he was completely stunned. In his eyes, this jade scroll had the qualifications to be called the complete book of basic formations. Zuo Mo could be considered to be a hobbyist in collecting jade scrolls, but he had never thought that a jade scroll could contain such rich and comprehensive content. In comparison, the jade scrolls of the sect were so simple and rough it was embarrassing. Inside the formation, there were more than 200 types of basic formations, and there were all kinds of analyses. These analyses that came from the Kunlun formation experts had broadened Zuo Mo's vision. All of his own ideas that he had been very proud of had been encompassed in the breadth of the jade scroll. Just a few phrases on each formation were sharp as a knife, pinpointing the essence of each profound and cryptic formation. Each formation was easily deconstructed and their relation to each other was revealed with clarity. Zuo Mo was entranced. This wasn't learning, it was a peerless pleasure. The moment he picked up the jade scroll, he could not stop himself from delving in. Without sleep or rest, nor drink and food, he muttered to himself like he was sleep-talking, and laughed excitedly like he was insane. When he finished reading the last analysis in the jade scroll, he was extremely depressed. An introductory jade scroll could have such power. What he gained was multiple times what he had imagined. He was like a child that had been swimming in a pond and suddenly saw the ocean. Is Shixiang going to seclusion again? Xiaoguo asked timidly. Oh, no. There's no Jingshi to get in seclusion. Zuo Mo lazily said. He suddenly thought of a question and asked, where are eldest Shixiang and Luoli Shixiang? What are they busy with? Hearing that Zuo Mo wasn't going back into seclusion, Xiaoguo's eyes turned to crescents. Eldest Shixiang and Luoli Shixiang are all in seclusion. Zuo Mo made a sound of acknowledgement. He wasn't surprised. Dong Fu. The sword test conference had finished. All the experts went back to their own homes. Dong Fu instantly became less lively. Of course, compared to the Dong Fu of the past, it was much more prosperous. This year's sword test conference had caused Dong Fu to stand out in the 13 primary towns. Not long in the future, it would be the time Tiansong Zi promised to open the secret realm. Even though they could not attend, but many still stayed, especially those who desperately needed certain hard-to-obtain materials. What secret realms were most famous for was producing all kinds of treasures. Larger material merchants also sent people to wait. Zuo Mo rode Silly Bird, and headed straight to the 100 Treasures Flying Pavilion. There were many more people in the 100 Treasures Flying Pavilion, which surprised him. Coming for the second time, he was not as cautious as before. Welcoming Zuo Mo was still the same storekeeper as last time. When he saw Zuo Mo, he congratulated, congratulations, congratulations. Mr. Zuo really is extraordinary. That last attack made my heart stop. Then he pushed his voice lower and said, hee, many thanks to Mr. Zuo. Zuo Mo stilled. How so? Mr. Zuo had great skill to forge the 5-colored pagoda into a soul-tethered talisman. Our store also has benefited. Zuo Mo finally understood. However, what he realized was not the increase in the customers, but why the 5-colored pagoda was so powerful now. So it had become his soul-tethered talisman. To a guy like him who had made deep study of talismans, how could he not know soul-tethered talismans? Soul-tethered talisman. He was slightly excited but did not show it on his face. Just like usual, he grasped the main point. That's great. In the future, give me a bit of a discount. Hearing this, the storekeeper could only laugh along. Zuo Mo was not concerned, asking, is Miss Su here? Yes, please come with me. The storekeeper hurriedly reached forward to usher him, clearly having already received orders. Translator ramblings, seclusion means a power-up, it's almost a universal rule. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 160, Intense Fire Dan. Chapter 160, Intense Fire Dan. Su had been waiting for Zuo Mo for a long time. Even though she was uncertain that Zuo Mo would aid her since she had not helped Zuo Mo like originally planned. She waited rather than going to Wukong Mountain due to her trust in Lin Xian. For some unknown reason, this extremely mysterious youth instilled her with confidence. When do we begin? Zuo Mo asked. I'm not in a hurry. A jade bottle appeared on Su's hand. This is Fort Chao's Intense Fire Dan. Consume it first, I'll help you stabilize the medicine power. He hesitated but still took the jade bottle. Opening it, he could feel a wave of heat flood out of the jade bottle. Lying inside were beads that seemed to be carved out of red jade. The stalagmite fire was a cold fire. The firepower in this Intense Fire Dan was clearly hot fire. The two were of completely different attributes. It would most likely be troublesome to merge them together. However, Zuo Mo still decided to try because he had consumed the Golden Crow pills which contained the Golden Crow fire, which was also a hot fire. The two sat in the seclusion room with Su positioned behind Zuo Mo. Intense Fire Dan was made from underground lava. It contains lava earth fire and is extremely domineering. You have to be careful. Su did not waste words, putting her hand on Zuo Mo's back. Zuo Mo shoved an Intense Fire Dan into his mouth. Once the Intense Fire Dan entered his mouth, it turned to an extremely hot stream of energy. This hot stream was boiling like it was lava. Zuo Mo felt as though it would burn through his body. As expected, it truly was domineering. Not daring to slack off, Zuo Mo hurriedly channeled Ling power to surround this bright red hot stream. If he allowed this hot stream to run rampant through his body, it would quickly damage his channels. Zuo Mo's skin that was exposed to the air suddenly became bright red like glowing hot metal. Su didn't dare to slack off either, channeling Ling power to carefully permeate Zuo Mo's body. Zuo Mo detected Ling power entering from his back. He did not panic but carefully inspected it. His consciousness was extremely large. Since his body was definitely his home field, he easily saw through Su's Ling power. Such a strange Ling power. Zuo Mo couldn't help but be interested. Su's Ling power was not flowing like water, but like countless moving strands. It seemed to be composed of countless little fish into schools and was extremely unique. He remembered that Su's sword scripture was magnetic power. Was this the trick to it? Zuo Mo noted it down. Su could never dream that as she helped Zuo Mo digest the medicinal power, Zuo Mo managed to comprehend some of the intricacies of her Ling power. It really wasn't that she was inattentive, but Zuo Mo's present consciousness was far outside of the expectations of normal people. Who would think a Zhuji would have such a large consciousness? Zuo Mo finally experienced just how great the gap was between Ningmai and Zhuji. Su's Ling power was not fierce, but it was endless. When the domineering Intense Fire Dan was surrounded by this Ling power, it was unable to move. Zuo Mo knew it was time for him to act. What Su could do was help him stabilize the medicinal power, but only he could process it. He didn't immediately let his Ling power stream over, but used his consciousness to inspect the strong and domineering medicinal power. Su carefully controlled her Ling power. Since it was inside Zuo Mo's body, her control was greatly decreased. After a moment, Zuo Mo's Ling power was still motionless without any intentions of going forward. Why wasn't he doing anything? She furrowed her brows. She didn't understand why Zuo Mo was procrastinating. Did he not know how to process medicinal power? Just as she felt puzzled, Zuo Mo's Ling power suddenly moved. Two thin tendrils of Ling power charged at the medicinal power she was stabilizing. Just this little bit of Ling power? She was slightly discontent. What was this guy doing? Using this little bit of Ling power, how long would it take to process all the medicinal power? She securely held onto the medicinal power, but the medicinal power of the intense fire Dan was extremely domineering. Even though it was caught in the grasp of her Ling power, but it was like the wild beast in a cage and struggled to break free. Her Ling power was slowly being consumed, even if the rate was not fast. At this time, another 2 streams of Ling power went to the back of the medicinal power. Still not enough? Su wanted to remind Zuo Mo that processing medicinal power required large amounts of Ling power, and for him not to skimp on Ling power at this time. Before she could speak, there was another 2 streams of Ling power. 2 streams. Another 2. In an extremely short period of time, Zuo Mo's Ling power turned to 80-something slender streams of Ling power. Su gaped with wide eyes. What was this? The scene that took place was completely out of her imagination. The 80-something streams of Ling power were like extremely slippery earthworms that burrowed into the Ling power she had wrapped around the intense fire Dan. In the blink of an eye, the domineering and explosive medicinal power was cut by Zuo Mo's tiny Ling power into 7 or 8 pieces. Looking at the domineering medicinal power slowly nibbled away by those tiny Ling power. No, it wasn't nibbling. Even though they moved bit by bit, but the processing speed was extremely fast. In a short moment, there was only a little bit of the medicinal power left. Quickly, all the medicinal power of the intense fire Dan had been processed. What remained after processing was a strand of extremely pure deep red fire power. Zuo Mo could feel the terrifying temperature contained in this tiny bit of fire power. It was all the essence of the entire intense fire Dan, and it was Zuo Mo's target. It was rare to see such pure fire power, even if it was just a thread. Thinking about what Su had said, that the intense fire Dan was made from lava deep underground, it was no wonder that the fire power contained was so pure. In the descriptions of flames in the Fire Bead chapter, all kinds of earth fire were not low-grade fire seeds. This pure thread of earth fire, to him, it was the best nourishment. Zuo Mo carefully controlled the stalagmite fire. As the stalagmite fire appeared, a dark and cold presence instantly spread. The milky white stalagmite fire quickly wrapped around the thread of deep red earth fire. One was and cold, the other was hot, yet the two strangely merged together. Zuo Mo could clearly feel that a wondrous change had occurred after the stalagmite fire had absorbed this thread of earth fire. However, limited by the amount of earth fire, the change could not be clearly seen. This surprised him. The trouble he had predicted did not occur. The entire merging process was so smooth he was shocked. There were 36 intense fire Dan. In other words, there were still 35 threads of earth fire. He began to feel anticipation. If all 36 threads of lava earth fire was merged into the stalagmite fire, what change would occur? Since there was no problems with the merging, Zuo Mo instantly increased his speed, throwing another intense fire Dan into his mouth. Su steadily stabilized her Ling power. Without her notice, a layer of fine sweat appeared on her forehead. She started to feel the burden. Zuo Mo's speed was truly too fast, processing one pill after the next. She didn't have a chance to breathe and rest. She desired very much to stop, but she suppressed it. Ningmai Xiaojia asking Azuji to stop and rest, she couldn't say it. Even more, all she had to do was just stabilize the medicinal power. The Ling power consumed in processing was even greater. Zuo Mo hadn't relented, so how could she? She could only bear it. Up until now, she did not understand how Zuo Mo did all this. It should have been the person doing the processing who used up Ling power more quickly, but up until now, after more than 10 intense fire Dan, Zuo Mo did not show any signs of exhaustion. How was it possible? He was just as Azuji Xiaojia. Su gritted her teeth. Her Ling power was tightly wrapped around the medicinal power of the intense fire Dan. Zuo Mo's Ling power needed to go through her Ling power in order to interact with the medicinal power, so she clearly perceived every movement of Zuo Mo's Ling power. But even if she knew, she still found it impossible. Zuo Mo used several dozen streams of Ling power, each of which was controlled extremely delicately. It was clear that this was not the first time he had done this. This was the first time she had seen a processing method like Zuo Mo's strange one. She couldn't help but admire Zuo Mo's idea. To cut the medicinal power into multiple parts, dividing before processing. It could greatly increase the efficiency. What shocked her was those each of the tiny streams of Ling power were as sharp as knives. Their power may have been small, but they could easily cut the medicinal power into little pieces. She had more experience and her cultivation was much higher than Zuo Mo's, so she naturally understood how he accomplished it. He only needed to find the weakest spot in the medicinal power to achieve this result. But the crux of the problem was, how could Zuo Mo be so fast and accurate in finding the most fragile place on the medicinal power? Her Ling power was wrapped around the medicinal power, but she knew she couldn't do such a thing. Not just her, even her Shixiang Gu Rongping definitely could not do such a delicate task. This was probably Zuo Mo's secret. Having thought it through, the shock in Su's mind gradually faded. Each person had their own skills. A person that displayed such talent at the sword test conference like Zuo Mo must have some unique talent. Her mind calming down, she started to admire Zuo Mo's performance. Zuo Mo's fine control of Ling power truly could live up to the word performance. Several dozen strands of Ling power were being controlled according to his wishes, cooperating among themselves easily like an army. They all had their individual tasks combining to create the larger picture. The explosive and domineering medicinal power in comparison was like a gigantic beast which only looked fierce yet had no substance, and was easily dismembered. The entire process was fast and accurate, clean and crisp without any unnecessary movements. Seeing them move was a pleasure. However, this also exposed that Zuo Mo's Ling power was not strong. It was beneficial in formations to have strong fine control over Ling power, but for sword scriptures, there were not many benefits. In a short period of time, Su made her conclusion. In her eyes, Zuo Mo was still strong, but this strength was different than others. His weakness was also clear. In other words, Zuo Mo's strength could only be expressed under certain conditions. She thought about the sword test conference and the shocking formation that Zuo Mo had set up. Hadn't he created an environment where he could use his strength? She couldn't help but shake her head. In her eyes, a strength like Zuo Mo was superficial, he had too many limitations. Sword cultivation was the correct path. No matter the circumstances, sword show could grasp their own fate. Thinking about it, she strengthened her resolve to cultivate the sword, full of anticipation towards the sword billet that was to be forged. 6 hours later, the last intense fire dan landed in his stomach and quickly turned into a thread of lava earth fire. As the 36th thread of lava earth fire merged, the stalagmite fire suddenly changed. Translator ramblings, Su and Zuo Mo get started on forging her new sword. Su's review of Zuo Mo's strength is pretty much what Zuo Mo has for himself, not enough Ling power, so he needs other tools. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 161 Forging the Sword Billet. Chapter 161 Forging the Sword Billet. The stalagmite fire suddenly grew as though oil had been poured on the fire. The flame jumped in height, the presence increasing along with it. Zuo Mo couldn't help but become nervous. The most important moment had come. The large stalagmite fire spat like a furious beast, the cold and explosive presence spreading into the surroundings. Even Zuo Mo's channels were affected, feeling like they were pierced by needles. Su hurriedly took back her Ling power. At this time, her Ling power was unable to help Zuo Mo, and would only distract him. She opened her eyes and saw Zuo Mo trembling as he sat in front of her. His forehead was covered in a layer of frost. Such a powerful cold fire. Su was shocked inside. She stared nervously at Zuo Mo. If the merging this time failed, then there definitely wouldn't be any forging of her sword billet. Zuo Mo's heart was in the air. He had done what he could do. The rest was up to fate. As time passed, the restless stalagmite fire slowly quieted. The flame continued to shrink down and finally stabilized. The new stalagmite fire had formed. The present stalagmite fire was completely different compared to before. First, the size was about 1/3 larger than before. The biggest difference was the past stalagmite fire had been milky white, but the present stalagmite fire was surprisingly divided into 3 levels. The outermost layer was the same milky white flame as before, and the middle was a dark red flame. What surprised Zuo Mo the most was the black fire in the very center. Even though it was just a thread, it was still easily detectable. The 3 levels were clearly divided. The white flame was the stalagmite fire, the deep red flame was the lava earth fire processed from the intense fire dan, then what was the thread of black fire? Zuo Mo was slightly curious. After investigating, he finally understood. This extremely thin strand of black fire was actually the toxin which had infected the flame when he had processed the inky black lotus seed last time. If it wasn't for the abnormal change this time, he wouldn't have detected that his fire seed contained such a powerful toxin. What he hadn't even thought about was that toxins could turn into flames. The new flame was very different from the past stalagmite fire, and it felt different to control. The cold and energy had greatly decreased, but the shift between ice and fire was more easy to accomplish. What Zuo Mo did not understand at all was how the thread of black fire could be used. In this three-leveled fire, the stalagmite fire was of the lowest grade, then it was the lava earth fire. The highest grade was this black fire which Zuo Mo knew nothing about. Upon further thought, Zuo Mo felt it was normal. This thread of black fire was received through processing the 4th grade inky black lotus seed. That was 4th grade. The stalagmite fire was just a 2nd grade fire seed. He didn't hurry, slowly exploring the new flame. This was a completely new flame. Even the In Fire Beat chapter did not describe this kind of flame. This meant that Zuo Mo could only explore and understand on his own. Being deep in his investigation of the new flame, Zuo Mo forgot the passage of time. Su noticed Zuo Mo's body had resumed normal. The frost on his forehead had disappeared. She released a breath. Seeing that Zuo Mo seemed to be in meditation, she didn't hurry him, sitting down at the side to recover her Ling power. She had waited so long, she didn't care about a few more days. Zuo Mo sat for 3 days. When he opened his eyes again, other than exhaustion, there was a light that was unable to be disguised in his eyes. Su's heart relaxed. After another day, Zuo Mo had recovered to his optimal state and was finally going to start forging the sword billet. Zuo Mo did not allow Su to watch. If people watched, it was easy for the forger to be disturbed. He went into a seclusion room. The materials he needed had already been placed there. There was also a pile of jingsher for Zuo Mo to recover his Ling power. Zuo Mo snickered. He naturally would take the jingsher. Starting from now until he successfully forged the billet, he would stay inside the room. Su personally stood guard outside. He took out a jade scroll. The jade scroll contained all the formations that needed to be carved onto each sword billet as well as the method to forge the sword billet. There was nothing exceptional about the forging method. Zuo Mo only needed to glance through it to understand the process. His mind was quickly attracted to the 4 kinds of formations. These were 4 kinds of formations he had never seen before. Just this was enough for him to be full of interest. To allow the forger to be able to successfully finish the forging, the jade scroll had extremely detailed descriptions of the 4 formations. After he finished, Zuo Mo couldn't help but inhale sharply. A 4th grade formation. 4 kinds of completely different 4th grade formations. Now he understood why Su hadn't managed to find someone to forge the sword billet until now. Each sword billet needed to have a 4th grade formation carved onto it. 4 sword billets, for completely different kinds of 4th grade formations. Also, there was a strange connection between these 4 formations. Zuo Mo had thought that he had properly prepared, found that the difficulty in forging the sword billets was much higher than he had predicted. It was much higher. He helplessly shook his head. He really was going to take a loss on this job. This difficulty, he could have asked for a much higher price. Zuo Mo felt deep regret for having lost such a good opportunity, especially since he was now penniless. His attention went back to the formations. The first step he needed to do was understand these 4 formations. If he didn't understand the formations, how could he carve the formations on the small sword billets? If this was before the sword test conference, he would have definitely patted his ass and left. 4 kinds of completely different 4th grade formations was definitely outside of his abilities. Zuo Mo had just upgraded his fire seed and bathed in the introductory formations of the jade scroll from Kunlun, leaving his confidence at its peak. He decided to challenge this difficult task. According to the description on the jade scroll, he started to study the 4 types of formations. From this, it was possible to see how much help the Kunlun jade scroll was to him. Having studied the Kunlun jade scroll, Zuo Mo's vision and understanding had gone up several levels. 4th grade formations. Naturally, they had places that were profound and cryptic, especially when it was 4 completely different 4th grade formations. But Zuo Mo, in the span of 5 days, slowly managed to grasp the 4 kinds of formations bit by bit. When the 4 kinds of formations appeared in front of him, his heart was filled with an indescribable feeling of accomplishment. All of his exhaustion washed away. His heart was so free he wanted to howl. Zuo Mo did not use the double 4-turn fire formation that Lin Xian suggested. He planned to use this chance to try out his new fire seed. In any case, it wasn't his stuff, he thought heartlessly. Zuo Mo put the 4 pieces of cold magnet in front of him. When he had cut the cold magnet last time, they were not of the same size. However, this was not a big problem for him. Putting up a Ling gathering formation, he sat within the formation, the 5-colored pagoda floating in front of him. The 5-colored pagoda could greatly increase his abilities to control the 5 elements. Control of fire was naturally included. He flipped his palm and the new fire seed appeared above the tip of the 5-colored pagoda. Zuo Mo decided to name this new fire seed, Inky Lava White Fire. Since no one had named it before, it was up to him. A black center, deep red in the middle flame, and milky white on the outside. The inky lava white fire silently burned tamely without any of the explosiveness previous. Zuo Mo's eyes became serious. He threw the smallest piece of cold magnet into the inky lava white fire. His Ling power started to flow towards the inky lava white fire. The flame grew and wrapped around the cold magnet. The first step he needed to do was to use the flame to rid the cold magnet of any impurities it had. This was just a matter of large amounts of time. However, that did not include Zuo Mo. His consciousness was strong. He could easily detect where the impurities were in the cold magnet. This way, his efficiency was much higher. He only spent 1 day to purify the piece of cold magnet. In this time, what he needed to do was maintain a steady output of Ling power. With the aid of the Mo matrix and the 5-colored pagoda, this laborious process was extremely easy. Next was forging the cold magnet into the shape of a sword. Zuo Mo took a deep breath and increased the amount of Ling power he was channeling. The inky lava white fire jumped up. In the seclusion room, cold and hot, 2 different presences crashed together and created explosions. Inside the flame, the cold magnet slowly melted until it became a puddle of metal liquid. What was strange was the metal liquid was not red but a strange black blue that released a strong chilling presence. Under the inky lava white fire, the 5-colored pagoda suddenly spun, faster and faster until it became a 5-colored shadow. The metal liquid inside the fire seemed to be pulled by an invisible force and slowly changed shape. Time passed and sweat appeared on Zuo Mo's forehead. His breathing became panting, and he seemed to be under a great burden. However, under his control, the spinning of the 5-colored pagoda did not slow, and still kept on increasing speed. Inside the flame, the metal liquid slowly flowed until it was almost in the shape of a sword. At this time, Zuo Mo finally had a chance to take a breather and rest. The Ling gathering formation around him had already been expended and turned to dust. He used the change to make another Ling gathering formation. The most important step was coming. Zuo Mo widened his eyes, not daring to relax. The metal liquid slowly solidified. Suddenly, a bright blue appeared on the black blue metal liquid. Zuo Mo's mind jumped. His hands bloomed like flowers, spell after spell were cast from his hands into the sword billet within the flames. The sword billet still did not change. Not good, the flame was not strong enough. Zuo Mo gritted his teeth, channeling Ling power again. The black flame at the very center of the inky lava white flame was like a slender black tongue that licked the sword billet. At the same time, his hands moved again. Light after light was cast into the flame. The bright blue sword billet suddenly lit up. As the light of the spells landed on the sword billet, it was as though the light was clearly carved onto the surface of the sword billet. Zuo Mo didn't dare to pause. His eyes wide, all the Ling power in his body moving, his hair standing on end. He was like a strong whirlpool. The Ling power from the Ling gathering formation was pulled by an invisible force to flood towards him. Large amounts of Ling power flooded into his body. Even though there was the Mo matrix, but Zuo Mo still felt pain. At this time, he didn't have the effort to call out in pain. The finger motions of his hands sped up again, the light of the spells continuously feeding into the sword billet. Such fierce and extreme forging continued for 6 whole hours. A stream of fresh blood silently streamed out of the corner of his mouth, snaking down. The blurring fingers suddenly stopped in front of his body, the last spell accurately hitting the sword billet inside the flames. Dai thing. The sword billet gently hummed. The light of the sword billet suddenly brightened and then dimmed until it disappeared. A small black-blue sword billet silently floated in the air. 10 days later. Guarding outside the door, Sue suddenly raised her head, joyous surprise on her face. Translator ramblings, the name is a mouthful, bu it is all Zuo Mo terrible naming sense. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 162 Reselling. Chapter 162 Reselling. 4 blue-black sword billets floated vertically in front of Sue. There seemed to be an invisible magnetism between the sword billets. She reached out to touch one of them. The other 3 also moved along with it. The 4 sword billets maintained their distance from each other, all of them pointing away from each other in a compass arrangement. The joy in Sue's eyes became even heavier. The 4 sword billets marched around her. The storekeeper found it wondrous. Amazing craftsmanship. The 4 swords are as one, able to attack and defend, truly the finest. If it can be tempered over time, this sword would be hard to trace. Zuo Mo was tired, but he was still quite alert. Finishing the sword billets, he found himself extremely relaxed. Having finished this, I need to leave. Zuo Mo prepared to leave. Su suddenly called Zuo Mo. Mr. Zuo, please wait. This one had not helped during the sword test conference, yet Mr. Zuo still kept to your promise and helped me forge the sword billets. This little girl is extremely grateful. Mr. Zuo, please take this bottle of Dying Flowing Moon. Su's gaze was sincere, unable to let go of the 4 sword billets. Zuo Mo naturally wouldn't be polite. Dying Flowing Moon was very good. Quickly taking the Dying Flowing Moon, he said piously, then this one will accept. He thought of something and turned to say to the storekeeper. I have something here I want to ask storekeeper to take a look. The storekeeper hurriedly said, it would be my honor. If the reputation of Zuo Mo's strength was why they did not dare to slight him, now, after successfully forging the 4 sword billets, Zuo Mo's skill in forging received more respect from the storekeeper. The storekeeper and the others were business people. Their business was also in talismans. Why would they ever offend a cultivator who had limitless potential and was skilled in forging? Zuo Mo took out a wooden box from the ring. Opening the box, he took out a jade bottle. The two saw Zuo Mo was so serious, and became more curious to what treasure he was taking out. Zuo Mo handed the jade bottle to the storekeeper, saying, this item is not inside the 5 elements, but this one does not know what it is. Please, storekeeper, take a look. Not inside the 5 elements. Su's expression changed. The storekeeper also slightly changed expression but maintained the sternness in his expression. How good a storekeeper's eyes were was the most important measure of a storekeeper's skill. He didn't want to ruin his own reputation. Carefully taking out the cork, he poured out the gray mud inside the bottle onto a snowy white jade plate. After studying for a few moments, he solemnly announced, this one cannot distinguish what this substance is, but it truly is not inside the 5 elements. It doesn't seem like just one substance, but is a mixture of a variety of different substances not inside the 5 elements. It really is curious. What he found it strange was that materials not inside the 5 elements were rare, and it was hard to even find 1 or 2, so he did not know how such a complex mixture was produced. Zuo Mo stilled. He suddenly remembered the large variety of materials he had thrown into the 5-colored pagoda. The composition of this gray mud must be very complex. He couldn't help but admire the skill of the storekeeper. What is the value of this substance? Zuo Mo asked. The storekeeper shook his head. Hard to say. He then explained, if it was one substance, this one can easily set a price. The composition of this substance is extremely complex, and probably has a special use. Maybe it could be used in a flying sword. Materials not inside the 5 elements, if added into flying swords, can increase the grade of flying swords. He glanced at the 4 flying swords floating in front of Su and said, if Miss Su could add this substance into the 4 sword billets before they were forged, the grade would have increased greatly. Vexation came into Su's eyes. But since the formations on the sword billet had taken form, there was nothing to do, so she did not say anything. Zuo Mo was very curious. Substances not of the 5 elements can increase the grade of flying swords? I've never heard of this. The storekeeper saw Zuo Mo was interested and said, it is hard to find substances not of the 5 elements. The price has never dropped, and dependent on the attributes of the material, the effect is different. However, one quality is common to all. They are extremely attractive to Ling power, especially Ling power that is not strongly oriented to the 5 elements. For roaming Xiao that cultivate the 5 elements, this is not a good thing, but to us sword Xiao, it is the best. Most of the sword sect in Arjie do not have Ling power oriented to the 5 elements. He had originally wanted to say that 5-element sword scriptures didn't have much of a future, when he suddenly remembered the sword scripture that Zuo Mo practiced was a 5-element sword scripture, so he quickly changed his wording. Hearing this, Zuo Mo instantly became excited. Coming from a sword sect, he instantly realized the value of the gray mud on his hands. If it is only used as material for flying swords, storekeeper, give a price. Zuo Mo said. The storekeeper hesitated and reported a price, 200 pieces of 3rd-grade Jingshi. As he finished, Su suddenly opened, 300 pieces of 3rd-grade Jingshi, can Mr. Zuo part with this? After several interactions with Zuo Mo, she had figured out his general personality. This guy was clear and hard to trick, but as long as there was enough money, he could be tempted. Okay. Without another word, Zuo Mo agreed. 300 pieces of 3rd-grade Jingshi was far beyond the price in his heart. The gray mud was just the waste from the 5-colored pagoda, and easy to get. Su was also crisp in handing over the Jingshi to give to Zuo Mo. Having Jingshi, Zuo Mo felt his heart rest. He sighed inside. As expected, with food in his hand, his heart wouldn't panic. 300 pieces of 3rd-grade Jingshi. It wasn't much, but it wasn't a small amount. However, in the 100 treasures flying pavilion, it was only enough to buy 1 talisman. Zuo Mo could only reluctantly leave. The stuff of the 100 treasure flying pavilion was good, but the price wasn't something normal people could pay. His goal was businesses with lower prices, for example, he roamed. Among the people that Zuo Mo knew, Fu Jin was a snakehead. His connections were complex and could always obtain things difficult to find. However, if it was mainstream materials, he didn't have any advantages. Hirong and Zuo Mo had worked together before, their working relationship was well established. When Hirong saw Zuo Mo, he was extremely surprised. He quickly gave a smile. "Zuo Yi coming to this little shop, it is our honor." Zuo Mo's name was like the sun right now, a hot commodity in the entire Sky Moon Jia. Hirong put himself extremely low. "Does boss he find me too old?" The first words that Zuo Mo said made Hirong's expression change, but his next words made him release a breath. Treating an old friend like this, it really is too courteous. "Just call me Xiao Zua." Hirong could not be blamed for being so nervous. Compared to before, Zuo Mo was someone that was famous in Dongfu. Businesspeople like Hirong saw even farther into the future. Wu Kong Sword Sect, who had 3 disciples of limitless potential and 4 Jindan experts, would definitely rise. Wu Kong Sword Sect was abnormally mysterious. No one knew what their conduct was like, so when outsiders faced them, they naturally were careful. Hirong was very experienced, and naturally went along with the flow, pretending to be familiar. Look, you call me he boss, but wanting me to call you Xiao Zua, this is not right. If we are brothers, just call me old he." Having received such fame, Zuo Mo's conduct did not seem different than before, without any pride. Thinking out the core disciples of those sects that he usually had relations with, Hirong couldn't help but sigh. If Wu Kong Sword Sect did not rise, then there was no justice in the world. "Haha, right. We have history," Zuo Mo said. He had interacted countless times before with Fu Jin and the others. He was very familiar with all this. Hirong pointed at Zuo Mo, smiling as he said, "I know you won't just come for nothing." "Say it, selling or buying?" Zuo Mo snicked. "Old he knows me so well. I'm planning on buying some 5-element materials." 5-element materials? Hirong had a puzzled expression. "What do you want that for?" He suddenly realized, "Right, my memory, you are also skilled in forging and dan making." Zuo Mo didn't explain, only smiling and saying, "I want to pick some materials strong in 5-element power, do you have any? Good kinds, or normal?" "Normal. Come with me." Hirong nodded and said to Zuo Mo, walking at the front. Hirong's store was composed of the front shop and the backyard. Zuo Mo followed him through the store into the backyard. Passing through the yard and into the inner compound, Zuo Mo finally noticed that the doorway to the compound was full of Jinji. Even with Zuo Mo's eyes, he couldn't help but be shocked. Some of these Jinji were extremely powerful, and confusion and illusory Jinji were countless. Just as he was puzzled, Hirong suddenly stopped. His hands cast multiple spells. A door of light appeared in front of them. "Come in." Hirong stepped inside the door first. Zuo Mo was curious and hurried to follow. Stepping inside the door of light, the space in front of him suddenly became vast. There were hundreds of 10 high shelves made from pinewood arranged into lines. The shelves were filled with all kinds of materials, and a strange odor wafting in the air. It was the first time Zuo Mo had seen something this spectacular. He thought inside that Hirong's business was much larger than he had imagined. Hirong did not show it, but he was not a simple character. Zuo Mo felt his steps were much lighter than usual. He made a sound and looked down at the ground. Hirong noticed Zuo Mo's shock. He smiled and said, "Brother Zuo must rarely come to the stores." He then explained, storage areas would usually have a light feather formation on the ground. The workers can float in the air, and it is convenient to fetch items. If they accidentally drop something, the item would not be damaged. Zuo Mo instantly understood, so that's why. His feet slightly used force and he was like a feather that floated into the air. What was even more particular was that he could freely adjust his direction in the air. The design was amazing. Hirong had a smile. He had the desire to show his strength when he decided to take Zuo Mo into the stores. Wu Kong Sword Sect would definitely rise in the future. In order to create a cooperative relationship with this kind of sect, strength was the base of cooperation. Here, all the 5-element materials are here. Pick whichever items you want. "Oh, I'll give you the best price." Hirong smiled. Giving a good price, but not free. Zuo Mo felt that was even more comfortable. "Then many thanks, old brother he." Zuo Mo's words were really from his heart. People who had strength could always more easily receive respect from others. Zuo Mo went into the materials and started to pick. His measure was very special. He didn't care about the grade of the material, what he needed was 5 elemental power. The 5-colored pagoda was not a picky eater. Right now, the 5-colored pagoda's primary goal was to recover its power, not to increase its level. He did not need to consider high-level materials. Also, in compliance with Zuo Mo's usual conduct, he decided to take the price to the extreme materials that were the cheapest and had the most 5-element power. Translator ramblings, Xiao Zuo means little Zuo. Rong was the person that Zuo Mo sold plants to. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 163 People don't do this. Chapter 163 People don't do this. Returning to the sect, Zuo Mo was very satisfied. He had come back with a huge pile of materials. When he thought of Rong's dumbstruck expression, he felt great. Almost as though he was robbing Rong, he had bought out many of the rarely used materials. 300 pieces of Jingshi was not a large sum, but to buy low-grade materials? It had great buying power. 5-colored berry leaf, first-grade material, containing rich 5 elemental power, but due to the mixture of 5 elemental power, it was only used at Dan formation for only a few kinds of Lingdan. 20 sprigs to a bundle. Each bundle sold for 10 pieces of second-grade Jingshi. Gold pattern snake fragrant grass, rich in gold element power, often used as an auxiliary material in tempering flying swords. It was considered a low-end material, due to the fact there were many substitutes for it. After the gold pattern snake fragrant grass was dried, it was pressed into bricks. 1 brick weighed 2 taels, the price was 5 pieces of second-grade Jingshi. Rainbow vine held a mixture of the 5 elements. The body of the vine was multicolored and was named for rainbow-like appearance. When added to a fire, it could increase the power of the fire. 10 caddies in a bundle, the price was 15 pieces of second-grade Jingshi. Piling all these materials he had brought into the yard, Silly Bird flew down from the roof and rooted around before flying back to the roof in disappointment. There clearly was no snack that she liked here. Zuo Mo was too lazy to pay attention to this wastrel that only knew how to eat and laze around. He summoned the 5-colored pagoda. It was lucky that GE had practiced Vajra Profound Sutra. Looking at the mountain of material, Zuo Mo took a breath and started Vajra Profound Sutra. As he started to work, he took of his top, revealing his golden ribs. The bundles of 5-colored berry grass was moved in groups of 10, the bricks of dried gold pattern snake fragrant grass went flying like rain, moving the 10 caddy bundles of rainbow vine was the most exhausting. Zuo Mo had turned into a manual laborer. In the yard, Zuo Mo sweated like rain, singing loudly, "Pagoda, you are a cow, what you eat is grass, what is squeezed from you is milk, ah and ah." The 5-colored pagoda appeared to be drunk as it swayed as it ate the materials. When the last piece of material was sucked into the pagoda, the 5-colored pagoda finally laid down with a thud. Zuo Mo froze. Not caring that he was half naked, he bent down and prodded the 5-colored pagoda which was on the ground. No response. It shouldn't have a problem from eating too much, right? He thought hesitantly. After a while, the 5-colored pagoda rolled around on the ground twice before swaying as it stood up. The stone in Zuo Mo's heart landed. He laughed heartlessly. "Ha, I had thought you were too full. So you still hadn't had enough." Maybe it was that it heard the words, the 5-colored pagoda suddenly shook. Splat, it spat out something and then dropped to the ground, rolling a few circles before becoming motionless. Zuo Mo was gleeful. Did it poop out the remnants again? What the little pagoda pooped out was Jingshi. But when he looked, he was greatly disappointed. This wasn't any remnant, it clearly was half a bundle of 5-colored berry leaf. He couldn't help but look in puzzlement and ask, "Lil Pagoda, is this not tasty?" The 5-colored pagoda shook, rolling away from Zuo Mo. On the rooftop, Silly Bird looked in sympathy at the 5-colored pagoda that was rolling around. Then she lowered her head to go back to preening her feathers. What Zuo Mo felt disappointed about was that Lil Pagoda didn't spit out any remnants this time. His plan of buying low and selling high failed. However, with large amounts of 5-element power, the 5-colored pagoda seemed to have recovered to a large extent, even though the sheen was not as bright as before. These materials were just low-grade materials. They were enough in terms of quantity, but in quality, it was still not enough. Zuo Mo was helpless. From the results of these two experiences, he concluded only high-level materials would yield remnants. Now, whenever Zuo Mo looked at the 5-colored pagoda would timidly shrink back. Zuo Mo said in a regretful tone, "Lil Pagoda, if you could poop after eating all this, how great would it be?" The 5-colored pagoda shook, continuously making sounds of throwing up. Back of Wu Kong Mountain. 5 people floated in midair. Under their feet, the valley was completely transformed. Finally done. Yanlu couldn't help but sigh. The other people were also tired. Wuling Sanren couldn't help but say, "Your sect has really spared no expense." Such an expanse, it is rare to see even in the restricted grounds of those large sections. His expression was extremely exhausted, but different from the others was that the exhaustion could barely disguise his excitement. The Jinji in front of him was created by 5 Jindan experts working together to destroy 5 mountain peaks, clearing out 5 mountain valleys, and chiseling out 9 deep springs. They had covered more than half of Wukong Mountains. If this wasn't considered a great work, then Sky Moon Jia had no great works. We've really bled blood for this boy. Even a person as composed as Pei Yuanran felt his heart was bleeding. Wuling Sanren's payment, countless materials. Almost half of Wu Kong Sword Sect's assets had been used up. Yanlu, who was in charge of the monies, had a terrible expression, gritting his teeth as he said, "The boy can slowly enjoy this." He turned and then said to Wuling Sanren with a slightly suspicious tone, "Are you sure he cannot solve it? The boy is very talented in formations." Wuling Sanren was so furious he almost left. Pei Yuanran hurriedly lectured Yanlu. "Do not be so impolite to Sanren." Yanlu twisted his mouth. Everyone was in Jindan, he wasn't afraid of Wuling Sanren. However, lectured by Shixiang, he didn't dare to speak again. Wuling Sanren's anger slightly calmed, a flush crossing his old face as he snorted. "It's not this one praising myself, this great formation was formed with the aid of you 4. This one had also applied all of the knowledge this one ever learned. The future is uncertain, but up until today, it is truly the greatest masterpiece this one has created. If us 5 Jindan cannot imprison a Zhuji, then we should just kill ourselves." Yanlu blushed as the other talked. He defended himself, "We don't want to imprison him inside, we just want him to practice the sword." "Don't worry." Wuling Sanren's eyes rolled. He snorted coldly, "This formation has layers of Jinji. To break though, there is only one way. That is, to practice the sword essence to the level of heart-turn sword essence. That is the only way to comprehend the intricacies involved and find the way out of the formation." That's good, that's good." Seeing the two descend into fighting, Pei Yuanran hurriedly smoothed over. Xin and Shi Fengron looked on coldly from the side. Wuling Sanren had not finished. "Friend Xian's sword essence is pure and sharp. This one has not seen one like it before. However, everyone has to be careful. If one enters the formation and has not comprehended to heart-turn sword essence, they cannot come out. To stop the boy from using his knowledge of formations to escape, this one has set up 18 levels of Jinji surrounding the formation. It is as solid as gold. If the 4 of you try to break the formation together, the formation would not stop you, but the person inside the formation would not escape death." The 4 of them started to hesitate. If the boy really could not solve the formation, if he encountered some danger inside, then they could do nothing about it. "Friends, do not worry too much. Inside the formation, this one had especially emptied out some life areas to allow him to rest. With his knowledge of formations, it should not be difficult to find these life areas. Even though you cannot enter the formation, but you can observe the inside the formation. This one has also left behind some small transportation doors so you can transfer in supplies." Xin suddenly opened, "I'll find him." Finishing, he disappeared. Zuo Mo rested lazily on the swing chair, idly soaking in the sun. The time to open the secret realm had been pushed back again and again. He didn't have much to do. The change in opening the secret realm had supposedly been at the request of many sect leaders. The help that the sword test conference had given the young Xiuzha was very large. The first thing many people had done when they had gone back to their sect was go into seclusion. Right now, many people still had not come out of seclusion. Asking for the secret realm opening time to be delayed was natural. Eldest Shixiang was still in seclusion. Luoli Shixiang had been hurried into the sword cave. Thinking about this, Zuo Mo found it quite strange. Luoli Shixiang was allowed to go to the sword cave, but why didn't the sect leaders and the others allow him to enter the sword cave? He didn't really care if he could go. What he cared about was that these recent days had been very peaceful. Xin Shirbua and the others hadn't bothered him. Thinking about the good that Xin Shirbua had said when he was recovering, Zuo Mo felt coldness come into his heart. Even if he was under the sun, he could not get rid of the cold. He had a strong feeling that this matter wouldn't easily conclude. There definitely was something waiting for him. Just at this time, he saw Xin descending from the skies. In an instant, Zuo Mo felt like he dropped into ice, his limbs went cold. Xin coldly snorted, his hand holding Zuo Mo up. Without another word, he flew into the sky. Second Sherbua flew extremely quickly, the harsh wind making Zuo Mo unable to open his eyes. Sherbua, where are we going? Zuo Mo tried to bear the strong wind and carefully asked. Cultivate the sword. Xin Yan was expressionless. Cultivate the sword? Zuo Mo's heart rested slightly. Good, it wasn't anything strange. Wasn't this going to the back of the mountain? Was Sherbua going to teach him about the sword in the back regions? Suddenly, Zuo Mo's body froze. Below him, a gigantic formation appeared in his vision. The formation that he had made in the sword test conference could only be called a small formation when compared to the formation in front of him. Did the sect have such a large formation? They didn't, he had come to this area many times before. Zuo Mo saw the sect leader, Yan Le Sherbua, master, and an old Taoist that he did not know. But why did their eyes seem slightly strange as they looked at him? Just as Zuo Mo was puzzled, Xin Yan Sherbua's hands suddenly relaxed. Ah! Zuo Mo shrieked. The wind howling in his ears, he was unable to control his body. Panicked, he hurriedly started the Vajra Profound Sutra. A golden figure fell from the sky and slammed into the ground. Boom! The earth shook as dirt was sent flying everywhere. A golden figure hit the dirt directly, leaving an indent in the shape of a person. Zuo Mo felt his organs had shifted from the impact. He dazedly opened his eyes and struggled to get up as he spit up mud. Lucky that GE had practiced. He hissed in pain. His body felt like it was going to break. Even though his Vajra Profound Sutra had reached the level of red lotus flowing gold, it still hurt when he dropped from such a height. But he was slightly reassured. Since he had eaten dirt, then this matter should pretty much be concluded, he thought inside. Where was this? This wasn't right. In front of him, sword essences roiled about, flowing in layers as dense as a forest, unable to be avoided. Zuo Mo wanted to cry. People don't do this. Translator ramblings, don't ever leave your children with Zuo Mo, he will stuff them so full they will puke. For those that had been waiting for the elders to get their own back, it has started. An alternate title for the chapter should be You Can't Do This. In this chapter, Zuo Mo calls both Wei Sheng and Luo Li Shixiang. Wei Sheng is unshakable in his position as eldest Shixiang, goodbye, Jin Shang, but Luo Li has already mentioned that he still thinks that he can compete with Zuo Mo for the position of second. However, despite higher cultivation and longer time spent with the sect, Zuo Mo has beat him twice, and in the eyes of the public, Zuo Mo is second ranked among the disciples. Zuo Mo hasn't really switched around yet, but public perspective differs from his view. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 164 Sword Essence Formation. Chapter 164 Sword Essence Formation. Just as Zuo Mo was gaping in befuddlement, outside of the formation Wu Ling Sanrun was amazingly smug. This formation is composed with our 4 sword essences positioned at the cardinal points. Friend Xin Yan's sword essence is the strongest and guards the center. The 9 Ling springs are the passages through the entire formation, allowing the sword essence to regenerate itself. The 5 sword essences create destruction between themselves. It is impossible to find the one living change when you have not reached the level of heart-turned sword essence. Even if one is in Jin Dan, if their sword essence is not high enough, it is impossible. Trying to break through the formation with brute force is seeking death. Pei Yuan Ran praised, the formation that Sanrun has set up is amazing. To use sword essences in a formation, this one has never heard of it. Wu Ling Sanrun was very proud inside, but he did not lose his calm, modestly saying, if it wasn't for the requirements of your sect, this one wouldn't have thought of such a method. He then sighed. That day when I was a judge, I saw Zuo Mo's battle. Truthfully, this one was very shocked, but friend Xin Yan is right, we sword Shio must practice the sword. But I haven't thought that your sect would spend so much for one disciple. To be from such a sect, Zuo Mo was very fortunate. Pei Yuan Ran shook his head. Money and talismans are important, but what is most important are people. The people are present, so the sect is present. The people are strong, then the sect is strong. Since he is a disciple of our sect, then this matter is our duty. We only hope that he would wake and return to the right path as early as possible, as to not waste our efforts. The other 3 had stern expressions. Wu Ling Sanrun felt a deep sense of respect for these elders. Sect leader Pei, do not worry. This boy is intelligent and certainly will understand your efforts. Pei Yuan Ran laughed. If Sanrun did not help this time, we wouldn't know what to do. This guy really is a headache. No matter. After being tempered, he would understand. There are 10,000 paths in the work, but only cultivating the sword is the true path. One sword breaks all moves. All his tricks are just like paper in front of sword essences. Wu Sanrun said proudly. He dared to say something like this, not because he had such confidence in his formation, but strong confidence in these four people's sword essences. He had heard rumors about the four elders of Wu Kong Sword Sect. Yan Lu was skilled in management, Shi Fengrong specialized in dan-making, and sect leader Pei Yuan Ran did not involve himself in worldly affairs. He had heard the reputation of the Ice Dragon sword, but never had personally seen it, so he hadn't felt anything. Only during the construction of this formation did he experience how deep the roots of Wu Kong Sword Sect were. They far surpassed anyone's imagination. Of the 5 show present, his sword essence was the weakest. This made him feel a sense of embarrassment. He had rarely seen a sword essence as strong and terrifying as Xian Yan's, which surpassed many of those so-called experts. Originally, he had been worried the 4 sword essences would not be pure enough and would destabilize the formation. Now, he understood he had underestimated them. With Xian Yan's sword essence, which guarded the center, this big formation was as solid as rock and was unable to be destroyed. This formation was stronger than any other formation he had ever made. Even Jindan experts would be unable to escape unscathed if they attacked this formation and were attacked in return by the pure sword essences left by these 5 shio. His only regret was that such a strong formation was to imprison a disciple in just Juji. This did not allow him to feel a sense of accomplishment. However, to be able to use this chance to form a relationship with Wu Kong Sword Sect, he was naturally very willing. He was full of confidence about Wu Kong Sword Sect's future after seeing these 4 people's terrifying power. The elders were strong and cared about nurturing their disciples. These disciples were also geniuses. Such a sect, he really couldn't think of a reason it would not prosper. Pei Yuan Ran saw that everyone's faces were extremely tired and smiled. This boy really has caused great trouble for us usually. Now, let him go enjoy it himself. Let's go, we can rest. Sanrun can get a taste of my Ling tea. Wu Sanrun hurriedly agreed. Zuo Mo was completely ignorant that the elders had left. He didn't dare to move. He was too familiar with the enormous dragon moving in front of him. He had been sliced by this thing countless times. Second Sherb was sword essence. Gritting his teeth, Zuo Mo suddenly raised his voice to wail, "Master! Disciple was wrong. This disciple will definitely change, let this disciple out." Master might look cold, but she was very concerned about him. If he begged, maybe Master's heart would soften and let him out. After shouting until his throat had gone raw, there was no movement from outside the formation. Bitter water rose in Zuo Mo's heart like a flood. His little heart floated in bitterness. Up until now, he still did not understand what he had done wrong to make the sect leader and the others so furious. As he shouted, his feet didn't dare to move. The dragon in front of him freely moved around, never too far from him. The cold and indifferent eyes would occasionally sweep across his body. He felt that he was cold from head to toe. He did not doubt that if he moved the slightest, the dragon claw of this dragon would gently swipe and he would be torn to pieces, flesh flying, and lose his life. This thing was the true essence. He wanted to cry as he shuddered. Only when he truly faced Second Sherbua's ice dragon did he experience how great the difference was between Pu Yao's fake sword essence and the real one. Terror, instinctive terror rose from his heart. No matter how he suppressed it, terror was like a yaoweed grass that could not be stopped, furiously growing through his heart. After warily standing for an hour, the dragon moved away. But Zuo Mo instantly understood the look that it gave right before leaving. "I'll come back." When the dragon disappeared completely, the terrifying pressure also disappeared. The land was empty as though nothing had happened. At this time, Zuo Mo lost his nervousness and started to scan the surroundings. He quickly understood he was in the middle of a formation. Thinking about the astoundingly large formation he had seen from the air, he shuddered. Did the sect leader and the others want to kill him? He had just been sighing in amazement at how big the formation was. He hadn't thought that he would be thrown into the formation by Second Sherbua. He had to admit he underestimated the rage Second Sherbua had towards him. His mind recovering, Zuo Mo thought about how his wailing had not received a response and instantly understood that the sect leaders and the others truly wanted him to suffer. It wasn't that he hadn't thought before what punishment Second Sherbua and the others would give him. Getting beaten, house arrest, or special training, he had prepared himself mentally. But after all those calculations, who would have thought that Second Sherbua did something even more severe? Even if Zuo Mo didn't understand formations, he would be able to see the extraordinary nature of the formation, and he did have some knowledge of formations. Just one look and he could detect the strength of the person who set up the formation was much higher than his. This kind of difference was not just in one area, but in all areas, including cultivation, understanding of formations, sword essences, etc. etc. Zuo Mo looked into the surroundings. He was clear that the sect leader and the others definitely wouldn't take his life, they just wanted him to suffer a bit. But this formation. Very dangerous. Very, very dangerous. Zuo Mo swallowed. In a few short steps, the shock in his heart increased. Each step was full of killing intent. Damn it! Zuo Mo want to swear. Even the ground was permeated with fine and dense sword essences that disregarded the shoes on his feet and needled into the soles. It was like he was walking on a board covered with needles, each step left his feet full of pain. It was not just that. The air in front of him looked harmless, but if he moved, the disturbance of the air would naturally form layers of sword essence around him. These sword essences were like fine icicles, slicing Zuo Mo who was in the middle. They couldn't do this. Zuo Mo wailed inside. Just how big of an offense had he made to make Master and the others so furious? Staying in his original spot, he could only wait for the dragon to come back, that was too dangerous. He gritted his teeth and started, Vajra Profound Sutra. Right now, his Vajra Profound Sutra was at red lotus flowing gold, hard to wound by normal flying swords. Lucky that GE had practiced it. Zuo Mo rejoiced inside. Wukong Hall, Pei Yuan ran and the other four idly drank Ling tea. Haha, that boy definitely would use Vajra Profound Sutra. Yan Le snickered and glanced at Xin Yen who was drinking without speaking a word. Second Shixiang really thought of everything, even planning for Vajra Profound Sutra, but Sword Shio only cultivate the sword. Xin Yen said frigidly. He sipped, and then added, not the body. This boy really is terrible, he only just walks the wrong paths. Shi Fengrong's face was angry. Her disciple had made everyone feel a headache, and used up so much wealth, she kept on feeling angry. Making him cultivate the body was so he could have something to save his life. He's great. He just silently practices it to the 4th level. Getting him to learn formations, it's so he can learn more about dan making, so he has a secondary profession, and wouldn't have trouble making his living. This little brat just sinks into formations, and doesn't know to progress, his side job becoming his main profession. His main profession actually went backwards. Vent up to this point, she felt very uncomfortable. It's all my fault. I'd been remiss in teaching him. That's why he walked onto the wrong path. Wu Ling Sanrun hurriedly comforted. Sure, Xianzi is overly blaming yourself. Young people always are tempted by new things. That's normal. Which sect doesn't have 1 or 2 disciples like this? As the elders, we can only slowly guide them. Sanrun is right. Shimmy, don't be sad. Pei Yuan Ran also comforted. Yan Le snickered. That boy can just keep suffering. I've been finding his Vajra Profound Sutra an eyesore for a long time. Red Lotus Flowing Gold, he thinks he's a Diana? Even Diana lose when they face us. He needs to understand all his tricks are just garbage. None of the other 4 objected to Yan Li's words. They all had a matter-of-face expression. The pride of Sword Shio came from thousands of years of holding a ruling position, they were unshakable. Zuo Mo didn't think that his actions would have been completely planned for by the elders. Just as he activated the Vajra Profound Sutra, the sword essences which had been like icicles suddenly became sharks that tasted blood and flooded towards him from all the surrounding areas. Bring bring bring! Whoosh whoosh whoosh! Different howls of sword essences filled Zuo Mo's ears like the earth was breaking, the sky was changing color. The sudden change made Zuo Mo freeze. He dazedly looked at the air that had turned turbulent, looked at the howls created by the sky full of sword essences, at the sword essences that flooded at him from all around. What was this? Translator ramblings. So over on our /novel translations, someone said that Wu Kong Sword Sect was a sect in decline. It would be more accurate to say that Wu Kong Sword Sect was a sect that had declined after its first years after founding, reached the bottom in the generation before Pei Yuan Ran and the others, and are on their way back up again. The 4 elders lived in a one Jindan sect which is not very strong compared to other sections. Most of the sect's present wealth and assets, excluding Wukong Mountain and the Sword Cave, most likely was accumulated by these 4 over time. I have to say that their master, and Zuo Mo's grand master, was both super lucky and skilled to have taught 4 outstanding disciples. The elders in Wukong Sword Sect remained low-key until Wei Shang, and kept its numbers small so people in Dongfu did not know it very well. That doesn't mean it is not a strong sect. It's not wealthy, like Lingying sect, and it does not have a power base and connections like Dongfu Hall does. Wukong Sword Sect's rise is the 4 Jindan, and the 3 second-generation disciples it now has. This is why people think Wukong Sword Sect is going to prosper. Of course, this is all relative to Sky Moon Jia, which is in the backwaters. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 165 Wu Kong Expansion. Chapter 165 Wu Kong Expansion. After drinking tea, and having the dense Ling energy fill them, everyone felt their body become relaxed and their exhaustion began to disappear. Pei Yuan Ran said, "It's probably time. Let's go and see how the boy is." Everyone loudly agreed to this suggestion. The five of them traveled together to the back of Wu Kong Mountain. In front of the formation, the five took a look and laughed. That boy is really slippery. How could he not have found the life area? Yan Le pointed at the formation, roaring with laughter. Inside the formation, Zuo Mo was in a sorry state. His clothing was ripped. He had clearly suffered. Having bled for this, Yan Le felt extremely good. Not just him, even Pei Yuan Ran and the others felt very good. The four of them were all Jin Dan, yet they couldn't do anything against this Juji boy. They had accumulated a lot of anger. If they threatened, there was the probability that this boy would run and join another sect. Temptation? This brat was the wealthiest person in Wu Kong Mountain. Looking at this brat in such a sorry state, they felt they hadn't wasted their efforts. Wuling Sanrun also laughed. Zuo Mo is very talented in formations. It is not hard for him to find the life area. He noted and then decided not to involve himself. It was better to leave early. This was a matter for their sect. He could see that Zuo Mo had limitless potential. If the other discovered who had created the formation, they might come and create trouble for him. He wouldn't be able to bear it. The more he thought, the more he found it likely. Zuo Mo didn't look like a generous person. He hurriedly said, "Since the matter is concluded, this one will bid you all farewell. There are still some affairs in the sect that this one has to take care of. If this one has free time in the future, this one will come again." Pei Yuan Ran and the others naturally tried to keep him, but seeing that Wuling Sanrun was being very determined, they did not stop him. As for the payment, they had paid it already. Wuling Sanrun bowed with folded hands and quickly vanished into the horizon. Pei Yuan Ran and the others did not care. The road of cultivation was very long. Coming and going was very normal. Shifeng Rong looked at Zuo Mo, who was in a terrible state, and suddenly said, "If Zuo Mo cannot get out, wouldn't he be unable to enter the secret realm?" Pei Yuan Ran did not find it important. The secret realm is a small matter. There are just a few good treasures. All that is received are material items. With Zuo Mo's talent, as long as he is willing to focus on practicing the sword, those material items aren't worth anything. If it comes down to it, we will compensate him. Pei Yuan Ran's answer made Shifeng Rong satisfied. At the side, Yan Le twisted his mouth, but did not speak. He didn't dare to offend Fourth Shimmy. Xin Yan was like a statue, coldly staring at Zuo Mo inside the formation. Zuo Mo was very terrible at the moment. Not one part of his clothing was whole. He stared with trepidation at a place not far away. That dragon was coldly and proudly moving by, its gaze occasionally sweeping across his body. He hadn't thought the sect leader and the others had even planned for the use of the Yivajra Profound Sutra. Even now, when he thought about the terrifying experience he just had, he felt his head prickle, his body cold. Countless sword essences had charged at him like a crowd of hungry sharks, each one wanting to rip off a piece of flesh. His pitiful, Vajra Profound Sutra, even if it had already reached Red Lotus flowing gold, it was destroyed in an instant. If it wasn't that his consciousness was outstanding, if he hadn't studied the Kunlu Introductory Formations Jade Scroll, and that he had deepened his understanding of formations, then he would have drowned in the countless sword essences. He had stumbled and crawled to find this little area of safety. As long as he didn't step outside of this circle that was 3 zhang in diameter, nothing would happen to him. This little circle finally allowed Zuo Mo to believe that the sect leader and the others didn't want to kill him. However, this great formation was really terrifying. Zuo Mo looked warily at the dragon that was prancing outside, not daring to move at all. Outside the formation, Pei Yuan Ran looked and then said, "Let's go. The boy won't cry unless he has one foot in the grave. He can slowly be ground down." In their eyes, Zuo Mo was greedy and wretched, and his personality was extremely stubborn. He certainly wouldn't admit defeat so easily. They knew this all too well, which was why they had spared no expense in creating such a big formation. This was their preparation for a long battle. The four left, without a worry, planning on coming back in a few days. The formation looked dangerous, but in reality, it was very safe. Inside the formation, was Zuo Mo someone who would let himself be wounded? Outside the formation, he didn't have to worry about enemies or wild beasts. A formation that even they could not break. In all of Sky Moonjia, there definitely would not be more than 3 people who might be able to break through. Pei Yuanran was even considering if they could change the formation after Zuo Mo came out. In the future, it could work as the restricted grounds for the sect. With the protection of the sect, there was no question of safety. Zuo Mo used his consciousness to sweep through the surrounding space. He had already decided, if the sect leader came to ask him if he knew he was wrong and if he would change, he wouldn't hesitate in surrendering. He had to bow to the circumstances. Sect leader. If you say kill, we definitely won't set a fire. If you said east, we definitely wouldn't walk west. Heroes were people that recognized the circumstances, Zuo Mo comforted himself. Yet what he did not realize was the sect leader and the others overestimated his stubbornness. Zuo Mo, who had been waiting to surrender for several days, didn't even see the shadow of the sect leader and the others. He had to face a problem. There was no water and food. How could he have predicted that a calamity such as this would occur? His ring was almost empty. Under the effect of the Jinji inside the formation, he was not able to even use little art of cloud and rain. Naturally, he didn't have any water. It was fine if he didn't have food. But without water, then it was bad. He licked his dry lips. He could smell the water power in the air. He was certain the big formation definitely had water sources like springs. However, the outside was empty, the dragon was not present, but Zuo Mo was not happy. He knew when he walked out of the life area, he would be surrounded by sword essences. But he still decided to try. If he didn't act, he would never be able to walk outside of the formation. At this time, he finally understood the malicious intentions of the elders. They wanted him to charge into the formation. Wasn't it just charging through? Zuo Mo boldened his heart and left the life area. Outside the sect, Pei Yuanran and the others released a breath. They had never thought that Zuo Mo would just stay inside the life area for the last few days and had never come out. They had originally planned on sending some water and food in. But seeing Zuo Mo retreating into the life area and not come out, looking as though he was waiting to stand off against them, they instantly let go of their intentions to send food and water in. The boy finally came out. Pei Yuanran said. Yan Lo nodded. He clearly was relieved. This guy is definitely one of the most wretched disciples in the sect. I guess that if we didn't cut off his food and water, he probably would just stay in the life area to wait it out, wait until the formation collapses. Shi Fengrong was somewhat unhappy. Third Shixiong, weren't you the same when you were young? Yan Le choked and instantly became silent. Xin Yan unblinkingly stared at Zuo Mo inside the formation. Inside, he also was relieved. He had been afraid as well that Zuo Mo would just sit in passive resistance. He believed that the guy could definitely do something like that. However, since Zuo Mo had walked out, they instantly paid attention. They were very curious how Zuo Mo would respond. This brat might not walk on the right path, but he had an endless bag of tricks that was always surprising. Walking out of the life grounds, Zuo Mo instantly felt the tearing from the sword essences in the air, the prickling from the ground. However, he didn't dare use Vajra Profound Sutra this time, only gritted his teeth and bore the pain as he slowly moved in the direction of water. Outside the formation, Xin Yan suddenly opened. He's finding water. The other 3 understood, a smile coming onto their faces. When Wu Ling Sanrun had been setting up the formation, he had already considered this point. It was not difficult to find a water source inside the formation, but it was not easy to resupply himself. Zuo Mo bore the pain, his consciousness sweeping around to search for a source of water. He found the slower he moved, the lower the threat the surrounding sword essences posed. So, with turtle speed, he slowly moved in the direction of water. A short journey, he used up 4 whole hours. Outside the formation, the elders had long lost their patience and left. There were many things they had to take care of at the moment, and this period of time was extremely important for Wu Kong Sword Sect. Wu Kong Sword Sect had shown in the sword test conference, and naturally walked to the front of the stage. It was not appropriate to remain as low-key as they did before. They needed to adjust the plan for the entire sect. Countless eyes were focused on Wu Kong Sword Sect. This period would be the greatest transformation of Wu Kong Sword Sect in recent times. Reputation, status, they had that. What they needed to fight for was the benefits that came with it. Wu Kong Sword Sect's rise would certainly affect some sections. The fighting that would occur would be very harsh. Pei Yuanran and the others were not kind and generous people. Once they finalized their plan, they moved lightning fast and without any hesitation. In the time span of several nights, Wu Kong Sword Sect continuously defeated 3 sections. Even though it was 3 small sects, but people were still able to see a great beast slowly opening his jaws. As expected, Wu Kong Sword Sect did not stop their expansion. In the next 7 days, all the smaller sects surrounding Wu Kong Sword Sect were merged into Wu Kong Sword Sect. Pei Yuan Ran's conduct was just and authoritative. Xi Yan Yan was invincible in battle. Yan Lu was clever and experienced. Shi Feng Ron's battle strength was not ordinary, and her skill in dan-making was unrivaled in Dong Fu. The four cooperated well, with great trust between them. Even though many small sects had been absorbed, but the inner management of Wu Kong Sword Sect did not become disordered, the sect was disciplined and efficient in its restructuring. This was a battle. There were negotiations behind the scenes, and naturally fighting in the open. In one night, Xi Yan Yan defeated 7 experts, shaking Sky Moon Jie. It was that battle which completely established the fame of Ice Dragon Sword, and also greatly increased the rate the Wu Kong Sword Sect expanded. Under such a situation, Pei Yuan Ran and the others had no attention to spare for Zuo Mo trapped inside the formation. They only ordered Li Yingfeng to regularly send in water and food, as well as jade scrolls. Of course, it was only Eversword scripture jade scrolls. The pitiful Zuo Mo had encountered a big problem. Translator ramblings, different perspectives are so interesting. Before you guys commented, I never realized that the elders never explicitly told Zuo Mo what he should do. From Pei Yuan Ran taking him into the sect, Zuo Mo knew that he needed to make Jingshi, so he decided to become a Ling plant farmer, to now, where he still wants Jingshi, no one really said to him, "Hey, Zuo Mo, you need to be a sword show, otherwise, people can steal Jingshi from you." Also, this chapter covers a bit of a time skip, so please be aware of that because the next chapter starts at the other side. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 166 This land is great. Chapter 166 This land is great. Zuo Mo stared at the purple vine that was growing wildly. The purple vines were about the thickness of a finger, smooth and strong. There were strings of small blue flowers on the vine, giving the appearance of being both serene and elegant. The vine did not have any supports yet naturally grew in midair. Hiss, Zuo Mo sucked in a breath. His body was covered in small wounds. He was full of wariness as he stared at the purple vine. He could sense a familiar taste within the vine. Manifestation. The purple vine was Master's sword essence. Damn it. His gaze passed between the vines to look at the spring that was bubbling with water. He unconsciously licked his dry lips. Even though water and food would be sent into the formation at regular intervals, the amount was not enough to satisfy his needs. After wasting so many days, he had pretty much grasped this damned formation. His heart was very cold. He didn't know what master the sect leader had hired to set up this formation, but his skills were amazing. Zuo Mo had never thought about constructing a formation with sword essences. When he realized this, he didn't dare believe his own judgment. What made him feel even more hopeless was the 5 sword essences inside the formation were all sword essence manifestations. Damn it! A formation created by 5 Jindan experts for him to suffer through. Did the sect leader and the others have nothing else to do? Zuo Mo cursed again and again inside. He had suffered greatly in the formation ever since he entered. His body was covered in wounds. With the 5 sword essence manifestations guarding the formation, just the ripples that were released were enough to grind him into powder. If he even tried to use the Vajra Profound Sutra, the fine sword essences would flood towards him. Zuo Mo felt very depressed. In the beginning, who was it that wanted him to practice Vajra Profound Sutra? Each location that had water was guarded by a sword essence. Sect leader's sword essence was a mountain peak, high and solid. Zuo Mo felt his heart shudder after taking a look. The heavy presence made him unable to breathe. He had turned and ran away. He hadn't thought that the sect leader would also be so powerful. Yan Lesherbo's sword essence was a wild snow fox. The slender figure was a great contrast to Sherbo. If it wasn't for the slyness in its eyes, he would have doubted whose sword essence it was. Master's sword essence was a purple vine. Since he had never seen Master fight, he had been hoping to try his luck. The result, strings of blue flowers exploded simultaneously, each turning to a rain of flowers that surrounded Zuo Mo. He finally tasted what it was like to be cut by 1,000 knives. The last sword essence was very unfamiliar to him. It was like a Bagua formation, and revolved relentlessly. It was the first time Zuo Mo saw such a strange sword essence. However, after interacting with sword essences every day, he managed to grasp some insights. This Bagua sword essence might look extraordinary, but it was the weakest of the 5 sword essences. Yet with Zuo Mo's pitifully low cultivation, he couldn't handle it even though it was the weakest Bagua sword essence. The few life areas inside the formation were the only places he could rest. Zuo Mo could only dejectedly retreat back to the life area. However, he hadn't suffered these days for nothing. Certain areas were not dangerous unless he entered. This sword essence formation seemed to emphasize imprisonment, not killing. Otherwise, the 5 sword essences only needed to move on their own and everything inside the formation would turn to dust. At regular intervals, items would be sent into the formation. Water, grains, ginger, lingdan, sword scriptures, etc., etc. Especially sword scriptures. Did the elders want to move the entire records room into the formation? At this time, he finally understood that he wouldn't be getting out soon. Not being able to decipher why the elders were so angry, Zuo Mo was too lazy to think. Since he was here, he would stay here. After slowly becoming accustomed to it, he was full of curiosity towards the big formation. He had never seen such a powerful formation before. To be able to experience it personally, wasn't it the best way to learn? Thinking like this, Zuo Mo instantly found the days were not so hard. Other than the wondrous aspects of the formation itself, the 5 sword essence manifestations were also exposed to him without any disguise. There were many things he could study and copy. Zuo Mo had comprehended sword essence a long time ago. It had stopped because he had not spent effort after that. Now that he had examples, if he didn't grasp the chance, he would be too dumb. This land was great. The formation and the sword essences couldn't directly teach him, but Zuo Mo had his own methods. He retreated back into the life area. Not far away, the dragon slowly and idly moved its gigantic body. Zuo Mo was even able to see the ice-like scales on its body. He snickered, raised his hand, and threw a rock at the ice dragon. Pew pew pew. The little rock was instantly ground to dust by the countless fine sword essences in the air. Even the dust was unable to reach the dragon. But the dragon clearly became provoked by Zuo Mo's challenge. It roared and the entire formation shook. Zuo Mo stared at the enraged dragon with terror and excitement. The strong presence made him tremble uncontrollably, but he stared with wide unblinking eyes. The furious dragon started to rampage inside the formation. Dirt and stones flew into the air. The sword essences were like the pack of wolves that heard the call of its alpha and exploded forth. The dragon twisted its enormous body, all the scales on its body turning into countless sharp icy sword essences that shot into the surroundings. Too domineering. Zuo Mo could feel the peerless power inside the formation, could feel each sword essence, no matter how small it was so whole and complete. There was an extremely complex relationship between each sword essence, so wondrous it was almost unimaginable. The tide. Zuo Mo once again saw the tide. Every time the dragon twisted, the sword essence would move on the body that was constructed out of countless sword essences. Pure power passed through the layers as though it was a tide. Too powerful. Zuo Mo's teeth were chattering. Even though he was in the life area, but in front of absolute power, he felt he was so minuscule. But he endured it, even if his teeth were chattering, his body shaking, he used all his power to keep his eyes open and on the dragon, not willing to miss any detail. Second Sherb's sword essence was the last one that he was facing, because it was the strongest sword essence out of the 5, but Sect Leader Sherb's sword essence was as heavy as a mountain, Third Sherb's sword essence as sly as a fox, Master's sword essence as serene as a vine, and that unknown expert's sword essence was unending like a formation. After experiencing the 4 sword essences, Zuo Mo had thought he could face Second Sherb's sword essence. But only now, facing it directly, did he understand why Second Sherb's sword essence was at the center. Because it was the strongest, and not just by a bit. Zuo Mo could not understand how someone's sword essence could reach such a terrifying step. In the 5 sword essences, Zuo Mo had thought he would be the most familiar with Second Sherb's Ice Dragon sword essence. Now, he knew he was wrong, and terribly wrong. He had never truly understood the Ice Dragon sword essence, he hadn't even touched the surface. Even the moonchime soundstorm of the Skyring moonchime formation was worthless in front of Second Sherb's Ice Dragon sword essence. His legs were nailed to the ground. As long as he stayed within the life area, the dragon could not harm him. Even though he knew this, he still felt his courage quickly drain away. Stand your ground. In the next 10 days, he continued to challenge the dragon every day. Even Wu Ling Sanrun, who had created the formation, would not have thought that Zuo Mo would use such a shameless tactic. No matter how wondrous the formation was, it was a formation, and required Ling power to sustain itself. Zuo Mo continuously challenging the dragon and causing the dragon to go into a rage quickly increased the drain of Ling power by the formation. Of course, if Zuo Mo wanted to use this method to escape, then he would have to wait a few years. What Zuo Mo was happy about was that, as the Ling power of the Great Formation was expended, some places that were hidden were gradually exposed. Now, he was in even less of a rush. He continuously teased all 5 sword essences each day. For one, he could have made a better study and comprehend the sword essence. His other purpose was to run down the Ling power of the formation. No matter how talented he was just as Yuji. Some of the higher-level transformations were far out of the range of his understanding and he could not learn it. But some of the lower and basic changes of the formation were more valuable to him. The sword essence was the same. There never was the best, only the most appropriate. It was like there was no time in the formation. He forgot time. It was like he had landed in a treasure trove, there were too many treasures waiting for him to dig up and discover. He became enchanted. Zuo Mo's upper body was bare. As he looked around, his eyes were clear. He looked at the dragon nearby. The dragon was just as proud, but the sheen of the dragon was much dimmer than before. Suddenly, Zuo Mo felt some reluctance. He had spent every day with the essence for more than half a year. Even though he knew it was not alive, Zuo Mo still would miss it. Today, he decided to organize everything he had learned. It was time for him to leave the formation. Right now, the life area that Zuo Mo was in had gone from 3 zhang to 10 zhang. This space was modified by what Zuo Mo had comprehended about the formation. Having decided to make an end, Zuo Mo was not in a hurry. He sat down in meditation, forgetting everything else. A long time later, he opened his eyes, the light inside a fraction brighter than before. The water drop sword was in front of him as he sunk deeply into thought. Half a year's worth of time, the changes to Wu Kong Sword Sects were enough to make people gape. The present Wu Kong Sword Sect was the largest sect in Dongfu. It had absorbed almost all the sects in Dongfu. It also squeezed its way into becoming one of the top 3 large sects in Skymoonjia, clearly one of the new grand sections. 3 months ago, Wei Sheng had come out of seclusion, and Luoli had returned from the Sword Cave. The addition of the 2 people had increased the offensive power of Wu Kong Sword Sect. Following Xin Yen, they battled in all directions. Wu Kong Sword Sect's power expanded at astounding speed. All of Skymoonjia's eyes were focused on this newly rising sect. If it was in the past, Wu Kong Sword Sect's conduct would have caused great resistance. Many other sects would have interfered. However, everyone was only watching, and no one was interfering because of one piece of news. The news that bloody Sky Metropolis Jia had collapsed seemed to have grown wings as it passed through all of Skymoonjia. Some small sects merged into Wu Kong Sword Sect of their own volition. It was much cooler under a large tree. No matter what, Wu Kong Sword Sect had 4 Jindan experts. Xin Yen had taken Wei Shang and Luoli to fight outside. Yen Luo was continuously traveling to the other sects, spreading Wu Kong Sword Sect's respects and desire for friendly relations. In charge of the whole plan was Pei Yuan Ran, who was terribly busy. Even Shi Feng Rome had to come out of the Dan room to help Pei Yuan Ran. Just at this time, light streamed up at the back of Wukong Mountain. Translator ramblings, yes, a lot of you were right. Would Zuo Mo ever docilely follow the path left for him? On the other hand, it isn't his fault. Who was the one that trapped him with a formation? Like yes, sword essences, but sword essences formation. Really, wasting the energy of the formation is much easier to do than having to comprehend sword essence to a higher level. The elders should have asked for a warranty from Wuling Sanrun, heart-turn sword essence or 50% back. Wukong Sword Sect is now big, and getting bigger. Wei Sheng and Luoli are the poster children for Wukong Sword Sect. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 167, the places are the same, the people are not. Chapter 167, the places are the same, the people are not. While walking along the path, he didn't see any people along the way. It wasn't until he had reached the mouth of the path that he saw 4 other disciples. However, Zuo Mo didn't recognize any of them. What shocked him even more was all 4 of the disciples were in Juji, and one of them had an even deeper in cultivation than headed. Who were these people? Why had they come to the back of the mountain of his sect? Zuo Mo was on his guard. When the 4 disciples saw Zuo Mo, they first paused and then bowed simultaneously, calling out, "Greetings to Zuo Shixiang," but Zuo Shixiang? Had the sect taken in new disciples recently? Zuo Mo was puzzled but asked without showing a hint of confusion, "Everyone looks unfamiliar. Why did you all enter Wukong Sword Sect?" The person with the deepest cultivation among the 4 stepped forward and said respectfully, "We used to be Wei Sword Sect disciples. 2 months ago, we formally entered the sect and have received orders from the sect leader to guard the back mountain." Zuo Mo's puzzlement increased upon hearing this. He asked curiously, if you were Wei Sword Sect disciples, then why would you consider entering our sect? The four exchanged looks and smiled. The leader explained. Xixiang was in seclusion and may not know the dramatic changes within the sect. Not just Wei Sword Sect, but almost half of the sects around Dongfu have merged into our sect. Zuo Mo gaped. The four saw Zuo Mo was blanking but didn't dare disturb him. They might all have nearly the same level of cultivation, but the difference in status was enormous. The sect leader wasn't known to be someone who was nepotistic, but it was unavoidable that the status of the original Wu Kong Sword Sect disciples would rise with their expansion. Even more, Zuo Mo wasn't just any Wu Kong Sword Sect disciple, he was one of the core disciples. According to the other original Wu Kong Sword Sect disciples, Zuo Mo's position was even above Luoli Xixiang. They didn't dare to offend him. At the sword test conference, Zuo Mo had become very famous. Everyone remembered his trademark zombie face. The four of them had recognized him with nothing more than a glance. Only now did they realize that the back of the mountain was Zuo Mo's place of seclusion. From when they had been ordered to guard this place, they had been curious what was so special about the back of the mountain that the sect leader would send 4 people to guard it. At regular intervals, eldest Shiji Liang Feng would come, but still nothing was ever mentioned. As they stopped speaking, countless sword energies flew in from all over. At the front was sect leader Pei Yuan Ran and Shi Fengrong. The light of Zuo Mo coming out of the formation had alarmed all of Wukong Mountain. When Pei Yuan Ran saw Zuo Mo, his brows imperceptibly creased but resumed normal. At his side, Shi Fengrong had a happy expression. When the 4 people guarding the back mountain saw Pei Yuan Ran and Shi Fengrong, they were shocked and hurriedly bowed. The 4 of them were once again reconsidering the importance of Zuo Mo to the elders. You finally came out of seclusion. Not bad. Pei Yuan Ran warmly said, your master has been impatient. It's good that you came out. Shi Fengrong was extremely fond of this disciple that was full of talent but also a cause for headache. The rims of her eyes turned red. Zuo Mo's nose instantly felt sore. He was very moved. He properly bowed, Master. After talking for a while with Zuo Mo, the sect leader left. There were too many things he had to do. Shi Fengrong accompanied Zuo Mo back to his little west windyard. Just as they reached the mouth of the valley, a ball of white shadow slammed into Zuo Mo. Caught unaware, Zuo Mo was thrown to the ground. Silly bird. Silly bird nudged and snuggled with her head. Zuo Mo scolded, you silly bird. But inside, his heart was warmed. The little west windyard did not seem different than before. There should have been people who came to clean. Having perceived Zuo Mo's befuddlement, Shi Fengrong said with a slight smile, at the beginning, Xiaoguo came to clean every day. After, Xiaoguo was sent to Sky Sound City, so she sent a few outer sect disciples to clean. Thinking about the timid apple face, Zuo Mo felt a slight sense of loss. He asked, how is Xiaoguo's situation? Shi Fengrong was clearly very satisfied with her other disciple. Xiaoguo's talents might not be as high as you guys, but she is extremely hardworking. Adding on that the sect has expanded quickly this half year and has many more resources, she has leveled up quickly. She's not far from Ningmai. The sect leader felt she needed to gain experience, so she was sent to manage Sky Moon City. Eldest Xixiang? Luoli Xixiang? Zuo Mo couldn't help but ask. Shi Fengrong said, your eldest Xixiang and Luoli Xixiang originally started out with your second Shibua. Afterwards, to increase speed, they all led some of the other disciples and split up. It's a pity that we didn't know when you would come out of the formation, otherwise Liang Feng definitely would have waited a few more days before leaving. Your Yanli Shibua needs people, so he also called your Liang Feng Shiji over. Zuo Mo's heart felt even more hollow. Who could have thought that everything had changed after staying in the formation for half a year? We've expanded this much? Zuo Mo couldn't help but ask, the other sects have not interfered? It's not just us that is expanding. This half year, everyone has been expanding. Worry came onto Shi Fengrong's face. The situation in Bloody Sky Metropolis Jia is becoming worse. Everyone is worried. In these troubling times, everyone that has the power to expand will expand. Only by consolidating our strength can there be some hope for survival. Sky Moon Jia is not far away from Bloody Sky Metropolis Jia. Everyone is panicking. During such dangerous times, naturally it requires that special measures be used. We cannot be kind and generous. The sect leader is hoping that we can finish organizing before the bad news comes. The situation is this bad? Zuo Mo was very shocked. The worry on Shi Fengrong's face became even heavier. She hesitated but still spoke. Originally, since you came out of the formation, you should rest a while. But the situation is serious, so there are some things that I have to say to you. Do not slack off now. The sect is not like it was in the past. We have 7 Jin Dan, about 30 Ningmai, and more than 200 Juji disciples right now. Zuo Mo seemed to know what Master wanted to say, but for some unknown reason, he was very calm. Our sect has expanded too quickly. Even though it is out of helplessness, but there are many weaknesses. The sect is not as harmonious as it was before. Speaking of that, she couldn't help but sigh. You have to work hard, and enter Ningmai as early as possible. This disciple understands. Zuo Mo knew that Master was looking out for him. Shi Fengrong said a few more things before leaving. The sky was dark. Zuo Mo sat on the rooftop, a sound tablet by his side. The noise of the sound tablet was the same. Silly Bird was at the side. She seemed to feel Zuo Mo's mood and didn't make noise. After entering meditation from before, Pu Yao still hadn't moved. Luckily, there was no change in the sea of flames, no change in the gravestone, and no change in Pu Yao sitting on the gravestone. Pu Yao was meditating, eldest Jixian, Luoli Xixian, Xiao Gua, and the others were not here. Sitting on the rooftop, he looked at the sky. The light of flying swords were multiple times more frequent than before, extremely busy. Yet all this prosperity made Zuo Mo feel this place was now very unfamiliar and very cold. Suddenly, something pulled the corner of his clothing. Turning around, he found it was Silly Bird. What? Silly Bird. Silly Bird flapped down the roof. Zuo Mo's eyes landed where Silly Bird was standing. Wasn't that the entrance to the rock room? Zuo Mo had always carefully concealed the entrance to the rock room. He had especially set up illusory formations around it. No one had found it. Zuo Mo suddenly felt interested and burrowed into the room. Entering, a damp and cold air rushed out. Sweeping the stone room, Zuo Mo suddenly had a joyful expression. Black Gold Worm. The Black Gold WOM also found Zuo Mo, turning into a streak of black light to land on Zuo Mo's shoulder. Seeing this little guy, Zuo Mo's mood lifted as though he was meeting an old friend. He finally remembered that the Black Gold Worm liked to stay on the Ling vein inside the stone room. He had long forgotten about it. Putting the Black Gold Worm on his palm and inspecting it, Zuo Mo felt even happier. Compared to before, the Black Gold Worm was of a higher grade and more intelligent. What had this guy eaten? When his eyes landed on the pockmarked Ling vein, he understood. It was as he had expected. When he approached the Ling vein, he found he could not detect any Ling energy. There was a small yet extremely deep hole in the ground. When Zuo Mo tested with his consciousness, he found it was at least several dozen zhang deep. It definitely was due to the Black Gold Worm. The Dan that had been nurturing by the Ling spring probably also landed in this little guy's stomach. I really didn't see that you really have some skill. Zuo Mo smiled at the Black Gold Worm. Taking the Black Gold Worm out of the stone room, Zuo Mo's mood was much better. Wu Kong Hall. Pei Yuan Ran and Shi Fengrong were discussing matters. Pei Yuan Ran smiled and said, I just received a flying sword message from Third City. Good news, Heart Lake Sword Sect has agreed to give the Desolate Wood Reef to us. Shi Fengrong also showed a sliver of joy. If that's the case, that's great. The Desolate Wood Reef is right beside the Jie River to Little Mountain Jia. We now have another escape route, but what did Heart Lake Sword Sect want in return? They wanted Kuei City. I agreed. Kuei City isn't of much use to us. To exchange for Desolate Wood Reef, it's profitable. Pei Yuan Ran said decisively. Shi Fengrong nodded in agreement. I'm planning to let Zuo Mo go to the Desolate Wood Reef, Pei Yuan Ran suddenly said. Why? Shi Fengrong suddenly stood up, her face angry. Zuo Mo just came out of the formation, and you are sending him to such wilderness. I understand clearly just how barren the Desolate Wood Reef is. We've been there before, and I know it. I don't agree. Pei Yuan Ran rubbed his brow in helplessness, his other hand motioning to Shi Fengrong. Don't be so impatient. Wait for me to finish. Shi Fengrong snorted coldly, not speaking. Pei Yuan Ran really had no methods of dealing with his shimmy. Desolate Wood Reef might be very poor, but Shimmy also knows how important it is to us. Otherwise, why would we have needed Third City to personally go to Heart Lake Sword Sect? This kind of important location, I wouldn't feel safe if it wasn't on our people's hands. Wei Sheng and the others have their duties. Tell me, who can I send? Pei Yuan Ran spread his hands and asked Shi Fengrong. Shi Fengrong sneered. Don't use these righteous excuses. Isn't it just that you saw that Zuo Mo isn't in Ningmai and his sword essence hasn't reached Heart Turn Sword Essence? This matter, I definitely won't agree. Pei Yuan Ran grimaced. Ah, what do you want me to say? Keeping Zuo Mo in the sect, would that be good for him? You also know what the situation is like inside the sect. Do we have the time to protect him? Do you have it? No. I don't either. Wei Sheng and the others are not here, no one can help him, is that really so good for him? Seeing Shi Fengrong's face relax, he continued patiently, Desolate Wood Reef might be out of the way and poor, but it is very safe. It is behind us, therefore it will be on our path for retreat. Zuo Mo going there, he might suffer, but his life will not be in danger. If the situation is really bad and we need to retreat, we will definitely go through Desolate Wood Reef. With our current circumstances, other than ensuring his survival, what more do you want? Shi Fengrong didn't say anything. She knew that sect leader Shi Xiang was right. After struggling for a while, she raised her head and gritted her teeth. On the matter of resources, we can't shortchange him. All right. Pei Yuan Ran answered easily. Translator ramblings, some of you were very accurate in your predictions back during the sword test conference. Zuo Mo is being temporarily relocated. Also, we have a new editor. Everyone, say hello to Brian. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 168, Desolate Wood Reef. Chapter 168, Desolate Wood Reef. Shi Xiang, Desolate Wood Reef is just up ahead, Ashiti said excitedly as he pointed forwards. Zuo Mo nodded. He gazed into the distance and a lonely island had appeared in the distance. Everyone was slightly excited. After flying continuously for 2 months, everyone sighed a breath of relief as they quickly neared their destination. Seeing the Desolate Wood Reef, Zuo Mo finally understood why the sect had been so interested in such an out-of-the-way place. Desolate Wood Reef was positioned in a deep expanse of water, the edge of the Jie River. If one wanted to pass into Little Mountain Jie, they had to pass through this location. The endless ocean was borderless and required long flights. Flying to this place was the limit of endurance for most. Because of this, the Desolate Wood Reef's location was strategically important. It was necessary to rest at this area and regain strength in preparation for passing through the Jie River. If it wasn't for the fact that Heart Lake Sword Sect was at the opposite end of Sky Moon Jie and their sect had several Jie Rivers, they never would have let go of such an important location as the Desolate Wood Reef. Even so, the sect had paid a great price. But this place really was desolate. As they flew closer and the island came into view, Zuo Mo couldn't help but sigh. He didn't have any anger towards the sect for sending him to the Desolate Wood Reef, he was actually very happy. The state of the sect was not harmonious, and all the disciples that he was familiar with were no longer present. Such timing had made it wiser to leave. Desolate Wood Reef was far away from the sect, so any conflict inside the sect wouldn't reach this place. He was happy to be so free. Just at this time, several Xiozha flew up out of the island. Are you the Shi Xiang from Wu Kong Sword Sect? Shouted one of them. Yes. Zuo Mo bowed. He was preparing to take out the sect token, when the other person smiled and waved his hand. Zuo Shi Xiang coming personally, I don't need to see the token. Shi Xiang knows me? Zuo Mo was slightly surprised. The other smiled. The person said, the recording jade scrolls of the battle between brothers Zuo and Chaoan may be rare, but this one is lucky enough to possess one of them. I recognized Brother Zuo from the recording. Zuo Mo finally understood, he humbly bowed with folded hands, Shi Xiang is too kind. I thought that you guys would arrive soon. We've already cleaned everything up. From today on, the Desolate Wood Reef will be under Brother Zuo's care. This jade scroll contains some of what we have discovered about this island over the years. I hope it can help Brother Zuo. Goodbye. The other bowed with folded hands in salute to Zuo Mo and then left. He didn't seem to want to spend another moment on the island. The other people also bowed and then left. The exchange had been so fast that it was surprising to Zuo Mo. The people who had accompanied him here felt they had been given much face. Even the disciples of Heart Lake Sword Sect knew the name of Zuo Shixiang. They felt honored to be connected. The Wu Kong Sword Sect had just expanded, and compared to those older sects, there was still a gap in the attitudes of the disciples. Let's head down. Zuo Mo looked and urged Silly Bird to land. The other people followed tightly after him. The amount of investment that Heart Lake Sword Sect had put into the Desolate Wood Reef had been very limited. Other than a few stone buildings on the island, there was nothing. The shitty that came with Zuo Mo did not say anything, but their faces had become much dimmer. They found the place was much more isolated than they had originally imagined. Zuo Mo did not care. Stepping onto the Desolate Wood Reef, he found the island was better than he had thought. We are going to make a home here. Zuo Mo glanced at them and said calmly, everyone first rest for a few days before starting. After flying for more than 2 months, even Silly Bird was slightly less energetic. The steeds of the other shitty were even worse off. Zuo Mo took out a bottle of Lingdan. This was the energy dan that he had prepared previously. The grade was not very high, just second grade. But since it was easy to make and the cost was low, he had made an entire batch. Silly Bird liked to eat it and would often munch on them as if they were beans. They were pretty effective at recovering its energy. As expected, after eating 7 or 8, Silly Bird resumed her usual boastful and proud attitude. Her neck was arched high, her upper body unmoving, and her 2 long, dainty bird legs elegantly stepping out on the beach. The shitty enviously looked at Silly Bird. Even someone blind could see handsomeness of Silly Bird. They copied Zuo Mo, taking out energy dan to feed to their steeds. But they were still quite reluctant, the most they gave was 2 pills. Before departure, Zuo Mo had given each person a bottle with about 10 pills in each. In this time that the prices of materials were rising, the bottle of energy dan was not cheap. They found that following Zuo Shixian didn't seem to be so bad, at least it wouldn't be unprofitable. Even more, Zuo Shixian was a core disciple. Those whom Zuo Mo had picked this time were all disciples from minor sects that hadn't been in the sect for more than 1 month. They had just joined and had not been pulled into the factions within the sect. As those disciples that had some fame, he didn't take any of them. Ning my disciples, which ones would obey him? The people he had picked were all in Juji with foundations as production shouja. After resting for 2 days, everyone had basically recovered. Zuo Mo called everyone over. Starting from today, for a very long period of time, we will be staying at this place where even the birds won't shit. Zuo Mo's language was coarse, but everyone felt a deep empathy with his words. However, because this place is isolated, no one will disturb us here. It can be a place of peace. Right now, the sect is a mess, and even I find it troublesome. For you, it would be a dream to think you could have avoided it. All of us here are production show, so think about the sect. Is there a place that will allow you to peacefully produce? This place might be isolated, but there is no conflict. To us, it is a very good place. Desolate? We can change it ourselves. I'll state the rules first. On the desolate wood reef, whoever creates ling fields will get to plant in them. Whoever plants will get what they planted. I won't take a portion, the sect will not take anything. Also, the sect benefits that you are due will not change, but... Really? There was excitement on some people's faces. Originally, they had felt this place was isolated and had been very unwilling. Hearing Zuo Mo say so, they became excited. They were all production show, and none among them were interested in fighting and killing. It might be hard to create ling fields, but if they made them, what they planted belonged to them. The sect would not take a portion. It had to be said that the portion the sect usually took in rent for ling fields was extremely high. Zuo Mo shrugged his shoulders. As long as I am here there will not be a problem. But if the sect switches people then I can't do a thing. The people believed Zuo Mo even more when he said that. At least Zuo Shixian was not over-exaggerating. Poor land? It was only a matter of effort for Shouja. Production show were hard-working and hardy. Seeing everyone was becoming motivated, Zuo Mo decided to keep eating while the fire was hot. Time is Jingshi. Everyone, you don't want to waste Jingshi. I have a plan here. Zuo Mo knew that time was short. There was not a lot of time left for him. In the past, Desolate Wood Reef was neglected, but as the situation worsened, the position of the Desolate Wood Reef would quickly become essential. Relatively speaking, Little Mountain Jia was even more isolated. It only had 2 Jia rivers, even less than Sky Moon Jia. The situations was worsening and the amount of shouja that would pass through Desolate Wood Reef would increase greatly. Having personally made the trip, Zuo Mo felt that the position of the Desolate Wood Reef was even better geographically. 2 months of traveling, it took almost 1 month of flying over the endless ocean. Supposedly, there were vicious and dangerous water beasts underwater so few people would choose to travel on the water. Zuo Mo could not imagine just how idiotic the people of Heart Lake Sword Sect were. Heavens, possessing such a good place yet not using it. In reality, his thinking had gone askew. Little Mountain Jia only had a Jia river towards Sky Moon Jia and one towards Sky Water Jia. Sky Moon Jia was not as prosperous as Sky Water Jia so there was rarely any people that passed through to Little Mountain Jia. The Desolate Wood Reef was too far away from Heart Lake Sword Sect. It was only a stop, so naturally, they did not try to manage it with any significant effort. Zuo Mo had his own thoughts. Even though Little Mountain Jia was more isolated, it was also further away from Bloody Sky Metropolis Jia. In other words, if the current situation really worsened, retreating through Little Mountain Jia then onwards to Sky Water Jia was not a bad choice. That was his plan. He estimated that after some more time, there would continuously be people going through the Jia River to Little Mountain Jia. It wasn't so easy to travel through a Jia River. The shortest amount of time it would take was several months, longer trips could possibly take years. The Desolate Wood Reef was the only supply point before entering the Jia River. That was an opportunity. Want to resupply? Alright. Passage fee, accommodation fee, resupplying fee, birds will be plucked clean. He had decided. Even if it was a mosquito passing by, he was going to squeeze out 3 drops of blood. In any case, the sect in the short term definitely had no attention to spare on him. Looking objectively from outside, he finally understood. The sect might look strong now, but before the sect leader could assimilate the newly merged factions, the sect would only remain superficially strong. In reality, it was weak internally. The sect leader definitely could see it, but was yet to be seen if there was enough time for him to do anything about it. That was up to the heavens. Zuo Mo shook his head and threw those nonsense thoughts to the back of his mind. A problem even the sect leader couldn't solve, it wasn't necessary for him to waste his thoughts on it. He decided to manage his own little domain. The Desolate Wood Reef was a treasure. Thinking of being able to sit and receive Jingshi was great, but this all required that he had enough strength to support it. This was what he was directing everyone to do now. Each person had been given a jade scroll from Zuo Shixiang with the jobs assigned to them. There were a variety of jobs that were very weird. Ling plant farmers were requested to plant certain ling grasses and herbs at certain areas on the island. The animal keepers were to put some of the worms and beasts they raised in certain locations. Zuo Mo had even drawn out the areas they needed to raise them. The most common task was to dig holes and canals. Almost everyone felt it hard to understand. The humidity on the Desolate Wood Reef was very rich. The effect of water element spells like Little Art of Cloud and Rain were magnified. They didn't really need to dig any waterways. Also, the canals that Zuo Shixiang had requested them to dig crisscrossed the entire island, all of them connected to each other. What did Zuo Shixiang want to do? After a while, some of the more sensitive Xiozhi discovered that Zuo Shixiang had not appeared for 2 days. Where had Zuo Shixiang gone? Translator ramblings. Zuo Mo knows what course of action is good for him and how to get rich. Geographically, Sky Moon Jia has several routes to different places, and Desolate Wood Reef is just one of them. Wu Kong Sword Sect did not have a Jia River, so they themselves did not have their own path of retreat, and traded for Desolate Wood Reef to amend that weakness. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 169, Wealth Coming from the Sky. Chapter 169, Wealth Coming from the Sky. Zuo Mo followed closely behind the black gold worm. He held the water drop sword, his eyes continuously sweeping the surroundings with caution. The armored black worm ran very quickly. Zuo Mo was gleeful as he followed. If Lil Black was running so cheerfully, then the island definitely had ling veins or some great treasure. He had originally assumed that the Desolate Wood Reef was a barren island. Looking at it now, it seemed to hold some surprises. The place they had arrived at was a dense forest, and in the middle, there was a lake filled with black-colored water. Lil Black seemed to be extremely afraid of the black water lake and rapidly passed it by. Zuo Mo examined the black water lake in slight surprise. The lake was not very large, about 10 mu or so. The water of the pond was as black as ink. It was a dead place, no grass growing beside it, and contained only large patches of pale white rock. Corrupted land. For some reason, these 2 words naturally floated to the top of Zuo Mo's mind. The black water lake looked like it was dead. There were no animal tracks along the shores. It seemed to exude unluckiness. He remembered the jade scroll that the Heart Lake Sword Sect disciple had given him mentioned this lake. The black water lake was very dangerous, and it was recommended to stay away. He didn't have time to study the lake right now. He sped up to keep in step with Lil Black. Among the woods, Lil Black was like a gust of wind, only a black shadow could be seen. If Zuo Mo did not have a mental connection with Lil Black, he would have lost track of it a long time ago. Detecting that Lil Black's speed had increased a fraction, Zuo Mo hurriedly sped up as well. Lil Black suddenly crept inside a crack in a nearby clearing. Zuo Mo grimaced when he saw this 2-finger-wide crack. Yet his water drop sword in his hand did not hesitate, turning into a stream of light and twisting rapidly in the air as a blue shadow before it suddenly drilled downward. Boom! Broken rock scattered and a hole wide enough to allow Zuo Mo to enter appeared in front of him. Zuo Mo waved his hand, and the water drop sword flew back into his hand. Bending down, he entered the hole and the tunnel widened in front of him. This place was a natural cave. Not far away, the black gold worm was waiting for Zuo Mo. Seeing Zuo Mo, it made a sound, turned and ran. Zuo Mo refocused and hurriedly followed. The darkness did not affect Lil Black at all, and Zuo Mo's consciousness was strong enough to allow everything to be perceived by his mind. Advancing inside the tunnel, Zuo Mo was able to feel that he was continuously moving deeper underground. Along the way, his flying sword had been used to break open quite a few blockages. Up until now, he hadn't found any traces of other people. This made him even more excited. After walking for more than an hour, when he walked by another corner, Zuo Mo was stunned by scene in front of him. Large swaths of completely red lava flowed, slowly bubbling. His vision was completely filled with its red glow. The cavern was like a world of crimson, changing and twisting with each wave of heat. The air was stained with the smell of sulfur. The lake of boiling lava was about 3 mu in size. Rocks from the surrounding areas were constantly falling and disappearing into it. But after a while, the lava at the borders would cool, forming rock again and mending the holes. His gaze landed on the black gold worm. At some unknown time, Lil Black had crawled on top of a red-colored rock and started to nibble. Zuo Mo's pupils suddenly shrunk and he was overjoyed. Crimson fire rock. He couldn't stop himself from approaching and picking up a red-colored rock from the ground. The volcanic red rock was not jade yet similar to jade. It was a very strong and pure shade of red, hot to the touch like scorching hot metal. If Zuo Mo hadn't wrapped Ling power around his hand would have been cooked to the bone. The rock contained extremely rich fire element power. 4th grade crimson fire rock. At this time, he wanted to laugh. Who would have thought that this isolated island would have such a treasure? A circle of crimson red rock grew around the rim of the lava lake. All this crimson fire rock alone was enough to make his trip to the desolate wood reef worth it. Without another word, he started to collect the crimson fire rock, not leaving even one piece. The crimson fire rock was arranged in a particular pattern. All of them grew in the area closest to the lava, forming a belt around the lava lake. These crimson fire rocks had been tempered over countless months and years, and the impurities inside had been melted away, so they were very pure. In the 60 or so pieces of crimson fire rock, most were 3rd grade. The number of 4th grade crimson fire rock reached 6 pieces. This was an astounding amount of wealth. Zuo Mo was very satisfied. He was dizzy from receiving such a windfall of wealth. To reward Lil Black, he even took out a piece of 4th grade crimson fire rock for it to chew on. Lil Black instantly abandoned the 3rd grade crimson fire rock that he had half eaten and leapt towards the 4th grade crimson fire rock as though its butt was on fire. This piece of crimson fire rock was not big, just slightly larger than his thumb. Lil Black ate it like it was a cracker, crunch crunch. A 4th grade crimson fire rock was gone just like that. Finished eating, Lil Black suddenly became bright red all over like it was being heated, lying there motionlessly. Zuo Mo was alarmed. The connection between him and Lil Black was broken. He carefully held Lil Black on his hand. Lil Black seemed like a piece of crimson fire rock at this moment, its temperature abnormally high. He carefully observed for a while using his consciousness. Finally, after making sure that the black gold worm hadn't died, he instantly sighed in relief. After staying in the formation for half a year, Silly Bird and Lil Black were not just Steed and Lingworm to Zuo Mo, but more like his friends. Zuo Mo guessed that Lil Black had consumed too much fire element power today, causing indigestion. "You glutton!" he muttered as he put Lil Black into his ring. After cleaning up the crimson fire rock, Zuo Mo finally calmed down. He reassessed this underground lava lake. Even standing on the shore, he could feel the rich fire element power. This place was a treasure. Zuo Mo had already started to ponder how he could use the lava lake. His consciousness made a few rounds around the lake and did not find anything strange. He had originally intended to find Ling veins and hadn't expected an earthfire lava lake. This was outside of his plans. However, even if it was unexpected, this lava lake was still of great use. Zuo Mo stood at his spot, thinking for a moment before starting to act. All kinds of materials appeared on his hands. The stores of the sect had been opened for his trip to the desolate wood reef. He naturally wasn't polite, and swept through until Master couldn't bear it anymore. Compared to before, the resources were on completely different levels. There were all kinds of high-level materials in the stores that dazzled Zuo Mo's eyes. Zuo Mo might be lazy in general, but he would never slack off on anything related to his life. A flip of the hand, and a two-handled hornless dragon copper cauldron appeared. The hornless dragon pattern on the cauldron was a faint red, its coiled body carved to appear like flames. Zuo Mo gently threw it and the copper cauldron appeared steadily at a place on the shore. He flipped his hand again. It was another copper cauldron exactly the same as the last one. Another toss, the cauldron was planted at another spot. In one go, Zuo Mo had tossed out 7 two-handled hornless dragon copper cauldrons which all landed at places equidistant to the lava lake. The 7 two-handled hornless dragon copper cauldrons were fine items in the 3rd grade. When Zuo Mo had taken all 7 while shopping at the sect stores, the face of the disciple in charge turned green instantly. Zuo Mo's eyes became serious. His hands blooming, he started to walk along the lake, talismans and materials flying from his hands. 2 hours later, he wiped the sweat off his forehead. A spectacular display of all kinds of materials were placed along the edges of the lava lake. He released a breath, his hands moving like lightning. He activated spells that created streams of light which entered the materials. The entire process continued for 6 whole hours. When the last spell was finished, it was like Zuo Mo had lost all energy. He sat down on his butt, his entire body soaked in sweat. He forced down the deathly exhaustion in his body, folded his legs and quickly entered meditation. A few hours later, he opened his eyes, fully recovered. It can only be like this now. Seeing the formation he had just finished, he wasn't very satisfied. The lava lake contained extremely rich fire element energy and a thread of earth fire. It was a wonderful natural cauldron. No matter if it was dan-making or forging, it was a necessity, so he did not spare the expense in using the 7 3rd-grade two-handle hornless dragon copper cauldrons to set up a 4-turn formation. The fire element power reached an astounding height. The energy alone would be enough to accomplish half the work whether it was used for dan-making or forging. The formation would naturally move on its own. The 7 copper cauldrons were like 7 whirlpools, furiously absorbing the fire element power from the lava lake. After 4 turns, it turned to a thread of fire that flew into the air above the lava lake. When the 7 threads of fire intersected in the air, a serene blue flame bloomed in the air. Zuo Mo finally had a satisfied expression. The formation was not perfect, but the flame was already very good. He took out a thin copper hoop from the ring which was covered in all kinds of seals. Raising his hand, he threw the copper hoop into the flame. The flame suddenly grew, enveloping the copper ring. The copper ring was abnormally silent inside the fire. Zuo Mo put around 7 layers of Jinji around the shores of the lava lake before he stopped. He looked at the copper ring suspended in the flame. The original yellow-red flame now revealed an extremely thin thread of red. Zuo Mo showed some anticipation on his face before he left. Coming out of the cave, Zuo Mo carefully laid out some Jinji over the mouth to prevent others from entering. The disciples of Wu Kong Sword Sect had worked on their construction projects for quite a few days before they finished the tasks set out in their jade scrolls. Zuo Mo did not explain very much, but everyone still reliably finished their tasks. What Zuo Mo had picked were all production shouja, and they were mostly docile. However, everyone was very curious what Shixiang planned on doing. When the Shixiang that had disappeared for a few days reappeared, everyone went to crowd around him and reported their progress. Zuo Mo focused and scanned everyone's tasks before he had a satisfied expression. Everyone, thanks for your hard work. Zuo Mo clapped his hand. Everyone gets a bottle of energy dan, rest for a few days, but even though they didn't know what Shixiang was doing, everyone felt satisfied with gaining a bottle of energy dan. After receiving the reward, they all went to rest. At this very moment, a sword light suddenly flashed on the horizon. The sword light was extremely quick. The person seemed to have spotted the desolate wood reef. The light's direction changed and headed towards the desolate wood reef. Zuo Mo and his compatriots instantly became nervous. Translator ramblings, so we're heading into a stretch of chapters I'd like to call typing on a phone while on a bus. All weird mistakes are probably me with autocorrect. Tell me if you find them. The more you find at the same time, the more motivated I am to change them. The table of contents has been updated and so has the cast. Also, should Zuo Mo's pets be added to the cast list? The hornless dragon is Qi, one of the 9 sons of the long dragon in mythology. Qi supposedly contains vast amounts of water in its stomach, so the head of a Qi is usually carved on building at drain pipes and water exhaust. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 170 Nan Mingzi. Chapter 170 Nan Mingzi. Zuo Mo did not panic. He only narrowed his eyes at the sword light heading towards them. There was only one reason. With Wu Kong Sword Sect's present status in Sky Moonjia, no one would so foolishly dare to antagonize them. Different than the other Grand Sect's steady conduct, the offensive power that Wu Kong Sword Sect were able to display had shook all of Sky Moonjia. No one was able to rival the fame of Xian Yan's Ice Dragon sword. He took out a little flag from his ring. Raising his hand, the little flag started to grow. The mast of the flag was more than 3 zhang high, about the thickness of a goose eye, completely black, and appeared to be made out of steel. On the black flag, the words Wukong seemed to radiate unlimited power. The brush strokes were like sword strokes, appearing to almost fly off of the flag. When the disciples saw the flag, all of them had a joyous expression. They sighed at the affection that the sect leader had towards Zuo Mo. Each sect had their own tokens to prove their identities. This flag was Wu Kong Sword Sect's token. Other than being a token, it was also a talisman that had been forged by several Jindan together, who imbued it with many powerful abilities. This Wukong flag had been something Shi Fengrong had specially gone to pay Yuan Ran to obtain for Zuo Mo. As the sword light reached them, a Shouja about 40 years old, with a white clean-shaven face and wearing a green Taoist robe could be seen. He was standing on a flying sword. At first glance, he saw the flag. His expression changed slightly. The name of Wu Kong Sword Sect had really become too famous recently. Nan Mingzi leapt down from the flying sword, and the flying sword flew into the sword sheath on his back. Humble Taoist Nan Mingzi greets the friends from Wu Kong Sword Sect. Greetings, friend. Zuo Mo folded his hands and bowed. The wariness in Zuo Mo's heart did not lessen at all. Nan Mingzi was in the intermediate stage of Ningmai, higher than all of the disciples here. The desolate wood reef was also on the border of the Jie River. If Nan Mingzi had any ill intentions, killed them for their treasure, and escaped through the Jie River into Little Mountain Jie, the sect wouldn't be able to easily find him. Nan Mingzi looked at the Wukong flag, and a flash of greed shone in his eyes. A talisman that took several Jindan to forge, naturally it was one of the finest. However, he quickly pushed down the greed in his heart. A sect token was a good talisman, but it was also a hot potato. When he detected everyone's cultivation, his own heart instantly relaxed greatly. He noticed Zuo Mo. From beginning to now, it was this person that was speaking with him. He must be the leader of this group. He suddenly stared. Friend looks very familiar, please tell me of your great name. This one is Zuo Mo answered. He had caught sight of the glimmer of greed that had briefly flashed in the other's eyes. He was way too familiar with this kind of gaze. Zuo Mo? Nan Mingzi furrowed his brows to think. This face and the name, he was very familiar with both. He suddenly lifted his head. Zuo Mo of the formation seal style? Just little tricks, they don't deserve to be mentioned. Zuo Mo smiled expressionlessly. Nan Mingzi's heart suddenly became cold. It had only been half a year since the Dongfu Sword Test Conference. Zuo Mo's name had still not been forgotten. He took back his original estimation. This expressionless guy in front of him had defeated Ningmai before. And the terrifying formation seal style. His gaze instinctively scanned the surroundings. Line after line of crisscrossing pathways, piles of rock that clearly had been dug up. His heart suddenly beat faster. No way, formation seal style. Zuo Mo's expressionless face suddenly transformed into something as deep as the ocean. His stare appeared cold like a hunter watching prey caught in a trap. He rejoiced that he hadn't attacked just now. This zombie in front of him was one that killed without a trace. There were many rumors about why the Dongfu Sword Test Conference had stopped in the middle, but no matter which version was told, they all used that enormous pit as the basis. Nan Mingzi was old and he had cultivated for a long time. His cultivation was even higher than people like Gu Rongping. However, he was from a small sect. In terms of attack power and techniques, he had to admit he wasn't a match for the youths of the Sword Test Conference. A drop of sweat flowed down his back. Ha ha. This poor Taoist is planning on passing through the Jie River from here. Can this Taoist borrow this land to rest for a few days? Nan Mingzi hurriedly said. If this one disturbs, please forgive my intrusion. His hands were passing over 5 pieces of third-grade Jingshi. Zuo Mo hadn't expected the other to be so proactive. He did not change his expression as he took the 5 pieces of Jingshi. You are too polite. We have just taken possession of the desolate wood reef from Heart Lake Sword Sect. There hasn't been time to construct a few buildings. It is a poor place with little to offer, please have tolerance. Heart Lake Sword Sect. The sweat on Nan Mingzi's forehead became even more pronounced. If Wu Kong Sword Sect could be called the Rising of Orich, then Heart Lake Sword Sect was old money with deep foundations. Since it was related to 2 big sects, Nan Mingzi didn't dare to act easily. He originated from a small sect and was very clear what power these big sects possessed. If it was only Wu Kong Sword Sect, he might dare to risk it, but since it also related to Heart Lake Sword Sect, he no longer had the courage. The other disciples looked at Zuo Mo with eyes full of admiration. The other was a Ningmai. Nan Mingzi was very tired after a long flight. He found a spot to meditate and recover his strength. The disciples of Wu Kong Sword Sect found that in the next few days, Shi Xian would walk all over the place, occasionally putting all kinds of strange materials into the ground, or casting some spells that no one understood. But the formation that everyone imagined did not show any signs of completion. Some less courageous disciples became panicked. Nan Mingzi appeared friendly up until now, but they still worried. The other was much stronger than them. After recovering, the difference between the two sides would be even greater. Zuo Shixian's big formation still appeared incomplete. The third day, just like normal, Zuo Mo continuously cast all kinds of spells on the ground. He didn't seem very rushed, his composure idle. In the middle of meditation, Nan Mingzi's eyes opened a sliver and looked thoughtfully at Zuo Mo. These last 3 days, he had been observing Zuo Mo constantly. He didn't find any ripple of a formation inside the island. Inside those crisscrossing canals, there was water that flowed in and out into the endless ocean. From all the signs, Zuo Mo's big formation did not seem to have been completed. Was he purposefully concealing it, or was the formation really not finished? Nan Mingzi wasn't sure. He decided to wait a bit longer. There wasn't anyone else on the island, only this crowd of Zhuji. For him, it was very easy to conquer. There usually wasn't any wealth on Zhuji Xiuzha. However, he coveted the flag in Zuo Mo's hands. Zuo Mo had used so many materials on the formation over the past few days that even Nan Mingzi felt pain on his behalf. These 3 days, that Wukong flag could not be driven from his thoughts. As his Ling power recovered, Nan Mingzi's heart started to waver. Thinking that he was afraid of a Zhuji Xiuzha, he felt his face burn with shame. Other than formations, Zuo Mo could not be of any danger to him. With his power, these Zhuji cultivators completely had no power to resist. If the formation was not complete, he had complete confidence he could quickly kill Zuo Mo. If it really came to that point, he didn't plan on letting of any of the other Wu Kong Sword Sect disciples escape either. Afterwards, he would flee to Little Mountain Jie, then to Sky Water Jie. No matter how powerful Wu Kong Sword Sect and Heart Lake Sword Sect were, how could they find him then? A dark light flashed across Nan Mingzi's eyes. As Zuo Mo felt Nan Mingzi's vision, he started to sprint. Nan Mingzi would never have thought that Zuo Mo's consciousness was so strong that he could detect that Nan Mingzi had been faking his meditation for the majority of the 3 days. Zuo Mo knew that Nan Mingzi did not have good intentions, but to scare Nan Mingzi, he had acted in a very calm manner the past few days. As expected, troubled times had come. The world was in disorder. Zuo Mo sighed inside, his feet moving faster. Now that society was in disorder, only having enough power would keep him alive. He traveled along familiar paths back to the underground lava lake. These last few days, the fire formation in the lava lake had been continuously processing the copper hoop. Zuo Mo waved his hand. The copper hoop rang and flew into his hand. The yellow-red copper hoop was now a bright fiery red, looking slightly strange compared to before. The fire element power had been very strong. After forging for 3 days and nights, the grade of the copper hoop had been raised by 1 level, reaching 4th grade. He gave a satisfied expression. Coming out of the lava lake, Zuo Mo did not conceal his figure anymore, flying straight into the sky. The other people instantly found Zuo Mo in the air. The disciples of Wu Kong Sword Sect all had excited expressions. The murderous intent on Nan Mingzi's face finally could no longer be concealed. He came to the conclusion that the formation on the island really had not been completed. Damn it! He had been tricked by this zombie. Nan Mingzi's eyes revealed his greedy and crazy emotions. Born out of a small sect, even if he had reached the stage of Ningmai, he still did not have an appropriate talisman. He might not understand formations, but he was very experienced. Seeing Zuo Mo, it looked as though he was planning on activating the formation. Such a good opportunity, if he did not act now, when could he? Silently, his flying sword had come out of its sheath. It suddenly turned into a stream of light, leaping towards Zuo Mo in the air. Nan Mingzi intended to kill with 1 blow. He did not hold anything back with this blow. The sword light was like a snake, opening its gaping maw and showing its fangs. Even from a distance, it was possible to feel the viciousness and maliciousness in the sword essence. The expressions of the other disciples changed. Everyone took out their flying swords to try to act against Nan Mingzi. Nan Mingzi smiled coldly. His figure flashed and appeared both on the ground and in the sky. Zuo Mo did not seem to detect the sword light heading towards him. He opened his hand and the copper hoop slowly floated into the sky. Ding! As the red copper hoop slowly rose, it rang, producing clear bell-like sounds. Ding 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 ding! It was as though there were countless wind chimes humming together with the red copper hoop. The desolate wood reef was filled with the sounds of chimes. The sword light that was halfway in the air seemed to have encountered great resistance. The body of the sword shook, and its speed suddenly decreased. Nan Mingzi's expression changed greatly. Gritting his teeth, all his Ling power flowed into the sword. The light of the sword suddenly grew, its snake-like shape suddenly becoming even more realistic. Hiss hiss. The sword hissed as it cut through the air. The sword essence became even more brutal and savage. Facing such a strong sword presence, Zuo Mo didn't even bat an eyelid. All of his attention was focused on the slowly rising copper hoop. At this time, the red copper hoop had floated past Zuo Mo's head. It was like the sovereign that was facing the world. All the materials that Zuo Mo had cast into the ground seemed to have felt some invisible magnetism and started to float up into the sky with the fiery red copper hoop. In the sky above the desolate wood reef, there was countless materials floating densely together, as if to blot out the sun. Translator ramblings, Zuo Mo made a bluff. I'm not sure what the sect leader was thinking, since Nan Mingzi's arrival should not be a surprise. There's probably not a lot of alternatives, but strategically, why didn't one of the elders come earlier and set things up? Jin Dan can travel much faster. Think of the hoop similar to Nez's universe ring, so somewhat bigger than the hand. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 171 Microvoid Arrow. Chapter 171 Microvoid Arrow. The copper hoop was a Buddhist sound hoop, one of the finest of the third-grade talismans. When Zuo Mo had found it in the stores, he had been very happy. It was hard to find fine sound-type talismans. This Buddhist sound hoop had been made from meteorite copper and crimson red sand, and was able to produce a clear sound capable of breaking through illusions. Especially rare was the Buddhist formation on the hoop. Was steady and grounded, not flashy, and had a uniquely dignified, serious presence. After having been forged in strong fire element power for multiple days, the fire power flowed through the hoop. The clear sound it produced had become a deep strum, and within it were traces of hidden strength. What was special was the strength was like the sun, warm yet not brutal. The hoop had risen from 3rd grade to 4th grade, its power growing drastically. From the moment he saw the Buddhist sound hoop, Zuo Mo had decided to take it. It was as though it had been custom-made for the Skyring Moonshine formation. The Buddhist sound hoop did not provide as much fine control as his Lil Pagoda, but because it was a sound-type talisman, it was much better suited to the Skyring Moonshine formation. Used as the center of the formation, the power would be much greater. When Zuo Mo stepped onto the desolate wood reef, he had already planned it out. He had decided to set up a Skyring Moonshine formation of unprecedented size. There was enough manpower and enough materials. There was also enough in time for him to set it up. A 216-child formation, Skyring Moonshine formation. 372-child formation, Skyring Moonshine formation, were placed at the corners of a triangle on the island, forming a large, never-before-seen, Skyring Moonshine formation. It really was too large, so much that it required a talisman to act as the center of the formation. Zuo Mo had never set up such a large, Skyring Moonshine formation before. He also did not know just how powerful the Buddhist sound hoop would be after it was tempered, but after studying in the Sword Essence formation for half a year, Zuo Mo's understanding of formations was far greater than in the past. Even though he didn't have very much confidence, he still proceeded accordingly, not panicked at all. When he saw all the materials started to floated, his insecurities in his heart finally were alleviated. The Buddhist sound hoop and the formation had finished their resonance. Ping! In the sky, a red light flashed on the Buddhist sound hoop, producing a sound that was powerful and awe-inspiring. It was as if the Vajrapani Buddha was looking down with his eye, authoritative yet not wrathful. Nan Mingzi's eyes widened in disbelief. The sword essence that he had produced using all the strength in his body was now weak as a bubble. With a pop, it scattered and disappeared. An invisible Buddhist sound swept by. His body froze, the circulating Ling power to resist the freezing of his body. Nan Mingzi had a shocked expression. The power of the formation was far beyond what he had imagined. Not good. He'd been tricked. He suddenly bit the tip of his tongue. A sweet, metallic taste instantly came into his mouth. A strange red color spread across his face. The Ling power that had been reserved inside his body was no longer held back. He felt his Ling power surge through his body, plentiful like it never had been before. But he had already lost his courage. There was only one though in his mind: flee. A shuttle-shaped talisman in the shape of a date seed appeared in his hand. He hurriedly channeled Ling power into it. Suddenly, a feeling of extremely danger appeared. Oh! There was only time for that one thought before he felt a soft impact. His chest had suddenly exploded without warning. He looked down and saw a bloody hole the size of a fist in his chest. His vision darkened, and he did not feel anything else. Skyring Moonchime Formation, S, Micro Void Arrow. Having seen the entire fight, watching Nanming Z's corpse plummet like a bag of sand, the Wu Kong Sword Sect disciples below all had expressions of shock and awe. They had heard all kinds of rumors about Zuo Mo Shixiang, but nothing was as shocking as personally seeing Zuo Mo Shixiang easily kill a Ningmai Shouja. In the sky stood the figure of Zuo Mo, a thin body and with his eyes closed, instilled them with a sense of awe and mystery. A beat later, Zuo Mo opened his eye, joy flashing across his eyes. Micro Void Arrow was not a technique from the Jade Scroll of Skyring Moonchime Formation, but a technique he had come to understand on his own by studying the Sword Essence Formation. In the Sword Essence Formation, he had watched the process of many fine sword essences gathering into stronger and bigger sword essence many times. Micro Void Arrow was the result of the Skyring Moonchime Formation, producing large amounts of extremely small chimes. These small sounds would not attract any attention, but when they gathered together were very strong. When the enemy inside the formation detected the danger, the Micro Void Arrow would have already formed. Having detected that Nanming Z wanted to flee, for some strange reason, Zuo Mo had used this technique that he wasn't familiar with. He hadn't expected it to be so effective. After finishing the fight, he savored everything he had learned in the moment. Looking at Nanming Z's corpse, Zuo Mo was not happy in the slightest. The social order was in chaos. When a nest was under attack, would any egg escape? He was just a cultivator in Juji. The worry in his heart only increased. Zuo Mo slowly landed. The Buddhist sound hoop disappeared. All of the materials then entered the ground. If it wasn't for the corpse on the ground, there was no sign that there had been a fight on the desolate wood reef. Everyone, go rest. Starting tomorrow, we can start looking for ling veins. Zuo Mo said to the other disciples. Yes. The other disciples bent their heads and complied. The strength that Zuo Mo displayed created awe in their hearts and made them more willing to follow. It was a pity that Lil Black was asleep. Otherwise, it would be extremely easy to find ling veins. However, these production shouja had their own tricks. There was a ling plant farmer that knew how to look for ling veins, and a beast speaker who had a blue star mouse that could find ling veins. All of them were disciples of the same sect. And the desolate wood reef was not large, so no one concealed anything, cooperating in their search. Since the Skyring Moonchime Formation was mostly complete, Zuo Mo's heart finally landed. With the big formation present, he was not afraid of any Ningmai. As for Jin Dan, no matter what talismans he had, they were not something he could face. However, Jin Dan experts would not care for the little wealth that he had. Beside the lava lake, Zuo Mo took out what he had collected from Nanming Z's body. There was a large pile of knickknacks in front of him, but what were most eye-catching was a date seed and a piece of withered vine. Carved onto the date seed was a little ship, with exquisite pavilions and columns, sails and masts. Zuo Mo remembered that Nanming Z had taken out this date seed at the end when he clearly wanted to flee. He instantly felt great interest. Who didn't like talismans used for escaping and could potentially be life-saving? He channeled ling power inside. A strong suction force suddenly came from the date seed. The ling power in his body instantly started to resemble a wild horse out of control, furiously flowing towards the date seed. In the blink of an eye, the ling power in his body had been depleted. Zuo Mo jumped in fright and forcefully stopped the flow of ling power. This date seed was somewhat abnormal. Still wary, he put the date seed in front of him to carefully look. After absorbing the ling power, there was no change. He seemed to understand why Nanming Z had not used the date seed ship earlier. It required too much ling power to activate. Zuo Mo grimaced inside. Ling power was his greatest weakness, yet the date seed ship required large amounts of ling power. After all this trouble, what he received was a talisman that he could not currently use. He turned his eyes to the withered vine. His dejected mood instantly recovered, the joy in his eyes increasing. In the end, he couldn't resist roaring with laughter. He had made a profit. The withered vine was not eye-catchingly pretty. Its muddy gray color made it appear like any other withered vine which could be found everywhere. When he had taken it out of Nanming Z's ring, it had been piled together with a bunch of assorted items. Nanming Z had not found its value. Zuo Mo recognized this vine. It had a very special name, teeth vine. It was a very scary organism. A mature teeth vine would release extremely beautiful flowers with seductive sweet fragrances. They were natural illusionists, able to transform into different shapes. From birth, they were skilled in illusory skills. Prey that neared them would be unable to escape as though they were trapped in illusory formations. Once the prey entered its hunting range, as it cast an illusion, it would stealthily approach its prey. It was not just a plant, but made from countless tiny worms which were called teeth. Teeth vine was an extremely weird and dangerous ling vine. Not only was this unattractive withered vine was teeth vine, and it was a section of 4th grade teeth vine. 4th grade teeth vine. He didn't know who was so skilled that they could even cut 4th grade teeth vine. The danger of a 4th grade teeth vine definitely was not lower than that of any Ningmai expert. It was extremely hard to hunt and required the skilled handiwork of a professional hunter. To be able to preserve the shape of the teeth vine, the hunter needed to use jade knives to cut it, otherwise, the teeth vine would collapse and turn to dust. If this little section of 4th grade teeth vine was placed in the 100 treasure flying pavilion, it could reach an astronomical price. But Zuo Mo definitely would not sell it. It was useful for him. He was going to make a sword formation. It wouldn't be a big sword formation like the sword essence formation, but a convenient, easy-to-transport formation that he could keep with him at all times. In other words, he decided to make a set of flying swords that could set up a sword formation at any time. Zuo Mo had come up to the idea while he had been imprisoned in the big sword essence. From the moment the idea appeared in mind, he was unable to sweep it away. The fight with Nan Mingzi reminded him that in chaotic times, the first priority was keeping himself alive. The desolate wood reef had the Skyring Moonchime formation, so he had no worries here. But he could not always stay on the desolate wood reef. If he didn't have any power to keep himself safe, he would just be a fat sheep that would be torn to pieces. He had gained some experience when he had forged sword billets for Su, and inside the big sword essence formation, the idea had been continuously perfected in his mind. He had comprehended many things by personally experiencing the 5 different sword essences in the last half year. Even if it was less pure than the Sherbois, but there was no problem of copying it. 5 kinds of sword essence: 2nd Sherb was Ice Dragon, Sect Leader's Mountain, 3rd Sherb was Snow Fox, Master's Vine, and Wuling Sanrun's Bagua. He had even considered which sword essences to use in the sword formation. He decided to replace Wuling Sanrun's Bagua sword essence with his own Li Water sword essence. The quality of the Li Water sword essence was far lower in quality than the Bagua sword essence, but he had a more profound understanding of Li Water sword essence, and this would make the formation easier for him to control. However, no matter how good the idea was, he lacked materials. If he reforged the water drop sword, it could be used for the Li Water sword essence. However, Zuo Mo ran into difficulty with the 4 other swords. The Mountain sword essence required an earth-attributed flying sword, the Ice Dragon sword needed icy materials, the Snow Fox sword essences needed things like fox claws or teeth, and the Vine sword essence naturally required ling vines. Zuo Mo had went through the entire sect stores and hadn't found one item that he was satisfied with to be used for the 4 types of materials that he needed. Now, to his surprise, he actually found a 4th grade teeth vine on Nan Mingzi's body. How could he not be joyful? Translator ramblings: some of what Zuo Mo has learned in the half year he spent in the sword formation. Rather than learning one thing, and one thing only, he became even more of a jack of all trades. The more child formations there are, the more difficult it becomes, so it wasn't just setting up 72 child formations. Zuo Mo is an odd production shoujo that knows a bit of fighting. The other disciples are what production shoujo should really be like. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 172 Puyao Awakening. Chapter 172 Puyao Awakening. Forging the teeth vine sword would be a slow process because it belonged to the element of wood. For this particular material, a fire forging method could not be used. Zuo Mo need to think more about how he should accomplish his goal. If he ruined this 4th grade teeth vine, there would be no pill he could take to cure him of such a regret. The copper hoop was sent back into the ball of fire above the lava lake. Zuo Mo wanted to temper it a bit more, so he did not need to pay close attention to it while it was in the fire. He hadn't expected that this method would have caused such a change in the big formation. And all of this was caused by the combination of the copper hoop with earth fire. The copper hoop was the center of the Skyring Moonchime formation. Being tempered in the fire, it continuously received fire element power that was then passed through the hoop to the entire formation, slowly changed the big formation. As the hot fire element power permeated the formation, the originally cool aura of the formation was replaced by a domineering, hot presence of fire. The change in the big formation was beyond Zuo Mo's expectations. He suddenly felt anticipation. If the fire element power completely permeated the entire formation, what would the resulting Skyring Moonchime formation be like? Nan Mingzi wasn't rich, but he had still been a Ningmai shoujo. His wealth was still substantial to someone like Zuo Mo. He threw the remaining items and talismans to Lil Pagoda. They were deconstructed into pure 5-element energy, and was consumed by Lil Pagoda. After taking in the 5-element energy, Lil Pagoda seemed more round, and it hopped around joyfully. Having had everything taken out of it by Zuo Mo, Nan Mingzi's dimensional ring was now as empty as an abandoned shell. Zuo Mo put it on his hand. Nan Mingzi's dimensional ring was very small, not even a quarter of Zuo Mo's ring, but it was still valuable. Naturally, no one would dislike having more dimensional rings. Having sorted out Nan Mingzi's items, Zuo Mo changed expressions as he began examining the black goldworm that appeared in his hands. Lil Black had transformed dramatically. There were now red patterns on the back of his black shell. The antenna on Lil Black's head moved. Zuo Mo was overjoyed. Was this glutton finally waking up? After a short while, Lil Black slowly began to move in his hand, but the movement was jerky, as though it was hungover and unable to even walk straight. After it started to wake up, the intangible connection between Zuo Mo's mind and Lil Black reappeared. Other than in appearance, Lil Black did not seem to have changed, but the joy that came from Lil Black inside his mind made Zuo Mo's mood better. You glutton. One day, you will eat yourself to death. He couldn't resist muttering. Thinking of that, he realized he didn't just have one glutton on his hands. Silly Bird liked to eat Lingdan, she was also very picking. Lil Black liked to eat things rich in Ling energy. Lil Pagoda's tastes were constantly increasing, and the demand on quality was becoming higher and higher. The two slender antennae on Lil Black's head moved, as though they was objecting to Zuo Mo's comments. It was temporarily impossible to see any of the other changes, but Lil Black seemed to be more intelligent. Ha, now that you are full, it's time for you to work. Zuo Mo put Lil Black on the ground. Lil Black's antenna waved as it turned into a black gold light and started to fly. Zuo Mo hurriedly followed. They were busy searching for a few days, but Zuo Mo seemed to have used up his luck. There were few Ling veins on the desolate wood reef, and they were all small veins. If they were used for Ling fields, the grade definitely would not be more than 3rd grade. He finally understood why Heart Lake Sword Sect had not developed desolate wood reef. They had definitely inspected the whole island and seen there was no value to developing it. As expected, it really was a barren island. Compared to Zuo Mo's disappointment, the Ling farming disciples of Wu Kong Sword Sect were very excited. When had they ever dreamed about possessing their own 3rd grade Ling fields? With great excitement, they were very motivated. Not just the Ling farming disciples, even the other disciples cooperated, as it was important for their crafts that the Ling fields were plowed and ready as well. To raise Ling beasts, they needed Ling grasses. Those disciples that did dam making needed Ling herbs. Ling grains were also one of the greatest requirements for all people. There were not many Ling veins and therefore not many Ling fields, but since only a few disciples had come, there was a sufficient number of Ling fields. Of course, this was also directly related to Zuo Mo voluntarily surrendering his own share. With their Shixiang as role model, the others interacted in harmony. After plowing the Ling fields, there were more than 600 mu of Ling fields. With 3 Ling farming disciples, each person got 200 mu. That wasn't really that much, but being all 3rd grade Ling fields, it easily satisfied the Zhuji Ling farming disciples. These 3 Ling farming disciples had not received their spring sprout jade medal, so they could not be considered true Ling plant farmers. The other disciples began their own work. The disciples skilled in Ling beast husbandry started to construct their livestock shelters. Desolate Wood Reef was a very busy place. Zuo Mo looked dazedly at the endless ocean. What place is this? A familiar voice suddenly appeared next to Zuo Mo. Zuo Mo's body froze. He turned around. Puyao lazily stretched and yawned. I've really napped a long time this time. A nap? Zuo Mo, who had felt joy, suddenly didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He finally remembered this guy was a Skyao, a person who could live for several thousand years and not die. Half a year, to him, it was just a short doze. Why did you come to a terrible place like this? Puyao gazed around and asked curiously. No way about it. This place is quiet. Zuo Mo said unconcernedly. He could feel Puyao's consciousness sweeping across the entire desolate wood reef in an instant. Ah, good place, good place. Puyao laughed. What's good about this crappy place? Zuo Mo looked at Puyao like he was looking at an idiot. You slept yourself into stupidity. You wouldn't understand even if I told you. Puyao scornfully glanced at Zuo Mo and then reached out a hand. Jingshi. Zuo Mo forcefully controlled his impulse to charge and fight with Puyao. He took out 10 pieces of 3rd grade Jingshi and threw it to this damned Runyao. Just this little bit? Puyao frowned in dissatisfaction. The hand he reached out with made a grabbing motion in the air. Clink clink. The familiar sound of Jingshi. In his hands, a large handful of Jingshi appeared. It was as if Puyao had performed a magic trick. Zuo Mo gaped. After a while, he suddenly reacted and hurried to check his ring. You damned Runyao, ye will kill you. Zuo Mo's grieving wail echoed across the desolate wood reef. Presently, Zuo Mo could be considered to have settled down on the desolate wood reef. For a long time, he was required to guard this barren island. When he had come, he had taken a large portion of supplies. This also meant that he would not receive supplies from the sect for a long time. How to manage them, how to use them to get stronger, these had become a problem that he had to think about. He asked Pu Yao for advice. Pu Yao was unconcerned, none of my business. Having interacted with this guy for so long, Zuo Mo knew what this Renyao was like. He wasn't angry and smirked. How much Jingshi Yi has, you know very well. When it's all spent, all of us can wait to die. You will die from starvation, you will die from poverty, in any case, it is still death. Pu Yao's expression was stunned. After a while, he said somewhat unwillingly, so ignorant. Have you never heard the phrase eat the mountain by the mountain, eat the sea by the sea? Zuo Mo heard this, and his mind became alert. How to eat? Pu Yao did not speak, suddenly sinking into thought. Zuo Mo found it strange but did not disturb him. After a while, Pu Yao opened, I will pass on a certain set of arts to you, but you need to help me build a nether pool. Nether pool? Zuo Mo was puzzled. Yes. Pu Yao did not speak of the detail, only looking at Zuo Mo. What's the purpose of the nether pool? Zuo Mo probed. This Ringyao looked harmless on the surface, but he was still a true Yao, even though up until now, Zuo Mo had not seen him do anything evil. For my own use. Pu Yao said shortly. Is it hard to build? What materials are needed? Zuo Mo spread his hands. There is nothing on this stupid island. You are very clear about what resources I have. He didn't want to be unable to build it after he agreed and have to take on a huge debt again. It was not easy to owe Pu Yao anything. He had first-hand experience of this fact. It is not complex. That black water lake on the island is enough. Pu Yao snickered. At this time, Zuo Mo realized why this guy had said this was a good place. So he had been thinking of that black water lake. No matter how stupid he was, he knew that rare things were valuable. To be able to be targeted by someone like Pu Yao whose eyes were on the top of his head, that black water lake wasn't so simple. Such a big black water lake, to give it to you. Zuo Mo trailed off. Pu Yao didn't fall for it. He narrowed his eyes at Zuo Mo. People shouldn't be too greedy. Zuo Mo instantly faltered. However, his face was now as thick as a city wall, naturally not something that could be defeated by just a sentence. He pretended not to hear it. You have to tell me at the very least what you are passing on to me. It can't be something as crappy as that, fragrance knowledge. Crap? You just don't recognize quality when your eyes are pressed up against it. Pu Yao snorted and threw a ball of light at Zuo Mo. Zuo Mo hurriedly caught the ball of light. A Yao nurturing pool? Zuo Mo quickly furrowed his brows, his tone slightly fearful and dissatisfied, as he said, Do you want me to commit suicide? The spell that Pu Yao gave was a method to nurture Yaoma. In the world of Yaoma were divided into high and low ranks. Some high-level Yaoma could use secret methods to create all kinds of strange and powerful Yaoma that they could control. Zuo Mo sweated as he examined the knowledge, thinking that the Yaoma really had no morals as they did not even let go of their own kind. He had never heard of the Yao nurturing methods mentioned, but all of them were cruel and horrible. He couldn't even imagine how powerful and vicious the Yaoma that were raised under these methods would be. He had no desire to learn at all. These Yao nurturing methods were too cruel. Also, if he took a Yao or Mo around in public, people would instantly come to exterminate the Yaoma. In such a sensitive time, the terror that Xiuzha felt towards the Yaoma had reached a height that they hadn't reached in hundreds of years. You really are idiotic. Pu Yao said scornfully, even if you wanted to nurture Yao, there's no Yao to nurture. Zuo Mo stilled himself. That was true. The only Yao here was Pu. Nurture him? Such an absurd thought. Having finally understood, Zuo Mo instantly fell into a rage. Then why did you give me this? You want to fool me again? Pu Yao looked at Zuo Mo like he was looking at an idiot. You can't nurture Yao, but don't you know about beast nurturing? Translator ramblings, guess who's back? It's just a little nap, really, some people meditate for longer than half a year. Zuo Mo is a very generous supervisor. Of course, he's planning to make his own wealth in a way that the elders didn't expect, so he's fine with not growing ling grains. Here, I think the author really slips in a detail about ling plant farmers. Zuo Mo probably picked the best farmers he could out of the Zuji disciples, but none of them have the jade metal. Zuo Mo got it when he was in Lianqi. Since Wu Kong Sword Sect is so large now, this implies that Zuo Mo's previous achievement was pretty rare in Dongfu. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 173 Pulling into the Fold. Chapter 173 Pulling into the Fold. Chun Yu Chang, Shixiang's looking for you, someone shouted. Coming. Chun Yu Chang responded, his hands carefully placing a young worm into the nurturing formation, before standing and wiping the sweat off his face. He was 24 this year, his appearance was handsome, with sharp brows and bright eyes. He was a very dependable person. Even though he had not been part of the sect for very long, many female disciples had made advances, but he had refused all of them. Compared to the study of love between man and woman, he had more interest towards animal husbandry. Chun Yu Chang's cultivation could only be considered normal. He had just broken through to Zhuji, yet no one dared to underestimate him. He was 24 years old, yet he had received the White Jade Medal of the Beast Speakers. Even though he could not compare to Zuo Shixiang, but he was definitely a talented individual. The Jade Medals of the Beast Speakers were divided into the ranks of White Snake, Black Cobra, Blue Serpent, and Crimson Dragon. Within the profession, people would usually just use the colors, so the White Snake Jade Medal would be referred to simply as the White Jade Medal. In Zuo Mo's company there were 3 people who had jade medals, Zuo Mo, Chun Yu Chang, and the last was Gongsun Cha, who had a butcher jade medal. No one would think that the clean, white, scholarly-looking Gongsun Cha would be a professional butcher. Supposedly, in the span of 15 minutes, he could dismember any Ling beast to hundreds of pieces, the Ling energy in each piece conserved with the loss of Ling energy of less than 20%. Chun Yu Chang was infatuated with beast keeping, but he wasn't dumb. He had instantly perceived the increasingly terrible environment of the sect, so when he had been named to come to Desolate Wood Reef, he had not hesitated. Before, the problem he had been most concerned about was his safety. Now that Zuo Mo Shixiang's great formation had been completed, the anxiety that had been building up in the back of his mind was alleviated. The environment of the Desolate Wood Reef was much worse than Wukong Mountain, but he did not care. Without the conflict of mortal affairs, he could finally concentrate on his craft. Hearing that Zuo Mo Shixiang was calling him, he hurriedly put down what he was doing. Shixiang was the true master of the present Desolate Wood Reef. Chun Yu Chang might not like mortal affairs, but it wasn't as though he did not understand them. He had not interacted much with Zuo Mo Shixiang and did not feel confident and was even slightly wary. However, up until now, he was very satisfied with the present situation. The series of announcements that Zuo Mo Shixiang had made, his action of not taking a share of the Ling fields, had won the support of everyone. Chun Yu Chang was full of hope towards his future days. Shixiang, you are looking for me? Chun Yu Chang was slightly formal. After Zuo Mo had killed Nan Mingzi, the seeds of awe had been planted in everyone's hearts. But quickly, his attention was drawn to the pool that Shixiang was building. This was a very strange-looking 9-palace pool. Formations that he did not understand were carved onto the sides and bottom of the pool, but there were 1 or 2 that he recognized. Those were nurturing formations used in raising beasts. It could cause Ling beasts to grow faster. When did Shixiang become interested in animal rearing? He was puzzled. Shixiang was somewhat famous. Rumors had it that he knew something about everything, such as forging and dan making, and it couldn't be said that his skill in these crafts was low. But he had never heard that Shixiang knew how to raise animals. Hold on a second. Zuo Mo did not stop. His hands continuously casted light after light that entered the walls of the pool. Chun Yu Chang began to understand. After each light that Shixiang cast, the walls of the pool became shinier, and the traces of the formations on the pool became fainter. When the last light entered the walls of the pool became transparent like they were made from crystal. The marks of the formations on the walls had completely disappeared. Zuo Mo panted and raised his head, asking, "What Ling beasts do you have on you?" Chun Yu Chang paused and hurried to answer, "The flight was too long. It was hard to bring large-sized Ling beasts, all I brought were some small-sized Ling beasts, like Ling butterflies, but..." "Oh, Ling butterflies? Great, sell me some," Zuo Mo said. Chun Yu Chang said, "Ling butterflies aren't expensive. Shixiang, you don't have to pay. How many does Shixiang want? Which types? What type of Ling butterfly?" Zuo Mo stilled and then asked back, "There are many kinds of Ling butterflies?" Chun Yu Chang didn't know how to react, but didn't show it. Just what this little brother knows of is about 20,000. However, I only have around 100 eggs right now, but they are all very normal. He guessed that Shixiang was having an impulse to work with Ling beasts. However, just as he said, these Ling butterfly eggs really were not worth very much. Even if he gave all of them to Shixiang, he wouldn't feel it was a loss. Zuo Mo had an interested expression. Oh, so there is so much to learn here. Chun Shidi, please introduce me. Shi Xiang is too polite. Chun Yuchang started to introduce the different kinds of ling butterfly eggs to Zuo Mo. The introductions hadn't finished after 4 hours. Chun Yuchang's throat was becoming dry, and Zuo Mo was left dizzy. Zuo Mo realized now that even with this beast nurturing pool, if he wanted to get some results, it wasn't a simple matter. Hearing how clear and knowledgeable Chun Yuchang was while he was talking about ling beasts, he couldn't help but sigh at the level of professionalism needed. Suddenly, an idea sprouted. Why couldn't he pull Chun Yuchang into the fold? If Chun Yuchang, the expert, did it, wouldn't it be easier to get results than an amateur like him? The more he thought, the better Zuo Mo found the idea. His first aim was to make Jingshi and not just spend his savings. Other than making Jingshi, he didn't have any interest in livestock. He already had too many things he needed to study. If he added another area, he wouldn't be able to learn it effectively. Chun Yuchang was still relentlessly lecturing. Zuo Mo was very familiar with the enthusiasm in his eyes. It indicated that the other really loved animal keeping. Seeing such a determined gaze, Zuo Mo made the decision to incorporate Chun Yuchang into his plans. Halfway through, Chun Yuchang accidentally saw Zuo Mo's eerie green, wolf-like gaze and shuddered inside. His tongue tying up. However, when he did a double take to check again, Shi Xiang's gaze was faint and calm, like a Diana expert. He had just had a mistaken feeling. Chun Yuchang released a breath, organized his thoughts and continued on. Zuo Mo pretended to be listening careful. Secretly, he flipped an empty jade scroll from his ring and imprinted some spells. When Chun Yuchang finished, he hurriedly praised him. Chun Shidi really has great knowledge. My own knowledge has grown greatly today. Shi Xiang is too kind, this little brother has just entered the sect. Chun Yuchang said humbly. Zuo Mo suddenly asked, Chun Shidi, what do you think about this pool? This little brother is very ignorant and cannot understand anything except the nurturing formation. This pool must be related to raising beasts. Chun Yuchang obediently replied. Chun Shidi really has good eyes. Zuo Mo clapped as he praised. However, when matched with his expressionless face, it looked very strange. He said mysteriously, speaking of this pool, I got it from an ancient jade scroll remnant. It is called the 9 Heavens Illusory Divine Light Serpent Transforming Dragon Pool. 9 Heaven Illusory Divine Light Serpent Transforming Dragon, Chun Yuchang gaped, stammering as he repeated this strange and extraordinarily lengthy name. Zuo Mo's eyes were serious. He did not look as though he was joking. He slowly took out the jade scroll he had just created. That jade scroll remnant turned to dust after I read it. I do not understand animal husbandry, so I only remembered the general gist. Shidi, please have a look. He was very certain the temptation that this jade scroll present to Chun Yuchang would be sufficiently seductive. Inside the jade scroll, he had redacted large sections of sensitive content, so the jade scroll seemed to lack many things. However, he was confident that even this ruined jade scroll was enough to tempt Chun Yuchang. Chun Yuchang took the jade scroll somewhat in disbelief. In reality, if it hadn't been that Zuo Mo Shi Xiang had always maintained a reputation of trust, he definitely would have immediately turned and left. That name, it really. However, when he saw the first sentence on the jade scroll, it was as if he had been struck by lightning. Zuo Mo didn't hurry him. He didn't worry that Chun Yuchang would steal the method and learn it. None of what Pu Yao gave was easy to understand. This was the exact opposite of the gravestone. Not much effort had to be spent on understanding what the gravestone had taught him. The most important part of this set of spells was constructing the pool and was extremely complex. Other than Zuo Mo, no one on the desolate wood reef could understand it. In reality, Zuo Mo himself had just made a first-grade Yao cultivating pool. Chun Yuchang raised his head, his eyes dazed. After a long time, his pupils finally focused. The first thing he did was bow. Shi Xiang, teach me. To be able to qualify for the White Snake Jade Medal at 24 years old, there was no need to describe Chun Yuchang's talents with animals. With just one look he understood the value of this jade scroll. No, the value of this set of spells. He understood the value better than Zuo Mo. Zuo Mo was correct in his thoughts. The temptation that this jade scroll presented to Chun Yuchang was fatal. Zuo Mo hurriedly helped Chun Yuchang upright. Shidi, don't be like this. We are brothers. On this island, we naturally should help each other. Taking the chance, he threw out his own idea. I'm a pure amateur at raising animals. This serpent transforming dragon pool, oh, we'll call it a beast cultivating pool, Shidi can manage it. What does Shidi think? Chun Yuchang was joyous, I couldn't ask for more. To be able to look over the beast pool, it was the best opportunity to study and experiment. This set of spells was extremely deep and profound. The more he thought, the more excited he became. He wanted to move over immediately. Zuo Mo said seriously, "Shitty also understands our situation. I built the beast pool with the aim to earn Jingshi and to not have to rely on just what we have. Such a project can also allow us to establish our roots here on the desolate wood reef." Chen Yucheng calmed down slightly. "Yucheng understands," Zuo Mo said in satisfaction. "Since it is for profit, then we need to make it clear." Chen Yucheng said, "Yucheng only wants to learn this method for study, not for Jingshi." Zuo Mo shook his head. "Even blood brothers need clear accounts. Those are two different matters. What is earned by this beast pool, Shitty gets 3/10." Chen Yucheng wanted to shake his head and refuse when he heard Zuo Mo say this. He was interrupted in the middle. "Shitty, do not refuse. This is what Shitty should get. Haha, if Shitty feels embarrassed, then invest more effort on it." Zuo Mo had started as an outer sect disciple. He could clearly understand many things. It was only when emotion and profit were both tied together that this kind of cooperative venture would be stable. Chen Yucheng felt grateful but didn't know what to say. He only nodded in earnest. He decided that he would work hard. Zuo Mo snickered. "Okay, then this is now Shitty's job. If you need any materials, just tell me." In the sea of consciousness, Pu Yao's face was full of disdain. Zuo Mo clapped his hands in satisfaction and left. Translator ramblings. For those that thought Zuo Mo was going to start raising animals, the author has sadly disappointed you. On the other hand, he already has pets, so it's not that much of a loss. Zuo Mo's terrible naming sense makes an appearance. The Nine Palace Pool is a really mystic term for what is essentially a 3x3 grid like the one you draw for tic-tac-toe. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 174 Macro Golden Crow Formation. Chapter 174 Macro Golden Crow Formation. Zuo Mo's finger movements continuously changed. His consciousness was like a third eye, emotionlessly overseeing the rippling of the Ling power at his fingers and the subsequent changes in the Dan cauldron. Pu Yao had once said all changes were changes in formations. What he was doing now was identifying that change. Starting with the fasting pill at the beginning, he had studied the change in formations inside the medicines. The changes in the Dan were very complex. Even the simplest Dan medicines would need several kinds of materials, and higher grade Dan would require dozens of ingredients. However, he hadn't found any Dan that needed more than 100 types of ingredients. This was not difficult to understand. The more materials there were, the more uncontrolled factors were present. But those recipes were far above what Zuo Mo was studying right now. What he was doing was still struggling with the most basic Lingdan. To make them and to understand each of the changes in them were completely different concepts and completely different levels of difficulty. After going through the Big Sword Essence formation and having studied the basics discussed in the Kunlun Introductory Formations Jade Scroll, Zuo Mo could be considered half an expert in formations. The changes in the Lingdan might be complex, but Zuo Mo's examinations were clear. After careful study, he had learned many things. The desolate wood reef was very isolated, much quieter than Wu Kong Mountain. It was perfect for doing these kinds of activities that needed lots of time, and he didn't have to worry about anyone disturbing him. He had found 12 different frequent change formations. After this, the rate of Dan completion when he made Dan would be astoundingly high. To say of nothing else, just his skill in Dan making was now enough to support him anywhere he went. The Golden Crow pill that he had first become famous for was one of his primary investigative targets. The Golden Crow fire contained inside the Golden Crow pill was its only value. However, due to the ingredients, he had no method of increasing the amount of Golden Crow fire contained inside the Lingdan, which meant that the Golden Crow pill was stuck as a low-grade Lingdan. Zuo Mo had wrung his mind out to think of ways to make Jingshi. It was unknown what effect the beast pools would have, when it would produce anything, and how much could be made from it. Zuo Mo naturally wouldn't put all his hopes on the uncertainty of the beast pool. Dan making was the other method he had to consider to make Jingshi. The desolate wood reef was truly isolated. If it only produced ordinary things like Ling grains, there certainly would not be people who would be willing to come. What kind of circumstances would cause other people to come a long way to the desolate wood reef? Only when the desolate wood reef had things that could only be found here and nowhere else. Golden Crow pill was not a bad choice. However, the present Golden Crow pill was just a second-grade Lingdan, and its effects were too limited. Even if it did have some effect, but it was not enough to attract people to come a long way. Zuo Mo had thought for a long time how to increase the grade of the Golden Crow pill. He believed that if it was third-grade Golden Crow pill, merchants would definitely be willing to come to the desolate wood reef to buy it. He had a general understanding of the few formations inside the Golden Crow Pill. But there was one formation that Zuo Mo had never seen before. It was constructed out of medicinal power and had two uses. One use was that it could lock the essence of the sun, while the other use was that it could turn the trapped sun essence into Golden Crow fire. Zuo Mo called this previously unseen formation Golden Crow Formation. The Golden Crow Formation was so complex and exquisite that it was able to broaden Zuo Mo's vision on the scope of formations. The formations found in Dan making were much more complex than the formations he could normally learn. The formations he used were large and broad, the Ling power moving clearly through them. The formations in Dan making were shrunk into a small space, complex like hair twisted into a knot and difficult to find their true design. Zuo Mo called the formations he usually used macro formations, and the formations in Dan making could be called micro formations. Occasionally during this period of time, other Xiuzha would arrive at the desolate wood reef, wanting to pass through the Jie River into Little Mountain Jie. Zuo Mo asked for 100 pieces of third-grade Jingshi from each of them. For those that did not have the Jingshi, they could use other things to barter. Zuo Mo's trademark zombie face, the name of Wu Kong Sword Sect, and the threat of the Skyring Moonchime Formation, was enough for each of these Ningmai Xiuzha to willingly pay the 100 pieces of third-grade Jingshi for their resting fee. On average, there would be one person coming every 2 or 3 days. That meant that every 2 or 3 days, Zuo Mo would earn 100 pieces of third-grade Jingshi. His days were very good. Other than concentrating on his own experiments, he had taught some of what he knew about Ling farming to the other 3 shidi who specialized in Ling farming. He practiced all 5 elements, and his knowledge was much higher compared to the past. Zuo Mo was an obsessive collector of jade scrolls. The number of jade scrolls that he possessed definitely was far more than what others would expect of a Zhuji, and the collection was very diverse. Even though the grade on average was not high, there were some very good ones. Ling farming, beast raising, butchering, etc., he had all of them. The area that he had relatively little of were sword scriptures. However, on the island, except for Zuo Mo, who would spend time on sword scriptures, no one was interested in sword scriptures. He opened all the jade scrolls to the shidi and built a records room. The jade scrolls collected by Wu Kong Sword Sect were primarily sword scriptures, and what Zuo Mo collected was the exact opposite. In terms of variety, the sect's records room could not compare to Zuo Mo, but in terms of quality, Zuo Mo could never compete with the sect. When the shidi went into the records room and saw the sheer number of jade scrolls, they were stunned and surprised. Their desire for jade scrolls was similar to Zuo Mo. Reading jade scrolls required paying a fee. No one had any objections to this. How could there be free meals in this world? Wu Kong Sword Sect's records room had been free to use at the beginning, but after the expansion it had returned to its old practices. Taking into account the shidi didn't have much Jingshi, Zuo Mo was devious in his use of tabs and silently became their creditor. The fees for using the records room were much lower than the sect. They would go into debt but would be able to immediately learn new spells. How could such an arrangement not make them happy? The records room quickly became the most popular place on the desolate wood reef. What Zuo Mo had picked were production Xiuzha. They did not like conflict, were dependable, and hardworking. Now that there was a records room, everyone had even more motivation. The atmosphere of the desolate wood reef was extremely good, everyone had comfortable days. Wiping away the sweat on his forehead, his face covered in dust, Zuo Mo looked at the large formation that he had just completed. His heart slightly hesitant. The formation in front of him was the Golden Crow Formation. Zuo Mo had used jade pieces in Jingshi to create a Golden Crow Formation. This was the first time he used a macro formation based off of a micro formation that was used in Dan making. He had spent large amounts of time on the Golden Crow Formation, but didn't have any confidence. Theoretically, the microformations and the macroformations should not be any different. It took Zuo Mo 20 days to set up the macro version of the Golden Crow Formation. Ever since he had come up with the idea of using macro formations to construct microformations, the idea had been like a recurring nightmare that could not be erased. He had enough Jingshi now, if he didn't do it now, when could he ever do it? But once he started setting up the formation, he found the difficulty was much higher than he had anticipated. The Ling power pathways of macro formations were clear, but compared to their counterpart microformation, they were crude and rough. It was hard to use the macro formations to do such detailed changes. Zuo Mo had ran into great trouble. His original plan had been to set up a Golden Crow Formation that was about 5 zhang wide, but what he produced was 50 zhang in diameter. It was like an enormous nest. Hollow in the center, while in the surroundings countless materials floated in the air, forming a complete circle. What caused his heart pain was that the cost of the macro Golden Crow Formation was far greater than his predictions. This one formation cost 1,000 third-grade Jingshi. Once the formation was activated, he would lose 1,000 Jingshi. This experiment could really be called expensive. It was also why Zuo Mo was hesitant. 1,000 third-grade Jingshi. Pu Yao appeared beside Zuo Mo. Looking at the materials floating in the air, he twisted his mouth. It's really ugly. Zuo Mo didn't pay attention to that guy. He gritted his teeth and decided to activate the formation. Stepping into the already formed formation, his expression was stern, and his Ling power began flowing through all 10 of his fingers. A faint light appeared on his fingertips as his fingers danced. Lights flashed, extinguishing as quickly as they appeared. A golden pillar of light came down from the sky and connected with one that came from between his hands. As his fingers formed shapes, the golden pillar of light turned to 10 beams that spread throughout the formation. The golden light was reflected and passed around by the jade pieces in the formation. The jade pieces instantly became coated in gold light when the golden light touched them. In the sky above the formation, it was possible to see the golden light slowly spread out in the formation like water. Everywhere it passed, the floating Jingshi lit up, becoming blindingly bright, like stars in golden-colored lake. The entire process took an hour before the great formation started to give off a uniform golden glow. The noise from the formation had alarmed many of the Shidi, but when they discovered it was caused by Zuo Mo, Shixian, other than expressing amazement, found it extremely normal. If Shixian wasn't working on formations, was it still the Shixian that was famed for his formations? Zuo Mo's hands did not dare to stop, the art of crimson flame being pushed to the extreme. At this time, the formation changed again. Countless golden lights flew out of the jade pieces like fish, gathering in the empty space in the middle of the formation. In the center of the formation, about 2 zhang from the ground, a ball of golden light was taking form. Once the ball of light formed, the speed the light gathered suddenly increased. The golden lights were as dense as rain as they ran to merge into the golden ball of light. The golden ball of light continuously increased in size, starting from the size of a basket in the beginning and growing to the size of a dining table. Zuo Mo's expression became even more nervous. Why wasn't there a change yet? Zuo Mo stared at the ball of light, his hands continuously changing. He did not notice that the pillar of light from the sky that entered his hands was as thick as his arm. Theoretically, a change should be happening now. But the ball of light was still expanding. The change he had predicted had not occurred yet. Becoming fire. The most important step of the formation of Golden Crow Fire. If this step did not happen, the essence of the sun could not form the Golden Crow Fire. Time slowly passed. After 8 hours, Zuo Mo felt extremely dizzy, his hands limper than ever. In the middle of the formation, the ball of light was now about the size of a house. Even the person who made it all, Zuo Mo, felt scared when he saw such an enormous ball of light. All of this, it was the explosive essence of the sun. If he was not careful, he could not imagine what would happen. The present situation was completely beyond out his predictions and control. Just as he carefully acted as though he was on thin ice, he detected a change in the ball of light. Translator Ramblings, Wandering Yumi of Doom has calculated the formation is about 8 football fields. Zuo Mo wants to make money because it is the only way he can cultivate at this point. The Ling veins are being used for farming and they are not very high level, so he needs a source of Ling power. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 175 Fire. Chapter 175 Fire. Inside the ball of light, something seemed to break. A flame seemed to jump out of the ball of light. In the blink of an eye, the ball of light became a ball of pure golden yellow flame spitting in the air. The ball of fire quickly collapsed into itself, and the house-sized ball shrinking into a flame the size of a fist. Even though the flame was now the size of a fist, an extremely yang and extremely strong presence emanated from it. Zuo Mo was affected, and his finger motions stumbled. Luckily, the formation had already been completed. The flame's presence made Pu Yao furrow his brows. He wore an expression of disgust. I'm very curious how you are planning to deal with this? Pu Yao glanced at the flame before looking towards Zuo Mo. Do you want to absorb it? I'm warning you, this golden crow fire is not something you can tolerate. No, I'm not planning on absorbing it. Zuo Mo shook his head. Pu Yao wasn't wrong. Sensing the strong presence radiating from the golden crow fire, he understood this wasn't something he could absorb at the moment. The amount of golden crow fire in the golden crow pill was just a thread, so it was not hard to absorb, but this ball of golden crow fire was pure and strong, beyond what he could endure. If he was an Ingmai, it would be a wonderful fire seed. This answer was not out of Pu Yao's expectations. He gave a scornful expression. You made all this noise and got this little ball of flame. So now what, do you want to use it for a barbecue? Staring at the burning golden yellow flame at the center of the formation, Zuo Mo licked his lips, his eyes like a hungry wolf staring at a lamb. So this is golden crow fire. So what? You can't use it. Pu Yao said scornfully like he always did. Your formation can only be maintained for 5 days at most, and then this ball of golden crow fire would naturally dissipate. Do you want to forge it into Lingdan? No, I changed my mind. Zuo Mo's eyes were fixed on the fist-sized golden crow fire. I'll sell fire. Directly sell golden crow fire. The light in Zuo Mo's eyes grew, like the blinding light produced by countless Jingshi. He waved his arms, his voice filled with excitement and joy. I'll split this golden crow fire into a few dozen fires, seal them in jade boxes with a formation, and sell them. Pu Yao had to agree that Zuo Mo's idea was interesting. However, he glanced at the ball of golden crow fire and said, you can divide this, you know the formations to seal it? Don't ask me, the methods I know, you can't use it, even I can't use it at present. That's a problem, Zuo Mo said. He didn't answer and sunk deep into thought. Pu Yao did not disturb him. It had to be said that if Zuo Mo's method really worked, then the business opportunity in here was astounding. 4th grade golden crow fire did not lack for demand. Right now, he was tied together with Zuo Mo. Only if Zuo Mo had Jingshi could he spend it. Even more, his nether pool was still lacking all of the materials needed to complete it. The black water was uselessly sitting in the middle of nowhere. The damage accumulated over a few thousand years, it could not be repaired so easily. However, troubled times were coming. He liked that. Zuo Mo entered a period of mania. If he could solve this problem, heavens! The Jingshi. None of the business that Zuo Mo had done before could rival this one. He seemed to see a great pathway made of Jingshi in front of him. Any piece that he could chip off was 4th grade. The thoughts of Jingshi did not mess up Zuo Mo's mind. Quite the opposite, he was full of excitement and motivation. At this time, if an Ingmai came, no, even a Jindan, then Zuo Mo would howl in charge to chop the other into pieces. 5 days, the macro golden crow formation could only be maintained for 5 days. Zuo Mo didn't bear to waste one blink. The 4th day. Zuo Mo held the jade box in his hand and roared with laughter. Pu Yao came with the noise. Success? Looking at the concern on Pu Yao's face, Zuo Mo was smug. He roared with laughter again. He definitely succeeded. The formations he studied came from the Kunlun Introductory Formation Jade Scroll. This Jade Scroll, which Zuo Mo thought could also be called the Encyclopedia of Basic Formations, had all kinds of fundamental formations and naturally included formations to seal things. What Zuo Mo picked was a formation called Mini Lock Formation. It was suitable for sealing in items that were intangible. Naturally, a mere 2nd grade formation like the Mini Lock Formation was not enough. Golden Crow Fire was 4th grade, even if it was split into a dozen parts and weakened greatly, it was still not something a Mini Lock Formation could seal. Using the Mini Lock Formation as a basis, Zuo Mo had thought of ways to strengthen it. His original intention had been to try to strengthen the Mini Lock Formation, but he had not been able to find an appropriate method. Incidentally, of the micro formations he had discovered, he found an unique formation. Its purpose was very strange, it could suppress medicinal power. Usually, it was used in Lingdan that were quite domineering. It would suppress the medicinal power so the medicinal power would slowly enter the channels without damaging them. This was an unexpected, happy surprise for Zuo Mo. Without strengthening the formation, he could suppress the golden crow fire, it was the same. It did not take him too long to merge the two formations. Zuo Mo named the new formation the Mini Seal. The Mini Seal was put on a palm-sized jade box. Zuo Mo used the best jade that he had for the box, 3rd grade icy jade, and called it a mini box. Embedded on each jade box were 9 pieces of 3rd grade Jingshi to provide ling power for the Mini Seal. In one go, he forged almost 100 jade boxes. Just the value of one of these jade boxes alone was not low. If it wasn't that they were to be used to containing the golden crow fire, Zuo Mo couldn't bear to have used such good ice jade to make simple jade boxes. Looking at the attractive appearance of the mini box, Zuo Mo decided to raise the price of the golden crow fire. Anyone that was able to buy the golden crow fire, they wouldn't care about spending another few dozen more Jingshi. Pu Yao thought it was too early to be happy. He reminded Zuo Mo, what about dividing the fire? Just keep on watching. It was rare that he could show off in front of Pu Yao. Zuo Mo deliberately concealed his plan. However, when Zuo Mo faced that fist-sized ball of golden crow fire, he pushed all thoughts of showing off to the back of his mind. The pure golden yellow golden crow fire was a true sovereign. Silently burning, it was like the king of lions unconcernedly smoothing its fur. Each time the flame jumped and spat, a oppressive presence would ripple into the surroundings. With Zuo Mo's cultivation, if it wasn't that his spirit was strong enough, he wouldn't even be able to stand up against this golden crow fire. A benefit of a strong spirit was that his mind was very stable, and not easily affected by outside factors. He didn't start dividing the fire immediately, but hammered many large metal nails around the golden crow fire. These nails were longer than a chi, about the thickness of 3 fingers. Cinnabar character seals could be seen glistening on the body of the nails. These were metal nails that were commonly used in formations. Being second grade, they were useful for many formations. Zuo Mo embedded a dozen metal nails. Standing and taking a breath, he hung the streaming fire core manipulation pendant on his waist to increase his control over fire. However, the method he used this time wasn't one that was used to control fire. He inhaled heavily, his chest rising, his eyes bulging as his hands suddenly started to whirl. Bam! A suddenly explosion sounded without a warning. The floating ball of golden crow fire suddenly shook, as though it was alarmed. Explosions sounded, one after the other. After just one round, and Zuo Mo's heart tightened. It seemed it was more difficult than he had thought. However, he didn't have the time to think more. His hands continuously increased their speed. Pia pia pia. The explosions became more rushed and close together, the shaking of the golden crow fire increased. Zuo Mo's forehead was covered in sweat, steam rising off like smoke. His eyes were filled with blood and widened greatly. The 10 fingers on his hands twirled so fast that it was as if they were a ball of shadows. If someone happened upon this scene, they would be unable to clearly see his fingers. The shaking golden crow fire convulsed erratically, and could collapse at any moment. The fierce and pure presence of the fire was completely sent out. Like a flood, it furiously pushed at everything in the surroundings. Crack crack crack. Cracks continued to appear on the jade pieces of the macro golden crow formation. The formation was going to collapse. If Zuo Mo did not successfully divide the fire, the golden crow fire would instantly disappear. Without the support of the formation, the golden crow fire would dissipate quickly. The tendons on Zuo Mo's forehead bulged like green earthworms. Open! His voice was like spring thunder, his hands suddenly turning with power he never had before. Boom! The golden crow fire exploded, turning to dozens of thumb-sized flames. The fierce presence that Zuo Mo felt afraid of instantly became much weaker. The alarming cracking sounds also stopped. The moment before the large formation collapsed, Zuo Mo successfully divided the fire and the formation managed to stay whole. This way, he received precious time to breathe. Zuo Mo panted furiously, his arms sagged as if they were filled with lead, unable to be raised. But in his eyes, there was only joy. Success! He really did it! Pu Yao gaped. The method Zuo Mo used was completely out of his expectations. Zuo Mo actually used the method to divide Dan. During Dan making, after the raw materials were added, medicinal fluid would take form, and this fluid would become Lingdan in the end. However, the number of Lingdan that would be produced from a single cauldron would depend on the skill of the Dan maker dividing the Dan. Skilled Dan makers could produce more than 100 Lingdan from each cauldron. For low-level Lingdan, if they were made one by one, the time needed could not be imagined. Dan dividing was then one of the techniques that those who studied Dan making had to learn. However, Pu Yao never would have imagined that Zuo Mo would use the strange method of Dan dividing to divide fire. This guy. He looked at Zuo Mo. When some feeling returned to his hand, a bottle of Lingdan appeared on Zuo Mo's hand. Removing the cork, he shoved all of the contents into his mouth. He didn't have the time to resolve the medicinal power, so he used sheer quantity as a substitute. After one bottle of Lingdan was consumed, he felt much better. But, the medicinal power of one entire bottle. Zuo Mo quickly experienced the aftereffects. The Ling power that suddenly exploded in his body was like a flood bursting through a dam, rushing through his body. Damn it! Zuo Mo's face twisted. However, he didn't have the time to slowly absorb the Lingdan. He quickly took out the mini boxes and started to harvest the golden crow fire seeds. Quickly, he had sealed all the golden crow fire, but the Ling power in his body did not show any signs of exhaustion. He had calculated wrong. Compared to the astounding consumption of before, the Ling power used to harvest was pitifully little. Pu Yao was laughing at him from the side. Just when Zuo Mo felt he would explode and die, suddenly, someone quickly flew over, their voice filled with terror. Shixian, there's trouble. Trouble. Translator ramblings, Zuo Mo finally finds a product to tempt people to travel. After more than 100 chapters, Zuo Mo finally gets golden crow fire. Time is so blurry in this story. Fong Xiang doesn't give time intervals. It's definitely more than a year since the beginning of the story, but there isn't much else. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 176, Brute Strength. Chapter 176, Brute Strength. What is it? Zuo Mo gritted his teeth as he forced the words out one by one through his teeth. He was putting all he could into suppressing the Ling power that was rushing through his body. Damn it! His Ling power was like a wild beast that was caught, furiously struggling, furiously charging around to try to break through the layer of imprisonment. But his state was not betrayed by Zuo Mo's zombie face. There's a blue spiked crocodile that suddenly charged out of the water. It wounded one of the Shixiangs. The disciple's expression was one of panic, but his speech was relatively clear. Go! Zuo Mo spat out through his teeth. He just took one step, and the Ling power in his body shuddered. He staggered. The restless Ling power in his body made him jump. Disregarding the mocking laughter from Pu Yao inside his sea of consciousness, he hurriedly activated his Vajra Profound Sutra. Pei Yuan Ran and the others would never have thought that the Vajra Profound Sutra they had intended to suppress had been instead become well developed. It could not be suppressed and progressed extremely quickly. The fine sword essences inside the formation had been like sandpaper that continuously ground against Zuo Mo's body. The Vajra Profound Sutra was greatly stimulated and naturally circulated on its own. In half a year, Zuo Mo was only one step away from the 5th level. Silently using the scripture of the Vajra Profound Sutra, the sense of danger from the energy inside his body lessened. He released a sigh of relief. His entire body was dark gold, a natural fierce presence exuding by itself. In the sea of consciousness, Pu Yao's expression suddenly became angry. A bloody light flashed through his eye. Staring at the gravestone, a cold voice floated from the corner of his mouth. I hadn't thought that you would steal in front of me again. However, Zuo Mo gritted his teeth, his steps fast as he sprinted with the shitty that came with the message. From long away, he saw the troublemaking blue-spiked crocodile. It was idly lying on the beach, disregarding the Wu Kong Sword Sect disciples that was surrounding it. However, the moment Zuo Mo appeared, it suddenly raised its head and opened its eyes. The eyes of the blue-spiked crocodile were like needles, cold and without a hint of warmth. Saliva slipped out of the corner of its mouth with dense teeth. Its body was covered in black and shiny armor, and it was easy to see from a glance that it would be hard to wound even with a flying sword. On its back was a row of blue spikes the width of an infant's fist. They were very good primary materials for making flying swords, and were also the crocodile's life-saving weapon. The entire body of the blue-spiked crocodile was treasure, but not many people were willing to kill it. It was truly a brutish existence. Zuo Mo's eyes turned to the blood-soaked and injured right leg of the shitty. It was like a spark had been thrown into a barrel of dynamite. The Ling power in his body exploded and went berserk. Without a second word, his hands held the water drop sword. One step, his body was like an arrow. Everyone felt their eyes blur, and Zuo Mo appeared beside the blue-spiked crocodile. The body of the water drop sword was covered by a water flame. The flame was silently burning, not as grand and shocking as the water-shaped flame of the past. Die! Zuo Mo shouted. His body was seemingly made of gold, his eyes wide. The water drop sword went from bottom to up. Li water burning heavens. The first attack was his killing move. The rampaging Ling power in his body furiously flooded through the water drop sword in his hand. What was strange was the water-shaped flame on the water drop sword did not grow, but became even more transparent. His sword essence, after going through the sword essence formation, was much more pure and introverted than before. The blue-spiked crocodile's reputation was clearly preceded by the extraordinary nature. Its body moved, and the steel-like tail whipped horizontally. With a piercing howl, it launched itself forward. One tail and one sword clashed together. Bam! The explosive sword essence of the Li water burning heavens seemed to have found a vent when it came into contact, and exploded. At the same time, a domineering and powerful force passed from the water drop sword to Zuo Mo's hands. Zuo Mo felt his palms shake. The water drop sword had almost been thrown out of his hands. If he let go at this time, he definitely would be wounded, and the water drop sword would most likely fly far away from the current battle. Without a flying sword, how could he face the blue-spiked crocodile? There was no time to think. Using all his strength, his hands gripped tightly on the hilt of the water drop sword. A strong force passed from his palm to his arms to his entire body. The Ling power that was rampaging through his body paused with this sweep of the blue-spiked crocodile. It could be seen just how strong his foe was. After retreating for more than 10 strides, Zuo Mo finally steadied his body. Inside he was shocked. The blue-spiked crocodile had also received some significant wounds. Its tail was ripped open, bleeding, the wound cut down to the bone. The combined offensive power of the Vajra Profound Sutra and the Li Water Burning Heavens could be seen. However, what Zuo Mo had not expected was that the wounds would be unable of causing the blue-spiked crocodile to feel fear. Instead, it had aroused its viciousness. The eyes of the blue-spiked crocodile stared fixedly at Zuo Mo. A vicious and brutal aura tightly locked onto Zuo Mo. Its long body shook and waved like a fish in the water. It was astounding fast as it charged at Zuo Mo. Zuo Mo only saw a black shadow leaping at him. Without time to think, he channeled Vajra Profound Sutra to its maximum. His eyes were bright gold and a golden light was shining from his body. His hand held the water drop sword. The water flame on the sword was so transparent it was almost non-existent. Li Water Burning Heavens. Bang! A sound of impact that was even deeper and more terrifying than the previous one that resounded out. The energy inside Zuo Mo's body roiled. He could not stop his body. Bam bam bam, he went back 7 steps. Just having steadied himself, the blue-spiked crocodile leapt forward again. The mouth of the crocodile was like an enormous set of clamps, its 2 rows of sharp teeth were frightening. The water drop sword that Zuo Mo swept upwards just barely managed to block the enormous teeth of the blue-spiked crocodile. The bloody maw of the blue-spiked crocodile was so clear in Zuo Mo's eyes. He was even able to see the remaining blood and flesh inside the mouth. A fishy smell flooded his face. Right after, he felt his surroundings blur. Like a sandbag, he was thrown more than 10 zhang away, stopping only when he had crashed into a tree. Zuo Mo stood up. With the Vajra Profound Sutra present, he wasn't wounded. He widened his eyes, staring motionlessly at the blue-spiked crocodile. The berserkling power inside his body affected Zuo Mo's mood. He was like an infuriated beast, all his thoughts thrown to the back of his head. In his eyes, there was only this blue-spiked crocodile. There was one thought in his head: kill it. The blue-spiked crocodile shook its head. It had not succeeded with the last 2 charges. It was slightly dizzy. However, Zuo Mo's following actions provoked it again. Such a small being dared to challenge it. Seeing the blue-spiked crocodile charge at him, Zuo Mo bared his teeth, his eyes dark. His feet trotting, his hands held the sword at his side as he sped up. A black figure and a golden figure smashed together like 2 meteorites. Boom! A thunderous explosion. The black figure and the now blue blur bounced off of each other, the 2 moving backwards with even greater speed. Bam bam bam. Zuo Mo was thrown like a sandbag, hitting the ground and bouncing up, then hitting the ground and bouncing up. After bouncing more than 7 times, he finally managed to stop. After being thrown so violently, his eyes were dizzy. After a moment, he struggled up and spat out a mouthful of sand. The last impact was much stronger than the previous ones. His skeleton felt as though it was going to collapse. The Ling power that was exploding inside his body had almost dissipated. Panting, he thought inside that the bastard should be pretty much done. Suddenly, his eyes focused. Nearby, that blue-spiked crocodile shook its head, staring with its eyes as it moved to charge. Seeing the blue-spiked crocodile, the anger inside Zuo Mo's heart rose. If GE can't kill you today, then GE will change my surname to you, I. Die. Zuo Mo gritted his teeth. He held the water drop sword, started his trot again and charged at the blue-spiked crocodile. The blue-spiked crocodile shook its head, howled once, and turned to a black shadow, leaping at Zuo Mo. Bam! It was another simple crash. 1 person and 1 crocodile thrown back again. With the fierce reputation of the blue-spiked crocodile, the news that there was a blue-spiked crocodile on the desolate wood reef, and that it had wounded one of the disciples instantly attracted the attention of all the disciples of Wu Kong Sword Sect. They were all very worried. If a blue-spiked crocodile appeared on the desolate wood reef, that meant that any one of them could fall victim to the danger it posed. All the disciples ran over. Going to ask for help from Zuo Mo was their unconscious response. An adult blue-spiked crocodile was a 4th-grade beast. Normally even Ningmai could only skirt around it if they encountered it. Maybe Shixiang would have a solution, set up a formation to trap it and then they could think of a way. But the scene in front of them stunned everyone. In the rumors, wasn't Shixiang only skilled in formations? Seeing the person and crocodile irrationally collide together, continuously, repeatedly, robotically crash together. The golden Shixiang charged again and again, and was bounced back again and again before he climbed up over and over like nothing had happened, his face dusty, and he roared as he charged again. Seeing the blue-spiked crocodile howling furiously, not showing exhaustion after hitting for so many collisions. Everyone felt fear because the blue-spiked crocodile was so strong. If they were in an encounter with it, but that kind of apprehension surprised no one. It was a blue-spiked crocodile. But Xixiang was also this strong. Was this a delusion? But the increasing number of wounds on the body of the blue-spiked crocodile reminded them that everything happening in front of them was reality. Every time Xixiang's sword impacted the blue-spiked crocodile, the vibrating Ling power was enough to make them jump, make them uncontrollably feel terror. Is Xixiang truly just a Zhuji? Chun Yucheng said to himself. Standing beside him was Gongsun Sha. The clean and scholarly Gongsun Sha was strangely excited. Doesn't look like it. Xixiang and the blue-spiked crocodile have gone 22 rounds. A Zhuji definitely wouldn't be able to stand for such a long period of time. He couldn't help but praise, it really is such beautiful brutality that one cannot help but be intoxicated. After going straight for 22 rounds, Zuo Mo's mind was blank, instinctively climbing up, and instinctively charging. He didn't realize that the rampaging Ling power in his body was continuously scattered, gathered, and then continuously scattered before gathering again. The countless pieces of scattered Ling power spread into his limbs and organs, into his tendons and blood. These scattered Ling power went through every possible crevice. Of the enormous amount of Ling power inside Zuo Mo's body, over half was dissipated into different parts of his body. A change was quietly occurring. At this moment, Pu Yao suddenly raised his head in the sea of consciousness, mountain physique. Zuo means left, so he is going to change his name to the opposite of what it is now, right or you? Brian, Zuo Mo lol. Translator ramblings, poor elders, your actions pushed Zuo Mo further on the path you specifically wanted him to get off. The ocean is not a safe place even if there are not people around. A footnote finally makes an appearance after this long. I can't remember the last time there was one. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 177, Business. Chapter 177, Business. As Puya muttered under his breath, Zuo Mo, who once again had been thrown to the dirt again, detected the change in his own body. Struggling to climb up, he didn't howl and charge like he did the previous few times. A bucket of cold water seemed to have been thrown on Zuo Mo's hot head, causing him to wake up. His desire for battle that had been burning dissipated. He looked down at his hand. At some unknown time a mountain-shaped tattoo appeared on his palms. What was this? As Zuo Mo bent down to examine his palms, the hearts of the onlooking disciples stumbled a beat. Did Xixiang not have enough energy? The last 20-something crashes had made their hearts shake and pulled their hearts into the air. They didn't even dare to blink. They didn't understand why Xixiang would use such a brutal method of fighting. If he lost, there was no chance of survival. The brutality of the blue-spiked crocodile was known by everyone present. This time Xixiang stood up and didn't charge like he had before. Everyone thought it worrisome. When the green-spiked crocodile charged at Xixiang again, Xixiang was still standing motionlessly. Their expressions all changed. Xixiang had no more energy. Oh. Almost all the disciples used their strongest moves, hoping they could help block for Xixiang for a while. Countless lights flashed, ling hos, herb cutters, skinning knives, flew into the air, each with their own unique color. But they were all production shouja. They usually never practiced any attacks. Their panicked and fumbling offense didn't even strike the shadow of the blue-spiked crocodile. Seeing the blue-spiked crocodile about to ram into Xixiang, many disciples didn't bear to watch. It was possible to see from the aftershocks of Xixiang's previous attacks just how strong the blue-spiked crocodile was. One charge was enough to break rock. If one didn't defend, there was only one outcome, to be split into pieces. If Xixiang was not here, with their own strength, how could they survive on the desolate wood reef? Without the protection of the big formation, they were like a herd of sheep left to the wolves. Everyone's heart sunk. They were finished. At this time, Zuo Mo raised his head. The blue-spiked crocodile was 10 steps away from him. Its speed was so fast, it appeared as a series of after-images. The oncoming presence was so strong it was suffocating. A ball of gold light burst out of Zuo Mo's eyes as he raised his head. He suddenly raised both of his hands, his left leg moving back into an arched position. When he finished this move, the sharp teeth of the blue-spiked crocodile just perfectly touched the two palms he held up. The palms, which now appeared to be made from dark gold, and the pale and wretched-smelling crocodile teeth smashed together. Boom! Air swirled and shook. Ripples visible to the naked eye suddenly spread from the point the palm and teeth collided. The golden pair of hands did not move. From extreme movement to extreme stillness, the blow it dealt to the bystanders could not be rivaled. The talismans flying in the sky all stopped. Chen Yuchang, Gongsun Cha and the others looked in disbelief at this picture, this extremely strange scene. They forgot to control their talismans, not realizing that all their talismans had fallen to the ground. Zuo Mo's eyes turned entirely dark gold, the light rippling inside, cold and unfeeling. He felt that his body was full of strength right now. Strength that he never possessed before. His legs that were standing on the ground seemed connected with the great earth, he seemed to be together with the earth, endless power streamed into his body. Confidence grew strongly in him. He believed that even if there was a mountain, he could rip it open. The powerful charge of the angered spiked crocodile did not cause his hands to shake the tiniest bit. His left hand flowed along to grab the two fangs protruding out of the blue spiked crocodile, his right hand forming a blade and suddenly slicing against the head of the blue spiked crocodile. Pia! The golden palm was like a sharp gold knife, but the sound of impact was as if a 10,000 catty hammer had struck the head of the blue spiked crocodile. The skin of the blue spiked crocodile, that even flying swords were unable to damage, didn't break, but the flesh under its skin vibrated like drums. The eyes of the blue spiked crocodile suddenly expanded. Then, like a pile of wet mud, it stopped moving and dropped to the ground. Zuo Mo carelessly threw the blue spiked crocodile to one side, not even looking at it. He closed his eyes, slowly recalling and savoring this strange and wonderful feeling. His body was like a mountain, connected to the earth. A heavy strength passed from the earth into his body, he felt every joint of his body was filled with strength. He slowly experienced this state, but this feeling of connectedness with the earth quickly disappeared from his body. Only when he couldn't feel it anymore did he open his eyes. His heart was full of longing. The feeling of strength was really wonderful. Opening his palms, the mountain tattoos were so faint they were almost invisible. Zuo Mo did not have too many regrets. He knew that it had just been a moment of comprehension at a time of breakthrough. This kind of state could not last for a long time. But since he had passed this barrier, as long as he persisted and worked hard, there would be a day when he would reach that level. It might have been the shock of leveling up, but his joy at killing the blue spiked crocodile was very faint. Before he left, he only said, "Gongsun Shitty, take care of it." After he left, everyone still had not come out of their shock. The last scene was truly too stunning, too fantastical. They felt their minds were a blank, not knowing what to say. After a while, Gongsun Cha, who had recovered first, ran to the corpse of the blue spiked crocodile and flipped it. After a while, he said, "Way too strong. Way too strong." Hearing this, the other people also crowded over, surrounding the corpse of the blue spiked crocodile. Even the wounded disciple did not care about his pain, running over in curiosity. Dead. Completely dead. A blue spiked crocodile is 4th grade. Xixiang can even kill a 4th grade blue spiked crocodile, we don't need to worry anymore. Worry? Have I ever worried? Anyways, isn't there also the big formation? Right, why didn't Xixiang use the big formation? Does Xixiang need to use the formation? Everyone chatted, unable to disguise the excitement on their faces. Chen Yuchang and Gongsun Cha had amiable relations. He saw that Gongsun Cha had a face full of awe and couldn't resist asking, "What are you seeing?" Seeing Gongsun Cha's expression, he knew that this guy definitely wasn't just excited that Xixiang had killed the blue spiked crocodile. Way too brutal. Gongsun Cha's voice was excited, his gaze blazing. Everything inside this blue spiked crocodile, all the bones, muscles, organs, they have all been shattered to pieces. Chen Yuchang jumped, "No way, Looking at the untouched outer layer of the blue spiked crocodile, he could not imagine that the inside of this being was completely shattered. This was a 4th grade blue spiked crocodile. Gongsun Cha shook his head and commented, "It is a waste of this blue spiked crocodile. Only the teeth, skin, eyes, and the spikes can be used. The organs of a blue spiked crocodile are very valuable." Chen Yuchang did not hear Gongsun Cha's words. He had floated off in his thoughts. Chen Yuchang suddenly felt the usually low-key Xixiang was full of mystery and could not be understood. He did not know much about formations, but he had heard of the Skyring Moonshine Formation before. He didn't find it surprising that Xixiang could kill Nanming Zi with it, since Xixiang was able to get 3rd in the sword test conference relying on it. But when Xixiang took out the beast pool, he completely lost all resistance. The temptation was just too much. The beast pool was due to the animal-keeping remnant scroll, but where did this astounding power come from? The sect didn't have this kind of scripture. Without knowing it, he felt awe. When Zuo Mo went back to his residence and had just sat down, Pu Yao appeared. "What did I just do?" Zuo Mo asked. "Don't know, I'm not familiar with body cultivation." Pu Yao shook his head. Zuo Mo rolled his eyes. He didn't believe it. However, if Pu Yao didn't want to say it, there was no way around it. "Let's do some business." Are you interested? Not interested. Zuo Mo decisively shook his head. His previous experience with Pu Yao told him that he would only lose and never make a profit. Don't refuse so quickly. Pu Yao said, "Amuse fly." His two eyes narrowed into two bloody crescents. Haven't you been trying to make a sword formation? I'll teach you a technique to use your consciousness. You can easily use the sword formation. Oh, Zuo Mo was not persuaded. This is a secret method. It is called the Great Thousand Leaf Hands. Even though your spiritual power isn't low, your technique is terrible and fail to really express the power. The Great Thousand Leaf Hands can fill in a gap. Oh, Zuo Mo was still not persuaded. The spirit as a vine and the leaves as hands, it can easily make many transformations. Your one hand can do many things. When you have 1,000 hands, how can anyone defend against you? Brute strength is useless. Even your sword show fight with swords, no one will let you in for close combat. That thing has no future. Your spirit is the right path. The path of heaven is a wheel, you cannot control it but you can move it. You said it yourself. Yao, Mo, Xiuzhe, each have their own advantages. Pu Yao paused. Then he acted as he hadn't heard Zuo Mo's words. Oh, I could also teach you, little thousand leaf hands. The Great Thousand Leaf Hands emphasize invisibility and cooperation with your formations. The Little Thousand Leaf Hands has 36 moves. There are 3 that you could learn to defend yourself. Even if you are just in Juji, you don't need to worry about an Ningmai. Oh, Zuo Mo was not moved. Pu Yao's actions were way out of the norm. Demons only appear when something was amiss. This guy was the most demon-like of all demons. Oh, if you agree, starting from today, other than the expenses for the nether pool, I won't take one more Jingshire. Just like how well Zuo Mo knew Pu Yao was clear about Zuo Mo's weaknesses. He gently threw out a condition that Zuo Mo could not refuse. As expected, Zuo Mo instantly couldn't keep sitting. Really? Really? Then what do you need? Your blood. Pu Yao's smile was extremely malicious. Zuo Mo's expression changed. He decisively shook his head. No. Was he joking? If he didn't have Jingshire, he could make more. If he lost his little life, he didn't have a spare. He didn't dare to joke around with his little life. Pu Yao saw Zuo Mo's thoughts with a glance. Don't worry, it won't affect your body. You do body cultivation, your vital blood is very abundant. It won't be much to take some blood. I don't need much, 1 drop a day. 1 drop a day is nothing to you. No. Zuo Mo persisted in refusing. Translator ramblings, business only works when both sides want something. Pu Yao knows Zuo Mo all too well now. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 178, Void Pass. Chapter 178, Void Pass. Just 1 drop of blood. You are not willing to even pay this insignificant price? Pu Yao said, his brow furrowing in discontent. Insignificant? Zuo Mo's voice was full of displeasure. Taking blood from me is insignificant. He then said decisively, this is not negotiable. Jingshire and talismans, how can they compare with my little life? Pu Yao propped his chin and thought momentarily before he said, how about this? I won't take your vital blood, but you have to give me the earth energy you get every day. Earth energy? Zuo Mo was still for a moment, but he replied quickly. In his mind, he instantly connected it to the feeling of connectedness to the earth when he had been fighting with the blue-spiked crocodile. There was a problem. Pu Yao was very cunning. This was his goal. What is earth energy? He asked, knowing the result. But Pu Yao was a Yao thousands of years old. Even though Zuo Mo tried to conceal it, the intelligent Pu Yao could find hints from the slight changes in his eyes. Pu Yao smiled, not disguising it. Mo have always thought that the Great Earth is the mother of all things. The power of the Great Earth is stronger than anything else. When they cultivate, they always attend to their communication to the earth. You just have broken through to the first level of body cultivation. This level is called mountain physique. The level of mountain physique, you can now communicate with the Great Earth. As long as your feet are on the ground, you will have endless strength. Zuo Mo listened carefully. Of course, that crowd of idiot Mo doesn't understand anything profound. This method is simple and straightforward, very easy to start. Mo also descend from wild beasts. Compared to Xiuzhe, they naturally are more connected with the earth. It is easy for them to start this method. But you, it is very unexpected to me that you have such talent in body cultivation. Earth energy is the power that comes from the earth? Zuo Mo asked in response. Oh, it's not incorrect if you understand it that way, Pu Yao nodded. If I give the earth energy to you, that means my mountain physique would not progress? Zuo Mo continued. He wasn't stupid. Right, Pu Yao continued to nod, calmly admitting it. No. Zuo Mo shook his head. Pu Yao was puzzled, why not? The mountain physique might be said to have the power of 10,000 elephants, but usually, it is very stupid. It is not even as effective as your sword formation. It's as far from the great thousand leaf hands and little thousand leaf hands. There's also so much Jingshi, why don't you agree? Zuo Mo smirked. I don't even know the power of the great thousand leaf hands and little thousand leaf hands yet, but I've personally experienced the power of the mountain physique. It is a very simple choice. Hearing this, Pu Yao was speechless. He had neglected the practicality of Zuo Mo. However, to a Sky Yao that was thousands of years old, what problem would this pose? He quickly thought of a solution. If that's the case, this is very simple. The Great Thousand Leaf Hands is split into 7 chapters. You are only able to cultivate 1 chapter. Of the Little Thousand Leaf Hands, you are only able to practice 3 moves. I'll let you see half of the chapter of Great Thousand Leaf Hands and teach you a move of Little Thousand Leaf Hands for free. Definitely free, no additional conditions, Pu Yao promised. Okay, then give it, Zuo Mo said unconcernedly. In his heart, he had already decided that this time he would get one over Pu Yao. Freely learning half a chapter of Great Thousand Leaf Hands and 1 move of Little Thousand Leaf Hands, then he would tell Pu Yao he still wouldn't agree, haha. Thinking how frustrated Pu Yao would be, he felt very good. Pu Yao didn't waste words, throwing the first half chapter of Great Thousand Leaf Hands to Zuo Mo. Zuo Mo naturally did not refuse. As he daydreamed about Pu Yao's upcoming rage, he read the half chapter of Great Thousand Leaf Hands. After a few short words, and Zuo Mo's indifference flew away. He sunk into the text. Compared to the cryptic nature of embryonic breathing spiritual cultivation, the half chapter of Great Thousand Leaf Hands was easy to understand, like a genius asking and responding to their own questions. It headed straight for the main topic right at the start, first describing how to control power. Mo used their body as a tool, continuously tempering it and their power turning inside. With their action, they could destroy mountains and upturn oceans. Shouja primarily practiced Ling power. Ling power stored within their bodies would be guided by their channels and was easy to use. Spiritual power was invisible, spread outside the body, controlled by the mind, but the difficulty to use it was high. Even though Yao were born knowing how to use their spiritual power, but there were different proficiency levels. High-level Yao could control the world with just a thought. After that was a mountain of questions regarding the consciousness. Zuo Mo's mind was deeply enchanted. Many of the questions in here were problems that had dogged him for a long time which he could not solve. His gaze unconsciously went down. This author replied to each of the questions. Their language was extremely simple to understand. Zuo Mo felt as though a mist had been lifted. The last conclusion it had was the consciousness was like a ball of mist, lacking a skeleton which caused it to become difficult to control. Mo primarily cultivated their body, their entire skeleton, flesh, blood, and skin were pathways, easy to control. What spiritual power lacked was exactly this kind of pathways. They were naturally spread out. Only some high-level Yao had Yao seeds that could naturally function as base pathways. That was also why they were so powerful. The Yao did not lack for geniuses. They might not have had highly regarded bloodlines, but they could create new paths. This, Great Thousand Leaf Hands, originated as one of these new paths. Like vine creating a net, 1 leaf per section, the leaf like a hand, 5 finger-like segments able to do tens of thousands of changes. Zuo Mo was drunk. He had never heard of this method before. It was very novel. Zuo Mo was not a Yao. Pu Yao had embedded a Yao seed and caused his control to increase, but that was nothing compared to the Great Thousand Leaf Hands. It was on a completely different level. If he could successfully learn the Great Thousand Leaf Hands, any formation would be able to reach its greatest potential in his hands. Other than that, it was also useful for forging and dan-making. Just as Zuo Mo hurried to keep reading, he suddenly stopped. The chapter half was finished. It was like an itch that being scratched in that sweet spot and then the other suddenly stopped. He felt unspeakably uncomfortable. Damn it! Why did it stop there? Zuo Mo, who had been waiting to see Pu Yao frustrated, deeply felt what frustration was. No, he needed to control himself. He couldn't let Pu Yao win. Zuo Mo reluctantly took away his eyes, closing them to rest for a while. He slowly calmed down. Zuo Mo's mind became clear as he calmed. This was what Pu Yao always did. If he really made the transaction, then there probably were countless traps waiting for him ahead. Calm, calm. He said it repeatedly to himself inside, furiously telling himself to not fall for Pu Yao's trick. This kind of self-brainwashing finally had some effect. He decided to learn the first move of Little Thousand Leaf Hands before he decided. Hearing this, Pu Yao refreshingly nodded. Okay, I'll teach you the first move. Little Thousand Leaf Hands has 36 moves in total. The first move is one of the two most shallow and fundamental moves. Many of the other moves will be connected somewhat with these two moves. You have to be familiar with this one. Seeing Pu Yao act as though he was going to personally teach it, Zuo Mo's mind became alert. Pu Yao always boasted to the sky, but Zuo Mo had never seen him personally move. He instantly became excited now that the other was going to demonstrate his abilities. Great Thousand Leaf Hands and Little Thousand Leaf Hands were created by an ancient Sky Yao. The aim was to go against nature. Pu Yao's voice was full of respect. When a Yao is born, the achievements it can accomplish are mostly set. A Yao seed is formed naturally and is the source of a Yao's power. This Sky Yao was born as the most normal of the little Yao and became a Sky Yao in the end. You don't really understand the Yao. What the Yao do is flow along with their natural order. It was only when that Sky Yao appeared that people discovered it was possible to go against this natural order. From then on, Yao cultivation was split into with nature and against nature. You are learning that elders' moves today do not mar that Sky Yao elder's name. Pu Yao's voice was stern and serious. Zuo Mo gaped inside and was full of anticipation. From Pu Yao's explanation, it seemed that these two sets of methods had a great history. Watch carefully. As Pu Yao stopped talking, he raised his right hand. His right hand was long and snowy white, perfect in form, the bright red nail slightly curved and as sharp as a knife. He pointed with his index finger, the long crimson fingernail lightly sketching in the air. The movements were ethereal and gentle, flowing and pleasurable to the eye. The places that the blade-like fingernail passed, a streak of blood curved and squiggled. In a blink, a profound bloody character took form in the air. Zuo Mo's pupils suddenly shrunk. He suddenly found that, starting from when Pu Yao's finger had started to draw, Zuo Mo's own consciousness had gone slightly out of control, as though Pu Yao's finger held a strange magnetism. He jumped in fright, and hurriedly controlled his mind. Even though he was trying to control his consciousness, the majority of his attention was used to watch Pu Yao. Pu Yao's spiritual power flooded the bloody character. The character seal suddenly became full and glistening as though it was alive. Zuo Mo felt as though he was suddenly jerked into an extremely strange world. There was no noise, no change. It was like time had completely stopped. Zuo Mo felt that his heartbeat had stopped, his blood stopped flowing, his muscles and hair stopped moving. An unknown amount of time later, this strange state flew away as though it was a dream. Zuo Mo finally felt shock. In a daze, he heard Pu Yao's slow and deep voice. The first move is called Void Pass. It does not halt time, it just maintains the laws that everything originally has, but at the same moment, it refuses all new laws, so you feel as though time has stopped. The two concepts are completely different. It only refuses change. The stronger your spirit is, the greater your control over your consciousness will be, and the larger the area you can control. However, if it is a strong change in the laws, you may not be able to stop it and the technique would break. Do not try to use it on other shouja, unless the difference in cultivation is very great. Then what's the use? Zuo Mo heard himself ask instinctively. You can use it on talismans. The Ling power on talismans usually is constantly flowing. The effect of interfering with that is very outstanding. Zuo Mo had received such a great blow that he seemed to have lost his soul in the following days. Pu Yao did not hurry him, looking very confident. The fifth day, he finally thought it through and came to the sea of consciousness. Like normal, Pu Yao sat on the gravestone. His back to Zuo Mo, he still knew that Zuo Mo had come, a smug smile at the corner of his mouth. Zuo Mo's eyes were clear. Just as he prepared to speak, he saw the gravestone under Pu Yao out of the corner of his eyes, and suddenly stopped. Translator ramblings, like any normal person, Zuo Mo has the reasoning life tincture. Back to the issue of time. Max lifespan of normal Dashang Shouja is 1,000 years. Yao Ma live longer in general. However, no one is really immortal, so these great people Pu Yao mentioned have all died a long time ago. Pu Yao also is a wonderful negotiator in this chapter. If you search up negotiation tactics on Google, you'll see what I mean. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 179, Gravestone. Chapter 179, Gravestone. Written on the gravestone were the words, "Do as he asks." Zuo Mo had originally decided not to accept Pu Yao's tempting offer. Great Thousand Leaf Hands and Little Thousand Leaf Hands enchanted him, but he still decided to refuse this transaction where it looked like he would benefit disproportionately. Pu Yao had not described the mountain physique in great detail, but Zuo Mo understood that the reason he had cultivated this quickly to mountain physique was all due to the gravestone. The Avajra Profound Sutra was not an outstanding scripture. The reason it was so effective was those 5 adjusted phrases from the Jade Scroll. Even though Pu Yao did not say much, he was quite scornful of the mountain physique in his tone. However, Zuo Mo could easily felt the great strength of the mountain physique. He had recalled that moment he broke through, savoring that feeling of strength flooding through his body. It was the first time he had so clearly tasted strength. Pu Yao's terrible reputation made Zuo Mo unable to believe him. No matter how much he was tempted by Great Thousand Leaf Hands and Little Thousand Leaf Hands, it was clear that what Pu Yao gave looked sweet, but it wouldn't taste sweet when he ate it. Vajra Profound Sutra didn't have anything profound and was exactly suited to Zuo Mo's appetite. The fact he could unknowingly cultivate to mountain physique proved that he had talent in this area. Rather than gamble on the untrustworthy Pu Yao, it was better to persist with what he already had. He didn't want to think about progression to deeper stages. He believed that if he could reach the level he had experienced when he made the breakthrough, he would have some measure of protection in these troubled times. After thinking for a few days, and having finally made a decision, Zuo Mo ran to the Sea of Consciousness to prepare to refuse Pu Yao. But to his shock, he saw the words floating on the gravestone. A strange feeling rose inside Zuo Mo. It was like the gravestone under Pu Yao's ass was alive. This idea was truly too absurd, so absurd that even Zuo Mo felt that he had thought too much these past days, and was having a delusion. The words on the gravestone were large and eye-catching. It wasn't a delusion. How about it? Pu Yao's unconcerned voice suddenly sounded next to Zuo Mo's ear. Zuo Mo's heart jumped. He glanced and saw the words on the gravestone grow faint. In a blink, the eye-catching words had disappeared. Was this gravestone really alive? Zuo Mo thought and brushed off, and I've thought for a long time. If this gravestone was really alive, then. Suddenly, he recalled when he had first met Pu Yao and how he fell into that unconscious state. When he had been muddled, he had heard an ancient and stern voice. He had assumed that it was Pu Yao. Thinking about it now, that voice was stern and authoritative, and was completely different from Pu Yao's seductive and enchanting mannerisms. He had overlooked this discrepancy before because there was no one except Pu Yao in his Sea of Consciousness. When the Avajra Profound Sutra had appeared on the gravestone last time, it hadn't caused him to question his assumption. Do as he asks. These words, other than living beings with brains, no matter if it was the most outstanding talisman, it could not say such words. He felt the gravestone was alive. Zuo Mo's mind was furiously moving. Naturally, his speech could not keep up. This made him look especially dull today. Pu Yao furrowed his brows, and then? Zuo Mo instinctively answered, I still have to think. He ignored Pu Yao, sitting down on the ground. In any case, the words on the gravestone had already disappeared. Pu Yao was slightly surprised. If Zuo Mo entered the Sea of Consciousness, he should have decided. Had he just decided to change his mind now? He had interacted with Zuo Mo for a long time. Zuo Mo might be hesitant sometimes, but after he made a decision, he would never waver. The other was so stubborn and vicious, even he would gape. Why did he suddenly hesitate now? However, he would never have thought in his wildest dreams the gravestone under his bottom had gotten one over him. Zuo Mo decided to think. The gravestone should be alive. No, maybe there was something alive under the gravestone. Thinking about it now, the Avajra Profound Sutra had appeared on the gravestone when Pu Yao had been meditating. This time, the gravestone was opposing Pu Yao right in front of him. Did the gravestone and Pu Yao have animosity? Pu Yao usually sat on the gravestone. Previously, Zuo Mo had felt that Pu Yao was an undertaker. Thinking about it now, was more like Pu Yao was guarding it. Was there a powerful enemy sealed under the gravestone, and Pu Yao was so worried he personally guarded it? This guess was very rational. Zuo Mo felt that even if it wasn't any great hatred between them, the relationship between Pu Yao and the gravestone was definitely not good. Otherwise, the gravestone wouldn't have opposed Pu Yao twice. Thinking through this, Zuo Mo suddenly understood slightly what Pu Yao's aims were. Pu Yao needed the earth energy for something he did not state. Looking at it now, Pu Yao had offered this transaction directly for the mountain physique that Zuo Mo had just achieved. Zuo Mo suddenly didn't get it again. If Pu Yao and the gravestone really didn't have good relations, then Pu Yao could just stop him from practicing Vajra Profound Sutra. However, Pu Yao did not prohibit him from practicing Vajra Profound Sutra. If Pu Yao was targeting Zuo Mo's mountain physique, he had enough skill and methods to just take that. Pu Yao wasn't a generous person. This person always wanted to get even. Whoever he held a grudge against would quickly feel retribution from Pu Yao's machinations. Pu Yao would not let his enemies go, and give them time to recuperate. As to Zuo Mo himself, he didn't feel he could affect Pu Yao in any way between the two enemies. The deeper he thought, the more puzzled Zuo Mo felt. He threw away thinking about the relationship between Pu Yao and the gravestone. What he needed to consider was which choice was most beneficial for him. Pu Yao's promises were not trustworthy in Zuo Mo's mind. Compared to that, he was more willing to believe the gravestone. The benefits from the gravestone's Vajra Profound Sutra were real and tangible. There was no spectacular description, but true power in that was more likely to persuade Zuo Mo. If he thought of Pu Yao and the gravestone as two people, his past experiences with Pu Yao were terrible, but his experience with the gravestone had been very good. Zuo Mo felt dejected. This clearly was going to slow down his body cultivation progress, so why did the gravestone want him to agree? Was there? Suddenly, an idea appeared in his mind. Did the gravestone have a solution? Zuo Mo suddenly became uplifted. It was possible. Otherwise, the gravestone certainly wouldn't want him to agree to Pu Yao's transaction. If the gravestone was not concerned with his cultivation progress, it wouldn't have passed him Vajra Profound Sutra in the first place. Zuo Mo believed that any action had an aim. The gravestone had its own aims in passing on that Vajra Profound Sutra, but he did not know it at the moment. But since it had a goal, then it wouldn't easily let its previous efforts go to waste. Otherwise there would have been no reason to pass on to him the Vajra Profound Sutra. If the gravestone had just taught him out of sheer pleasure, even Zuo Mo would not believe it. He couldn't guess the goal, but Zuo Mo could judge what was more beneficial to him. He decided to listen to the gravestone. Having made his decision, he started to think how the gravestone would give the solution. Thinking of the Vajra Profound Sutra, and the words that had floated there, he decided to visit the Sea of Consciousness more frequently in the future. After thinking it through, Zuo Mo stood and walked in front of Pu Yao. I've thought it through. Let's make the transaction. Your choice is very intelligent. Pu Yao's cold blade-like lips curved slightly. Zuo Mo caught a glimpse of this smirk and felt that Pu Yao's smile carried some unusual content, as though it proved some of his speculations. The first chapter of Great Thousand Leaf Hands, and the first 3 moves of Little Thousand Leaf Hands, in his hands, Zuo Mo started to study them as though he was starving. Embryonic breathing spiritual cultivation was cryptic, and he still had barely progressed even now. The 2 spells had their own places that were hard to understand, but they were much easier compared to embryonic breathing spiritual cultivation. What was most surprising to Zuo Mo was that Pu Yao was willing to personally teach Little Thousand Leaf Hands. He took the chance to ask Pu Yao for clarification regarding the problems he encountered. He hadn't expected that Pu Yao to have changed his frugal attitude, and freely replied, and it could even be considered, very patiently. Zuo Mo was amazed. Such a good chance. If he didn't use it fully, then he was an idiot. Zuo Mo took the chance to go through everything he was usually puzzled by. After going through it all, he felt it was worth it even if there wasn't the 2 spells. This set of spells that Yao had about the spirit was more profound and wondrous than any jade scroll that he had ever read. It was like the difference between the cloud and earth. But making a transaction with Pu Yao meant one could never just simply enjoy. Accompanying it was always the pain of the flesh. Under Pu Yao's guidance, he quickly learned how to absorb earth energy from the ground. The earth energy of body cultivation and the art of earth energy that Zuo Mo cultivated shared the same name, but the 2 were completely different. The earth energy of art of earth energy was the energy nurtured from the soil, but the earth energy that Zuo Mo took in right now was a kind of weighty and concentrated power. The only similarity between the 2 was they were both nurturing and heavy. But what the art of earth energy nurtured was ling plants, and what the earth energy of body cultivation nurtured was his body of flesh. An attentive Zuo Mo found 2 reasons he could absorb earth energy. One was his body cultivation had reached mountain physique. The other reason was the Mo matrix. The Mo matrix that Pu Yao had carved onto Zuo Mo's body was wondrous in allowing his body to communicate with the earth. He somewhat understood now why Mo would primarily cultivate their body. It was because they were born with a Mo matrix, and were the children of the earth. When he was absorbing earth energy, it was so comfortable that he was intoxicated. Little by little, concentrated strength slowly moved into his body from his legs, nurturing every part of his body. He could feel the strength increasing in his body, a tranquility that he never felt before, which was addicting. But the earth energy that he took in would be drawn out by Pu Yao in an instant, in a great form of torture. When the strength inside his body was extracted, his mind would blank for a short moment. When Zuo Mo's mind came back, weakness and the lack of strength would make him feel that he had an incurable disease. A strong sense of dizziness and nausea destroyed his appetite and his interest in anything else. Each time Pu Yao drew off the earth energy, he only had one thought: to faint and sleep. However, he didn't sleep. He needed to cultivate. Translator ramblings. Zuo Mo finally realizes that the population in his consciousness is one more than expected. This chapter breaks down Zuo Mo's thinking, which is super practical. The gravestone and Pu both have credit scores with Zuo Mo, and Pu has a terrible one. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 180, Great Thousand Leaf Hands. Chapter 180, Great Thousand Leaf Hands. What Zuo Mo cultivated first was the Great Thousand Leaf Hands. The second half of the first chapter of Great Thousand Leaf Hands explained how to form the Great Thousand Leaf Hands. This Sky Yao was an amazing genius. He used the process of a plant growing to complete his spell. The first step of Great Thousand Leaf Hands was to gather up the spirit that was scattered. This was not a problem to Zuo Mo, he easily accomplished it. Next was to forge the gathered consciousness into seeds. This step was crucial. If one could not form seeds, they could not practice Great Thousand Leaf Hands. The steps to forge seeds seemed to be very complicated, but when Zuo Mo finished reading, a strange feeling arose. This was the Dan nurturing water method. The moisture Dan hadn't brought much Jingshi to Zuo Mo, but he had studied the water method. The wondrous process of the Dan forming had left a deep impression on him, so when he saw the process of the seed forming, he instantly found similarities. He didn't know if this Sky Yao knew of the water method, but to have created such an amazing set of spells and to use a Dan making method with spiritual power, he was in awe of the elder. Thinking about it, he twisted his mouth. Pu Yao said he was a Sky Yao, but they were both Sky Yao, so why was the difference so great? Pu Yao had taken out many kinds of spells, but he had never heard the other say that he had created any of them. Even more importantly, Zuo Mo didn't think Pu Yao behaved like a Sky Yao. He was very suspicious that Pu Yao's Sky Yao identity was just him boasting. Knowing the water method, Zuo Mo didn't have much trouble in forging the seed. A few hours later, a seed had been formed. This seed that Zuo Mo had gathered all his consciousness into was the size of a soybean, expanding and contracting as though it was breathing. The most difficult part did not stop Zuo Mo. As long as he persisted in practicing this set of spells daily, after 10 days, this seed would germinate. However, since all of his consciousness had been used to create this seed, it was like his consciousness had disappeared. This caused Zuo Mo, who had relied on using his consciousness constantly, to feel extremely awkward. Without his consciousness, Zuo Mo could not make Dan, could not forge, but what made him jump in fright was that he could not use the Skyring Moonchime formation. Damn it! He had made such a fatal mistake. It seemed that he had been too proud these past days. Please, no one come in these next 10 days. To not cause terror in other disciples, he acted normally on the surface. Gongsun Sha delivered a pile of materials to him, all of it taken from the body of the blue-spiked crocodile that Zuo Mo had killed. What was most attention-catching among the items was the hide of the blue-spiked crocodile and the 7 blue spikes. The hide was pristine. It was rare to see such a perfect blue-spiked crocodile skin. The hide of a blue-spiked crocodile was outstanding material to make Ling armor, and the price on the market was very high. What Zuo Mo liked the most was the 7 blue spikes. The 7 blue spikes were rare water element materials, and they came from the same blue-spiked crocodile, which made them very appropriate to forge into a flying sword. Zuo Mo's set of 5 sword essence swords needed 5 flying sword with completely different attributes. It would take luck to gather all 5. He decided to forge the 7 blue spikes into a set of flying swords suitable for him to use now. But when he thought that his consciousness was completely used in creating the seed, Zuo Mo could only grimace. 10 days later, Zuo Mo focused all his attention on growing the seed using the chant from the Great Thousand Leaf Hands. After 10 days of continuous change, the seed was now the size of a goose egg, its outer shell a glowing porcelain. It was possible to see a curled sprout inside. Suddenly, Zuo Mo detected the consciousness inside the egg moving. The outer layer of the seed broke. The outer layer was composed of consciousness and naturally would not have made a sound, but to Zuo Mo it was like thunder. His body seemed to be struck by lightning as it vibrated. A tender sprout with a single leaf reached out of the broken shell. The leaf of the tender sprout was extremely small. It appeared like the palm of a person, with all 5 fingers. Everything in the surroundings flooded in clearly. This feeling of everything being in his grasp instantly made Zuo Mo feel secure. Consciousness. Without him detecting it, Zuo Mo found, to his shock, that his reliance on his consciousness had reached such a shocking step. The consciousness seemed much weaker than before, but as long as he had his consciousness, he could activate the Skyring Moonchime formation, and he could guarantee his safety to some degree. Finally calming down, Zuo Mo started to study his completely transformed consciousness. His spiritual power had all turned into this little tender sprout. The little hand that was as round and tender as an infant's was the only leaf on the sprout, but it was of great joy to Zuo Mo. His mind moved and the leaf rippled, the 5 leaf fingers shaking. Quickly, Zuo Mo discovered the trick to manipulating the leaf fingers. The 5 fingers on the leaf became even more nimble. Zuo Mo was even able to control the 5 fingers on the leaf hand to do the finger motions of all kinds of spells. There was no sound when the leaf hand made the motions. The spiritual power and the Ling power was completely different. However, if he used finger motions with the leaf hand, its nimbleness far surpassed Zuo Mo's own finger movements. He could control the leaf hand to complete many highly difficult and almost impossible finger movements. If he used his own fingers, he definitely could not do them. The 5 fingers on the leaf hands could lengthen and change shape according to his will. Zuo Mo marveled at it. Zuo Mo played with the leaf hand until he was exhausted mentally. When he stopped, he noticed something he had missed before. The difficulty of controlling the leaf hand had become much easier than before. He wouldn't dare to even think about doing such delicate changes before. The area covered by his consciousness was much smaller than before. In the beginning, he had thought that his consciousness had weakened, but he understood after studying the leaf hand. At the moment, the root of the leaf hand was still inside the seed. The great majority of his spiritual power was still in the goose egg-sized seed. The amount of consciousness that had transformed into the sprout was only a small minority. If all the consciousness inside the seed turned to leaf hands, his consciousness would return to the same level as before. The broken seed was like soil right now, the leaf hand taking its nutrients from it to grow. In the span of one day, the tender leaf hand sprout grew a little bigger. When all of his consciousness turned to leaf hands, the speed the leaf hand grew would then be affected by the rate his spiritual power grew. Zuo Mo had a direct measure of the benefits that the great 1,000 leaf hands gave him. Even though the area covered by his consciousness was much smaller than before, but the clarity of the area covered by his consciousness was much higher. This benefit had a direct connection to dam making and forging. Zuo Mo's control of fire had increased to another level. He had a strong impulse to forge a flying sword now, but he suppressed it. His consciousness had not recovered to its peak. The growth of the leaf hand was not fast, but it was steady. Zuo Mo wasn't in a hurry, he had many things to do. Like practicing the first 3 moves of little 1,000 leaf hands. Zuo Mo had already learned the first 3 moves. Pu Yao teaching him personally did have some effect. These 3 moves were either exquisite or powerful, so he naturally would not let up, and continuously practice them. He needed to practice them to the point that he could execute them with a thought. However, he was far from that step. What he felt strange was the light at his fingertip when he drew the characters was a faint white light, and not the bloody red of Pu Yao. However, the effect of the completed move did not change. Pu Yao could not find a reason for this, so Zuo Mo, seeing it was not detrimental to casting the spell, threw it to one side. Zuo Mo still had not discovered the relation between this little 1,000 leaf hands and the leaf hands. It was night, the moonlight streaming down. A completely golden figure was at the edge of the black lake, his feet bare, and his legs apart. Zuo Mo was using Vajra Profound Sutra. Small strands of earth energy burrowed into his body through the soles of his feet. The earth energy was thin and felt cold. As it spread through his body, he felt unspeakably pleasurable. As the threads of earth energy entered his body, his muscles became even more strong and hard. Zuo Mo's body was filled with silence and vitality, just like the great earth. He opened his eyes. Glancing at his palms, a faint mountain peak tattoo could be seen. He shook his head. When Pu Yao sucked away the earth energy from his body, the mountain peak tattoo would once again disappear. Each day, he had to go through this. He had naturally found some trends. The mountain peak tattoo on his palms should be the symbol of the mountain physique. The stronger the body, the richer the earth energy in the body, the clearer it would be. Each time after he absorbed earth energy was the time it was most clear. A suction suddenly appeared inside his body. The earth energy that had just spread through his body was like a school of fishes that was attracted by bait, moving through every one of Zuo Mo's muscles and bones. An expression of pain came into Zuo Mo's eyes. It didn't need his control, his body instinctively rebelled, resisting the departure of the earth energy. It wanted to keep the earth energy, but the suction was so powerful that the earth energy continuously gathered there. Pu Yao took all the earth energy inside his body. Weakness flooded in, but he could not faint because of the pain. His body felt like it was being pricked by needles all over, each muscle and bone was in pain. Zuo Mo understood the reason. absorbing earth energy, and then having Pu Yao drawing it away. In the entire process, Zuo Mo's body was like a man that had just gotten a treasure after struggle, but suddenly was robbed. It instinctively would defend and try to take it back. But since the enemy was too strong, in the conflict, his body was wounded. He had to go through this process daily. The pain could be imagined. It was torture. The damned gravestone. Each time, Zuo Mo gritted his teeth as he bore the pain. At the same time, he repeatedly cursed the damned gravestone. In this period of time, he would run to the Sea of Consciousness when he had the free time. The result was that the gravestone didn't take any action after the words had popped up. Listening to the words, Zuo Mo, who had been trusting of the gravestone, was furious. He finally understood. He had trusted the wrong person. No, he had trusted the wrong steel. Translator ramblings, no one mentioned it, so I'm really curious. Did anyone else think that the Void Pass Pu Yao showed Zuo Mo seem like what he used against the 5 Jindan a long time ago in Dongfu? Also, the Sky Yao who made the 1,000 Leaf Yao arts would have been before the water method for dan making was invented. Zuo Mo doesn't know enough history for these things. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 181, Familiar Guests. Chapter 181, Familiar Guests. Zuo Mo's former habit had been to listen to the sound tablet every day. After arriving in Desolate Wood Reef, he would open the sound tablet whenever he was idle. This was not limited to just him. All the people on the Desolate Wood Reef were the same. Other than the flying sword messages the elders from the sect sent them, this was the only way they could communicate with the outside world. Even with Zuo Mo's cultivation, he was unable to send flying sword messages to the sect over such a long distance. Every day, they could hear the bad news. It was like the Yao Ma had suddenly become strong and peerless, the Xiuzha were not a match for them and continuously lost. Each time he heard this kind of bad news, Zuo Mo felt depressed. Theoretically, Xiuzha had been hunting Yao for so many years in bloody sky metropolis Jia. While the Yao Ma were like the livestock being raised in the Xiuzha's backyard, but why did the Xiuzha suddenly become so weak? He went to the lava lake. Inside the fire formation, a scorching flame covered the copper hoop and silently burned. After a long period of tempering, the copper hoop had become completely red like a piece of fire jade. Carefully inspecting the fire formation, Zuo Mo's mood became slightly better. If it was tempered for a bit more time, this copper hoop would completely transform. He anticipated just how powerful this copper hoop would be after it was done tempering. After adding new Jingshi to the fire formation, he climbed back out. The sunlight landed on his body and warmed him, it was so comfortable he wanted to groan. Now that everything on the Desolate Wood Reef had settled into a routine, other than having to endure the pain of earth energy every day, he didn't have any other frustrations. The Desolate Wood Reef might be isolated, but compared to the endless conflict inside the sect, it was paradise. Suddenly, he raised his head. Several black dots appeared on the horizon, heading at astonishing speed towards the Desolate Wood Reef. Xiuzha. Zuo Mo's heart shook slightly, but compared to the restlessness of the past, he was much more composed. With the Skyring Moonshine formation, even though his consciousness had not completely turned to leaf hands, but the leaf hands were so powerful that just the leaf hand of half his consciousness was more powerful in controlling the Skyring Moonshine formation than before. As long as the Xiuzha that were coming were not Jindan, he was not afraid. 3 Xiuzha had come. Seeing them speed over, Zuo Mo's heart was slightly shocked. The 3 were not weak. However, when the 3 people flew close, he found to his surprise that he knew them. The 3 people were the Xiuzha that had found him previously to process the inky black lotus seed. When the 3 came close to the Desolate Wood Reef, they had surprised expressions when they saw Zuo Mo. The 3 quickly landed. Didn't think we would encounter Brother Zuo here, it really is fate. The red-robed man laughed forthrightly, his composure was extremely friendly. The other 2 tightly followed the red-robed man. Last time, having ran into trouble with them, Zuo Mo knew they were not good people. In his heart he was wary. However, with his zombie face, no one could see what he was thinking. With Wu Kong Sword Sect behind him as support, and the island having the big formation, he was very confident. Haha, yes, Zuo Mo bowed with folded hands. If it had been in the past, the 3 would have been furious at this attitude, but Zuo Mo's present status compared to the past was like the difference between heaven and earth. The status of Wu Kong Sword Sect was rising in Sky Moonjia. No one dared to provoke this battle-crazy sect, and Zuo Mo was also a core disciple of Wu Kong Sword Sect. The red-robed man rejoiced that he had made amends last time, so their relationship wasn't too terrible. Otherwise, they would have a hard time today. He did not underestimate Zuo Mo due to his Juji cultivation. Putting aside Wu Kong Sword Sect, Zuo Mo alone was a very dangerous entity. He naturally understood a bit about the Skyring Moonchime formation after having possessed the Jade Scroll for so long. When he saw Zuo Mo set up the formation in the Great Pine Pavilion, his shock had been indescribable. When he flew near Desolate Wood Reef and saw Zuo Mo, he understood that Zuo Mo definitely had put a formation over the island. However, this person was very experienced. He could bow with the circumstances and was extremely perceptive. He smiled and said, "Us three brothers wish to use your place to rest and recover for a few days. This is just a token of our appreciation, Brother Zuo Mo, don't refuse." The red-robed male handed over a small bag of jingsher. Zuo Mo slightly bounced it, and was very satisfied. 300 pieces of third-grade jingsher. As expected, this shoujo was good with handling relationships. That's fine. You can pick any residence here. If you need anything, just ask this little brother. Zuo Mo instantly became much warmer. The red-robed male released a breath inside. It was easy now that Zuo Mo was willing to take their jingsher. What he was most worried about was that Zuo Mo held a grudge over the incident of the inky black lotus seed. So before Zuo Mo had said anything, he had proactively and generously made the first move. Looking at it now, he was correct in doing so. Sorry for the disturbance. Right, I've also put a formation on this island. Please do not move around carelessly, Zuo Mo reminded them. The red-robed man thought, as expected. His mouth responded, "Many thanks for the reminder, Brother Zuo." Zuo Mo didn't waste words, he turned and left. When Zuo Mo disappeared, the three finally relaxed. The snarling brawny man snorted coldly, "Look at him act like that, I want to grind him to meat paste. Is this place safe?" The hawk-nosed man looked at his leader. "We'll rest here for a day and leave. Then go to Little Mountain Jia," the red-robed man said decisively. The snarling brawny man was still going on. The red-robed man glared at him and interrupted, "Don't waste words. Quickly meditate. We don't have much time." The brawny man docilely sat and meditated. Taking in 300 pieces of third-grade jingsher, Zuo Mo felt very good. Business with no cost and all profit was really pleasurable. He recalled that the three seemed quite rushed, as though they wanted to leave quickly. He had previously received the Jade Scroll for the Skyring Moonchime formation, and had also gotten a gold forging chapter remnant. The gold method was more obscure, adding on that it was just a remnant scroll. Zuo Mo didn't put any effort in studying it. But one point was very clear, these three were clearly quite wealthy. Zuo Mo thought about making a transaction. He had a pretty good amount of golden crow fire on his hands and naturally wanted to sell it. However, the Desolate Wood Reef was really too isolated. He would have to fly for a long time to reach the nearest town. He was just a Zhuji. If the news got out that he possessed golden crow fire, he would be instantly surrounded and attacked if he stepped out of the Desolate Wood Reef. The best and safest way was to attract people to come to him. As long as he was on the Desolate Wood Reef, Zuo Mo was not afraid of any Ningmai. He didn't need to worry, no matter how big the attack force was. No power would actively challenge a battle-crazy sect like Wu Kong Sword Sect. What was most worrisome was the small shoujo groups of 2 or 3 people. They were the primary bandits and robbers. After killing and stealing, they would hide in a place. Once the noise was over, they would come out. If he had to attract people to come such a long way to such an isolated place, he needed to have something to attract them. Golden crow fire would be one of those things. What Zuo Mo needed to do first was pass the news out so other people knew they could buy golden crow fire at Desolate Wood Reef. His first target would be these 3 people. The red-robed male who had been meditating suddenly opened his eyes, a wary expression on his face. The other 2 quickly opened their eyes. Seeing the intruder was Zuo Mo, the wariness in their eyes lessened slightly. Sorry to disturb everyone's rest, Zuo Mo brashly sat down, no hint of apology in his voice. It's nothing, the red-robed male forced a smile. What does Brother Zuo need to come so late in the night? Zuo Mo didn't waste words, heading straight for the topic. This little brother has something good. Does everyone have an interest? The red-robed male first stilled, and then gave an interested expression. Oh, something that Brother Zuo finds good, it must not be ordinary. Zuo Mo handed over a jade box. Everyone, take a look. The red-robed man took the mini box and praised, such a fine jade box. Oh, such exquisite formations on here, I have great expectations for what is in the box. He opened the jade box. Inside the jade box, a golden flame silently burned as it floated inside the box. Golden crow fire. The red-robed man shouted, the expressions of the 2 behind him changing as well. The other 2 stared fixedly at the golden crow fire in the box, the heat and desire not disguised at all. The red-robed male stared dazedly at the golden crow fire inside the jade box. After a beat, he sighed, Brother Zuo is really skilled. I heard before that the golden crow pill was made by Brother Zuo. I didn't think that Brother Zuo could also make such a pure golden crow fire seed. Such skill is really terrifying. Seeing the other did not show signs of wanting to attack, Zuo Mo's heart slightly eased. The aura of murder that faintly exuded from the three people suggested that they were frequently involved in shady transactions. Zuo Mo had been very worried that their greed would get the best of them. Even though he had been on guard, there was still danger if the three attacked together. He didn't know, but in this moment, countless thoughts had turned inside the red-robed man's mind. Don't underestimate such a little bit of golden crow fire. It had extremely high value. If one had something to exchange it for, the price wouldn't be just a little bit. However, when he saw Zuo Mo was so serene, he felt that Zuo Mo had measures in place. The red-robed male repeatedly weighed his options and pushed down his greed. The three knew each other very well. Leader didn't speak, so the other two knew that Leader didn't want to attack, so they had to control the killing intent inside. You are too complimentary. Are you three interested? Zuo Mo said. The red-robed male said, how about a trade? This one doesn't have much ginger. Zuo Mo instantly became alert and said, no problem. What he hoped for the most was to trade for something useful to him. On a place like the desolate wood reef where even the birds didn't shit, there was nowhere to spend ginger. It was better to trade for something he could use. The red-robed male took out a pile of items for Zuo Mo to choose from. Trading was a frequent transaction type between Xiuzhe. Because there was no third party, what the transaction process tested was the knowledge of both sides and the price they had inside. The red-robed male had taken out a variety of items. There were talismans, materials, and jade scrolls. The other two also took out and displayed what they had. The three of them were very wealthy. Zuo Mo's eyes instantly reddened, but his heart jumped. This pile of items was of great variety, and definitely not from one individual. He couldn't help but think about those Xiuzhe that killed for treasure. The number of Xiuzhe whose lives were ended by the hands of these three definitely wouldn't be low. Zuo Mo refocused and started to pick. Translator ramblings, the cast can tell you which chapters these people first showed up in. Zuo Mo's first customers are here. Not all Xiuzhe can tell whether Zuo Mo is performing body cultivation or if he is an MO, especially since Zuo Mo doesn't look like any kind of MO at this time. He just seems to have a really strong body. Also, the people he encounters now have never seen Yaoma before, so they don't really know what Yaoma are like, just like Zuo Mo thinking of the Yaoma as evil and monstrous back at the beginning of the story. On the other hand, Pu Yao has turned Zuo Mo into a bit of a Frankenstein's monster. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 182, Discovery. Chapter 182, Discovery. Flipping through the talismans and materials in front of him, Zuo Mo rejoiced at his decision. These three really had a lot of good items. There were multiple 4th grade materials, 2 or 3 4th grade talismans. The rest were things they didn't know the use of. Zuo Mo wanted to take them all, but that was just a fantasy. Golden Crow Fire was something good, but what he was offered was also good. In the end, Zuo Mo picked 3 items. The first was a paper seal soldier. Zuo Mo had a deep impression of the seal soldier from last time, the brute power and astounding presence it had. When he found a seal soldier in the pile, he was very happy. The grade of the seal soldier was higher than the one before. It should be 3rd grade. Zuo Mo had only used a seal soldier once, he didn't understand very much about it, and could only make a general judgment. On the 3-finger wide snowy white paper, the cinnabar seals were curving like earthworms, little bits of gold contained within the bright red cinnabar. The seals felt as though they were burned onto the paper. Holding it on his hand, it was very heavy, as though it wasn't made of paper but more like a piece of metal, strong yet flexible. The other was a 4th grade blue icicle crystal. This blue ice crystal was of outstanding quality, entirely transparent without an impurity, forming a perfect icicle. When he took it out, a mist floated around the blue icicle crystal. Zuo Mo had to channel Ling power to hold this blue icicle crystal. If he did not channel Ling power to his palm, his hand would have been frozen by the crystal. Seeing such an outstanding blue icicle crystal, the first thought in Zuo Mo's mind was his 5 essence set of swords. If he forged this into a flying sword, it would be perfect for Xin Yin Sherbu's Ice Dragon sword essence. The last was a talisman. When the 3 saw Zuo Mo pick this talisman, they all had shocked expressions. It was a stick-shaped talisman that was severely damaged. It looked as though it should have 4 panels, but 2 of the panels were broken. None of the three recognized this talisman, they didn't even know where they had gotten the stick from. Zuo Mo was willing to use a valuable choice to pick this broken stick, then it wasn't something ordinary. They were clear about that, but they didn't recognize it, so it wasn't useful in their hands. Also, no matter how good this talisman was, it was damaged, how good could it be? They were willing to trade it. The two sides easily made the transaction. Zuo Mo gave the golden crow fire with the mini box to the other. The three all had happy expressions. Even though it was 3 for 1, but they felt it was worth it. The golden crow fire was one of the higher quality 4th grade fire seeds. Fire seeds were rare in the first place. This fire might be a tiny flame, and was weak, but it was pure golden crow fire. As soon as it was imprinted, it could form a fire seed inside the body. While the blue icicle crystal was also 4th grade and it was perfect, but it still was not on the same level as this little ball of golden crow fire. But Zuo Mo did not lose out. It was very hard to buy a 3rd grade seal soldier on the market. There were not many seal shio in Sky Moonjia. Seal soldiers could save lives. A 2nd grade seal soldier could face a Ningmai for a short amount of time. What about a 3rd grade seal soldier? Zuo Mo couldn't help but feel anticipation. No matter if it was the 3rd grade seal soldier, or the perfect blue icicle crystal, they were all extraordinary treasures. But what Zuo Mo put the most importance on was the damaged stick. The three opposite him did not know it, but Zuo Mo recognized it. It was not a stick, but a damaged 4-flanged Vajragata. It was a talisman that Diana Shio used. True Diana were rare in Sky Moonjia. Zuo Mo was very curious where they got a Diana talisman from. Diana emphasized cultivating the body and forming Abhina. This was the first time Zuo Mo saw a Diana talisman. However, he didn't pick this 4-flanged Vajragata out of curiosity but because he had discovered something else. His consciousness had become multiple times more sensitive as the leaf hand formed. When his consciousness had swept across this 4-flanged Vajragata, he had suddenly felt a hidden power come out of the Gata. This power was not strong, it could be considered weak. It didn't give off any pressure, was a peaceful but thick. This weak, harmless power almost caused Zuo Mo to lose his control of his consciousness. How could Zuo Mo not feel shock? His own spirit was much stronger than normal Ningmai. His mentality was as strong as stone, unable to be shaken. Now that he had the leaf hand, in terms of strength, wasn't he multiple times stronger than before? It wasn't normal. In an instant, Zuo Mo understood the value of this 4-flanged Vajragata. He did not hesitate and picked it. Both sides were happy. The next morning, the three bid farewell to Zuo Mo very early and flew towards the Jie River. Zuo Mo naturally wouldn't speak of letting them stay longer, but felt it strange. These three still clearly seemed quite tired, and had not completely recovered. Why were they in such a hurry to leave? Crossing the Jie River was not an easy matter. Even though he was puzzled, Zuo Mo did not have the time to care. He wanted them to leave as soon as possible so he could stop worrying and cultivate. The present desolate wood reef was like a paradise. The incident of the blue-spiked crocodile appearing and wounding someone reminded Zuo Mo that he may have set down an unprecedentedly large skyring moonshine formation, but the desolate wood reef wasn't small, and there naturally were many holes. Since he had discovered this, it was easy to deal with. He only needed to add some child formations to the skyring moonshine formation and it would seal the holes. Luckily, the main skeleton had already been built so the rest progressed quickly. After being fixed up, the desolate wood reef could be considered impregnable. Zuo Mo had not spared any of the beaches. After the incident with the blue-spiked crocodile, no other Ling beast had managed to get into the island. Gong Sun Sha became the most idle person. There were no beasts for him to work on. He was very depressed. Zuo Mo placed heavy importance on this shitty that had been certified for a jade medal and had comforted him. After making rounds, it was time to absorb earth energy for the day. Just having comforted Gong Sun Sha, Zuo Mo needed to directly face an even harsher reality. Days were passing so slowly. Zuo Mo howled, feeling as though each day was a year. Come. Pu Yao raised his chin, smiling seductively and smugly. Zuo Mo asked the question he would ask every day, how many days left? Soon, soon. Pu Yao insincerely comforted him. Zuo Mo's body was dark gold, his pants rolled up and his bare feet struck deep in the soil. Threads of weak earth energy entered his body and flowed around, continuously permeating his muscles and bones. It was as though he was soaking in the water, unspeakably comfortable. But Zuo Mo did not dare to relax. His body was as tense as copper wire, nervous to the extreme. Countless previous experiences taught him if he allowed himself to sink into this comfortable state, the torture that would come next would become even harder and more painful to bear. The suddenly discrepancy would destroy a person. Zuo Mo's spirit had almost been wounded multiple times. After that, he didn't dare to let himself sink deeply into this pleasurable feeling. He was like a criminal that knew that he was going to his execution soon. He had delicious food in front of him, but it could have been cardboard for all he cared. It was coming. Strangely, he felt his heart relax. It finally came. The rest was very simple. One word, suffer. The earth energy that entered Zuo Mo's body became even tinier. That would cause the pain when they were drawn out to be even stronger. Zuo Mo's body uncontrollably trembled like dice. But his legs were like nails, hammered deeply into the ground. The hair-thin earth energy was slowly and forcefully sucked out of the depth of his body. They passed through his flesh, the pores in his bones, his channels. Zuo Mo tried his best to keep his mind clear. This was the only method he had found over time that could decrease the feeling of pain. However, in such a painful state, it was very difficult to enter a clear state of mind. People's potential was limitless. After being continuously tortured, Zuo Mo started to find some tricks. He tried his best to pull his consciousness away. It was best if it could wander outside his body. That way, no matter how much pain his body was in, he would not be affected. Relax, relax. His body was fiercely trembling, yet his breathing slowly calmed down. Embryonic breathing spiritual cultivation. Unknowingly, Zuo Mo entered an embryonic state. Pu Yao exclaimed in shock, his action of drawing out earth energy pausing. In his bloody pupil, a thoughtful expression occurred. He seemed to have thought of something. Maybe. Zuo Mo, in his embryonic state, was like a spectator. He could see his body continuously tremble in increasing severity. For the first time, he did not feel pain at all. There was no joy. He just peacefully looked. He looked as his body started to become transparent, looked at the flesh under his skin and saw those hair-thin earth energies continuously break free of the control of his body and was forcefully sucked out. The entire process was displayed openly in front of him. His muscles started to grow larger in front of him, so he could look more clearly, look closer. Each fiber of his muscles uncontrollably trembled when the earth energy passed by. He just silently looked. It seemed he could look at more things. He was very peaceful, until he looked and saw a scene. This was... Suddenly, he seemed to understand something. As the idea popped out, it was like a pebble had been thrown at a peaceful pond. Everything in the surroundings suddenly became blurred and unreal as though it was rippling. Hiss. Extreme pain suddenly washed over him like a flood. Zuo Mo's mind had wavered as he left the embryonic state. Before his mind could steady, it was rushed by this unparalleled pain. He almost fainted. Damn it! Having left behind the embryonic state, Zuo Mo did not have any of the peace he had before. He gritted his teeth and arched his neck, trying his best to bear the shock of the pain. His mouth occasionally inhaled sharply. His eyes were red, like a bandit that had murdered many. If this was any previous time, Zuo Mo definitely wouldn't try to resist like this. The pain this time was far greater than any other previous occasion. It would be better to just faint. Then he wouldn't have to experience it. However, he definitely wouldn't give up this time. He decided to resist to the end. He didn't have the time to ponder what he had just seen, but he believed his own judgment. It was so painful it was pleasurable. So painful it reached his bones. He struggled to bear it. He wanted to laugh, roar with laughter. A gada is a mace, a weapon used by one of the gods. In depictions, the gada is literally a stone on a stick. This particular weapon has flanges, so it is a four-flanged mace/gada. Search Vajra weapon, and imagine one end of it set on a stick. Translator ramblings, Zuo Mo now has 3 out of 5 items needed for his sword formation. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 183, Black Wind Bandits. Chapter 183, Black Wind Bandits. Zuo Mo's hands were on his knees as he allowed his sweat to drip to the ground. His chest was heaving like bellows, his rough rushed breathing short and sharp. He didn't have the energy to talk. He still wanted to smile, wanted to laugh. His brain numbed from pain, he gradually recovered his strength. The joy in his heart diluted the exhaustion of his body. What he had seen when he looked, he almost did not believe it. The earth energy spread throughout his body, and in the end into his blood and flesh. When Pu Yao drew it out, the thin earth energy was like a rainstorm of needles that once again passed through his blood and flesh. In other words, Zuo Mo might not have been able to keep the earth energy, but the flesh of his body was bathed twice by the earth energy. The stimulation caused by the earth energy as it was drawn out by Pu Yao was much stronger than when Zuo Mo absorbed the earth energy. Even though Zuo Mo could not keep the earth energy, his physical body was being continuously tempered like a piece of metal. The attribute of the earth energy, nourishment, could quickly replenish the damage that Zuo Mo's body received during this beating. As long as he could keep bearing it, after his body had gone through such a forging process multiple times, wouldn't it be strong? He didn't know if the gravestone had told him to agree with Pu Yao because of this. In any case, he wanted Pu Yao to do it more. In his perspective, this was a method of cultivation, even though it really was a matter of luck. Even if he understood the trick to it, but without Pu Yao, it would be impossible. Zuo Mo didn't have any way of drawing out the earth energy in his body. Zuo Mo controlled the exhilaration in his heart, and pretended to be exhausted. Like a bag of sand, he smashed onto the ground like wet mud. He definitely could not attract Pu Yao's attention. Zuo Mo understood Pu Yao very well. That Ren Yao would be excited upon seeing his sorry state and would be very willing to do this again. However, if the other saw his joy, Pu Yao would definitely stop. In the endless ocean, a large group of Xiuzhou were flying, all kinds of colors crossing the sky. Head, those three would definitely run towards Little Mountain Jia. Should we keep pursuing? The one speaking was a tall and thin person. The almond yellow Taoist robe hung on his body like a rag that could be blown away by the wind at any time. He was called Wei Rong, and ranked third in this crowd of people. Go! Why don't we keep going? The large man at the front stared with his bell-sized eyes. Wei Rong couldn't help but shrink back. The big man at the front was called Zhang Hao. His personality was as explosive as fire, his eyes full of viciousness. Not just Little Mountain Jia, even if it's the edge of the world, I won't let them escape. The big man's eyes flashed with viciousness. They dare to trick me, I'll skin them. Yes, Wei Rong hurried to agree. Those three really had the best luck, finding a secret realm. Judging from their actions, they seemed to have gained a lot. Another man with one eye and a lame leg laughed darkly. He was called Zuo Han. In this group, he was second in rank. Good luck? It's our good luck. Greed flashed through Zhang Hao's eyes. He shouted, brothers, if we want to be rich, then let's get motivated. A secret realm. After finishing this job, we can retire. What do you say? Kill them. Head, don't worry, meat that's reached our mouths, can we let them escape? Kill. Riches moved people's hearts. To this crowd of bandits that lived through robbery, nothing could move them more than this. This crowd of people exuded killing intent, the exhaustion of their long flight lessening. Zuo Han glanced at the head in admiration. Head might look straightforward, but just a few of his words instantly stirred the desire for battle in everyone's hearts. He was very skilled. A secret realm. Just these two words, if news spread, they could create countless conflicts in Sky Moon Jia. Zuo Han couldn't help but admire the luck of the three people who had found a secret realm. They had accidentally stumbled upon the three and found some traces. However, they were just a bit too slow. When they rushed over, everything good inside the secret realm had been completely swept away. In reality, even without those treasures, the value of the secret realm was extraordinary. However, to Zhang Hao and the others, it didn't have any value. They were wandering bandits, moving like the wind. If they put down roots, their enemies would quickly come to kill them. Everyone understood this, so they did not hesitate in pursuing in the direction the three had gone in. This team of wandering bandits was about 70 people. Its size couldn't be considered large, but they had great offensive power. They called themselves Black Wind. So everyone called them the Black Wind Bandits. Each member was at least Juji. 5 were in Ningmai. The newest member had been a part of the group for 3 years. They were very good in their cooperation. Adding on that there were not many members, they were very experienced. It was hard to track their movement, many experts that wanted to kill them were not able to. Head Zhang looked straightforward, but in reality, he was careful and cautious. They had lived very freely. In these 2 years, the situation had become more unstable. Their lives had gotten even better. Those big sects were hurriedly consolidating their own power for their survival, and didn't have the time to bother with them. It wasn't just the Black Wind Bandits. The present Sky Moon Jia was not as peaceful as in the past. Murders and fights were multiple times more frequent than 3 years ago. This messy situation seemed to point to an even more chaotic future. It was very rare to see Xiuzhou that traveled alone. The result was that the market rate to hire a sword show had exploded, and reached a terrifying level. Correspondingly, the price for all kinds of production Xiuzhou had dropped. Many people were facing unemployment. A very strange situation appeared in the markets. The prices of all kinds of materials were sky high, but the formerly busy Ling gardens were now barren. Everyone was concerned. Everyone was waiting for big sects like Wu Kong Sword Sect to finish their reorganization and steady the situation. The Black Wind Bandits had taken advantage of the chaos and grew larger by taking a few big jobs. Right now, all of them were very wealthy, but greed was not so easy to satisfy. As they changed their talismans, the overall power of the Black Wind Bandits had risen. This allowed them to gain enough power to steal from more powerful Xiuzha, even managing to target some of the minor powers. But even the rich little powers could not compare to a secret realm. They stopped on the little island coming up. One of the subordinates pointed at the little island that could just be seen. He was the one most skilled in tracking of this group. Go see, Head Zhang unhesitatingly ordered. A group of people flew towards the island. Chen Yucheng pointed at the infant worms in the beast pool, full of pride and anticipation as he said, Xixiang, this is the first batch of worms. He didn't like conflict and fighting. His main goal in life was to accomplish something in the field of animal husbandry. He had sunk into the beast pool in the last period of time. All of his attention was on pondering the abilities of the beast pool. Much of the content in the Jade Scroll was not complete and there were many parts he did not understand. However, he was not discouraged, but full of motivation to keep studying harder. A person that came from grassroots would always be very careful with any opportunity they got. The harder it was to understand, the more excited he was, because this meant that it was more profound. Low-level Xiuzha were willing to trade anything to get a profound skill or spell, including their life, because they had nothing. Chen Yucheng forgot to eat and sleep as he studied. As expected, he did discover some things. This batch was only 6 infant worms, and it was the first successful batch that he had raised up until now. It was no wonder that he was so excited, and couldn't wait to show off his results. What's the mother? Zuo Mo asked as he looked at the 6 infant worms. The infant worms were about the thickness of his pinky, wrinkled, and gray-white. They were not very attractive. Zuo Mo was slightly disappointed. These infant worms looked too normal, without any hint of quality. However, he also knew that this beast pond was profound and hard to understand. Chen Yucheng's shitty was just as Yuji, and it would definitely take time before he would produce good results. He could not hurry this. Chen Yucheng did not detect Zuo Mo's disappointment at all. He said excitedly, I used 3 kinds of Ling butterflies for the mother. Dongfu poisonous moth, blue pupil butterfly and rain mark butterfly. Zuo Mo's face was puzzled. What are these Ling butterflies? Chen Yucheng didn't dare to laugh at Zuo Mo and he hurried to explain, Dongfu poisonous moth is a normal kind of poisonous moth produced in Dongfu. It is 2nd grade, and can release a certain amount of poisonous powder. It is an average Ling butterfly. Blue pupil butterfly and rain mark butterfly are 3rd grade Ling butterflies. Blue pupil butterflies are born with a pair of blue pupils that can see through illusions of 3rd grade and under. The rain mark butterfly is a water element butterfly, skilled in water element spells. The highest grade rain mark butterfly I've ever seen could use 3 water spells. The one I used is of average quality, and can only cast 1 kind of water element spell. Oh, it sounds very complicated. Zuo Mo gaped, nodding his head. Yes, this is all too deep and broad. Chen Yucheng sighed. Zuo Mo hadn't heard of any of the 3 Ling butterflies before. The bunch of Ling butterflies that Chen Yucheng had introduced to him before, he had completely forgotten all of them. He thought that his decision to throw the beast pool to Chen Yucheng's shitty was really too wise. If it was him, wouldn't he be having a headache? Thinking about it that way, Zuo Mo's disappointment at the ugliness and average nature of the infant worms instantly disappeared. He smiled at Chen Yucheng, saying, Don't rush. We can go slowly. Maybe we can produce a few fine ones. Then we'll strike it rich. Chen Yucheng knew Xixiang was comforting him. The rate that fine ones appeared was very low. He had studied for so many years, but he had only ever produced 2 Ling beasts that could be considered to touch the border of fine. It was these 2 semi-fine Ling beasts that allowed him to qualify for the jade medal. Don't worry, Xixiang. Before, Yucheng could not say it, Chen Yucheng said seriously, but with the beast pool in such a profound method, Yucheng would definitely bring good news to Xixiang. Zuo Mo saw the mood was too stern and wanted to say a few words to loosen it up when he suddenly raised his head to look into the distant sky. A long way off in the sky, a crowd of black dots was flying at high speed towards the desolate wood reef. Zuo Mo's gaze focused. After his consciousness had turned into leaf hands, it was abnormally sensitive. He could clearly feel the ferocity of the other's approach. The murderous intent was like a dark cloud, a suffocating presence sweeping towards him. Translator ramblings. For those who commented why the three people didn't just kill Zuo Mo and take the fire, they have much more to lose, as you've read in this chapter. Production shoujo are now worse off, but if bandits are roaming about, Zuo Mo's formation setting services should be in high demand if he is still at Wukong Mountains. I don't know if Zuo Mo is a dictionary definition masochist, since he endures the pain to gain something, not just because he enjoys the pain. Correct me if I am wrong here. On the other hand, Pu Yao definitely enjoys tormenting others. The Black Wind Bandits are called the bandits in Chinese. Wu is the raven, crow, or black. The literal definition is black wind. However, it can also be the raven wind, so it is not a good omen. Even more, Wu Feng is also a disease in Chinese traditional medicine. When it occurs, the afflicted has itchy eyes, a headache or dizziness, and may be temporarily blind. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 184, Mantis and Oriole. Chapter 184, Mantis and Oriole. Without a word, Zuo Mo brought out the Wukong flag. The black metal mast carried a inky black flag, the words Wukong written with sword-like strokes that almost flew off the cloth. As the Wukong flag was revealed, sword essences rippled as though an invisible hand disturbed a still puddle of water. The air in the surroundings became dense and cold, with turbulence flowing under the surface. Zuo Mo saw the shoujo come in even closer, and his hands started to rapidly cast all kinds of spells. Light suddenly formed on the Wukong flag above his head. Countless sword energies of all colors flew out from the flag, like fish of different colors. They swirled and circled around Zuo Mo. With the sword energies as protection, Zuo Mo's confidence increased. Wukong flag was the token of the sect, forged together by multiple Jindan. What was sealed inside were sword energies from all types of Jindan experts. Limited by his cultivation, Zuo Mo could not use the full power of the Wukong flag, but the sword energies of Jindan experts were still incredibly dangerous to Ningmai. Luckily, there was no Jindan expert in this group. Zuo Mo stared at the group of shoujo that was coming closer. He couldn't help but be slightly nervous. This was the first time he was facing so many people by himself. The other side clearly had ill intentions. However, he might be nervous, but there were not any stray thoughts in his head. His mind was abnormally clear. As soon as the other side made a move, he would not hesitate in unleashing a thundering attack. The shoujo in the air stopped their flight, facing off from far away. Zhang Hao's face was hesitant as he stared at the black flag. Zuo Han's features were twisted, his one eye showing deep hatred, his hands fisting and cracking. Wei Rong's face was pale, his bamboo-like body shaking. When the other people saw the flag, it was like they had seen a ghost, deep terror on all of their faces and their bodies uncontrollably shrinking back. In one moment, the procession of more than 70 people sank into a strange silence. Head, this little brother has followed you for 10 years, you know my temper. This little brother doesn't want to drag everyone down. This brother's revenge, this brother will personally take it. Head, don't stop me. Zuo Han's voice seemed to come from the netherworld. Everyone's expression changed upon hearing it. The cowardly Wei Rong was white. Some time before, the reckless Black Wind Bandits had coincidentally encountered Wu Kong Sword Sect, and it had been the group led by Wei Shang. They were instantly defeated and heavily wounded. Zuo Han's eye and leg had been taken by Wei Shang. Wei Shang's void sword scripture was somewhat complete now. His sword essence would permeate the body. Zuo Han had tried all the Lingdan but could not heal it. His hatred of Wu Kong Sword Sect was deep to the bone. He had constantly thought of ways to seek revenge, but the only realistic way was to encounter Wu Kong Sword Sect disciples that were alone and kill them to vent his frustrations. He hadn't thought he would really encounter Wu Kong Sword Sect disciples. Staring at the big flag, Zhang Zhao did not speak. He could naturally see the extraordinary nature of the flag. This disciple was undoubtedly a core disciple of Wu Kong Sword Sect. If he really killed this Wu Kong Sword Sect disciple today, Wu Kong Sword Sect would not rest. Having almost been killed by Wu Kong Sword Sect, how could Zhang Hao not be angry? But he recognized the situation. With the strength of the Black Wind Bandits, going to seek revenge against Wu Kong Sword Sect was seeking their own death. In the eyes of Wu Kong Sword Sect, the Black Wind Bandits were nothing. As long as they didn't go to challenge them, Wu Kong Sword Sect would not remember them. But if he lets Zuo Han go off to see revenge alone, what would the other brothers think? Zuo Han was one of the oldest and original members of the Black Wind Bandits, and had followed him for 10 years, making numerous and great contributions. If he was so frigid, it would cool the hearts of the other brothers. If the hearts moved apart, then the Black Wind Bandits were over. Also, a secret realm. The secret realm was like a heavy weight on his heart. The balance in Zhang Hao's heart instantly tilted. This was the Jie River. If they killed this disciple and traveled far from Sky Moon Jia, no matter how powerful Wu Kong Sword Sect was, they would not be able to do anything. As long as this band of brothers was together, they could live anywhere. He never even thought that he could be defeated. It had been such a long time, and the only person who came out was a Zhuji. No matter how strong Wukong flag was, if his group couldn't kill one Zhuji, then they could go back to drinking milk. A pity about the flag. He knew the extraordinary nature of the Wukong flag, but he didn't dare to take it. Sect tokens like these would have their own special imprints in them. Holding it was akin to telling other people where they were. Wu Kong Sword Sect would only need to send one Jin Dan to kill them all. Zhang Hao inhaled deeply, viciousness flashing through his eyes. He said hatefully, "What are you saying? Our group, after all this time and struggles, we are one ****ing family. Wu Kong Sword Sect might be strong. We can't kill them. But we can't be weak. We were humiliated so badly last time, if we can't even deal with a baby, can it be any more of a ****ing embarrassment?" Zhang Hao looked around. Shame was on the faces of many. Yes, Wu Kong Sword Sect was powerful, but if they had surrounded a disciple, it would be embarrassing if they escaped. Zhang Hao's tone relaxed slightly. "Where is this?" "This is the Jie River. As long as we pass the Jie River, it will be Little Mountain Jie. Wu Kong Sword Sect is strong. Can they go through Little Mountain Jie without any care? Haha, we can go hide. Can they find us?" The other people nodded when they heard this. Zhang Hao continued to pour oil on the fire, full of persuasion. "It is a secret realm. Brothers. Once we catch those three, we're rich. With Jingshi, where can't we go? We'll be bosses wherever we go." With the work of a few words, the desires of the group had been stirred by Zhang Hao. Viciousness shine in everyone's eyes, killing intent brimming. They wanted to immediately level the desolate wood reef. Feeling the killing intent become increasingly heavy, Zuo Mo knew a big battle could not be avoided. He didn't have any thoughts of avoidance. He didn't know what the group of people was, but seeing they had no fear of the Wukong flag, they were definitely not normal Xiuzhi. 1 against 70, he knew how low his chance of victory was. But there was no place to escape on this endless ocean. The shitty that he had taken along were all producers. If he abandoned them, they would only have one outcome. He broke off all his thoughts. Staring at the Xiuzhi brimming with killing intent in the sky, his courage rose. Wasn't it just a fight? Gu will chip off all of your teeth until the blood flowed. He felt his blood boiling, a desire for battle rising in his chest. Just as he was going to activate the Skyring Moonchime formation, he suddenly made a sound of surprise. Skyring Moonchime formation. The disciples of Wu Kong Sword Sect were gathered together, all of them with bloodless faces. The only one that was somewhat calm was Gongsun Cha. Even Shen Yuzheng's complexion was slightly pale. Where did this crowd come from? They dare to disregard our Wu Kong Sword Sect. Aren't they afraid the sect will pursue them? Shen Yucheng's voice was trembling. Gongsun Cha snorted, "This group is definitely wandering bandits. I just don't know which bunch." Pursue? How do they pursue? If they run to Little Mountain Jia, the sect will have no way. What should we do? What should we do? Shen Yucheng was mindless. Gongsun Cha shuffled and spread his white palms, all up to Zuo Shixiang. Zuo Shixiang is only one person. No way about it, submit to your fate. About 10 miles from the desolate wood reed, in the middle of a white cloud, a bunch of people were also staring at the desolate wood reef. Ha, now here's something to see. Who do you think will win? The yellow-faced man said. At his side was a black-clothed Xiuzhi. His body was withered like dry firewood, his eyes dark. It was Gu Feng from the sword test conference. On the other side was an indifferent, short wiry-haired, Chang Han with a copper ring at his collarbones. The other people present both feared and were in awe of these three, unconsciously keeping their distance. Gu Feng's eyes were eerily green, his cultivation much deeper than before. His voice was raspy. He isn't in Ningmai. The implication did not have to be said. He still didn't know the origins of the yellow-faced man. He only knew that the yellow-faced man called himself Bo Feng. He cultivated the little ghost sword, which was an extremely obscure sword scripture. Even though he had good talent, but the little ghost sword scripture had been incomplete at the start. It was hard for him to keep progressing further. At the time, Bo Feng had given him a scripture called Nine Ghost Nail Curse. This scripture that he had never heard of before caused him to have no hesitations about joining. But when he saw Chang Han, he was slightly shocked. He speculated that Chang Zhang should be in a similar situation as him. However, he didn't know what scripture Bo Feng had given Chang Heng. He didn't really care about this group of Zhuji. Actually, he felt there was no use for them. With him and Chang Heng, this group of 36 Zhuji really had no use. The problems the three of them could not solve, what good would adding on these 36 Zhuji be? They still won't be able to solve it, and would even drag down their speed. However, it had been Bo Feng who had gathered these 36 Zhuji. Gu Feng wouldn't make trouble for himself by broaching the topic. What do you think? Bo Feng turned to ask Chang Heng. Chang Heng said calmly, Zuo Mo wins. You have such confidence in him, Bo Feng smiled with surprise. Bo Feng's appearance was not attractive, he was extremely normal, but his composure and actions had a presence that could shake people's hearts. Hearing this, Gu Feng did not agree. This was not the sword test conference, Zhang Hao and his group of Black Wind bandits were all extremely nasty and terrible people. This was a battle to the death. A Zhuji, managing to block them for a few hours was enough to be proud of, much less victory. But he did not voice it. He was still very wary of Chang Heng, there was no reason to cause conflict for such an unimportant topic. His strength had grown over this period of time, Chang Heng's growth most likely had not grown any less than his. Bo Feng did not linger on the topic. He looked at the two sides facing off in the distance, his voice serene. No matter which side wins, we need to get the detailed information about the secret realm from Zhang Hao. The authority in his voice could not be resisted. Everyone's heart shook. Translator ramblings, I hope you guys haven't forgotten the strange yellow-faced man that was searching for something during the sword test conference. If this was another fantasy novel, and Wei Sheng was the main character, Zuo Mo will be the epic side character that will bravely stand up to protect the territory of the sect, have a moment of enlightenment when motivated by his determination and feelings for the sect, but die a terrible death. Then Wei Sheng will power up due to his sorrow and embark on a journey of revenge for Zuo Mo. Here is an explanation of the mantis and oriole. The main gist is the hunter, mantis, is focused on its prey, locust, to the point it cannot see another hunting it, the oriole, from behind. Fong Xiang isn't going to follow the idiom very well. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 185, The Power of the Golden Crow Fire. Chapter 185, The Power of the Golden Crow Fire. The two sides didn't even exchange greetings. Zuo Mo didn't need to ask to feel the enmity from the other side. The Black Wind bandits did not find it necessary. He was just a Zhuji, so did they need to waste such words? Even though he knew that Zuo Han desperately wanted to get revenge, Zhang Hao still decided to send a few people to test out the waters. The abilities of the Wukong flag would be known after an encounter. Zhang Hao had gone through countless battles and knew very well he could not be careless. The enemy was a core disciple of Wu Kong Sword Sect. It would be normal for him to have one or two life-saving talismans. These life-saving talismans were usually bestowed by the elders of the sect and were incredibly powerful. If they were not careful, they would stumble where they shouldn't, a common occurrence. Since their own side had the advantage, there was no need to take unnecessary risks. Zuo Han was a very good subordinate. He wouldn't be able to bear it if Zuo Han was tricked. There were 70 people in the Black Wind bandits. 5 of them had reached Ningmai. These were the backbone of the Black Wind bandits. Those under Ningmai could easily be replaced, especially in such troubled times. He called 5 Zhuji subordinates forward. Even if the opponent had life-saving treasures, his cultivation was still limited. The other would be at a disadvantage with 1 against 5. Battle quickly, he said, and then turned to comfort Zuo Han, old brother, don't be impatient. After they catch him, if you want to skin him or suck out the marrow, you can do whatever you want. Zuo Han said gratefully, many thanks, head. Zhang Hao roared with laughter, don't be so courteous. Old brother has made many contributions over these years. This is just a minor matter. The 5 people did not dare to be rash. Light was flashing on the flag above the other's head, and suggested it wasn't anything ordinary. If it was 1-on-1, they knew that they were not a match for disciples of a large sect. But if it was 5-on-1, so they had enough confidence. To be able to survive in the Black Wind bandits, especially as a Zhuji, they had to learn how to cooperate with their fellow bandits. This was the reason that the Black Wind bandits had been able to remain free all these years. They cooperated very well among themselves. This showed up very clearly when several groups were fighting. Their best method of fighting was to use many to fight against the strong, and use many to fight against many. The disciples of large sects focused on individual power, that meant that they didn't have any advantages when they were fighting in groups. The 5 Xiozha came slowly, spreading out in specific positions that complemented each other. Zuo Mo stared at the 5 people. He was not nervous. The sword energies around his body were flying in patterns. Of the 5 Shouja, 3 were sword shou, 1 person had a black banner, and 1 had a chain sickle. The cultivation of the 5 were not much different compared to Zuo Mo, roughly in the higher stages of Zhuji. The person holding the black banner waved it, and an inky black cloud headed towards Zuo Mo. The 3 sword shou also attacked. 3 flying swords of different colors turned to 3 dashes of light, transforming in the air as they headed towards Zuo Mo. A cold smile floated on the mouth of the Shouja holding the chain sickle. The black sickle swung in his hands and rattled rhythmically. The chain was the thickness of a thumb, with a water drop-shaped spike at the end of the chain. Traces of blood could be seen on the black chain. It could be seen this weapon had drank a lot of blood and was a violent weapon. Zuo Mo naturally would not slack off. The Wukong flag above his head landed on his hand, and he waved it. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Countless sword energies flew out of the body of the flag and headed towards the black cloud. The sword energies easily passed through the black cloud. The black cloud rumbled and returned to normal in the blink of an eye. Zuo Mo tightly stared at the black hood. Of the 5 people, the black cloud and the person holding the chain sickle felt most dangerous to him. The threat posed by the 3 sword shou was actually the smallest. None of the sword shou had comprehended sword essence. In Zuo Mo's eyes, their sword energies were insubstantial. The feeling this black cloud gave Zuo Mo was somewhat similar to the blood fiends in the sword cave, dark and gloomy. His mind was clear, the 3 flying swords were aiming at his chest. Zuo Mo turned and dodged the 3 flying swords. He still stared at the black cloud, his mind thinking furiously about how to deal with it. The person wielding the banner was hiding behind everyone else. It wasn't realistic to attack the other. The Shouja holding the chain sickle did not move. He was like an experienced hunter, patiently waiting for Zuo Mo to reveal a weakness. The black cloud was not fast, but its scope was very vast and would not be easy to dodge. The sword energies that passed through it had not stopped it at all. A difficult thing. Zuo Mo's head swelled. Far away, the attitudes of those spectating such as Bo Feng were idle, but when Bo Feng saw the black banner, he had a startled expression. Black blood banner? People still make those? He looked closely and then realized, so it is incomplete. No wonder. What is the black blood banner? Gu Feng suddenly asked. In the 9 ghost nail curse that Bo Feng had given him, it had mentioned the black blood banner, but it was a general description. An obscure talisman. Made by collecting yin and dirty substances. It can corrode talismans and flying swords very effectively. Bo Feng did not conceal anything, explaining honestly, most of the Shouja that use this kind of talisman cultivate ghosts and yin spirits, but it is not easy to forge one. What that banner used is black dog blood. The grade is too low, the forging method is incomplete, so the power is limited. Gu Feng listened carefully. He might cultivate a sword scripture, but it was also related to the area of ghosts and yin spirits. Most of the Shouja that practiced these arts were roaming shou, but among the sword shou it was not considered an honorable practice. He normally did not have anyone who could teach him. Bo Feng glanced at him and said carefreely, however, if one doesn't know how to deal with it, this is difficult to deal with. The other members of the Black Wind Bandits were at ease. In their minds, this battle was already decided. Zhang Hao smiled at Zuo Han. That guy's Darking Banner is really good. It is always effective when used. Pity that it is hard to forge. If we can get a few more, our strength will increase by much. Zuo Han's mood had relaxed. His face also easing off. Hearing this, he smiled and said, Head is too greedy. It is lucky that our troop had even one. Other than our troop, I've never heard of another in our profession that had one, and Head wants us to have multiple. Ha ha. Zhang Hao laughed, that's true. I'm too greedy. He was very proud inside. The Black Wind Bandits did not have many members, but it did not lack for talent. They were some of the best of their profession in Sky Moon Jia. Just as Zuo Mo was frantically moving, he suddenly heard Pu Yao snort coldly, they take something as trashy as this out. So embarrassing. He then said disdainfully to Zuo Mo, you can't even defeat trash like this, you truly embarrass me. Zuo Mo instantly didn't feel good. Looking at the situation he swore, stop wasting words, and tell me how to deal with it? The methods of the Diana Shio are very effective. Diana Shio? Seeing the black cloud fly closer, Zuo Mo was speechless. There was no time to deal with Pu Yao's riddles. Oh, I forgot you don't understand. You only have a half-assed, Vidra profound scripture. It's useless, Pu Yao drawled. It was deliberate, this guy definitely was doing it deliberately. Zuo Mo's teeth itched in anger. Oh, I remember, this thing is afraid of fire. Zuo Mo's mind jumped. Afraid of fire, that was too easy. What he didn't lack right now was fire. A flip of the hand, and a mini box appeared in his hand. Zuo Mo's action attracted everyone's eyes. What was that? Amidst everyone's curiosity, Zuo Mo threw the jade box at the black cloud. The shoujo holding the black banner snorted coldly, Ling power flooding into the banner. The black cloud became even thicker and darker, like sticky black ink. A nauseating smell instantly spread. His darking banner had been forged using a secret method that he had found in the remnants of a scroll. It was always successful at corrupting talismans. Seeing the other throw out a jade box, he smirked inside. What the Wu Kong flag had sent out were all sword energies. His cloud was intangible, so they had not been affected it. I'm not afraid you will use talismans, but I'm afraid that you won't use talismans. His eyes twinkled as his prey fell into his trap. The little jade box flipped through the air, attracting everyone's eyes. Zuo Mo had used a large amount of force. In the blink of an eye, the jade box flew into the black cloud. The shoujo with the chainsicle shook his head, slightly regretful that he wouldn't get the chance to attack. He knew his fellow's black banner very well. No matter what kind of talisman, if it was touched by the black cloud, they would become scrap. Many Ningmai had been tripped up by this nondescript black cloud. As the jade box entered the black cloud, it was quickly corroded. The surface of the box was raven black, and a white rotten pattern appeared. The shoujo holding the banner gave a smug smile. Suddenly, a sword energy entered the black cloud and accurately struck the jade box. This was... The smile of the banner-holding shoujo suddenly froze. Pia! The corroded jade box was incredibly fragile, and turned to dust when struck by the sword energy. A pure golden flame fought its way out of the jade box. Golden crow fire! Hiss crack crack! The black cloud was like a ball of oil that was suddenly lit up in a blaze. The little wisp of golden crow fire grew dramatically. The fire spread with astounding speed from the center of the cloud outwards. Terror formed in the eyes of the banner-wielding shoujo. Watching from far away, Bo Feng's eyes lit up and he couldn't help but gasp, Golden crow fire. It's actually golden crow fire. Golden crow fire. Chang Hung and Gue Feng's hearts shook. They stared at the black cloud, not daring to move their eyes away. Their subordinates were all puzzled. What's happening? Zhang Hao stilled. He could make out golden light through the black cloud. Was it that the talisman the little baby had thrown out not affected? Zuo Han also couldn't help but stare at the black cloud. The two looked at each other and found their heated gaze. A talisman that was not affected by the black cloud was very rare. That was definitely a very good talisman. The golden light inside the black cloud became increasingly brighter. All of the shoujo noticed the abnormality of the black cloud. However, their thoughts were the same as Zhang Hao and Zuo Han. No one noticed the deep hopelessness on the face of the banner-holding shoujo. A wisp of golden fire finally burned through the black cloud. In the blink of an eye, the thick tangible surface of the black cloud was covered in burning flames. In the sky, an enormous golden ball of fire hung like the sun. The golden fire was entirely pure, a domineering presence spreading out and sweeping like the wind. Ah! The heart-wrenching wail caused everyone's hearts go jump. The banner-holding shoujo had become a person made from golden fire. He only had the time to wail before both he and the black banner turned to dust. Everyone was shocked. Translator ramblings, it's a semi-cliffhanger today, still in the middle of a fight but at the end of a move. Zuo Mo's flag is attached to the pole by the side of the cloth. The banner is most likely attached to the pole by the top to a perpendicular bar. So these two cloth-type talismans look somewhat different. Thanks for all of your comments. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 186, Sword Formation. Chapter 186, Sword Formation. Golden Crow Fire, 4th grade, formed by gathering the essence of the sun, had extremely yang and strong attributes, and was one of the sources of all fires in the world. Golden Crow Fire was usually created through being nurtured by some special kinds of ling grasses such as the sky sunflower. Golden Crow Fire could occasionally be found at the very center of the flower. Supposedly, some sects had secret methods that could create Golden Crow Fire, but due to the fire being overly yang and domineering, it was extremely damaging to the body. It could leave hidden weaknesses, and so secret methods were needed. It was one of the fire seeds people dreamed about. It could even absorb and merge with many other kinds of fire seeds, increasing the grade of the fire. On the market, Golden Crow Fire was a treasure that had high demand and no supply. Even the smallest wisp would be worth 1,000 jingshi. People usually remembered how beneficial it was as a fire seed but usually forgot about the heat and domineering of the fire itself. It was 4th grade. Zuo Mo was also stunned by the broad expanse burning in front of him. He had assumed that it could damage this black cloud. He had never thought that the power of the golden crow fire was so terrifying. What he didn't know was the golden crow fire was an extremely strong yang attribute, and was the exact counter to something yin and corrupting as the black cloud. This was why the result was so exaggerated. The black cloud twisted in the air like a little mountain, pressing down on everyone. But when it turned to a ball of fire, such an enormous ball of fire, it was even more of a blow than the black cloud. It came without any warning, or rather, they hadn't made any preparations. Everyone was frightened. Zuo Mo was only stunned for a moment before he woke. Such a good chance, if he wasted it, he would be punished by heaven. After being hammered in the big sword essence formation, his grasp of battle rhythm had increased. He channeled Ling power silently. The sword energies were like swimming fish that soundlessly flew out of the Wukong flag and soundlessly neared the remaining 4 people. There was a variety of sword energies sealed inside the Wukong flag of all attributes. It could be seen just how vast of an area each elder had grasped. The flag also sealed 3 great moves that could be constructed from these sword energies. This was the most important thing about the flag. The original intentions of Pei Yuanran and the others in forging the flag had been these moves, that only Jindan experts could use. This way, Ningmai disciples could release Jindan level attacks and save their own lives at a crucial time. Pei Yuanran originally had not intended to give Zuo Mo the Wukong flag because he had been considering that Zuo Mo basically could not use the full power of the flag. Later on, he couldn't withstand the fire of Shi Fengrong's fury, so he had to part with it. Zuo Mo couldn't use any of the great killing moves sealed inside the Wukong flag. He didn't have enough Ling power. He could only release those sword energies and not activate the killing moves. But so what if he couldn't? It might have been the pressure from the life or death situation, but Zuo Mo's consciousness was abnormally clear. The shock caused by the golden crow fire disappeared in an instant. The little leaf formed from the great 1,000 leaf hands imperceptibly waved. The sword energies flowed silently like water. He found that he had dismissed this Wukong flag before. There were sword energies of all different kinds. Even though they could not form killing moves, but he could easily control these sword energies. Wasn't this the best tool for setting a formation? Instantly comprehending his resources, his mind was clear and still. The situation had turned. The position of hunter and prey silently changed. The golden ball of fire burned, a peerless domineering presence spread in ripples. It attracted everyone's gaze, the 4 people closest to it were not an exception. Under such a bright light, everything had lost color. The 4 people did not know that sword energies had silently surrounded them. The sword energies slid like they were on ice, without a sound, and changed positions. At the beginning, the changes in position between the sword energies was slightly raw, but quickly, the changes in position became very precise. All of this happened in an extremely short period of time. The 4 people had still not recovered from the ferocity of the golden crow fire. The only person who detected something was the Xiuzha who had the chain sickle. Some clarity came into his eyes. He glanced at Zuo Mo holding the flag, his heart relaxing slightly. When he looked in the surroundings, his expression suddenly changed. He called an alarm, careful. The sword formation had formed. His shout became the prelude to the closing of the net. The sharp and intimidating sword essences sliced at every bit of space. The air within their vision was shattered in an instant. Pew pew pew. 3 pillars of blood shot high into the sky. Before they landed, their bodies were ground to powder by the sword energies that wove and sliced. Bam bam bam. The 3 sword show seemed to explode in midair, countless bits of blood and gore flew outwards in all directions. The first person to detect the attack was the Xiuzha who held the chain sickle. He was very experienced, and had gone through hundreds of battles. He didn't retreat, but charged. A black light flew from his hand, the sickle headed straight for Zuo Mo. The water drop spike arched like a poisonous snake, dancing so his sides were covered. As the sword energies hit it, sparks flew. Ding 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 ding. The sword energies continuously hit the lengthening chain, like it was a chain made of sparks. The tip of the sickle gave a howl that shocked people's souls. The chain sickle was made out of an unknown material that was able to cut out a path through such a dense rain of sword energies. The speed was very fast. The edge pointed straight at Zuo Mo. Impact! The hook had hit the other person. He was jubilant at this surprising outcome. His original intentions had been to defend for a while so his fellows would save him. He hadn't thought he would make impact with one attack. Was the other too busy controlling the sword energies, and could not split his attention? That wasn't right. The sword energies that suddenly lit up alarmed the Black Wind bandits, who were still in shock. Right after, they saw something they would never be able to forget. Countless sword energies formed a grand net. The three fellow bandits had been ground down and exploded in an instant. The only surviving fellow they were all very familiar with. The chain sickle on his hand had taken countless lives. However, the black blade was now strangely striking at an empty space, several dozen zhang away from the enemy. The jubilation on their comrade's face made their hairs stand on end. Illusion. Zhang Hao's pupils shrunk. He controlled his impulse to charge over. His eyes were very experienced. He clearly saw the other had used the sword energies to form a formation. Now that the formation had been activated, charging in was too dangerous. His gaze suddenly darkened. He knew that his remaining subordinate would not escape death. As expected, a gigantic sword made from sword energies heavily struck at the chains that covered the other. The chain that was not easily damaged by flying swords shattered. The Xiuzha that did not have the time to dodge was instantly bisected. All five had been lost. Bam! The golden ball of fire coincidentally collapsed at this time, sparks flying in all directions. As the bright golden sparks rained down, a thin and weak youth holding a black flag several times his size was standing proudly under the five-colored sword energies. No one spoke, no one dared to move. The pupils of all the Black Wind bandits couldn't help but shrink. All the underestimation, all the disdain, all their certainty, it all seemed so foolish now. On the sky above the desolate wood reef, there was only the sound of the wind. Wei Rong, who was shaking like dice, suddenly shrieked, I remember now, he's Zuo Mo. He is Zuo Mo. The shriek was ear-piercing in this deathly silence. Far away, Bo Feng's gaze recovered its clarity. Even he had been dazzled by that grand kill. Other than cultivation, Zuo Mo has improved very much compared to last time, he praised. His formations are even harder to predict now. If his cultivation could increase at this rate, he wouldn't be any less outstanding than Wei Shang. Gu Feng's mouth was open wide, but he could not make a sound, shock dominating his eyes. The strength that Zuo Mo had just displayed was not just a little bit higher than at the sword test conference. Even though that Wu Kong flag was very strong, but Zuo Mo's skill was worthy of praise. His control of the sword energies, his skill at setting up formations. It was completely different than before. What surprised Gu Feng the most was Zuo Mo's practiced composure and calmness. He remembered how tender Zuo Mo had been at the sword test conference. In the short span of half a year, the Zuo Mo in front of him had become a completely different person. Cheng Hong did not speak, but his eyes seemed to light up, full of desire for battle. Zuo Mo, so you are Zuo Mo. Zhang Hao's expression was very ugly, his voice pressuring. He had thought it would be a soft fruit, but it turned out to be a hard nail. He had heard the name of Zuo Mo before. After the sword test conference, this name had spread through all of Sky Moonjia. He knew the little brat that looked slightly weak was a core disciple of Wu Kong Sword Sect, but he had not expected it to be Zuo Mo. He remembered now. In the rumors, Zuo Mo was most skilled in formations. He couldn't help but glance at the desolate wood reef under them. There was no movement there, but since the person here was Zuo Mo, there definitely would be countless formations down there, but bandit groups like the Black Wind bandits disliked situations like this the most. What they were skilled at was ambushes and robbery. What they were least skilled at was attacking heavily guarded places with full frontal assaults. In Zhang Hao's eyes, the little island below was like a hedgehog. If it was any other time, he definitely wouldn't attack such a place. But right now, he tasted what it felt like to be unable to get off his high horse. Other than Zuo Han's vengeance, 5 subordinates had been killed in front of him. If they left like this, their overall motivation would be greatly impacted. Also, he hurt. The 5 subordinates had all been Juji, but the one with the banner and the other with the chainsicle had been Xiuzha with special spells. Other than the 5 most important backbones, it was very difficult to find replacements for these Xiuzha who had special spells. He didn't hurt for the death of the 3 sword Xiu, but his heart was in pain at the death of those 2. He stared at Zuo Mo, his eyes red. His temper was vicious and explosive. Now that he had tripped up so heavily, would he rest? Even more, since he knew the person in front of him was Zuo Mo, he was clear of the importance of this little island to Wu Kong Sword Sect. Such an important place, they would definitely have stored plentiful resources. He quickly decided. No matter what, they had to take down this little island. Translator ramblings, Zhang Hao is like the person who just lost a hand at poker and decided to go all in immediately after. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 187, 2 hours. Chapter 187, 2 hours. The wind howled, the mood above Desolate Wood Reef became even tenser. The Black Wind Bandits' killing intent spread. Zuo Mo sighed to himself. Killing the 5 people just now had not created fear, it had provoked their viciousness. Very quickly, he threw these thoughts to the back of his head because the other side had begun advancing forward. Without a doubt, the next fight would be more fierce and cruel. Zuo Mo felt the pressure suddenly increasing. He didn't have the luxury to hold back. Raising his hand, he cast a light downwards. Skyring moon chime formation. A crescent moon rose low into the sky. Countless thin strands fell from the bright moon, covering the entire Desolate Wood Reef. On these thin strands, light rings of various sizes hung like wind chimes. But this crescent moon was dyed with an orange-red tinge. The moon gave off a warm orange glow, when previously it was as clear and smooth as flowing water. Zuo Mo sighed. Just a little bit more and the Buddha sound hoop would have finished. The tempered Buddha sound hoop would definitely have increased its power. It was a pity that it had just missed by a little bit, but just this little bit caused the power of the Buddha sound hoop to be one level lower. The situation in front of him did not allow him to continue to temper it. There were still more than 60 people on the other side. More than 60 Xiuzhi, and 5 of them Ningmai. The pressure they gave him was unparalleled. The only thing that could compete with the present situation was the Great Sword Essence formation. The big formation that was created by 5 Jindan together. Naturally it would not be ordinary. However, when he was inside the Sword Essence formation, he knew he didn't have to worry about his life. In terms of presence, this group was not as intimidating as the Sword Essence formation, but this group of people wouldn't blink as they killed him. They really would take his little life. What should I do? Zuo Mo asked Pu Yao. Kill. Pu Yao was simple and crisp, his bloody pupil shining. It was now that Zuo Mo felt this guy had some of the mannerisms of a Sky Yao. However, while the aura was present, but it wasn't useful at all. How do I kill? Zuo Mo felt he was an idiot to ask Pu Yao, who was also an idiot, but he couldn't resist asking. Was it out of nervousness? As expected, Pu Yao looked at him like he was looking at an idiot, one by one, of course. He now really wanted to ask Pu Yao, how do I kill them one by one? But he suppressed it. He really did not like Pu Yao's gaze. Pu Yao thought and then suddenly said, if you can kill them all within 2 hours, I will teach you another move of little thousand leaf hands. 2 hours, kill them all. This time, it was Zuo Mo's turn to look at Pu Yao like he was looking at an idiot. Do you think I'm an idiot? 2 hours, you think I'm killing pigs? They are. Just say if you will do it or not. Pu Yao lazily said, none of the killing intent he had just shown was on his face. Do it. Once he said it, Zuo Mo felt he was really an idiot. 2 hours, to kill the dense patch of people. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 67 people, 5 Ningmai, 62 Zhuji, he was Zhuji. Okay, after Pu Yao did this, the last bit of nervousness in Zuo Mo's heart had dissipated. Strangely, he felt anticipation and excitement. It was as though he really yearned for the battle that was going to come. His body heated up and his Ling power was abnormally lively. Was it that he had stayed too long with a pervert like Pu Yao, and became slightly perverse himself? The Skyring moon chime formation covered the entire Desolate Wood Reef. Zuo Mo's figure was inside it, flickering in and out of sight. Zuo Han's eyes were cold and filled with hatred and killing intent. However, he forcefully suppressed it. He was waiting for Head's order. The reason that the Black Wind Bandits had remained free for such a long time was their outstanding battle strategy, and it was their best protection. Even though he was second in command, and even though the hatred was deep in his heart, he still suppressed it. Zhang Hao's pupils shrunk into a line, a bloody light flashing from his eyes, cruel and vicious. At this time, he had thrown all other thoughts to the back of his head. No matter how many concerns he had, once he decided to fight, there was only one thought in his mind: kill them. Kill. A bellow like the howl of a wild beast came from his throat. Kill, kill, kill. The eyes of everyone else were completely red, leaving behind only pure killing intent. The 67 people split into several parts, and like thin flows, they headed towards Desolate Wood Reef from different directions. Just 67 people, but the vicious and brutal aura they exuded would alarm anyone. Bo Feng, who saw this scene, suddenly lit up and praised, I had originally thought that the Black Wind Bandits had an inflated reputation before. Looking at it now, they are even better than the rumors. To create this kind of presence, even Wu Kong Sword Sect, which has been so powerful recently, cannot do it. One Xiuzhi couldn't help say, when the Black Wind Bandits met Wu Kong Sword Sect last time, they suffered a huge loss. The subordinate had followed Bo Feng for a time and knew that Bo Feng would not be discontent due to differences in opinions, which was why he dared to speak. Bo Feng smiled and shook his head. It's not the same. Wu Kong Sword Sect's strength is in their individual experts. What the Black Wind Bandits are strong in is their combined ability. The power of the group cannot replace experts, and the experts cannot replace the group. In small conflicts, the effect of experts is very evident, but if it is battles of thousands of people, then the use of experts begins to lessen. How can there be battles with thousands of people? That Xiuzha objected. There aren't any now, but that doesn't mean there won't be in the future, Bo Feng said meaningfully. The 67 Xiuzha attacked at the same time. Their presence was astounding. Light flashed across the sky, flying swords and talismans were dancing. Zhang Hao's plan was very simple, to use brute force to break technique. It was unwise to go head-on against a fortified target, but the present situation was special as the only person on the other side that could resist was Zuo Mo. No matter how strong Zuo Mo was, when he faced the attacks of 67 Xiuzha, there would have to be times where he would slip. Formations were set up on the island. If they landed in them, that would give Zuo Mo a chance. It was better to use brute force to break the formation from the base. Having lost his greatest defense, Zuo Mo would be like a lamb waiting for slaughter. Zuo Mo felt terrible right now. Damn it! This group of people rained everything down on his head. 67 Xiuzha furiously attacking downwards at the same time, without regard for Ling power. They looked as though they would only rest when Desolate Wood Reef was leveled. This group was also very smart. They only bombarded Desolate Wood Reef from a distance and did not come any closer. Seeing all the flying swords and spells come down on his head like rain, Zuo Mo became stubborn. Alright, GE will see just how much Ling power you have to waste. The Wukong flag was heavily inserted into the ground. The sword energies that swarmed around his body silently entered the Skyring Moonchime formation. Zuo Mo jumped up from the ground and started to pass around the Desolate Wood Reef. He was like a fireman, continuously watching over the big formation. The Skyring Moonchime formation he had set up was unprecedentedly large, reaching 216 child formations. Adding on that he had continuously been fixing the holes recently, even though it was not impenetrable, but it still managed to survive the bombing of the Black Wind Bandits. He knew as long as he could make it through this round, the initiative would instantly change sides. 67 Xiuzha, not all of them could be offensive Xiuzha. For example, Zuohan had 100 poison fan that could release all kinds of dark poisonous miasma, but in a fight of strength, it couldn't have much of an effect. The greatest threat came from strength-based Xiuzha like Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao's flying sword was very unique. The body of the sword was extremely wide, like it was a shovel or an axe. What he walked was a road of strength. The body of the sword was covered in a layer of red light. Each attack was like a heavy axe breaking a mountain, weighing 30,000 catties. Zuo Mo felt that Zhang Hao was the greatest threat out of all the people. Each of his attacks would make Zuo Mo's heart jump. The hair-like threads of the Skyring Moonchime formation would be blown into a mess, causing the rings of light on the threads to chime. After being tempered for such a long time, the Buddha sound hoop had an additional attribute of yang and dominance. Before, the chimes had been clear and ethereal. The present chimes were deep and explosive. Even the echoes seemed to carry heat and flame. Zuo Mo was still relatively calm. After being alarmed the first few times, he found that the Skyring Moonchime formation was still untouched. He finally remembered that during the sword test conference, the 72-child formation Skyring Moonchime formation had endured a great ordeal. At that time, the number of Ningmai that had been in the formation had been more than right now. If the others wanted to ruin the 216-child formation Skyring Moonchime formation through brute force, that was a big delusion. He knew the other side would quickly realize this. At that time, the fight would truly start. Zuo Mo raised his head to look at the sky. Throughout the threads, he could clearly see the mania and hatred on the faces of his enemies. He lowered his head, his eyes becoming slightly cold. He started to take out formation discs from the ring, and threw them inside to form various formations. Using the Skyring Moonchime formation as a cover, he secretly threw out many formation discs. At this time, he didn't have any thoughts of keeping anything back. The formation discs in his ring flew out of his hands like they didn't cost money. He wanted to turn the Desolate Wood Reef into a hunting ground. A hunting ground full of traps. Gong Sun Cha and the others had gone to hide in the cave with the lava lake. This was the safest place on the Desolate Wood Reef. The lava cave was deep under the ground. Zuo Mo had set up countless formations around it, and it was the most important of all important grounds. So when they heard sound filtering from the outside, all of the people inside the cave had worried expressions. Chun Yucheng sighed, what a pity that we cannot help. These made many people unconsciously clench their hands. They were all production show. However, they were young and it was the age to be rash and brave. They also knew what their fate would be if this group broke through the big formation. What wandering bandits needed were people that could fight. Production Shouja, who had no offensive strength, would be killed at the earliest convenience. Gongsun Sha was the most composed of all the people. He laid on the ground and said unconcernedly, don't worry. It won't be so easy for them to break through Zuo Shixiang's big formation. I also feel that Zuo Shixiang is much stronger than before. Has everyone forgotten the blue-spiked crocodile? Once the words came out, everyone was uplifted. They thought about the multiple brute force impacts between Zuo Shixiang and the blue-spiked crocodile. Confidence grew. Their unsecure hearts settled down. In the sky, the attack slowed down. Zuo Mo raised his face to look and then bent down to keep setting up. An absurd idea suddenly came into his mind. 2 hours, there wasn't much time left. Translator ramblings, listen to Bo Feng, he is the second most knowledgeable person in this chapter. Zuo Mo has some great advantages in this fight. First, the fight is on his territory. Second, he has adequate time to prepare. The bandits are attacking a place they do not know so well, and an opponent they do not know enough about. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 188, Entering the Formation. Chapter 188, Entering the Formation. The Black Wind Bandits lack strong offensive shouja. It isn't quite possible to break through Zuo Mo's formation defense style, Bo Feng said while shaking his head. In Zuo Mo's hands, this kind of turtle battle strategy is really used to the extreme. Unless they have troops specializing in offense, it's impossible to break through the turtle shell. With such a gigantic formation, Ningmai would find it difficult to destroy in a full frontal attack. Gu Feng lowered his head. He thought about Zuo Mo's formation defense style at the sword test conference that had caused a headache for everyone. He didn't have many good ideas about how to resolve the formation defense style either. Unless they could attack before Zuo Mo had set up the formation. Once Zuo Mo had completed the formation, the chance of victory was almost zero. The formation defense style was also called the turtle style. It was called the strongest defense below Jindan. It wasn't that other people hadn't thought of mimicking Zuo Mo's formation defense style. But when they tried it themselves, they discovered the formation defense style was not so easy to make. How to quickly set it up was one of the most important problems. Looking at the present situation, Zuo Mo's formation defense style had reached another stage. His efficiency at setting up and his skill had risen dramatically when compared to the sword test conference. Other than that, the combination of formations needed to be decided in an extremely short period of time. To control the formations, it also demanded a strong and large consciousness. After studying it in depth, everyone found that the formation defense style was not as simple as imagined. Even the process of Zuo Mo battling Chaoan was repeatedly taken out and studied. This was one of the rare battles in recent years where the weak won over the strong. The rich battle strategies involved in the match was enough for every shouja who studied it to marvel. Is there really no way? Another shouja asked. Bo Feng said deeply, if you encounter Zuo Mo, do not give him the chance to set up formations. But he has already set up formations, the shouja looked at the desolate wood reef. Then I don't have any way, Bo Feng spread his hands and said honestly. Another shouja couldn't help but say, there's so many people. If they just charge in, they could win. In their eyes, the difference in strength between the two sides was too extreme. 1 versus 67, and there were 5 Ningmai. Zuo Mo himself was just in the stage of Zhuji. Even if he had the help of the formation, if this many people charged in at the same time, Zuo Mo basically would have no chance. If it is anyone else, I would also feel the same, Bo Feng said patiently. To the Zhuji under his command, he never skimped on guidance, but if it is Zuo Mo, I don't think so. What formation defense style, that's just the surface. What Zuo Mo is greatest at is strategy. He is most skilled at using all the factors at his disposal, and then turning them into advantages for himself. Even if he didn't have these factors, he could also create an environment advantageous to himself. He is a born strategist. On this point, Wei Sheng is not as great as him. His subordinates all had expressions of understanding. Bo Feng added, of course, maybe, to Zuo Mo, this is a method born out of helplessness. He needs to use other methods to compensate for his flaw of cultivation. If Zuo Mo heard Bo Feng's analysis, he would definitely agree. If one had Ling power, who would do all this? Just slice with the sword. He admired Wei Sheng Shixiang very much on this point. Bo Feng then gave his conclusion: from when they started to attack the Desolate Wood Reef, they became the reactive side. Desolate Wood Reef is very important to Wu Kong Sword Sect, but why did Wu Kong Sword Sect only send Zuo Mo alone? Because they are very clear that Zuo Mo, who was able to create the formation defense style, would be able to create a safe place by himself if he is given enough time. The Black Wind Bandits bully the island because there is only Zuo Mo. What they fail to realize is that Zuo Mo's offensive abilities might not be strong, but if he is used to guard one island, he is more than enough. Zuo Mo's growth has exceeded my predictions. Zuo Mo would only ever fight in an environment that is advantageous for him. The Black Wind Bandits are not weak. To use force to overcome technique, they may have a chance at victory. This will be something to see. His speech made the 30-something Zhuji under him enchanted. Everyone was in Zhuji, but the difference was just too great. Then if a Jindan expert came? Some people were still not convinced. Clearly, he was very discontent about a Zhuji being so arrogant. If a Jindan expert came, no one can stop them. Only Jindan can stop Jindan. This Zhuji could not say a thing. Zhang Hao also realized that they could not break this turtle shell, even if they kept on bombarding the island. The Black Wind Bandits were still wandering bandits in the end. They moved like the wind and lacked strong offensive moves. Zhang Hao's greatest wish right now was that everyone would have a talisman like the sky-flipping seal, picking it up and throwing it down heavily. However, wandering bandits that traveled quickly like the Black Wind Bandits usually scorn talismans like the sky-flipping seal. They were too difficult to transport. The threads coming from the orange moon shook. The rings of light chimed endlessly, but they did not break. Zhang Hao was clear about the power of his flying sword. Even among the Ningmai, those that could receive his sword head-on would be those top Ningmai experts. He was the first one to save Zuo Han from Wei Shang's hands. Wei Shang might have previously been second to Gu Rongping, but Gu Rongping had steadily faded out of view. Wei Shang had quickly overtaken Gu Rongping as the most promising youth of Sky Moon Jia. Having gone into seclusion after the sword test conference, Wei Shang's cultivation had skyrocketed. Everyone guessed he had found a method to break through to heart-turn sword essence. His amazing battles afterwards almost proved everyone's speculations. From following Xin Yin in the beginning, to quickly leading his own team, he battled in all directions and never lost. No matter if it was in reputation or strength, he became the first expert in Ningmai. Zhang Hao was not as good as Wei Shang, but if the Ningmai of Sky Moon Jie were ranked, he would belong to the rank of experts. However, he was usually low-key, so he was not famous. But the formation in front of him made him not know what to do. Zhang Hao had experienced too many tribulations. He did not panic upon meeting a standoff. In the end, Zuo Mo was just one person. No matter how strong the formation was, it needed people to control it. A formation with someone controlling it and without were two completely different things. Formations might have many wonders, but in the end, it was still an outside aid. After living through so many days on the blade's edge, he clearly understood that the true substance of a battle was still a matter of the two sides' strength. This was why true sword show experts did not like using other moves. Because they themselves had enough power, and they had absolute confidence in their own strength. Zhang Hao might not be a sword show expert, but he had the same absolute confidence in his group of people. He suddenly whistled, and everyone instantly stopped. Kill! Zhang Hao charged into the formation first, Zuo Han following tightly after. The other Black Wind Bandits did not hesitate, all of them charging into the formation. Bo Feng, who saw this from a far side, Zuo Mo has the initiative. Having the initiative doesn't mean he is able to win, someone said. Bo Feng smiled and nodded, that's true. But we will know after watching. As Zhang Hao entered the formation, he found the scene in front of him change. He was suddenly situated in the wilderness, empty and desolate. An orange moon hung in the sky, exuding a warm light. As expected, the other had some skill. He praised inside. If possible, he would definitely have tried to get Zuo Mo to join the Black Wind Bandits. However, he knew it was just a delusion. The other was a core disciple of Wu Kong Sword Sect. Would they even properly look at this group of wandering bandits? He refocused and pushed down this unrealistic thought. This was not the first time he had to solve a formation, but it was the first time he had faced such a powerful formation. Even though he didn't understand the formation, but he was still confident because the opponent's cultivation was one stage below his. For Xiuzha, one stage meant a difference in the basic attribute of strength. He also had a small secret, a secret that no one knew, heart-turn sword essence. His mountain opener sword scripture had been cultivated to the stage of heart-turn sword essence. Holding the flying sword covered in a red light, he slowly proceeded. The red light became even brighter, his body covered by a seemingly tangible red shield. A five-colored fan appeared on Zuo Mo's hand. In the blink of an eye, a multicolored mist surrounded him, his figure gradually disappearing in the rainbow mist. Wei Rong's face was pale, his tall and thin figure shaking in the wind like bamboo. He stared around in terror, wanting to find his fellows, but there was no one in his sight. Zuo Mo's eyes were serenely cold. He was completely prepared, the Ling power of his body abnormally lively, but his mind empty and calm. The prey had entered the hunting grounds. His figure slowly became muddled and then disappeared. His first target was Zhang Hao. Take the head first. Once he got rid of Zhang Hao, the other people would become headless, and his chances of ambush would be greater. Zhang Hao's Ningmai cultivation meant that he could not face him head-on, but Zuo Mo had his own methods. Covered by the red light, Zhang Hao did not know that Zuo Mo had locked onto him. However, even if he knew, he wouldn't feel fear, but would be even more excited. Suddenly, he stopped, and waved the heavy sword in his hand. A patch of red sword energies left his sword. The sword energy was extremely large, like a thick red light curtain that blocked in front of him. Ding ding ding. Several sword energies hit the red light curtain and bounced off. Zhang Hao smirked, not slowing in his steps as he headed in the direction of the moon. The Wukong flag was a good talisman, and it was powerful. It was a pity that Zuo Mo's cultivation was too low, and could not release its true power. Sword energies of this degree could kill Zhuji, but it wasn't enough for Ningmai like him. He didn't know if this was controlled or just an attack of the formation. He strode towards the crescent moon. He looked to be walking slowly, but it meant he was not easily lost in the illusions. He flooded his legs with Ling power. Each step would be like a large hammer. A large hole would appear with each step. All illusions would be shattered. He was taking advantage that Zuo Mo's cultivation was not as high as him. This method was stupid, but it was extremely effective. Every formation would have a formation core. The core of the formation was the control center. If he could destroy the formation core, the strongest formation would still collapse in an instant. Zhang Hao steadily headed towards the moon. All kinds of sword energies along the way were blocked off. He used Ling power to seal his ears to shut off the sounds that disturbed one's mind. He only focused on walking forward. The sounds that could attack were all blocked by his heavy sword. The more he walked forward, the more confident he grew. Formations were very useful, but the difference in the two sides' power was too large, it was useless. He had taken the initiative again. Translator ramblings, so the formation core might be the covered door thing mentioned way back in the sword test conference. I don't know why the author didn't use the same term this time. This is a somewhat ironic case of Bo Feng thinking too much. He thinks the Wu Kong Sword Sect elders are much wiser than they really are. The Wukong flag was sure Fengrong's deed, and if Zuo Mo hadn't screwed up by learning more about formations from the Sword Essence formation, he couldn't have made the formation as power as it is for Desolate Wood Reef. On the other hand, even if he did get to Heart Turn Sword Essence, he still might have been sent as the only person available in the sect who had been a core disciple to protect the retreat. I'm not actually sure if Pei Yuanran let Zuo Mo leave without additional manpower because he believed Zuo Mo was strong enough, or because he thought that the boy hadn't died yet and is pretty resourceful, but even if he died, it's still alright since his offensive capabilities are not great and his sword potential is limited. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 189, Brewing. Chapter 189, Brewing. Zuo Mo did not expect that Zhang Hao would use such a straightforward method. He did not assume that Zhang Hao would instantly find the formation core, but the Desolate Wood Reef was just this little bit of area. With Zhang Hao's speed, it would take him less than 2 hours to cover it all. If possible, he wanted to use a similarly straightforward method like Moonchime Soundstorm to just get rid of everyone. He had enough confidence that the Moonchime Soundstorm of a 216-child formation Skyring Moonchime formation would be stronger than the formation at the Sword Test Conference, and might even get all of them in one swoop. However, he didn't have the confidence he could successfully release it. The state at the Sword Test Conference was a matter of good fortune. The number of successes that he had on releasing the Moonchime Sound formation, with just the 72-child formation Skyring Moonchime formation could be counted on one hand, and a 216-child formation Skyring Moonchime formation was many times more difficult. There were two choices in front of him, one was to get rid of Zhang Hao before he found the formation core, and the other was to get rid of everyone else while Zhang Hao was searching the formation core. Both choices had their pros and cons. Zuo Mo chose the first course of action. Of all the people in the formation, Zhang Hao was the greatest threat to Zuo Mo and to the formation. As long as the formation existed, Zuo Mo's advantage would exist. But if the formation broke, all his advantages would disappear. Without the formation, not mentioning that he had to facing the 67 Shouja, Zhang Hao alone was enough to make him turn and run. He might have defeated Chowan, but used all his cunning and numerous preparations. It did not mean that he had the ability to battle with a Ningmai expert. Further adding to his troubles was the fact Zhang Hao and Chowan were not on the same level. The two sides had not directly fought, but these two people did not dare to underestimate the other. Zuo Mo no longer had the time to think. The longer this dragged on, the more reactive he would have to be. He took out the 5-colored pagoda, which turned into a 5-colored light and flew underneath the copper hoop. The orange Buddha sound hoop completely covered the 5-colored pagoda. No one noticed that the Skyring Moonshine formation had switched controllers. Zuo Mo took out the Wukong flag from the ground, and silently sneaked closer to Zhang Hao. He had put down a lot of little illusory formations in the Skyring Moonshine formation. 3 zhang away, Zhang Hao stopped, his face full of wariness. Zuo Mo was silently shocked. Zhang Hao seemed to have clearly detected him coming near. The other's consciousness was much weaker than his, but his sensitivity was not any lower. What he didn't know was for Shouja like Zhang Hao, who had lived for long periods at the edge of death, were sensitive to killing intent to a terrifying level. His aims of ambush failing, Zuo Mo saw the situation and inserted the Wukong flag into the ground. Threads of sword energy swam around the Wukong flag, suddenly gathering and spreading out. Zuo Mo took a deep breath, his right hand reaching out flat. The sword energies moving restlessly suddenly stopped. The inner sword essence suddenly exploded. Zhang Hao's expression changed slightly. His response was very quick. With a ha, the heavy sword in his hand chopped forcefully in Zuo Mo's direction. A crescent-shaped crimson sword energy left the sword and shot at Zuo Mo. Zuo Mo felt the red light flash in front of his eyes, and the other sword energy had reached him, a broad sword essence pointing at Zuo Mo's brow. Such pure sword essence. For some reason, Zuo Mo couldn't help but think of Wei Shang Shixiang. Even though he didn't know about the present Wei Shang Shixiang, but the other's sword had been very similar to the past Wei Shang Shixiang. The other was very skilled in sword scriptures. Zuo Mo really jumped in fright. This person had 7 to 8 tenths the power of Wei Shang Shixiang at the sword test conference. How could he not be shocked? What he didn't know was this person, that he thought was unknown, was the head of the most terrifying and feared group of wandering bandits. Even though he was shocked, he did not panic. Zuo Mo's flat right hand turned to a point, and tapped at the air in front of him. Cling, dot. Like a sword coming out of the sheath, the silent sword energy suddenly gathered at the air 3CUN from his fingertip. His fingertip pointing at empty space, a blinding point of light. The sword energies surrounding Zuo Mo flashed with light, forming a cocoon that was composed of countless lights of various colors which shielded Zuo Mo. The broad sword essence destructively hit the point of light in front of Zuo Mo's fingertip. Boom! The red sword essence was instantly destroyed. Zuo Mo's body shook uncontrollably, taking a few steps back. The sword energies gathered at his fingertip had been scattered. It seemed that the two were even, but Zuo Mo knew he had slightly lost. The sword energies of Wukong flag came from Jindan. Usually, Zuo Mo could not completely release their full power. However, Zhang Hao's blow was enough to make the sword energies successfully feel danger. They automatically released the sword essences they carried to block the other's move. But quickly, Zuo Mo had no time to consider this. Zhang Hao's second blow came. Zhang Hao was not shocked that Zuo Mo could block his first blow. He had stolen and killed for treasure many times, and his eyes were very experienced. He knew very well what Wukong flag was like. He had great battle experience and knew what was most important at this time was to stick to the other and not give him chance to breathe and set up, especially when it was a Shouja skilled in formations like Zuo Mo. Therefore, he struck out a second blow. Zuo Mo took a breath, and pointed again. Clang, the sword energies that had been scattered once again gathered at the empty space in front of his fingertip. Boom! The power passed on by the red sword energy was much stronger than last time. Zuo Mo felt his fingertip hurt and couldn't help but grunt, stepping several steps back. Ha ha! Zhang Hao laughed, feeling pleasure. He stepped forward, raising his heavy sword again. Up until now, everything was much smoother than he had imagined. As long as he killed Zuo Mo, everything was not a problem. At this time, his heart suddenly shook. The chop of his heavy sword turned to a seal, and block in front of his body. Ding! A large force came from the sword. The red light of the heavy sword in his hand flashed and blocked the other's attack. Zhang Hao was very shocked. It sounded like it was one sword energy, but what he had blocked was 3 sword energies. These 3 sword energies also came without warning and from an unknown direction. He didn't have the time to think. He felt his heart jump. Snorting coldly, the heavy sword was placed in front of his chest as he struck his left palm heavily against the sword hilt. The heavy sword turned to a dash of red light that circled around his body. Ding ding ding. The domineering and brutal heavy sword was as nimble as a little bird as it flew around him, forming a curtain of red light. The sharp and dense sword energies could not break through this curtain of light. These sword energies were sharp and their paths were strange and hard to defend against, but to experts like Zhang Hao, other than to dragging out the fight, they were ineffective. Zhang Hao was patiently waiting for a chance. Zuo Mo could not keep going like this. These sword energies were shockingly powerful, but the Ling power used in releasing them would also be astounding. With Zuo Mo's Juji cultivation, he would not be able to maintain it for long. And as long as he was controlling the sword energies, Zuo Mo wouldn't be able to make any other actions. In other words, Zuo Mo seemed to have met a dead end. His attacks could not deal a killing blow to the other, but the Ling power was not enough to support him for a long battle. Zhang Hao became slightly puzzled. He was very experienced and felt that something was not right, but he could not identify it. He decided to wait for the changes. If he could see what Zuo Mo was doing right now, he definitely would not be so composed, and definitely would not be waiting. Formation discs flew out of Zuo Mo's hands, and into position around Zhang Hao. In the blink of an eye, Zuo Mo had thrown out more than a dozen formation discs. Only when they had all been positioned did he feel slightly safer. Multitasking. Zhang Hao didn't think that Zuo Mo could do several things at the same time. This was due to the contribution of the Great Thousand Leaf Hands. Zuo Mo discovered that after his consciousness turned to the leaf hand, he could do multiple things at once. He was overjoyed at this discovery. It had to be said that multitasking was very useful in battle. When both sides were fighting with flying swords, one could ambush the opponent. This kind of unscrupulous strategy was the dream of countless people. But the reality was that no matter if it was sword shou or other shouja, when they were fighting against enemies at the same level, they could not multitask. They could continuously switch spells, but they definitely could not use two spells at the same time, unless they didn't want to win. It was not that it was impossible to cast two spells at once, but using two spells at once would decrease the power of both spells. He had never heard of an expert skilled in multitasking. Zuo Mo was able to multitask before, but that degree was completely minuscule compared with now because of the leaf hand. Zhang Hao never thought that Zuo Mo was able to multitask, controlling the sword energies at the same time as he set up formations. After setting up, Zuo Mo slowly closed his eyes, and pointed with his finger again. Slowly, an unspeakable aura appeared on his body. Zhang Hao's heart suddenly shook. Zuo Mo's presence transformed suddenly. Everything in the surroundings was very quiet, but the bad feeling in his heart became even stronger. It was like in the space above his head, there was a pair of cold eyes looking at him indifferently. Danger! A strong sense of danger suddenly appeared. All the hairs on his body stood. Zhang Hao's expression changed greatly. He believed his own intuition, the intuition that had saved him in countless bloody battles. Feeling the strong terror in the heart of its master, the heavy sword flashed back into Zhang Hao's hands. Holding the familiar hilt, the terror in Zhang Hao's heart dissipated greatly. His mind jumped. Not daring to hold anything back, all the Ling power in his body furiously flooded towards the heavy sword. The red light slowly flowed like a sticky liquid. Zhang Hao's eyes widened angrily. Just as he prepared to act, 3 blue chains suddenly appeared out of nowhere, and headed towards him. Third grade formation, dragon tying formation. At this time, Zuo Mo closed his eyes and had finished brewing his killing move. The earth under his feet started to crack. The fine dust from the crack seemed to have been affected by an invisible force, slowly floating upwards. On Zuo Mo's forehead, a leaf-shaped symbol that seemed like a hand gave off a faint light, visible to all. The finger that Zuo Mo had out was drawing in the air. The places the finger drew past, the strokes curved, and gave of a faint light like starlight. In the blink of an eye, an ancient character formed. Translator ramblings, for the person who commented about the pagoda, there you go. The ramblings are my personal opinions and my opinions are subject to debate. Warning, long paragraphs of ranting following. 3, 2, 1. Back to the topic of Pei Yuan Rant's decision. I find there are 2 major sides to it. He sent Zuo Mo to Desolate Wood Reef to keep him safe, or he was sent away into exile because he was more of a burden. We do have Pei Yuan Rant's own words that he wants to keep Zuo Mo safe, but it's hard for me to believe him entirely. Why? Because Zuo Mo has shown great skills in survival. He managed to survive by himself for 2 years in the outer sect while there were inner sect disciples more powerful than he was, ***************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** He might be less important in the sect at present since other and newer sect members are more powerful in terms of cultivation than he is, but Zuo Mo's status has never been based on his cultivation, but on his skills. He became an inner sect member due to his Ling farmer status, and he became famous due to the Golden Crow Pill and his skill in formations, not because he showed how great he was at fighting. If Pei Yuanran really wanted to protect Zuo Mo, could Zuo Mo have gone above him and refused if Pei Yuanran sent someone along? In a way, it looks more like Pei Yuanran thought he made an investment that failed and decided to let it be. Nothing erases what the elders, especially Shi Fengrong, has done for Zuo Mo in terms of money for the formation, and it is understandable that Zuo Mo, who has shown little battle abilities, is ranked lower than Wei Shang and Luo Li, who was out fighting all this while. The most valuable things Zuo Mo took from the sect were what Shi Fengrong managed to get out of the sect leader, the Wukong flag, and the materials for the sect. The disciples that came along are close to worthless. The wages for production shoja has fallen, since people feel they are less valuable, while sword show wages have increased. Similarly, Zuo Mo has dropped in value. Pei Yuanran allowed Zuo Mo to leave with limited resources without a guarantee of resupply and close to no combat members. For a management point of view, it seems like an alright course of action since Pei Yuanran has seen that Zuo Mo has no talent at fighting the proper way and cannot do much to help the sect. From other points of view, it is a ridiculous decision. The leader just sent away what is one of their closest supporters, however weak he may seem, into literal exile. What would Wei Shang and Luo Li think when they know this? You just showed all the newcomers to the sect that you are very pragmatic, and admitted that you are weak and struggling to the point you can't protect one of your own disciples. Who among the newcomers will support you if you look weak, even if the four elders hold a majority of power in the sect? Even if they thought Zuo Mo could survive all the dangers of the island, weird when you consider they thought him weak and in need of protection, the elders are too inexperienced and ignorant, which is not their fault considering 3,000 years of peace and how much of a backwater Sky Moon Jie is, but Bofeng's observations about the group and the expert is exactly what the elders don't know, or realize the significance of. The elders are actually not bad people, but they make decisions that show just how much they do not understand Zuo Mo, and the world they live in. There's a rant there for a time in the future. Lastly, for investment purposes, Wei Shang and Zuo Mo are nothing compared to Luo Li. The inner sect members of that group, like Qin Shang, were inner sect members from childhood, meaning that they were taken into the sect based entirely on their potential and nothing they had done. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 190, Going All In. Chapter 190, Going All In. Yang fiendish hard lightning, of little thousand-leaf hands. Countless silver electricity snakes danced around Zhang Hao. The fine lightning tore at the air, cracking like popcorn and suddenly rampaging. Lightning was domineering and strong, usually preferred by Shouja. Even the sword show who usually preferred purity did not disguise their preference for lightning. There were many lightning sword scriptures, and they were not low-grade. Due to the different kinds of lightning, the differing qualities would give the user many different abilities. Hard lightning was a very common type of lightning. It was known for being strong and evil cleansing, the natural antidote to Yin and corrupting spells. But the words Yang Fiend in front of it, then it was extremely rare. There were various ways to rank lightning, but in all these methods, the grade of Yang Fiendish hard lightning was never ranked lower than 4th grade. Fiend, greatly ominous in character, hard, especially strong and unbreakable. When Yang, Fiend and hard was put together, it was possible to see just how strong and domineering it was. Of the first 3 moves of Little Thousand Leaf Hands, Yang Fiendish Hard Lightning was the only direct offensive spell. Yet, Zuo Mo valued this one offensive spell like it was a precious treasure. Other than his formations, this Yang Fiendish Hard Lightning was the strongest move he had. Starting with his killing move, Zuo Mo did not want to risk any uncertainty. What he was still dissatisfied with was that the Yang Fiendish Hard Lightning that he cast was only 5 zhang in diameter. This was why he had to risk nearing Zhang Hao, and it was also why he had not used the move against the Black Cloud. Zuo Mo's mind was clear, all the Ling power in his body serene, and the leaf hand created from his spiritual power was like a real hand, the fingers moving rapidly. Yang Fiendish Hard Lightning was a purely spiritual attack. Zhang Hao, who had been calculating how much Ling power Zuo Mo had left, never would have thought Zuo Mo would have a purely spiritual offensive spell. The electric snakes danced and instantly gathered into a burning red bolt of lightning. As the red lightning took form, a domineering and destructive presence gathered tightly around Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao had detected the abnormality when the Yang Fiendish Hard Lightning formed. It really made too much noise. His heart was in shock and he almost couldn't believe it. How could a Zhuji use such a powerful and terrifying spell? The vast destructive presence almost took away his mind. He was very experienced and vicious, he knew that he could not retreat now. If his heart held any desire to flee, he definitely could not escape and would only die even quicker. Going against the flow, he faced the spell. Only by finding life and death was there a chance of survival. All of his confidence and all of his conceit turned to dust in front of the young fiendish hard lightning. Zhang Hao was like a wolf that had been pushed to the edge, rousing all of his brutality. His eyes wide, his hair standing on end, and the red light on his body was so thick it appeared to be fresh blood. The heavy sword in his hand seemed to feel its master's decision and glowed with brightness. A hint of black was added to the red light. The red-black light flashed and the blue chains on his body were destroyed. He raised the heavy sword up high. With him as the center, a vast presence suddenly exploded. No one would doubt that his next strike could really break a mountain. Kill! Zhang Hao howled as though he was insane. With all the Ling power in his body, he cleaved downwards. The first move of Mountain Opening Sword Scripture, Open Mountain. At the same time, all the Black Wind Bandits in the Skyring Moonchime formation stopped what they were doing, with shock-filled faces. The presence of Zhang Hao's ultimate attack had alarmed everyone. The head was going all out? How was it possible? That was the first response from the Black Wind Bandits. They couldn't wrap their heads around it. Who could force the head use all his power? Just as they were shocked, they heard Zhang Hao's angry bellow. Everyone realized that Head really was fighting with all his power. The Black Wind Bandits did not hesitate to fly towards the bellow. At this time, Bo Feng, who was looking from far away, suddenly gasped, his eyes lighting up. Zhang Hao is going all out. Gu Feng was slightly startled. Chang Hong did not speak, but the light that increased in his eyes revealed his surprise. The two became even more wary of Bo Feng's unmeasurable strength. The entire desolate wood reef was tightly locked down. They were very far away and could not see a thing. It was terrifying that Bo Feng could judge so accurately. However, Zhang Zhao was going all out. The sentence quickly filled their thoughts. When had Zuo Mo become so strong that he could force Zhang Hao to fight at full power? The two of them were not Zuo Mo. In the period of time they had followed Bo Feng, they had constantly tracked the Black Wind Bandits and were clear regarding how strong Zhang Hao was. Gu Feng and Chang Hong knew. The other 36 Xiuzha also knew. None of the other analysis that Bo Feng did were as effective as this one sentence. A Zhuji had truly forced Zhang Hao to fight at full power. So many people could feel Zhang Hao was going all out, so Zuo Mo, who was closest, could he not feel it? But at this time, he didn't have the energy to spare to think. All of his attention was on this series of attacks. As the red sword energy sliced down, Zuo Mo's vision was entirely red. That suffocating presence would make one tremble instinctively. Zuo Mo did not tremble. Completely in battle mode, there was no joy nor sorrow in his heart, no emotion at all. His mind was clear and could detect any change within 5 zheng of him. He suddenly understood. Little thousand-leaf hands must be used with great thousand-leaf hands to be able to reach its maximum power. Every hand motion of the spiritual leaf hand flowed across his mind. He was like a bystander, silently savoring the profound changes embodied in each hand movement. It seemed to be a long time, but it was just a short instant. The lightning of Yang Fiendish Hard Lightning was as thick as an arm, twisting and giving off a faint red light. Zhang Hao's sword energy was another kind of red, a bloody red that carried hints of black. The two powerful red lights accurately clashed. Boom! A little sun suddenly formed between Zuo Mo and Zhang Hao. The Black Wind Bandits that had rushed over were blinded by the light and stopped in their tracks. Some weaker Xiuzha wailed and covered their eyes. Ding ding ding! Messy chimes suddenly sounded. Pew pew pew. A bloody hole had suddenly exploded on the chest of several of the Black Wind Bandits. Micro-void arrow, of the Skyring Moonchime formation. Lil Pagoda was controlling the Skyring Moonchime formation and had grasped the rhythm perfectly. The flash of Zhang Hao and Zuo Mo's attacks had lit up without warning. Many of the Black Wind Bandits had been caught unaware, and Lil Pagoda's micro-void arrow was clearly a level higher than Zuo Mo. Seeing a big hole explode in the chest of their compatriots, the other Black Wind Bandits paled. Only now did they remember they were on dangerous grounds. The Skyring Moonchime formation had previously given off a feeling of a turtle formation and had not shown any offensive qualities. This had caused them to slightly relax. That level of relaxation wasn't enough to be fatal originally, but when the news that Zhang Hao was in danger was passed to them, their instructive choice made this relaxation quickly grow. Any little change could cause an avalanche of responses. The 5-colored pagoda was Zuo Mo's soul-tethered talisman and could be considered Zuo Mo's second mind. What Zuo Mo knew, it also knew. Zuo Mo's viciousness and cunning meant that the pagodas wasn't any less. Zuo Mo felt the leaf hand suddenly shake. A trembling came from deep within his soul. everything around him suddenly became blurred. His spirit had been wounded. At this time, the turbulence of his energies passed into his heart. Splat! Uncontrollably he spat out a mouthful of blood. How could it easy to take in a full power attack from an Ingmai? Zuo Mo's state of mind could not avoid being affected by the injury to his consciousness. The terrifying presence given off by the combined sword energy and the young fiendish hard lightning made him instinctively fearful. He wanted to turn and run. But he forcefully pushed down the impulse and terror inside, his finger quickly drawing in the air. Void pass of little thousand leaf hands. The sword essence and lightning that had charged towards him made a strange turn and brushed dangerously past his body. At the same time, another part of Zuo Mo's mind controlled the sword energies of the Wukong flag. Zhang Hao looked much worse off than Zuo Mo. Yang Fiend's hard lightning was 4th grade. Even though Zuo Mo's power was limited, but the strangeness of the attack method was extremely effective against Zhang Hao. At the moment the sword energy and the young fiendish hard lightning struck each other, he was injured like Zuo Mo. At that time, his injuries were much less severe than Zuo Mo. The two were too close. He knew that Zuo Mo received heavier wounds and probably did not have the power to attack. Such a good chance to retreat, would he waste it? In any case, Zuo Mo was already wounded. The rest could be left for his brothers to do. Zuo Mo's endless bag of strange tricks had created a psychological shadow in him. He wanted to retreat. Zhang Hao, who had decided to retreat, his expression suddenly changed. Gathering his remaining strength, he barely managed to pull the heavy sword in front of him. Clap clap clap. 3 sharp notes heavily struck his flying sword. It was Lil Pegid taking advantage to ambush him. If he was uninjured, the 3 micro-void arrows would just be a minor threat to him, but being heavily injured he had almost staggered and fell to the ground. This was like the start of a nightmare. Zhang Hao, who wanted to leave the fight to find his fellows, discovered 3 blue chains came out of nowhere lightning fast and latched onto him. He instantly lost his mind. Dragon Tying Formation, 3 Talon Sword Formation, Dipper Formation. All 3rd grade formations. He could see it was all formations released by formation discs. The power was not strong. Usually, Zhang Hao wouldn't pay attention, but right now, they were messengers of death. How many formation discs had this guy thrown out? Zhang Hao's face was black as mud. But he was a wise man and knew he did not have an avenue of retreat now. The ball of light behind him could explode at any time. If he was hit by the ripples, he didn't have a chance of survival. Eyes red, Zhang Hao stumbled and forced his way through the formations with his heavy sword, disregarding his wounds. He was covered in blood, his clothing torn. Finally out. As the thought appeared, a sharp and dense sword energy took over his vision. His eyes only saw snowy white. He could almost see a snowy white dragon proudly swaying, Translator ramblings, Lil Pagoda shows how cunning it is. Fong Xian plays with tropes and breaks the typical mold. The best example I can think of at the moment is Pooh. Pooh is the omniscient master grandfather archetype that is found in a lot of other stories. However, he's quite different because he doesn't always help Zuo Mo, and drags him down. His actions of taking away Jingshi can irritate people, and his attitude is terrible. Additionally, he fails. The best comparison I can give is Yao Lao from Battle Through the Heavens. That person is a great mentor who really aids in cultivation, provides knowledge, and can make money, while Pooh provides dangerous and sometimes useless knowledge, takes money away from his host, and hampers Zuo Mo's cultivation. Also, I don't think I've read about a powerful and knowledgeable archetype be unable to make money. It's quite ironic considering how important Jingshi is to the story and the main character that Zuo Mo's golden finger can't make money directly for him like in other stories. Other characters get into bidding fights at auctions and throw money around while Zuo Mo counts his pennies. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 191, The First Battle of the Yin Firebead. Chapter 191, The First Battle of the Yin Firebead. Zhang Hao was sliced in two by the Ice Dragon sword essence. Zuo Mo couldn't suppress his injuries anymore and spat out another mouthful of blood. That amazing Ice Dragon sword essence had not been cast by him directly, but through him using countless sword energies to construct it. The copycat sword essence was not very pure, but the power was not something Zuo Mo could reach himself. The sword energies of Wukong flag came from Jindan experts and were extraordinary. Already on the last of his strength, Zhang Hao did not muster a response to the sword strike. Zuo Mo wiped the blood from his mouth. His body was deathly tired. Using the sword formation while injured was his limit. He grinned, a bit of madness flashed through his eyes. So what if he was Ningmai? Fight with GE'll kill you. Glancing at the corpse on the ground, Zuo Mo thought for a moment and then took it into his ring. This guy probably had a lot of good things. However, it wasn't time to view his spoils, Zuo Mo thought regretfully. He must first resolve the ball of light. Zhang Hao's sword energy and the young fiendish hard lightning had merged into a ball of light. He really did not understand it. However, he didn't have the time to ponder it. If this thing exploded, all of Desolate Wood Reef would probably be flattened. The ball of light was like a miniature sun. Zuo Mo could clearly sense the terrifying Ling power contained inside. His little heart jerked and beat rapidly. He hurriedly asked, Pu, what to do with this? Run. Pu Yao's response did not contain anything unnecessary. He sighed helplessly, I'm too weak now, and can't even deal with a little thing like this. He sounded very reflective. Even Pu Yao couldn't deal with it. Zuo Mo's heart froze, his mouth volleying, aren't you a Sky Yao? Pu Yao smirked, it's not there are no ways, there just aren't any you could use. Zuo Mo paused. Did he really have to run? But on this vast expanse of ocean, where could he run? Even if he had just killed Zhang Hao, the other side still had 4 more Ningmai. He definitely would not be able to escape. No, there had to be a way. There definitely had to be a way. Zuo Mo said to himself. The miniature sun shook slightly. Even the ripples it gave off was frightening. The closer he went, the more Zuo Mo's heart shook. Inside was a brutal Ling power that could explode at any time. Such a waste of Ling power. Zuo Mo wanted to criticize Zhang Hao's wastefulness. This absurd thought suddenly turned to a stroke of lightning. Ling power. This light ball contained Ling power and hard lightning. Wasn't this an enormous Jingshi? Except this Jingshi was slightly dangerous. He opened his eyes as he had an daring idea. The trembling of the miniature sun seemed to increase. It was becoming less stable. Zuo Mo's heart shook. The time did not allow him to think more. The idea he just had was bold, but at least he could see hope. Different materials appeared on his hands, his speed at maximum. He wanted to have a few extra pairs of hands as he furiously set up formations. The expressions of the Black Wind Bandits were both shocked and suspicious. They all stopped moving. The head's presence had completely disappeared. After that earth-shaking impact, head's presence had completely disappeared. Had the head been killed? This absurd idea was like a poisonous viper that slowly corroded their remaining courage. The big formation still existed. If the head had won, the formation definitely would have broken. Head's presence had disappeared, but the big formation was still present. Realizing that Zhang Hao was in trouble, every person's first response was to go give aid. Yet, knowing that Zhang Hao had been killed in battle, their first response was flee. In the blink of an eye, Zuo Mo had finished setting up a formation. What he set up was a 4-turn fire formation, one that used the light ball as a replacement for Jingshi. This idea was incredibly daring. The light ball was extremely unstable and could explode at any time. From any perspective, this idea was preposterous. It might have been the stimulation of danger that caused Zuo Mo's thoughts to be usually clear. He swept the fire formation quickly. No mistakes. He released a breath and then his eyes became serious. Reaching out with his right hand, he started to draw in space. The second move of Little Thousand Leaf Hands, Leaf Birth. In empty space, a green character of light took form. Immediately, the character shattered and the green pieces of broken light merged into the fire formation. The green pieces of light were like seeds which rapidly germinated and grew. In the blink of an eye, the fire formation was crowded with patches of green leaves. What was miraculous was that the unstable ball of light seemed to become more stable, not giving off the feeling of danger any longer. Zuo Mo finally released a breath. The fire formation started to turn. The restless Ling power from the light ball was absorbed by the leaves, and turned to an endless and continuous steady flow of Ling power. Zuo Mo wiped the sweat off his head. He had been extremely nervous just now. If he had made the smallest mistake, this close to the ball of light, not even ashes would remain of him. Even Pu Yao hadn't dared to disturb him then. It was the first time he used Little Thousand Leaf Hands with formations. From the present result, it seemed he had succeeded. After learning Void Pass, Zuo Mo had learned Leaf Birth. In Zuo Mo's mind, Leaf Birth had been an extremely useless spell. Its only effect was to regulate chaotic flows of Ling power. If he could regulate the Ling power of his opponent, then it meant he could resolve the other's attack. It was a pity that this Leaf Birth could only be used on the Ling power existing in the world and did not belong to anything. The Ling power of the light ball came from Zhang Hao, but Zhang Hao was dead, so this connection had disappeared, making it orphan Ling power. Zuo Mo's young fiendish hard lightning was just taking and using ling power that existed in the environment. Zuo Mo had never expected that the most useless move of the three moves of Little Thousand Leaf Hands would save his life. Killing a strong enemy, staying alive after a tribulation, the joy of success, and the fear. Several emotions were tied together, the feeling was indescribable. The bright red lines of fire crossed in the air. While heat rolled away from it, Zuo Mo's heart suddenly moved and he had another idea. Why didn't he use the opportunity to temper the Buddha sound hoop? The Buddha sound hoop was almost complete. If it could be successfully tempered, then power of the big formation would definitely increase. Looking at the bright orange moon, it might have been killing Zhang Hao or merging Little Thousand Leaf Hands with formations, but his confidence had grown. Beckoning with his hand, the Buddha sound hoop flew into the fire formation. The bright red fire was like a furious wild beast continuously gnawing on the copper hoop. Zuo Mo glanced at it and shook his head. The grade of the flame that was in the fire formation was too low. The grade of the Buddha sound hoop was not low and it was hard to temper. He suddenly thought of the golden crow fire he possessed and face-palmed. He was too dumb to have forgotten about such a good thing. The golden crow fire was the finest of fourth-grade flames and it had a very beneficial quality of being able to easily merge to other flames. The price of golden crow fire wasn't low, but Zuo Mo knew how to create it and naturally would not be frugal. He threw 9 mini boxes into the formation. As expected, the power of the fire formation increased with the addition of 9 wisps of golden crow fire. A hint of pure gold appeared in the red fire. The Buddha sound hoop which had been still finally showed signs of finishing tempering. The rest required time. Zuo Mo looked closely for a while and made sure there wouldn't be any problems before he turned to leave. He shoved a large handful of lingdan into his mouth. The ling power inside his body shook. However, Zuo Mo still could feel the weakness from the heavy damage to his body under the fullness of his ling power. It was not wise to use medicinal power to suppress wounds. However, the battle was far from finished. He knew it was harmful to his body but still did it. Lil Pagoda was very skilled at controlling the Skyring Moonchime formation. However, those in the formation were not average people. Up until now, the greatest damage that Lil Pagoda had done to the other side was the series of attacks it had done when Zhang Hao and Zuo Mo had clashed. Other than that, it had not achieved any results. None of the remaining 4 Ningmai had been injured. Zuo Mo was connected to Lil Pagoda and so he knew the situation inside the formation. He set his target on Zuo Han. With the guidance of Lil Pagoda, he could easily find Zuo Han's position. Zuo Han's figure was concealed inside a rainbow cloud of poison. When the micro-void arrow hit the poisonous mist, it did not have any effect. Zuo Mo wasn't stupid enough to touch the poisonous mist. If he accidentally touched it, relying on the second-grade detoxification dan he had made was akin to seeking death. However, in the eyes of Zuo Mo who had just killed Zhang Hao, the power of this guy who used poison was much lower than Zhang Hao. Silently sneaking near Zuo Han, a yin fire bead appeared in Zuo Mo's hand. He usually did not dare to use the yin fire bead. This thing was incredibly powerful, but if it was exposed, the trouble it would bring would be far beyond what he could deal with. But right now, he didn't have to worry about this problem. The entire desolate wood reef was concealed by the Skyring Moonchime formation. People outside could not see a thing, and people inside were separated by illusory formations. It was definitely a good chance to use the yin fire bead. Originally, he had planned to use it in Zhang Hao. But Zhang Hao had detected him coming closer, so the first battle of this yin fire bead landed on Zuo Han. Zuo Han was completely ignorant that Zuo Mo had already come close to him. His heart was insecure. The other people were still doubtful, but he was almost certain that the head was already dead. In the middle of the wilderness, he felt the surroundings were cold. Even with the protection of the poison mist, he couldn't feel a hint of warmth. The only thing that reassured him was the orange moon in the sky had become much dimmer. The formation probably couldn't not be maintained for much longer. Up until now, he had not encountered one other person. His expression changed. It came again. Ding ding ding. 3 invisible sound arrows entered the poisonous mist. Just like the previous times, he lightly channeled ling power. The poisonous mist flowed strangely and the 3 sound arrows disappeared. The other was always very sudden in sending sound arrows. However, his poisonous mist was the perfect counter of straightforward spells. Ding ding ding. A storm of sound arrows shot at him without warning. Zuo Han was very calm. The poisonous mist slowly flowed around him. The sound arrows that entered the mist seemed to have sunk into quicksand, rapidly disappearing. A small cold smile suddenly floated into his dark face. It was useless. Suddenly, he detected a small object had hit his poisonous mist. It wasn't a sound arrow. His expression abruptly changed. He instantly reacted. The storm of sound arrows had been to provide a cover for this little object. Damn it! The outside layer of the poisonous mist was dyed a bone white. Coldness followed the white color as it spread with astonishing speed. Terrified, Zuo didn't have the time to even make a response. The coldness blew through his body like the wind. He froze to his spot, his body a frozen and eerie white statue, frightened expression shown to all. Translator ramblings, everything is Jingshi to Zuo Mo, even large unstable balls of energy. To the commenters that wanted the Yin Fire Bead, here you go. The sect is a major entity in many Chinese wuxia and fantasy novels. Many times, the sect is this gigantic force in the area, and there are many branches in the sect that compete against each other. Then there are events such as missions, annual fighting tournaments, and competitions against different sections. Master-disciple relationship are akin to parent-child relationships. Also common are mysterious pasts of the masters and inheritance of disagreements by the next generation. Wu Kong Sword Sect is pretty typical as Feng Xiang has written it, and all the infighting does occur on a minimal level. Feng Xiang's tournament and sect events seems more like a tribute to these commonly used events, but he's off on his own thing. It's also quite rare nowadays in popular novels for the main character to tie or lose fights in tournaments like Zuo Mo has done, but Zuo Mo can't lose all his fights since that means he won't progress. Shi Fengrong isn't the typical master. First, she's female, which is very rare for a master as she is not a part of Zuo Mo's harem, he doesn't have one, or his main love interest. Teacher-student flirtation is very common in many stories, but not in this one. Shi Fengrong also differs from the traditional role in that she does not offer great amounts of resources, i.e. money, or precious treasures, or pass extremely rare skills to Zuo Mo. Wu Kong Sword Sect appears more like a business rather than how a traditional sect works. Shi Fengrong is Zuo Mo's manager in upper management when Zuo Mo moved up from low-level laborer to skilled laborer. Shi Fengrong is a complete contrast to Pu Yao, and despite how little she taught, she was instrumental in getting Zuo Mo started with the Golden Crow Pill in his path to wealth. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 192, Buddha Sound Hoop. Chapter 192, Buddha Sound Hoop. Zuo crumbled away in the wind, only leaving behind a few talismans. The poisonous fan and mist had been frozen into ice by the Yin Fire Bead. Despite this, Zuo Mo didn't feel it a pity. That poison fan was not very endearing, and the glow of the remaining talismans were very good. It was a pity there wasn't the time to admire them one by one, so Zuo Mo threw it all into his ring. Zuo Mo sighed. What he cited was not the power of the Yin Fire Bead, but the maxim "we are sword show, whatever we need we will take it with our sword." That the sect leader and others always said. Battle was truly one of the fastest ways to gather wealth. He had just killed Tuning Mai, and the talismans and Jingshi he received were enough for him to feel his wallet swell up. With the powerful Yin Fire Bead as his support in the temptation of extreme wealth, Zuo Mo's eyes turned red. His gaze as he turned on the other Shouja was like he was staring at a delicious and fat sheep. So much Jingshi. At the same time, a Buddha sound rang out. A bright gold light appeared inside the formation and headed for the clouds. Joy came only Zuo Mo's face. The tempering of the Buddha sound hoop was complete. The Buddha sound hoop had turned from red to gold and did not feel like copper but a hoop of gold. Lightning occasionally flashed across the golden hoop. Had the hard lightning from the ball of light also been absorbed by the Buddha sound hoop? Zuo Mo was overjoyed. Each time the lightning flashed, the Buddha sound hoop would sound out with a deep and dignified ring. At this time, the environment of the sky-ring moon chime formation suddenly changed. A bright sun hung high up in the sky, warm golden light falling down. The thin strands that fell down were dyed gold. The rings of light on the gold wire turned from a clear moon color to gold. The serenity of before was swept away. The feeling of the present formation was like standing under the sun, destroying all evil. The remaining Black Wind bandits felt something completely different. Before it was like they were in the wilderness, scary and dark. Now, they stood before a burning sun. They had moved from a cold wilderness to a hot and burning desert. When touched by the ripples of Buddha sounds, those with weaker minds easily lost all of their motivation. The Black Wind bandits inside the formation were all cruel people who lived on a knife's edge. Their minds were not so weak, but they felt wave after wave of pressure. The previous Skyring moon chime formation made people wary of the sudden ambushes. The present formation demanded that they channel Ling power at all times to defend against the Buddha sounds. The offensive power of the formation was stronger now. No wonder Zuo Mo was so happy. It was like someone delivered a pillow to him just when he wanted to nap. With the Yin fire bead and the completely transformed new formation, his chances of victory had risen against this group of bandits. Zuo Mo quickly changed ideas. Previous, he had planned to wound as many as possible. Now, he decided to not let even one of them go. Each one was so much danger. These criminals whose hands were soaked in blood, let GE release you from your mortal coil. Zuo Mo thought righteously. At this time, Zuo Mo was like an experienced hunter. He wasn't in a hurry to close the net. His consciousness was connected to Lil Pagoda. He slowly went through all the changes in the new formation. The changes of the Buddha sound hoop were so drastic even he needed to accustom himself. The Black Wind bandits inside the formation started to panic. The head's presence had disappeared, his status unknown. After landing inside the formation, they had become like a crowd of flies, not knowing what to do. The new formation increased the pressure on them. The sounds that permeated everywhere needed to be fended off with Ling power, further increasing their consumption. They were not greenhorns. What they were most afraid of was situations like this when they needed to keep using Ling power. On the battlefield, Ling power was the greatest support of a Shouja, and experienced Shouja would carefully control the consumption of their Ling power. Lil Pagoda really lived up to being a soul-tethered talisman. The new changes of the Buddha sound hoop flowed through Zuo Mo's mind. Zuo Mo instinctively praised it and hadn't expected a joyful emotion to pass on to him from Lil Pagoda. Zuo Mo first stilled and then was stunned. Did Lil Pagoda really have its own emotions and thoughts? The formation process of Lil Pagoda had been very mysterious. Zuo Mo still felt there were many impossible places even now, but in his eyes Lil Pagoda was just a talisman. It originated from his consciousness and was connected to his mind. Usually, Lil Pagoda would frequently reveal a personality, but Zuo Mo only felt it only a rudimentary intelligence. He had never thought that Lil Pagoda would really have his own sense of self. When a talisman developed its own sense of self, it was called Ling cognition. The thought that came from Lil Pagoda made Zuo Mo realize that Lil Tower had Ling cognition. Heavens! How was it possible? Any talismans that could have Ling cognition were the finest and greatest talismans without an exception. Zuo Mo felt that he was very lucky that he had a soul-tethered talisman and had stumbled into a pile of Gingshur. A soul-tethered talisman that had Ling cognition. Oh! The sudden good fortune made Zuo Mo vibrate in excitement. His eyes glowed as he looked at Lil Pagoda as though he wanted to shove Lil Pagoda into his mouth. Lil Pagoda instantly shrank back timidly, the 5 levels of its body shaking. Come, good son, let daddy take a good look at you. Zuo Mo drooled as he beckoned at Lil Pagoda, his expression unspeakably wretched. Lil Pagoda could be considered to be half a son of his. Its Ling cognition came from his consciousness. Lil Pagoda's body shrunk into a ball and trembled. After closely examining for a while, he could not see anything. Helplessly, he could only release Lil Pagoda. He pondered that he needed to take the time sometime to recall how he had forged Lil Pagoda. He dreamed of himself surrounded by light, a procession of soul-tethered Ling cognition talismans that did not end behind him. It would be amazing. He would only steal from wandering bandits. Anyone that would resist, all the soul-tethered talismans would bang down on their heads. Fantasizing about himself grandly sweeping all directions, something suddenly hit his waist. Looking down, he found it was Lil Pagoda. Zuo Mo refocused and wiped the saliva off the corner of his mouth. Lil Pagoda was reminding him the wandering bandits wanted to flee. Flee? Zuo Mo snickered coldly. Before, he had still been wary. Now, this remaining bunch of wandering bandits were just meat on the chopping board. The Buddha sound hoop had risen to 4th grade previously. The tempering this time had not increased its grade, but the power had risen. It had fire, sound, and lightning. The fire was the Golden Crow fire that could rank in the top 10 of 4th grade fire. The lightning was 4th grade Young Fiend Hard Lightning. The only regret would probably be the Buddha sound formation carved on the hoop. It was only 3rd grade. Otherwise, this Buddha sound hoop would definitely be a rare top-level 4th grade talisman. But even so, the present Buddha sound hoop definitely could be an upper-level 4th grade talisman. After talismans reached the 4th level, due to the increase in power, they needed to be divided even further. 4th grade talismans, the highest were the top level, they were the most outstanding 4th grade talismans. Coming down, it was the upper, intermediate, and lower levels. However, talismans that were soul-tethered and had Ling cognition like Lil Pagoda were above the top level. The upper 4th grade Buddha sound hoop, adding on the soul-tethered talisman Lil Pagoda that had Ling cognition, the Yin fire bead that could instantly kill Ningmai, and the 3rd grade seal soldier that Zuo Mo had not used yet. Zuo Mo's confidence rose. He discovered that he had so many killing moves. Such a good chance, would Zuo Mo let these black wind bandits escape? Lil Pagoda flew into the sky, once again taking control of the big formation. The light illusions of the big formation changed. The Buddha sound hoop slightly vibrated, waves of sound passing outwards like water. Inside the formation, the black wind bandits felt the scenery changing. The pressure that had been somewhat ethereal before became strong. Calls rang out in their ears, a strong feeling of numbness made them unconsciously stop moving, like there was a voice muttering in their minds, "Sleep, just sleep for a while." Their eyelids were strangely heavy, the wariness disappearing from their hearts. Their hearts gradually became calm, the desire for sleep increasingly strong. The black wind bandits were very experienced. Pushing away their fright, they could only speed up the circulation of their Ling power to fend against the sound. They finally realized the longer it dragged, the more disadvantageous it was for them. They all sent their killing moves at almost the same time. Numerous sword energies and talismans shone as they rushed into the sky, shooting for the burning sun in the sky. The last attack of the black wind bandits before their death frightened Zuo Mo. The smugness in his heart instantly dissipated. His little heart beat rapidly. If the target of their attacks was him, not even dust would be left behind. Clang! The Buddha sound hoop suddenly shook. The golden light exploded, the sound was like thunder. The deep and dignified sound turned into the angry shout of Buddha, strong and fierce. The black wind bandits inside the formation felt their bodies shake, the Ling power inside their body out of their control. Everyone's faces changed. When they raised their heads, their faces became pale. Countless fist-sized hard lightning rolled down along the thin strands like marbles. The big formation turned at its highest power. A deep and domineering presence destructively spread, unable to be stopped. Zuo Mo gaped. So powerful. The counterattack from the Buddha sound hoop wasn't any less powerful than the moonchime soundstorm of the sword test conference. The Buddha sounds were like anger, and the hard lightning like rain. The black wind bandits lost their minds. These fist-sized hard lightning wasn't as strong as when Zuo Mo used them, but this was still the true Yang Fiend hard lightning. The domineering Buddha sounds had not disappeared, their Ling power out of their control, just as the hard lightning fell upon them. Wails and swearing entered Zuo Mo's ears. The body count was high. After this one attack, not even 30 of the black wind bandits could still stand. Many black wind bandits were wailing and groaning in puddles of blood. The faces of the still-standing black wind bandits were full of hopelessness, their eyes terrified. Peerlessly domineering. Zuo Mo sighed in shock and then felt heart pain. The golden light and lightning around the body of the Buddha sound hoop was clearly much dimmer than before. He hurriedly took the Buddha sound hoop back. If this happened again, the Buddha sound hoop would probably be destroyed. Even if it wasn't destroyed, the grade would definitely drop. It had been so difficult to obtain an upper 4th grade talisman, could Zuo Mo bear to have it destroyed? Even more, the wandering bandits that had lost all motivation, and he didn't need the Buddha sound hoop to subdue them anymore. He and Lil Pagoda could get them. The harvest was about to begin. His gaze was hot as he turned back to the formation, rubbing his hands. Lil Pagoda, connected to his mind, was also yearning and excited. Just at this time, Pu Yao suddenly came out. Wait. Translator ramblings, Zuo Mo's fantasies are so interesting. My personal theory, upon further rereading, was that Pu Yao was trying to force Zuo Mo to accomplish something similar to the leaf hand during the sword test conference when he told Zuo Mo to multitask, but Zuo Mo ended up with Lil Pagoda since he had no idea what Pu Yao wanted and he entered the weird state. Pu Yao could have also been playing with Zuo Mo since it's not so easy to form a leaf hand. Fang Xiang, in his last remarks at the end of the story, admitted that he was not very good at writing cultivation stories. One of those major flaws is probably a lack of a true description of how essence works exactly. For example, understanding of formations do not have levels, but sword essence does. Sword show can have epiphanies and modify or level up their sword essence like Zuo Mo did when he merged his two sword essences. Formations are something that has to be constantly studied and is more similar to a puzzle. Magic systems are hard to construct and the lack of formation essence is something that is skipped over. Power systems based on understanding alone is amazingly easy for a main character to level up on. Someone in danger, an insult, a leaf falling to the ground, they are all great excuses for your character to level up. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 193, Bountiful Harvest. Chapter 193, Bountiful Harvest. When Pu Yao came out, Zuo Mo's first response was, 2 hours haven't passed yet. He was still thinking about the promise that Pu Yao had made. If he could get rid of this group in under 2 hours, he would learn the next move of Little Thousand Leaf Hands. Zuo Mo hungered for the little thousand leaf hands. Of the 3 moves of little thousand leaf hands that he had learned, each move had played a crucial role in this battle. The little thousand leaf hands were all very good spells. If they were not powerful, then they had special uses. Most importantly, what it consumed was spiritual power and not ling power. To Zuo Mo presently, spells that used spiritual power were much more practical than spells that used ling power. I changed my mind, Puyao said. Hearing this, Zuo Mo was infuriated. What did you say? Changed your mind? I just finished busting my ass off, and you changed your mind? Puyao waved his hands. He wasn't angry. I'll teach you a move of little thousand leaf hands. Zuo Mo's anger instantly extinguished and turned to curiosity. Then what did you change your mind about? One move of little thousand leaf hands, being guaranteed, he naturally was calm. These people should not be killed, Puyao said, his expression deep. Not be killed? Zuo Mo stilled. Keep them for what? These people don't blink an eye when they kill. It would cause problems to keep them. From any angle, Zuo Mo was not a generous and kind person. Also, to speak of kindness with these wandering bandits that killed without batting an eye, that was purely seeking death. It was better to take everything from their bodies and then kill them. Constructing the nether pool requires manual labor, Puyao said. Oh, you aren't afraid of them rebelling? Zuo Mo pointed at the crux. I am a Sky Yao. Puyao rolled his eyes. The implicit meaning was, to a honored Sky Yao, this was just a little problem. Zuo Mo smirked, and didn't give him any face, Sky Yao? Who told me to run back there? Puyao paused, his old face slightly red. Zuo Mo didn't dare to provoke the sky. He pointed at the black wind bandits inside the formation, and said, manual laborers don't need talismans, right? Puyao waved his hand generously, no. Zuo Mo looked with some sympathy at the wandering bandits. Landing in the hands of a perverse Ranyao, it was a fate worse than death. It could be imagined just how dark their future days would be. However, Zuo Mo was not kind due to feeling sympathy. He and Lil Pagoda, one in the light and one in the dark, used the power of the formation to beat the wandering bandits unconscious. Zuo Mo didn't even leave them any clothing, taking everything, before he contentedly threw a bunch of naked people at Puyao. The Skyring moonshine formation and the moon in the sky disappeared from the desolate wood reef. There was nothing left except one big pit after another, showing that a battle had taken place here. Bo Feng, who had been watching from afar, shook his head, his tone carrying wonderment. It seems all of the Black Wind Bandits are dead. The Black Wind Bandits were dead. As the words came out, everyone was shocked. They had been pursuing the Black Wind Bandits recently. The longer they trailed them, the more uncertain they felt. The strong strength that the Black Wind Bandits displayed made them lack self-confidence. The only confidence they had was that they had more experts on their side. Bo Feng, Gui Feng, and Chang Han were Ningmai experts that were famous in Sky Moonjie. But even if they had 3 experts, they had thought if the two sides met it would be a hard battle. Who would have thought a Zhuji, relying on a formation on an island, in a period of time less than 2 hours, had completely killed all of the Black Wind Bandits? Chang Hung and Gui Feng looked at the desolate wood reef, which had resumed its normal appearance, and instantly understood. Gui Feng's expression was full of disbelief. He had fought Zuo Mo before. Anyway, he viewed Zuo Mo should not have grown to such a point that he could kill all of the Black Wind Bandits by himself. If it was Wei Shang, he would have found it somewhat possible. Cheng Han looked much more composed. Even the light in his eyes had dimmed greatly. He seemed to be pondering something. Zuo Mo did not know people were watching him. He was contentedly checking his spoils, Lil Pagoda observing from the side. Silly Bird had ran out. However, Silly Bird was much more composed than Lil Pagoda, raising her neck up high, her attitude proud as she stepped her little bird steps, as though she thought of Jingxia as dirt. However, the occasional glance out of the corner of her eye revealed her nefarious aims. The black goldworm directly burrowed into the little mountain and didn't come out. The other shitty came out. They felt as though they were dreaming. They first saw Zuo Mo Shixiang, and then they saw the mountains of talismans and Jingxia. After that, they turned to stone. Zuo Mo's eyes were bright, saliva dripping out of the corner of his mouth that he did not wipe away. Good things. Good things. He picked up one, and then picked up another, his expression intoxicated, and occasionally laughed. However, the practical Zuo Mo decided he needed to check his personal wealth. He might have made a mountain of profit, but he had also spent a lot. No matter if it was Golden Crow Fire, or in Fire Bead, they were not cheap. The cost of recovery for his wounds, and the nurturing of the Buddha sound hoop were also not going to be a small number. He needed to break even. Click-clack, Zuo Mo started to pick through the pile. He rejoiced that he had the experience of processing materials with the stalagmite fire before. The numbers of items that had passed through his hands was enormous, and helped create his keen pair of eyes. The profits this time were very rich. There were more than 100 flying swords, but their grades weren't very high. The highest grade was Zhang Hao's heavy sword, 4th grade. The sword body was ancient and thick, extremely heavy in the hand, and carved with mountain opener. Other than flying swords, there was a variety of talismans that broadened Zuo Mo's horizons. There were some extremely obscure ones, like nets. One blue light net, 3rd grade, when it left the hand it would become a blue ball of light. If one came close, then it would turn into an enormous net that would quickly close. The wealth of the Zhuji was limited. Those that were rich were the several Ningmai, especially Zhang Hao. This guy had 2-dimensional rings to start with, and the riches inside were numerous. Also, the guy had been very picky, and what he had kept were very good items. Like the materials he collected were not of low grade. The majority were 3rd grade, and he had some 4th grade materials. What excited Zuo Mo the most were 5 fox teeth. These 5 fox teeth clearly came from the same Yao fox. Each tooth was pure white with no impurities, shining like porcelain. A fragrance that was like orchids and plums spread. The appearance showed it definitely belonged to the top 3rd grade materials. The quality of the water drop sword was very good. If he forged in the 4th grade crimson fire rock that he had, the 2 qualities of fire and water could reach the demands of Li water sword essence. Adding on the teeth vine, and these 5 fox teeth, and the blue icicle crystal he had traded for from the red-robed male, he had managed to gather the materials for 4 of the 5 flying swords. Instantly, he felt the 5 essence sword set was not far. He was only lacking proper earth-based material before his 5 essence sword set could be realized. Most of the talismans on Zhang Hao's body were not ordinary, but most had been damaged. Zuo Mo felt a great pain. Those were all lost Jingshi. The other talisman that piqued Zuo Mo's interest was a cloak. This cloak was called shadowless. It was as thin as a cicada's wing and hard to detect with the naked eye. If worn on the body, it would seem to disappear. However, even though he could not see it, Zuo Mo could still feel the existence of the cloak. This shadowless cloak's only purpose was to conceal his body. Zuo Mo was even more surprised that it was a 4th grade cloak. He tried it on, and the effect was outstanding. He couldn't find a trace even if he used his consciousness to search. Good thing. This was definitely a good thing. Zuo Mo instantly recognized the value of the cloak. This was a wonderful talisman to make an escape. If things were going badly, he could wrap the cloak around his body and no one could find him. He found it somewhat strange the person he had killed didn't use a talisman as good as this, and used a 3rd grade cloak. What Zuo Mo didn't realize was the Black Wind bandits had run rampant for years. Other than being defeated by Wei Shang recently, when had they ever been forced to escape? When Zhang Hao first got the cloak, he treasured it. Then he found he didn't have a use for it at all. While the cloak could conceal him, it basically had no defensive power, so Zhang Hao switched to a 3rd grade talisman that could increase his defenses and was beneficial to charging and fighting. Zuo Mo naturally wouldn't be polite, cheerfully putting the cloak on. With 2 extremely fine talismans as the opener, Zuo Mo instantly looked down at the remaining talismans. However, these people all had a unique quality of carrying many Jingshi on their body. Zuo Mo understood after thinking about it. These wandering bandits traveled everywhere. Nothing was as useful as Jingshi, so they could buy whatever when they got somewhere. All of this was Zuo Mo's now. This was an enormous sum. Like Zhang Hao. He had more than 10 pieces of just 4th grade Jingshi. When he put all the Jingshi in front of him, he was stunned. He felt that his eyes were filled with Jingshi. Even the best talisman, if put together with Jingshi of equivalent value, it didn't have the same effect as piles of Jingshi. After a long while, he finally recovered from the shock of the mountain of Jingshi, his blank eyes becoming clear. He took a deep breath, and hurriedly swept the Jingshi into his ring. Continuing to judge the other talismans, his mind was slightly inattentive. Pu Yao's voice suddenly came into Zuo Mo's ears. Zuo Mo shook and suddenly refocused. He found that Pu Yao had appeared at some unknown time beside him. Pu Yao stared at a white bone on his hand, his eyes unmoving. Zuo Mo instinctively waved the bone. Problem? Pu Yao was still staring at the bone, his hand reaching out. Let me see. Oh, Zuo Mo instinctively handed over the bone. Once he handed it over, he instantly realized, and regret blossomed. He was an idiot. Something that even Pu Yao was interested in, it definitely was something good, but having landed in Pu Yao's hands, it definitely was using meat buns to hit a dog, it would never return. As expected, Pu Yao flipped his hand, and the bone disappeared. He was very natural in saying, "Oh, I'll take the bone." Zuo Mo instantly wanted to spit blood. He knew he definitely wouldn't be able to take it back. He responded quickly, "Then what do you trade for it?" "I'll give you a batch of little Yao guards." Pu Yao didn't give Zuo Mo the grounds to bargain. "Little Yao guards? What's that?" Zuo Mo's attention was instantly attracted. Pu Yao snickered, "You'll know when it is time." Finishing, he disappeared. Dejectedly, Zuo Mo could only go back to his pile of talismans in hopes he would find a few more fine ones. It was a pity that his good luck seemed to have been used up. The rest were all very average and made him even more depressed. When he finished sorting out the last talisman, he suddenly heard a light laugh from the sky. Brothers Zuo really had a good harvest. Translator ramblings, yes, the crocodile spikes are water element as well, but since he already has the sword to stand in for the water element, the spikes are not needed for his sword set. Thanks for all your comments. I have to say it is humorous when I read comments about the story's pacing. I think the sword test conference is the greatest example and you guys have learned. Great foundation work long before the actual event, descriptions of everything that goes on from different perspectives, and then Zuo Mo does his thing in a relatively few chapters. Expect more of that. Evil laughter. Something that is lacking in this story is the trash, garbage, useless person talk in labels. Battle Through the Heavens and other early stories got popular and they inspired many other stories that started with the same premise, an untalented youth that astonishes his critics and then defeats his enemies. In a way, it is humorous if these people are described at a young age in the story, i.e. teens. What's wrong with a little rivalry and trash talk between children? Then you have fully grown adults being reincarnated, and getting into a rage, and humiliating the people who bullied the past him. The answer that Zuo Mo might give to these people would be something like, will this make Jingshi? Time is Jingshi. Zuo Mo is an independent person without any support net who has to worry about his living expenses and how to survive. Rivals, bullies, and mortal enemies drop down the priority list when a person is trying to not starve. In a dog-eat-dog world, it is a luxury for those that have money and spare time to indulge in. Those who are low-level workers on the poverty line like Zuo Mo and Old Black think more about survival. Don't expect young master syndrome until we really need some rich people. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 194, Golden Armor Guards. Chapter 194, Golden Armor Guards. Zuo Mo looked warily at the three unwelcomed guests in the sky. The one that spoke was a yellow-faced man. Zuo Mo recognized him. It was the mysterious person he had fought in the sword test conference. The two people behind him was Chang Hong and the other was Gue Feng. How did these three get together? He muttered inside. And these three appeared at this time, was that a coincidence? More likely it was that the three of them had hid and wanted to gain something. Seeing that he had one, they could only come out and greet him. Zuo Mo was at the end of his rope. He didn't dare to let these three people inside. The three were stronger than him and he had just also made a fortune. If the three became greedy, he might not be able to keep his little life. This little brother just has gone through a big battle and is heavily injured, and greatly needs rest. There is no time to greet everyone. Please pardon me. Finishing, he rushed away. That nimble and agile movement, did he look like he was heavily injured? The three people in the air were speechless. They had assumed that Zuo Mo would exchange pleasantries, and they could find ways of getting closer. But they had underestimated Zuo Mo's lack of shame in turning and leaving. They couldn't do a thing. If they forcefully landed now, that was taking advantage and declaring they possessed malicious aims. The three people didn't care about those fake reputations, but when they saw the huge holes in the ground, they instantly dismissed the idea of charging in. Personally, seeing the Black Wind Bandits be destroyed, the three were very wary of the formation on Desolate Wood Reef. Zuo Mo ignored the three people. If they really dared to charge into the Desolate Wood Reef, he would even gamble on destroying the Buddha Sound Hoop to fight them to the death. When he saw the three standing outside the island, his heart relaxed slightly. He secretly sent Lil Pagoda out to guard. He threw the Buddha Sound Hoop back into the lava fire formation to be nurtured again and started to heal himself. This time, the level of damage to his body was far beyond his predictions, especially since he had kept on fighting with these wounds, and had used medicinal power to suppress the injuries. On the surface, there didn't seem to any problems, but in reality, he had serious internal injuries. Luckily, Master had prepared many Lingdan for him before he left. He hadn't thought he would need to use it so early. He shoved a Lingdan into his mouth and meditated. As the Lingdan entered his mouth, it turned to a stream of coldness that flowed with the circulation of his Ling power, spreading to every corner of his body. The hidden heat of his organs instantly decreased. He felt unspeakably comfortable. 42 people were soaking in the black pond. Their eyes were closed, occasionally having expressions of pain. Threads of smoke silently entered their body from the black pond water and then slowly spread out. Pu Yao's eyes landed on the three Ningmai black wind bandits. They were completely covered in black, looking like coal. A small bump had risen on the foreheads of the three people as though something was going to grow out. Pu Yao played with the white bone in his hand, speaking to himself, "Didn't think I would see ancient dragon bone here. The brat really has good luck. Oh, using it on Ningmai trash, it really is a waste." As he sighed, he slightly applied force. Pa, the white bone broke into pieces. His hand rising, the ancient dragon bone power turned to three white arrows that burrowed inside the bodies of the three Ningmai. The three Ningmai instantly started to shake like dice, their black faces twisted with expressions of extreme pain. Suddenly, their black skin started to ripple and a layer of scale-like material continuously came out. In just this little while, the three had completely changed. Their bodies were covered by a dense layer of white scales like it was a layer of thick armor. The bump on their foreheads continued to grow. Pew, a sharp black horn broke through the skin, and only stopped when it grew to 3 cun long. White scale attendants. The ancient dragon bone is really good. Pu Yao had a surprised expression. Then he became excited. Tilting his head and thinking, he snickered, and then grabbed at empty air. 3 jade boxes appeared on Pu Yao's hands, the mini boxes that Zuo Mo loved so much. Squeezing the jade boxes, Pu Yao gently blew and 3 wisps of golden crow fire flew at the 3 people. The golden crow fire landed on the white scales and with a hiss and entered their bodies. Almost at the same time, mist rose around their body. The black pond water beside them started to bubble as though it was boiling. Seeing that the black pond was covered in mist, Pu Yao became even more excited. He was like a mischievous child who had found a fun toy. He grabbed again at empty air. Ding ding ding. If Zuo Mo saw this, he would have been so angry he could spit blood. Pu Yao's hands were full of crimson fire rock, including 3 pieces of 4th grade crimson fire rock. Zuo Mo only had 6 pieces of 4th grade crimson fire rock. Pu Yao took half of his stock. Pu Yao's left hand pointed in the air. A black-red beguiling flame appeared in front of him. He threw the crimson fire rock on his hands into the flame. He continued to grab at the air, materials appearing in his hands. He didn't even look before throwing them into the fire. After 1 hour, the flame slowly faded, and 3 entirely red broadsword appeared in front of him. The broadsword was about half the height of a person, the width of the blade making them appear like a small door. The body was entirely red like burning metal, giving off a scorching heat. At this time, the mist over the heads of the 3 people in the black pond dissipated, revealing their figures. The scales of the 3 were dyed with a layer of gold, making them look as though they were wearing golden armor. The black spike on their foreheads had disappeared. Before, the 3 had looked dark and scary. Now, the 3 didn't have any hint of dark energies, as though they were gods coming to the mortal world. A yang and strong presence was easily detectable. Ancient dragon bone, golden crow fire, nether pool, these Yao guards that were forged really make me anticipate. Pu Yao smiled proudly. White-scaled attendants, no, have to change the name, golden armor guards. This name isn't bad. Haha, who can tell they are Yao guards? Rubbing his chin as he studied for a while, Pu Yao said to himself, oh no, they are too ugly, and need to be changed. He blew out a ball of flame that grew and enveloped one of them. Instantly, the crackle of flesh burning sounded. A while later, the flame moved away. The person inside the flame had changed in appearance. Right now, his body was covered in a set of golden armor. Even his face was covered all over, the thick armor at the front only revealing the eyes. The shining golden scales had turned into a golden fish scale armor. Other than being very dignified, it was more profound and mysterious. Pu Yao finally had a satisfied expression. Soon after, all 3 were modified. 3 bright red broadswords turned to 3 red lights and flew towards the 3 people. The 3 simultaneously reached out and grabbed the flying swords. The 3 golden armor guards stood silently, a strong and dignified presence slowly spreading. Pu Yao looked in sympathy at the other black wind bandits that were still soaking in the black water pond. You guys who can't be seen in public, you just have to stay here for manual labor. When Zuo Mo woke up from his meditation, there was joy in his heart. The injuries on his body were generally healed. It would be like nothing had happened once he rested for a while. What he was even happier about was the Ling power that had stopped growing inside his body for a long time had actually grown slightly. The increase was not a lot, but for Zuo Mo who had stopped growing for a long time, this was an unexpected happy surprise. Just as Zuo Mo was happy, he saw Pu Yao proudly come over with 3 people dressed in golden armor. Zuo Mo stilled and warily pointed at the 3 people. Who are they? The 3 were covered in the golden armor. He was unable to see their features, but Zuo Mo could feel the terrifying presence the three gave off all over their bodies. These three were very strong. Zuo Mo's perception was extremely sensitive due to his spirit. The danger that these three gave him even surpassed the feeling of danger the head of the wandering bandits gave him. Where did these three powerful people come from? Where did they pop out of? His gaze landed on the broadswords in their hands, and silently swallowed. Who was so *****ing wasteful? Crimson Fire Rock, definitely not less than 10 pieces, and definitely had more than one piece of 4th grade rock. Sky Eye Silver, that was extremely expensive. Zuo Mo himself only had 3 tails. Any of the broadswords in the three's hands definitely had 1 tail of Sky Eye Silver added. And the Red Flame Pearl. It was an extremely good fire element material, worth 1,000 jing. There were at least 3 in each broadsword. Great expenditure. Definitely great expenditure. Zuo Mo drooled. Just the 3 broadswords were worth a lot. If it wasn't the dangerous feeling coming from the 3 people pressuring him, his head might have heated up and he would have gone to rob them. But, the materials, they looked very familiar. Just as he was suspicious, he heard Pu Yao say smugly, "They are golden armor guards. Just finished making them, do you want to try?" Golden armor guards? Zuo Mo stilled. "Didn't you say you were creating little Yao guards?" "Little Yao guards are too low quality," Pu Yao said with scorn and continued, "and their appearance is too lacking. Look at these golden armor guards. No hint of Yin energy, perfect for dominating a situation. They are also very strong and good at fighting, the best fighters." "Really?" Zuo Mo's face was disbelieving. "You ignorant country bumpkin naturally has never seen anything this high quality." Pu Yao's face was full of disdain, and he snapped his fingers. Suddenly, one of the golden armor guards behind him disappeared. "Ha!" A deep bellow sounded. Zuo Mo felt the space in front of his eyes light up, a blinding light forcing him to squint his eyes. A domineering and forceful red sword light rose. This stroke seemed to rip apart space. A scorching, cruel, and domineering presence filled the air. Zuo Mo's heart was shocked, the hairs on his body straight. The feeling of danger was like a black cloud filled with lead, pressing down uncomfortably on his chest. The sword light disappeared without warning. At some unknown time, the golden armor guard returned to his original position. Only now did Zuo Mo hear a soft hiss. Different than the blinding sword light, the sound of the sword was almost non-existent. Zuo Mo was stunned. Translator ramblings. Zuo Mo was so amazed by how powerful these golden armor guards are that he hasn't realized what Pu Yao has done yet. Also, more importantly, his Ling power cultivation has grown for those that were waiting. Please don't forget Zuo Mo's overall strength has been growing this whole entire time. Zuo Mo's outstanding in other areas, and not bad in this area. Think about Liang Feng, Gong Sun Cha and Chun Yucheng's cultivation. They are about the same age and they are only outstanding in 1 or 2 areas. In Pu's eyes, people below Ningmai are something to be ashamed about. That's not hard to believe since he still remains a Sky Yao, soul. He was once pretty much at the top of the pyramid as far as this world goes. Remember, he was the guy who killed a few Jindan in a multi-opponent battle while using Zuo Mo's body. Xin Yen is exceptionally strong for a Jindan. So you could say Pu Yao was forced to go from being a marbled lungfish to the bacteria which causes leprosy, think the size of their genomes. Power seemed to be one of those quantitative factors that people in stories focus on. I thought that this story actually did a good job hitting its readers over the head with the paper crane girl and her carelessness and indifference concerning the might is right rule. It showed that this story still held to the same rules of society that most Chinese fantasies have, and it shouldn't be forgotten among Zuo Mo's desire to make a living and all the daily happenings that make it seem like a peaceful world. In fact, Zuo Mo was hit over the head many times. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 195, 2 Transactions. Chapter 195, 2 Transactions. The strength of the golden armor guards made a deep impression on Zuo Mo. But what are they really? Zuo Mo asked as he pointed at the 3 muscle heads. The 3 golden armor guards were very brawny. Standing with their swords, they were like 3 little mountains whose sole purpose was to pressure others. "Puppets," Pu Yao said softly. "Oh," Zuo Mo responded. A strong impulse formed to study these 3 puppets. There were many ways to create puppets. The most famous would probably be corpse forging. Things like 1,000-year corpse were the best corpse forging materials. Seal soldiers were also one kind of puppet, but they were completely different than corpse forging. But when he thought about that astonishing sword strike, he decided to stop thinking about this dangerous idea. His eyes stared at the red broadswords in the hand of the 3 golden armor guards. A beat later, Zuo Mo's heart-wrenching wail came out of the cave. "Old ghost. Gu will kill you. Sob sob sob. My crimson fire rock. My sky eye silver. In the sky above the desolate wood reef. How much longer do we have to wait?" Chang Hung said impatiently. He would come out soon. Bo Feng was very calm. At the side, Gu Feng's eyes occasionally swept across the desolate wood reef. Different than what they had thought, it wasn't just Zuo Mo on the desolate wood reef, there were also Wu Kong Sword Sect disciples. However, these disciples were all production shouja. At the beginning, these disciples would occasionally look up at them. As time went on, they attended to their own business. The desolate wood reef looked calm, but many important places were covered with white clouds so nothing could be seen. These balls of cloud proved that the big formation of the desolate wood reef had not been critically damaged. Gu Feng felt that Zuo Mo was very mysterious. He was somewhat puzzled why Wu Kong Sword Sect would send such an important disciple to such an isolated place. Was it because they had trust in Zuo Mo? He didn't feel that way. While the importance of the desolate wood reef was undoubted, no matter how great their trust was, the elders shouldn't have been frugal in sending along a few more strong disciples with him. Such an accomplished disciple, he didn't believe any sect was willing to lose him. But Zuo Mo was guarding desolate wood reef alone. This made Gu Feng feel it was more of an exile. The Black Wind bandits had all been killed. If this news spread, it would definitely shake all of Sky Moonjia. Zuo Mo's own reputation and the reputation of Wu Kong Sword Sect would be pushed to another height. Gu Feng glanced at Bo Feng. There was no impatience on Bo Feng's face. They had been guarding here for 5 days. To show that they didn't have any enmity, he hadn't brought any of the 36 Zhuji. Gu Feng saw Zuo Mo's figure appear out of the corner of his eye, his mind becoming alert. His gaze swept across the 3 enormous figures behind Zuo Mo. Gu Feng's pupils suddenly shrunk into pinpoints. The golden scale armor covered their entire body, the dense scales flashed with a pure golden sheen. Their faces were covered by gold masks, which only revealed a pair of eyes. The 3 guards dressed in golden armor simultaneously looked at the 3 people in the sky. When Gu Feng's eyes met the 3 people's eyes, his heart shook. The 3 pairs of eyes were strange but all similar in that they were indifferent, cold, and emotionless. Gu Feng even felt that they were dead. He could feel that he was just an ant in their eyes, unable to cause even a ripple. Suddenly, Gu Feng felt he was burning in a fire, an almost tangible pressure forming, and pushing down like a little mountain. Gu Feng snorted coldly, his body moving slightly and circulated his Ling power. The invisible pressure around him instantly disappeared. Successfully getting rid of the other's pressure, Gu Feng did not feel joy at all. Quite the opposite, his complexion was very bad. The two seemed to be even, but Gu Feng knew he was at a disadvantage. Such a powerful expert. Was this Wu Kong Sword Sect's hidden strength? He narrowed his eyes. Bo Feng and Chang Heng's expressions became serious. Their thoughts were the same as Gu Feng. These 3 shouja covered in golden armor and cultivations above Ningmai, and their strength was very strong. Even though they could not see the features, but the thick killing intent covering the 3 was the killing intent that would only form after countless battles. No wonder the Black Wind bandits were all killed. So the desolate wood reef was also hiding 3 experts. The 3 people rejoiced that they hadn't charged in. Facing any of these golden armor shouja, even Bo Feng didn't have a certain grasp on victory. Ningmai had 3 stratums. Gu Feng and Chang Han were only at the first stratum, but the 3 golden armor shouja were all above second stratum. The difference between Ningmai and Zhuji was large, but the difference between Ningmai were also similarly large. The cultivation of Ningmai's second stratum was 3 times that of a first stratum Ningmai. Their cultivation was not as good as the other, their battle experience not as good as the other, their talismans. They looked at the burning red broadswords. Those were clearly not normal and definitely had reached the 4th grade. The 2 sides were even. What they had the greatest confidence in was spells. Gu Feng was very confident in the 9 ghost snail curse that he was practicing. In Zuo Mo's Sea of Consciousness, Pu Ya muttered, "Pity about the baldy. He's good material for making golden armor guard." Zuo Mo did not pay attention, his eyes looking at the sky. This time, with the 3 golden armor guards around him, even though his wounds had not completely healed, he still had more bravery. "Thank you for waiting for so long, is there something I can help with?" Zuo Mo did not like to chit-chat, and said forwardly. Bo Feng did not twist, and said, "This one has 2 matters to ask." Oh, Zuo Mo was slightly surprised. He hadn't thought the other really had a matter, and 2 of them at that. Brothers Wu killing the Black Wind Bandits is really a happy matter, Bo Feng said. I want to buy some news from Brothers Wu. Black Wind Bandits? Zuo Mo stilled and then reacted. So his attackers had been the Black Wind Bandits, no wonder they were so strong. His mind's whirling, he quickly responded, what news? Bo Feng started at Zuo Mo and said seriously, I want to buy the position of a secret realm from Brothers Wu. Zuo Mo's heart jumped. Secret realm. He truly was shocked by the word secret realm. Zuo Mo had missed the secret realm exploration after the sword test conference because he had been thrown into the sword essence formation. It had been a regret of his. He hadn't thought that he would suddenly hear information about a secret realm. Bo Feng suddenly running over to ask him the location of the secret realm, the clever Zuo Mo instantly realized where the information about the secret realm would come from. The Black Wind Bandits. Definitely the Black Wind Bandits. Pu Yao reacted even more quickly than he did, and had more tricks. In the blink of an eye, he had gotten the answers he wanted from the manual laborers that were still soaking in the black pond. Hearing Pu Yao speak of it, Zuo Mo understood the general shape of the matter, and instantly was disappointed. The first people to find the secret realm were the three of the red-robed Xiuzhe. For some reason, the news had been leaked, and they were targeted by the Black Wind Bandits. However, the three were extremely slippery, and tricked the Black Wind Bandits, almost clearing out the entire secret realm before fleeing. Zuo Mo finally understood why the three people had so many good items on their body. So it had been a secret realm. He had admiration and disappointment. However, a secret realm that others had gone through did not hold any attractions to him. However, he wouldn't give the information so easily to Bo Feng. The cleared-out secret realm might not have anything good, but the Ling energy of the secret realm was dense and perfect for making a residence. It was not very useful for him, but to the sect, it was very good. Bo Feng evidently wanted this secret realm. Haha, Zuo Mo smiled, but his wooden expression looked very strange. How does Brother Bo want to buy it? Speaking about business, he became alert. In any case, he had the initiative. He could sell or not sell. The red-robed man and his fellows had run to Little Mountain Jia, and definitely wouldn't be coming back soon. The only people who knew the location of the secret realm were the Black Wind Bandits, but all of the Black Wind Bandits were soaking in the Black Pond. Even if he didn't sell its location to Bo Feng and sent the news back to the sect, he would get many rewards. But in the deepest part of his heart, Zuo Mo didn't plan on telling the information to the sect. If it was in the past, he definitely wouldn't have hesitated in reporting the information to the sect. But the only person he missed in the sect right now was Master. The present Wu Kong Sword Sect was not the Wu Kong Sword Sect of the past that had felt like a home. If it wasn't for Master, he wouldn't have any supplies. He wouldn't even have had the Wu Kong flag. If he came to such an isolated place as the desolate Wood Reef, he would have more dangers than lucky encounters. He couldn't help but ball up his hands. Destiny, it was more reliable to grasp it in his own hands. Haha, Bo Feng laughed lightly. He seemed to have already had a plan. I will use a piece of news to exchange with Brothers Wu. News? Bo Feng's suggestions was out of Zuo Mo's expectations. Bo Feng said generously, Brothers Wu should look first. If you are not satisfied, we can keep negotiating. Finishing, his finger flicked and a jade scroll shot at Zuo Mo. Pia. A golden palm reached from behind Zuo Mo and accurately grasped the jade scroll. Bo Feng smiled and didn't speak. Inside, he praised Zuo Mo's carefulness. Zuo Mo took the jade scroll and lowered his head to read. There was not much inside the jade scroll, but after reading the last word, Zuo Mo felt he was in a glacier, his entire body cold. How is it? Is Brothers Wu satisfied? Bo Feng asked. Zuo Mo took a deep breath, and then bowed with folded hands at Bo Feng. He said seriously, many thanks, Brother Bo. Finishing, he took out an empty jade scroll, entered the position of the secret realm, and threw it to Bo Feng. Bo Feng took the jade scroll. After reading it, joy appeared on his face. When he finished, he crushed the jade scroll to powder. Brother Zuo is really refreshing. Bo Feng said crisply, this one wants to ask for a wisp of golden crow fire from Brothers Wu, please help me. Golden crow fire? Zuo Mo nodded. If Brother Bo has earth elemental materials above 4th grade, a deal can be made. He didn't ask for a high price. The news that Bo Feng had just given him was too important. Bo Feng could not control his joy. We really have good fate. This one luckily has a piece of breathing rock, and of high quality. It should fulfill Brothers Wu's demands. Trade. Zuo Mo did not hesitate in nodding. In 4th grade earth element materials, breathing rock was a rare fine material. It usually existed in the deepest parts, a special earthy gray that naturally clung together, unable to be cut with anything metal. Zuo Mo was excited. He finally gathered together everything for his 5 essence sword set. Translator ramblings: if Pei Yuan Ran had his way, Zuo Mo would have been packed off to Desolate Wood Reef with his allowance of danger and not much else. After so many chapters, Bo Feng finally gets what he was pursuing. It was almost too simple since Zuo Mo did the work for him. A problematic youth ended right after the sword test conference. We are in volume 3 of the story right now, the title being Seeking Survival on a Desolate Island. The title was too much of a spoiler since this volume started when Zuo Mo woke up with Wei Shang and Luoli in Fragrant Ginger Yard. We have passed the 1/5 mark of the entire story. Nothing to really ramble about today. What are your guesses about what Bo Feng sold Zuo Mo? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 196, News. Chapter 196, News. At Wukong Mountain, Shi Fengrong had a face full of fury. Why? Pei Yuan Ran was helplessly apologetic. Too far. Even if we tell him, he won't be able to get back. Unless he is Jin Dan, he can't get back in 3 days. Then I won't go to Bright Wave Jia. I'll go get him. Shi Fengrong said decisively. Nonsense. Pei Yuan Ran was furious. Looking at the pain and anger on Shi Fengrong's face, he suppressed the anger inside and said in a low voice, "There are so many experts in Bright Wave Jia. Whether our sect can establish ourselves in Bright Wave Jia, it all depends on us, Jindan. In our time of need, will Shimi abandon the entire sect for just Zuo Mo?" Shi Fengrong bit her lips, tears flowing down uncontrollably. Pei Yuan Ran relaxed his tone of voice. "Shimi, don't worry. Zuo Mo is usually clever. He definitely will be fine. After we establish ourselves in Bright Wave Jia, we can send people to search for him." Pei Yuan Ran comforted Shi Fengrong for a long time before she was finally persuaded. When Lin Xian saw Pei Yuan Ran, he saw the other's face was dark, and assumed that Pei Yuan Ran was worried for the future. He comforted, "Sect leader Pei, do not worry too much. This one has some weight in Bright Wave Jia and will definitely pick a good land for your sect." Pei Yuan Ran raised his hands in thanks, but he stared at Lin Xian and said solemnly, "This one still has one thing that he does not understand. Master Lin, please explain a few things to me." "Oh, please speak, Sect leader Pei," Lin Xian said. "Master Lin has no connection to our sect, so why have you been so close with our sect as of late?" Pei Yuan Ran's eyes were bright. Lin Xian seemed to have already known that Pei Yuan Ran would ask this, and smiled. "If that's the case, then I will speak the truth. It is because I see potential in Wei Shang. Wei Shang is the most talented shoujo that this one has ever seen. He has unbridled potential and his future will certainly be boundless. Sect leader Pei can think of this as an investment. In the future, when I need help, please, Sect leader Pei, lend a hand." Naturally, Pei Yuan Ran's heart relaxed slightly. Even though he didn't believe all of it, but he didn't let it show. Lin Xian smiled and said, "We will temporarily set our departure at noon 3 days from now. This one will be waiting and won't disturb Sect leader Pei now. Farewell. I won't see you off." Pei Yuan Ran said, raising his folded hands. Zuo Mo and Bo Feng had made 2 good transactions, the aura between them very harmonious. Chang Hung and Gui Feng were not interested in Golden Crow Fire, something Zuo Mo felt was very regretful about. However, before leaving, Zuo Mo asked them to spread the news of the Golden Crow Fire, and Bo Feng agreed. Zuo Mo saw Bo Feng and the others leave. "What are you going to do?" Pu Yao suddenly asked. Zuo Mo inhaled deeply, and then exhaled, as though he wanted to push out all the darkness that had formed in his heart. "I'll take it step by step." Pu Yao smiled coldly. "You didn't receive one bit of information. TSK, seems those old codgers don't value you very much." Zuo Mo was silent. "Plan on flying back?" Pu Yao didn't have any sympathy. "There's not enough time," Zuo Mo shook his head. From the Desolate Wood Reef to Wukong Mountain, flying would take multiple months. "Don't worry," Pu Yao said unconcernedly, "even if the Yama come, it would be small groups. Probably just Nightstock Yao and Moon Demon, nothing important." Nightstock Yao and Moon Demon? Are they very strong? Zuo Mo asked curiously. He didn't know much about Yama. "Little worms," Pu Yao twisted his mouth, "about the same as Ningmai." "Then why is everyone fleeing?" Zuo Mo could not understand. "If they are about the same as Ningmai, we can completely kill them." Pu Yao smiled scornfully. "Whether Nightstock Yao or Moon Demon, if they face your Ningmai, they can fight 1 against 3. His bloody pupil suddenly rippled. "Their growing environment is much more cruel than you guys." "So what?" Zuo Mo wasn't persuaded. "Sky Moon Jia has Jin Dan. Pu Yao shrugged indifferently, this is just the beginning. I am willing to bet, no, guarantee that the old codgers of your sect are definitely planning on migrating away. Who is willing to bleed themselves to help other people stop Yama? Wukong Mountain is the base of our sect. You are too naive. Pu Yao's words were full of scorn, just a poor mountain. As long as they have people, where can't they go? Without the mountain, they can go steal another one. Zuo Mo couldn't speak. Prepare early, Pu Yao shook his head, I won't have any time in the near future, don't bother me. He disappeared after finishing. Zuo Mo stood at his spot. He was unfocused for a moment. He could not think that the entire front line of Bloody Sky Metropolis Jia had collapsed in such a short period of time. This was the news that he traded with Bo Feng. Supposedly, it was a group of Yalma that had appeared at the flank and caused the collapse of the entire defensive line which fortified Bloody Sky Metropolis Jia. Sky Moon Jia was not immediately next to Bloody Sky Metropolis Jia, but it wasn't far from it, so it was in a very dangerous situation. Many sects of Sky Moon Jia had already started to prepare for migration. This was the news from 5 days ago. What had frozen Zuo Mo's heart was that he had not received any news from his own sect. News from 5 days ago, with Wu Kong Sword Sect's present status, they couldn't be ignorant of it. If he moved now, he couldn't meet up with the sect unless the sect migrated to Little Mountain Jia. But if they were going through Little Mountain Jia, they would have notified him so he could prepare to receive them. But he hadn't received anything. He knew that he was set on a different path from the sect after this incident. He wasn't sad. In reality, when he had came out of the Sword Essence formation, he had sensed it coming, but he hadn't thought the day would come so quickly. The present Wu Kong Sword Sect had long not been the Wu Kong Sword Sect of the past. Never mind, he should think of way to protect himself. It was better to rely on himself than on others. Zuo Mo's idea was quite different than anyone else. He decided to keep guarding Desolate Wood Reef. Desolate Wood Reef's environment was special. Adding on the Skyring Moonchime formation and the Golden Armor Guards, he could basically guarantee his own safety. If it was needed, he could enter Little Mountain Jia through the Jia River at any time. But before that, he needed to increase his own strength. Otherwise, with his Juji cultivation and despite his large wealth of Jingxi, not a piece of him would remain. If he left, he would take the shitty with him. He had found all the materials for the 5 Essence Sword set. Also, his cultivation, which hadn't moved for such a long time, finally had started to grow. At this time, it was better to control his personality and increase his own strength before anything else. The reforging of Water Drop Sword was very quick, only taking 1 day. He added a piece of 4th grade Crimson Fire Rock. Even though that did not elevate it to 4th grade, it rose to the top of 3rd grade. The outer layer of the Water Drop Sword had an additional aura of bright red flame that constantly burned. Zuo Mo renamed it Water Fire Sword. The teeth vine was soaked in a Ling Spring. There were no Ling Springs on the Desolate Wood Reef. This Ling Spring was one that Zuo Mo made himself using formations. The effect was not as good as natural Ling Springs. Zuo Mo could only increase the time it spent in the water. The 10 days it should have taken to forge were extended to 30 days by Zuo Mo. The blue icicle crystal, the breath rock, and the fox teeth were all 4th grade materials. It was almost impossible for Zuo Mo at present to forge them. He could only process them into sword billets. When his cultivation reached Ningmai and he had absorbed Golden Crow Fire, could he finish the forging? All of his other time was spent on meditation. In this period of time, even Pu Yao, who usually disdained Zuo Mo's cultivation, intelligently chose to remain silent. Also, Pu Yao was very busy in this time. Zuo Mo received a flying sword message from his master. On there, it said that Bloody Sky Metropolis Jia had collapsed, and the sect decided to move to Bright Wave Jia. She told Zuo Mo to be careful and protect himself. It also told him he could enter other sections. If there was a chance, he could also go to Bright Wave Jia to find them. Zuo Mo put the flying sword message into his ring, and turned back to his meditation. On the Desolate Wood Reef, the Black Lake had been completely transformed. The inky black pond water now glowed darkly. On the shore, a simple and old-fashioned stone altar had taken form. 30-something little Yao guards continuously took water from the black water pond and poured it onto the stone tiles of the altar. The stone tiles were like sponges. No matter how much black water was poured onto the surface, they didn't leave one drop behind. Pu Yao looked at the altar, not saying a word. The number of Xiozhia that passed through Desolate Wood Reef increased over the days. At the beginning, there were little crowds. After a while, it turned to a continuous flow. The power of the Skyring Moonchime formation was much higher than before, so the consumption of Jingxi was also much higher. Each day, it needed 20 pieces of 3rd grade Jingxi to remain active. However, even though it was very expensive, but the strength exuded by the Brahma sound ring, and the sky ring moonshine formation, prevented the passing Xiozha from daring to have any greedy thoughts. The rumors were that the Black Wind bandits had attacked the desolate wood reef, but ended up all being annihilated. There were also rumors that Zuo Mo was selling Golden Crow fire. As long as they could pay the price or had good things to trade, they could buy it at any time. Each Xiozha that came onto the island would ask around about these two pieces of news when they landed. As the flow of people increased, Zuo Mo's daily income also shot up. However, he didn't have any time to put on it. Each day, he furiously meditated, hoping to quickly break through to Ningmai. In comparison, Lil Pagoda was living very well these past days. The large amounts of talismans and materials that Zuo Mo had gotten from the Black Wind bandits were quite good. Since Zuo Mo could not use them, and there was no place he could sell them, he decided to feed it all to Lil Pagoda. Lil Pagoda flowed with light. Compared to the fragility of the past, it seemed to be brimming with life. The tip of the tower that had been as sharp as a sword was now much more round. The slender body seemed much broader. The past 5-colored pagoda gave people the feeling of darkness and sharpness. Now, it was more lively and nimble, the aura of killing was much smaller. What Zuo Mo felt most strange about were the 5 little gourds appeared on the eaves of the first level. The 5 little gourds were all of different colors, belonging to the 5 elements. They were the size of a grain of rice. If Zuo Mo did not look closely, he wouldn't have found them. Zuo Mo and Lil Pagoda communicated many times on the use of the 5 little gourds. Lil Pagoda tried very hard to explain, but Zuo Mo didn't understand even after a long time. Full of anticipation, Zuo Mo couldn't do anything except throw the question to one side. To Zuo Mo's joy, Lil Pagoda spat out a piece of grey mud again. It was slightly larger than last time, about the size of his thumb. Zuo Mo put the little bit of grey mud into his ring. The other shitty also knew now that the sect had already left Skymoonjia. Everyone's mood became terrible. Some people joined other sections. Zuo Mo didn't stop them. In situations like this, they were certainly free to enter other sections. Power and responsibility were tied together. The sect surrendered their responsibilities to them. Accordingly, they also surrendered the power to constrain them. All of Zuo Mo's efforts were put on cultivation. He could feel his cultivation progressing extremely quickly. On a certain day, he finally started his charge at Ningmai. Translator ramblings, some of you were almost correct, and a few of you were on the dot. Penamimo was the first person to get it exactly right. No ramblings today so you guys can process this chapter without my influence. Smiley face, I'll write tomorrow. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 197, Ningmai. Chapter 197, Ningmai. The Ling power inside Zuo Mo's body was thick like a cloud as it filled his channels. If it was not being channeled, they would be abnormally quiet and flow extremely slow as though they had stopped. This was a characteristic unique to Zhuji Ling power. The Ling power in Zuo Mo's body was thick like rain clouds, showing that his cultivation had reached the peak of Zhuji. The reason that his cultivation had grown so rapidly recently was all due to a strange repulsion at the little holes in his dantian. Before, any Ling power he absorbed would spill from the little holes. Right now, the holes still existed, but the Ling power in his dantian would not spill and leave. Zuo Mo was very suspicious that this strange repelling force was caused by the draw of earth energy away from his body, as this began occurring after the earth energy had tempered his body. However, the mysteries of channels were not something a little person like Zuo Mo could understand. He quickly threw it to the back of his mind and started to cultivate. The cloud-like Ling power relentlessly circulated in his body. Zuo Mo had already maintained this for 4 hours. His Ling power was active while his mind and body were all at their best condition. He started to charge into Ningmai. All the Ling power in his body were roused. They started to flow through the channels at a speed Zuo Mo was familiar with. Ningmai, or concentrating channels, required condensing the mist-like Ling power into liquid form Ling power. The simplest way was to continuously absorb Ling power, thus increasing the density of Ling power, causing it to condense from gas into liquid. However, the process was not so simple when this condensation occurred in real life. After one's cultivation reached the peak of Zhuji, they would encounter resistance when they absorbed Ling power. If they could not absorb Ling power, they could not increase the density of Ling power. Many people found themselves stuck at this gate into Ningmai. There were many ways to break through to the stage of Ningmai, such as Lingdan. The markets would sell Ningmai Dan. The success rate was high, but not everyone liked to use them. Different than Zhuji, those in Ningmai stage started to comprehend the laws of the world. The breakthrough to Ningmai was a wonderful opportunity to comprehend all kinds of laws. Shouja who had confidence and high aspirations for themselves usually would not choose the Ningmai Dan but to comprehend by themselves. Zuo Mo chose to comprehend it himself. With his present wealth it was very easy to buy a Ningmai Dan, but he was understood that the easier the beginning was the easier it was to trip at later stages. If he walked more steadily at the beginning, even if he suffered more, the beneficial it would be for him later. He had grown in this half year, and with the recent battle he had grown rapidly. This kind of growth was not just in cultivation and formations, it was also the growth of his mind. Continuously encountering certain things caused him to understand many things. Even though it was hard to change his habit of taking shortcuts when possible, but regarding cultivation, he was abnormally steadfast. Carefully channeling the Ling power in his body, his spiritual leaf hand opened like a flower. Any change in his Ling power would be instantly detected by the leaf hand. Using spiritual power had become Zuo Mo's instinct. After he started embryonic breathing spiritual cultivation, he became used to using his consciousness in any situation. This habit had given him many benefits. He became even more determined to persist in this habit. The mist-like Ling power continuously magnified in front of his eyes. He could even see tinier wisps of Ling power swimming within. They were like a group of tadpoles. They appeared to be one, but the interior was made up of countless little entities. There was a weak attraction between wisps of Ling power, but as the Ling power in the channels continued to increase, there was a kind of repulsion that occurred between the Ling power. The amount of Ling power in the channels had reached a limit. For some reason, Zuo Mo suddenly thought of Wu Kong Mountains, thought of the time that he had been farming in Ling fields at Wu Kong Mountain. A faint sorrow slowly flowed at the bottom of his heart. The Ling power inside his body seemed to feel his emotions and instantly slowed down. It took only a short while for Zuo Mo to fight his way out of the sadness. The world could not be predicted. He had started to learn how to deal with these emotions. He didn't hold any hatred towards Wu Kong Sword Sect. The sect leader's choice was not wrong at the core. With the exception of a few conservative and extremely old sects, the great majority of sects were extremely mobile. He just had never thought this would happen to him. Focusing, Zuo Mo controlled his thoughts and brought his attention back on his Ling power. He knew why he would suddenly recall farming Ling fields on Wu Kong Mountain. The mist made him think of Little Art of Cloud and Rain. He was so familiar with the Little Art of Cloud and Rain, he couldn't be any more familiar. It was the spell out of the 5 basic spells that he had the deepest comprehension of. For a long time, he had relied on it to not starve. Wasn't the process of Ningmai just transforming water element power to rain? The Little Art of Cloud and Rain required first to use the spell to gather water element power. When the power reached a certain level, it would form water drops and fall as rain, nurturing the Ling fields. The two were so similar. How did Ling rain form? Zuo Mo was too familiar. In the past, in order to study the Little Art of Cloud and Rain, he almost took apart everything in the Little Art of Cloud and Rain. Water element power was invisible and intangible. It could not directly turn to water drops. There were 2 requirements, one was having enough water element power, the other was collisions. The water element power had to collide among themselves. Only through mutual collisions to overcome the repulsion between the water element power could water drops form. The water drop would increase in size and condense in the air. One way worked, so it worked for 10,000 problems. Zuo Mo's thoughts became abnormally clear and he was very confident that his direction was not wrong. Since the Ling power in his body had reached a limit and no matter how he tried, he could not absorb any more Ling power, then what he needed to do now was to cause the Ling power to collide. To cause the collisions in Little Art of Cloud and Rain, Zuo Mo used turbulence in the air. The changes in airflow would cause the water element power to continuously collide. Naturally, this method would not work on Ling power. Other than Ling power, the channels did not contain anything else. His direction was not wrong. What he had to find now was a realistic method. After thinking for a while, he thought of a way. Smashing Ling power. If he split his Ling power into 2 parts and then made them smash into each other at high speeds, would that accomplish the effects of a collision? His mind became alert. It would be difficult for others to use their mind for 2 things at once, but he possessed the leaf hand, it wasn't a problem. He didn't rashly start but continued to sit and ponder. He thought through every possible problem that he could think of. Some questions that he didn't know the answers to, he would only know when he tried it. Zuo Mo decided to start experimenting. He split the Ling power inside his body to 2 parts. The spiritual leaf hand started to shake, 2 portions of Ling power started to move along their own paths. 1/2 of Ling power flowed through the channels on his left side, revolving clockwise. The other half of his Ling power flowed through the channels on his right and revolved counterclockwise. Zuo Mo's mind was clear, untainted by mortal matters, no sorrow or joy. On his body, there was none of the frugality and worldliness that he usually had, but a faint and clean aura. His Ling power circulated while gradually speeding up. The reason that low-level Xiuzha attacks were so weak, besides their cultivation, was that they were limited by the speed the Ling power circulated through their body. When high-level Xiuzha thought, their Ling power would be like a tsunami, and a killing move would form. For low-level Xiuzha, even if they managed to respond in time, and channeled the Ling power in their body, the time that was needed was much longer than high-level Xiuzha. But as Zuo Mo continued to speed up the circulation, the speed of the two groups of Ling power had reached the limits of his endurance. His channels started to hurt. The intensity was pretty much enough. Zuo Mo gritted his teeth. The two high-speed flows of Ling power moved simultaneously from up and down towards his dantian. The dantian was the place chose for the collision. Compared to the narrow channels, the dantian was much broader and the amount of Ling power it could tolerate was much higher. This held a certain degree of danger. The dantian was the nexus of all the channels in the body. If he made a mistake, then it would be a calamity. Cultivation was to go against the natural order and it was full of dangers. This was just Ningmai. If his cultivation deepened, he would encounter more dangers such as heart demons and heavenly tribulations, and risk the destruction of his soul at any time. Knowing that there was danger, Zuo Mo's mind was abnormally clear without any fear. Two high-speed Ling power flows charged into the dantian and collided without any finesse. Zuo Mo's body shook, his head ringing. It was as though he had been struck by a large hammer. He felt his body boil. There was an instant where his soul was outside his body, his mind completely blank, not knowing what was happening. But when Zuo Mo woke up, he felt his body was unspeakably comfortable, soft and relaxed, so comfortable that he wanted to groan. Zuo Mo did not sink into this comfort. He carefully inspected the changes in the Ling power at his dantian. A strange scene was occurring in front of him. The two flows of mist that had ran head first at each other merged into a ball of Ling power, and this Ling power ball was slowly drizzling rain. The feeling of comfort was from the Ling power raining down at the dantian. As the Ling power continued to collide, the Ling power rain constantly rained down on the dantian. In a little while, the dantian turned to a little pond. Zuo Mo was overjoyed. These water-like Ling power meant that Zuo Mo had successfully entered Ningmai. He suppressed the happiness inside and carefully channeled the two streams of Ling power. When all the Ling power had collided, that was completion. The Ling power fell like rain. Zuo Mo patiently waited for the last thread of Ling power to collide into drops and land in the Ling power pond below. Feeling his dantian was hollow, Zuo Mo took out a piece of ginger and furiously absorbed. When the Ling power was absorbed inside his body, he repeated the process and turned the Ling power into liquid. Zuo Mo absorbed 3 pieces of third-grade ginger before his dantian felt slightly filled. He stopped. Opening his eyes, he could not disguise the joy he felt. The Ling power in his body was 3 times what he had in Juji. This now was just after he had broken through. He finally understood why Ningmai was so much stronger than Juji. At some unknown time, his body had become wet, a sticky black layer pasted onto his body and emitting a nasty odor. Zuo Mo hurriedly cast the little art of cloud and rain, and washed his body clean. The black substance were impurities from his body. After finishing, Zuo Mo felt his body was filled with Ling power, unable to stop himself from howling. Lil Pagoda that was in charge of the Sky Ring Moonchime formation simultaneously started the formation with a ring from the Buddha sound hoop. All of Desolate Wood Reef could hear it. Translator Ramblings, Zuo Mo's first spell makes an appearance back again. This is his version understanding Ningmai. Other people probably have to comprehend different things. There's a lot that can be argued about the decisions Wu Kong Sword Sect made, but the first matter is to say that Feng Xiang really created characters that are controversial yet relatable, not one-sided selfish antagonists. By the time I got to these chapters, it was almost entirely relief that the struggle is over. I go through the process of anger and relief every time I reread. These elders are not the all-knowing and wise elders that exist in some stories, they are imperfect individuals that make decisions based on the limited information they have. Each person has priorities, and just because one of those priorities is lower on the list does not mean that it didn't mean anything. There is a whole series of decisions that created the choice at the end, and no one is faultless. You might say that Zuo Mo was doomed to leave once he encountered Pu Yao. At the same time, Zuo Mo may have influenced decisions that were made, but he is almost always in the reactive position. This has obviously been a case of the needs of the many outweighing the few as the elders prioritize the sect. From Pei Yuan Rant's perspective, this is the best result. He cannot sacrifice the safety of the sect which had just started to prosper, and was the lifelong goal of him and the other elders, for one Ningmai disciple that most likely cannot pass on the sword teachings of the sect. While Shifeng may have made it to Desolate Wood Reef in 3 days, she most likely could not have flew back with Zuo Mo in 3 days, and that would be past the deadline for the move. Zuo Mo may be Shifeng's student, but she has other students like Xiaoguo. But I do not mean that this was the best decision to take for both Zuo Mo and the sect. As the story proceeds, the world will expand and many things will be explained. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 198, What is the situation? Chapter 198, What is the situation? After venting his joy, Zuo Mo gradually calmed down. He quickly made a new discovery. His vision had little tiny threads. What was this? Zuo Mo's heart moved and he started using his scripture. As expected, these strands flowed towards him. Ling energy. So that was how Ling energy looked in the air. Zuo Mo suddenly realized. Quickly, another question popped up in his head. Then where did the Ling energy in the air come from? Ling veins? Then where did Ling veins come from? Zuo Mo laughed. Not even Jindan experts could explain these topics. He was just a Ningmai, what was the use in thinking so much? He brought his attention back to his body. Now that he broke through to Ningmai, there were many places that needed a reassessment. If someone asked Zuo Mo what the dominant feeling of Ningmai was, then it was the feeling of enough Ling power. The Ling power in his body was 3 times what it had been previously. The feeling of having enough Ling power was extremely pleasurable, as though his body was filled with power. The lack of Ling power had been his biggest limit before. Now that he had broken through the limit, it was an exhilarating feeling. The spells that he could not complete before, he could easily cast them now. This was just the first stratum of Ningmai. He made a rough guess of the Ling power inside his body. It was about 3 Jing. When one reached Ningmai, the Ling power inside the body was measured with a new unit, Jing. The Ling power of 1 Jing was the Ling power contained in a standard 3rd-grade Dingshi. The peak of the first stratum of Ningmai was about 10 Jing. After that, he would reach a period of steady growth. The Ling power in Ningmai was far purer than in Zhuji. There was a change of properties in regard to power and control. Zuo Mo flipped his hands, threads of fire began dancing. In an instant, a 4-turn fire formation had taken form. There was none of the previous difficulty. The feeling of ease made it enjoyable for Zuo Mo. Previously, when he then tried using Li Water Burning Heavens, this move would have taken half of his Ling power, but now it was easily accomplished. The flame like water carried a killing intent with it. Zuo Mo, having killed now, had a slight aura of killing that he did not have before. The plentiful Ling power flooded through the sword, the water-shaped flame was abnormally detailed. Ling power was the foundation of a Xiuzhi. Without Ling power, even if one had the best talismans, they could not be used. An example were 4th-grade talismans. To use killing moves with flying swords under 4th grade, it would usually take 1 Jing of Ling power. Zuo Mo was able to use it 3 times now. In Zhuji, he could only just manage it once. Li Water Burning Heavens was a killing move. Zuo Mo had to almost use half of his Ling power to use it one. Now that his Ling power was more pure, the expenditure was also less. He could easily cast it 10 times. To use an intermediate 4th-grade flying sword to cast a killing move, it would use approximately 2 Jing of Ling power. Good talismans were powerful, but the Ling power they consumed were also very terrifying. Not everyone could use them. Only the best talismans were powerful and used little Ling power, like the soul-tethered talismans. But those talismans were a matter of luck. The exhilarated Zuo Mo furiously worked himself. Chun Yucheng carefully inspected the butterfly chrysalises in the beast pool. 3 butterfly chrysalis silently hung on the wall of the best pool. The patterns on each of the butterfly chrysalis were different. One was multicolored, another was fade blue, and the last one was gray and nondescript. Of the 6 infant worms, only 3 had become chrysalises. This success rate was not very high, but Chun Yucheng was not demotivated, instead he was full of anticipation. The transformation process of the 3 infant larvae had been completely different than any he had seen before. From the patterns on the chrysalises, the 3 Ling butterflies would be different types. This point made him sigh. In his previous experience, he had never encountered this kind of situation. The treatment of the 3 infant larvae had not been different. Theoretically, the mature Ling butterflies should have been the same type, and only differed in quality. The more he studied the beast pool, the more wondrous he found the beast pool. He still held a grudge about the incident with the Black Wind Bandits. That feeling of helplessness, of only being able to watch, he would never forget in his life. Having been stimulated, he put 200% of his effort into these Ling butterflies. Being abandoned by the sect was not a huge blow to him. He had only been in Wu Kong Sword Sect for a short period of time, and didn't have a strong sense of belonging to the sect. He knew that many of the Shixiang were leaving, but he did not go with them. After these days, his confidence in Zuo Mo far surpassed his confidence in sections. Compared to the tragic outlook of other people, he felt this situation was pretty good. At least, Zuo Shixiang would not be restained by the sect, his future prospects may even be better. Gongsun Shashidi also did not leave. The three most powerful people in this group were still together. Those people that left would definitely regret it, he thought. Quickly, he threw those thoughts far away, his eyes staring at the beast pool. Sounds of footsteps came over. He didn't turn around. A head appeared over his shoulder. How is it? Gongsun Cha asked in a low voice. The two of them chose to stay and their relationship had become close. Gongsun Cha was a butcher, but they hadn't hunted any ling beasts recently, so he was very idle. Zuo Mo was in seclusion every day, so he only had Chun Yucheng's company. The duty of taking the tolls landed on Gongsun Cha's body. This guy looked gentle and refined, but his face was thick, his heart dark, and extremely brave. Facing Ningmai experts, he wasn't timid at all, tearing pieces off. The docile Chun Yucheng could only gape as he watched. Soon, Chun Yucheng didn't dare to move his eyes away, nervousness was apparent in his voice. Gongsun Cha wasn't so nervous. He looked in interest at the three chrysalises in the beast pool. Boop, a light sound. The multicolored chrysalis was the first to move. It first swayed and then something broke through and made a little hole. Chun Yucheng's gaze became even more nervous. A dash of multiple colors flashed through the little hole, and a nimble multicolored butterfly appeared in the beast pool. Joy came onto Chun Yucheng's face. Boop boop. Another two sounds. Soon, another two ling butterflies appeared in the beast pool, one gray, one blue. The ling butterflies danced in the beast pool nimbly, but no matter how they flew, they could not fly out of the beast pool. Chun Yucheng's expression was excited. At the side, Gongsun Cha laughed, and hurriedly reminded, "Take a look." Hearing this, Chun Yucheng came back to his senses and his hands cast a spell. A dash of light flew out of his hands and accurately covered the multicolored ling butterfly. His eyes suddenly widened as though he had seen something he could not believe. Gongsun Cha hurriedly asked, "How is it?" Chun Yucheng's lips trembled. He didn't speak, his hands casting another spell covering another ling butterfly. His eyes that had been wide suddenly bulged, his lips trembling again. "What is it, tell me?" Gongsun Cha's curiosity had been stirred and he pressed for an answer. Chun Yucheng still didn't speak, his lips trembling without stopping like waves. His hands were not very smooth as they cast a spell, stuttering so much that he failed a few times before he succeeded. Another dash of light flew out and covered the last ling butterfly. It was like he was struck with a body paralysis curse, suddenly freezing and looking in a daze at the ling butterfly covered in the light. Is there a problem? Gongsun Cha felt his heart was speeding up. He swore inside, damn it, this docile and reliable really guy knows how to whet someone's appetite. At this time, he suddenly heard Chun Yucheng shriek. He jumped in fright and turned over to face. Chun Yucheng, face bright red, fell backwards like a piece of wood. What was this situation? Gongsun Cha gaped as he stood in his spot, not understanding what the situation was. Zuo Mo contentedly came out of the lava cave. Having broken through into Ningmai, the insecurity in his heart had lessened greatly. To say of nothing else, just stepping into Ningmai, with the aid of the big formation of the desolate wood reef, he wasn't afraid of Ningmai third stratum experts. If he used some more thought, and forged the 5 essence sword set, his power would increase a few more fractions. His howl had alarmed all of the desolate wood reef. The Xiozha that had been staying on the island instantly understood that Zuo Mo had broken through to Ningmai. The Xiozha that had previously been restless instantly became quiet. No matter how strong the formation was, before people saw it, many did not believe it. Zuo Mo did not lack for fame, but what was also famous was his Juji cultivation. In the eyes of the great majority, this point was enough to erase his advantages in other areas. This was Sky Moon Jia, dominated by Sword Show Sky Moon Jia. But now, Zuo Mo had managed to fill in the last shortcoming. In the hearts of others, Zuo Mo's danger had risen linearly. A Ningmai Xiozha who could fight Ningmai when he was in Juji, his danger did not have to be stated now that he was in Ningmai. All of that didn't have much to do with Zuo Mo. He was hungering after his 5 essence sword set, but before that, he had to first absorb Golden Crow fire. After the stalagmite fire turned to inky black lava white fire, it was a third-grade fire seed. However, for the present Zuo Mo, it wasn't quite enough. After a third-grade fire was used with the 4-turn fire formation, it could barely process 4th-grade materials. It could barely forge 4th grade materials like fox teeth and blue icicle crystal into sword billets. But if he wanted to forge a flying sword, it was not enough. For other people, finding a 4th grade fire seed was as difficult as ascending to the heavens, but for Zuo Mo, he completely did not have worry about this area. The amount of golden crow fire on his hands could be counted in double digits. Golden crow fire was a rare fine quality specimen in 4th grade fire seeds, and was one of the most sought after fire seeds. But the problem that Zuo Mo faced was a difficult one. Was he to use the pure golden crow fire to replace inky black lava white fire, or use the golden crow fire as the primary body and merge it with inky black lava white fire? Both actions had their advantages and disadvantages. Pure golden crow fire was undoubtedly strong in its power, but its domineering and yang qualities made it so that it could be used to process a smaller range of items. If inky black lava white fire was added, the power would not be as good as pure golden crow fire, but because it had many qualities it could be used to process a larger range of items. For example, it could process cold and icy items like the blue icicle crystal, but pure golden crow fire could not do that. It really was a painful problem. Zuo Mo had a headache. Just at this time, he saw Gong Sun Sha pant as he ran over in a panic. Seeing him, the other shouted, "Shi Xiang, not good. Chun Shidi has fainted." Translator ramblings: yes, his Ningmai breakthrough was simple, but does it have to be complicated? Most people do not have very noisy and eye-catching breakthroughs. Think about the waste of energy for all that light and noise. Only Gong Sun Sha and Chun Yu Chang remain of the disciples that came with Zuo Mo from Wu Kong Sword Sect. Remember, Zuo Mo deliberately picked disciples that hadn't entered the sect for long and were production show. So leaving is the rational decision for these disciples. We are introduced to the levels of Ningmai and the concept of Jing. It's weird how stages in cultivation are divided sometimes, which provides interesting ways that authors play with special talents, equipment, and the attacks. Zuo Mo was able to fight people above his Ling power level, because his consciousness and physical strength was stronger, which increased his overall cultivation. You could say he has hidden attributes. Putting numbers on each level is sometimes risky because then people wonder how a person gathers energy so much more quickly. For an in-universe explanation, you could say that each level is to reach a certain understanding of energies, and the amount of Ling power in a body is just a construct used to measure others for their value, and so they don't end up provoking someone more than 2 times as powerful as they are even though they are on the same stage. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 199, Beast Service Card. Chapter 199, Beast Service Card. When Zuo Mo hurried to the beast pool, but when he saw the glowing Chun Yu Chang, he stopped in his tracks. "Didn't you say he fainted?" Zuo Mo turned around and saw Gong Sun Sha's stunned face. He clearly. Chun Yu Chang became even more exuberant when he saw Zuo Mo and came charging over. "Shi Xiang, Shi Xiang. Success! We're successful!" Zuo Mo didn't know what was going on. Success? What success? Ling butterflies. Chun Yu Chang spread his hands. There were 3 jade cards in his hands. Beast service cards. Zuo Mo's eyes lit up, and unconsciously raised his voice. Really? Let me see. Beast service card, a piece of 4 CUN long and 1.5 CUN jade board. There were lucky clouds at the 4 corners. At the very center, a butterfly was motionless. Holding it in his hand, Zuo Mo flipped it over several times. So this is a beast service card. Gong Sun Sha threw his previous inquiry to the back of his mind and crowded over. Zuo Mo did not scorn Gong Sun Sha's excitement. It was the first time he had seen a beast service card as well. The earth-plowing earthworm and other Ling beasts that he used before were too low in grade, and didn't have the qualifications to use beast service cards. Only high-grade Ling beasts would need beast service cards. To store a Ling beast into the card was to process and then make it submit to the owner, so the beast would follow the owner's orders. The beast service card was also the residence of the Ling beast. What's the grade of the 3 Ling butterflies? Zuo Mo still flipped and caressed the card. The patterns on the 3 beast service cards were similar but all had their own characteristics. One of the cards had multicolored patterns, one was entirely blue, the last gray-white. Chun Yu Chang was full of pride. The multicolored is the peak of 3rd grade, the rest are high 3rd grade, but... Facing the expectant eyes of the other 2, he took the 3 beast service cards and introduced, the Ling butterfly that is multicolored has 3 spells, rainbow pupils, illusion poison, and poison change. I've never heard of the 3 spells before, so I do not know what the effects are. Shi Xiang will need to investigate it yourself. 3rd grade Ling beasts that can use 3 spells naturally are the best of 3rd grade. But these 3 spells are really weird. The Dong Fu poisonous moth is only 2nd grade, Why would this Ling butterfly be primarily poisonous? As he spoke, Chun Yucheng slowly wandered off the beaten path of conversation yet again. Zuo Mo and Gongsun Sha helplessly exchanged a look. It wasn't the first time they had encountered this kind of situation. Chun Yucheng was a maniac about raising animals, so at any time, he could digress on a topic. Zuo Mo lightly coughed. Chun Yucheng seemed to wake from his dream, bashfully scratching his forehead. Oh, let's continue. This blue butterfly has 2 spells, but both are water element spells. It looks like it isn't any different from rain-mark butterfly, but it definitely isn't a rain-mark butterfly. So strange. Seeing he was going to wander off again, Gongsun Sha hurriedly reminded, the last one? Oh, Chun Yucheng was pulled back. This gray butterfly is also very unique. It only has 1 spell, Ling Eye. This gray butterfly is most suitable for Gongsun Shidi. Ling Eyes can detect the density of Ling energy. If it is used to dismember beasts, it is a great aid. Gongsun Sha did not hesitate in taking the gray butterfly's beast service card from his hands. This one is mine. Zuo Mo naturally chose the multicolored beast service card. For things that he did not understand, he always followed the most basic rationale, choose the most expensive one. Chun Yucheng did not have much interest in the remaining beast service card. We should sell this one. High 3rd grade, it can sell for a pretty good price. Zuo Mo thought, and then shook his head. Shitty, take it. The situation is not good now. If you have it, Shitty can have a measure of self-protection. Exactly. Gongsun Sha agreed. Okay, Chun Yucheng nodded, but my cultivation is low. If I want to process this beast service card, it would take a lot of time. It's worth it no matter how long you spend, Zuo Mo said. Then the beast pool, we're not using it anymore? Chun Yucheng understood what Zuo Mo meant. No, Zuo Mo shook his head. Let's destroy it so it won't land on other people's hands. Chun Yucheng and Gongsun Sha became silent, the mood instantly becoming heavy. Seeing the two seem very dejected, especially Chun Yucheng, Zuo Mo comforted, it's fine. When we find a new place to rest, we can build a new one. Chun Yucheng finally looked more expectant. Gongsun Sha suddenly said, I just heard a shout before. Did Shixiang break into Ningmai? That was me, Zuo Mo nodded. The two instantly became lighter, the depression on their hearts sweeping away. Chun Yucheng smiled and said, that's great. Shixiang is in Ningmai, now I can sleep peacefully at night. He was full of confidence in Zuo Mo. Gongsun Sha did not speak, but there was a light in his eyes, the smile on his face unspeakably devious. Our income isn't bad recently. At least 50 or 60 people every day, at max 100 people. Each person is charged 100 pieces of 3rd grade Jingshi. Overall, the daily income is 10 to 20 pieces of 4th grade Jingshi. 10 to 20 pieces of 4th grade Jingshi, Zuo Mo sucked in a breath. All of his discomfort and dejection were instantly swept away. This terrifying number made his little heart beat rapidly. A short time ago, 1 piece of 4th grade Jingshi was an enormous sum for him. As expected, it was easy to get rich in troubled times. Even bandit leaders like Zhang Hao only carried about 10 or so pieces of 4th grade Jingshi on his body. That was Zuo Mo's daily income now. An enormous feeling of good fortune surrounded Zuo Mo. He felt he had never been so rich before. Jingshi increase a person's courage. Zuo Mo's confidence shot up. So what if there was Yama? These days, there were no monsters that could not be smashed to death with Jingshi. According to my estimates, this is just the beginning. After a while, the migration will reach a peak. A conservative estimate would be 500 Xiuzhi passing through each day. Gongsun Sha's refined and delicate face smiled softly and darkly, making Chun Yucheng's body feel cold. 500, Zuo Mo felt so many Jingshi were flying in front of his eyes, his heart was flying. One person was 100 pieces of 3rd grade Jingshi, 500 people, that was 100 pieces of 4th grade Jingshi. No matter what the price of commodities had grown to now, 100 pieces of 4th grade Jingshi was definitely a number with great purchasing power. However, this Jingshi isn't that easy to make, Gongsun Sha slowly said. Zuo Mo's heated head instantly cleared. What? People dare to plot against us? When he said this, his voice was full of killing intent. Groups with many members may not be willing to pay, Gongsun Sha said shortly. Zuo Mo recovered from the blow of Jingshi. That was right. If a group had many people, they would definitely not be willing to pay the toll. 100 pieces of 3rd grade Jingshi was fine for Ningmai, but it was not an insignificant sum for Juji Xiuzhi. A single person would be afraid of the formation on the island and the golden armor guards, but if there were many people, the situation would not be easy to control. For Jingshi, Zuo Mo had more enthusiasm than anyone, his brains calculating faster than anyone else. That's easy. We can hire some Ningmai sword shio. 100 pieces of third-grade jingshi a day. This price, we can hire many Ningmai sword shio. Zuo Mo smirked, I'm in Ningmai now. I can expand the formation. Who won't give the jingshi, GE will destroy their souls. Zuo Mo said hatefully. Gongsun Cha's eyes were bright while Chun Yucheng's face was full of shock. Hong Yang saw the little island coming up and released a breath inside. It wasn't just him, the 10 guards behind him also released a breath. Long flights were exhausting. There was a little island up ahead. They could finally rest for a while. That should be the desolate wood reef. We can use the area to rest and recover. After 2 days, we will pass the Jie River, he ordered. The 10 guards protected him as they flew towards the desolate wood reef. Hong Yang was the storekeeper of a large merchant business who had been sent to Sky Moon Jie. He had recently received an order from the merchant house for him to take all of the store's jingshi and important talismans to leave Sky Moon Jie and enter Little Mountain Jie. When he received this order, he had almost assumed that someone was pretending to send a false order. Only when he personally went to confirm it did he know what was happening. So he took the 10 strongest guards of the shop and made a low-key escape to Little Mountain Jie. As the procession flew near Desolate Wood Reef, they unconsciously slowed their speed. In the sky above the Desolate Wood Reef, a golden sun hung high, countless golden threads falling down. Many rings of light were strung on the golden strings, occasionally chiming. Before nearing, Hong Yang felt the domineering and pressuring presence from the formation. Such a powerful formation. He was shocked. He wasn't a country bumpkin. To be able to manage the merchant business of one Jie, his eyes were undoubtedly skilled. Ah! One of the guards gasped in shock. What is it? He couldn't help ask. This formation seems a bit like the formation that the sword test conferences Zuo Mo used. The guard pondered for a long time before saying, but above Zuo Mo's formation was a moon, this formation has a sun. Zuo Mo, Hong Yang chewed on this name. One of the most accomplished disciples of Wu Kong Sword Sect, he naturally knew about him. But his information channels were wide. He also knew that Wu Kong Sword Sect had already moved to Bright Wave Jie. A core disciple like Zuo Mo definitely wouldn't remain in Sky Moon Jie. However, it was better to be careful. He was carrying large amounts of jingshi and talismans on his body and naturally had to be careful. Even more, the presence of the formation could not lie. No matter who was it that set up the formation, a person able to set up such a large formation wasn't a simple person. This one's group would like to borrow space to rest for a few days, he shouted. Welcome, thank you for your patronage, each person 100 pieces of third-grade jingshi, a soft voice passed out of the formation. One person 100 piece of third-grade jingshi. This was extortion. This definitely was extortion. The 10 guards instantly became angry. 100 pieces of third-grade jingshi was enough to buy a pretty good third-grade talisman. The leader of the guards even had his flying sword in his hand. Hong Yang still kept his calm. This price was very high, but it wasn't as though he could not accept it. The other was not afraid to call a high price, they definitely had something they relied on. All right. Hong Yang did not hesitate in nodding. The other did not seem to be afraid that he would go back on his word. The big formation moved and revealed a passage. I'll go first, the leader of the guards did not forget his duty, and walked at the very front. He had the highest cultivation of all the guards. Of the 10 guards, 3 were Ningmai, the other 7 were the peak of Zhuji. All of them acted as though they were facing a great enemy, their expressions nervous as they carefully proceeded into the passage. Translation ramblings, Zuo Mo was really profiteering from the threat of the Yama. Wu Kong Sword Sect cannot imagine just how much money they have missed out on. I always wonder how people get the time to learn about all these items and materials when they spend all of their time cultivating and in seclusion. It's like there is an encyclopedia all these people get that we readers never get to see. There was this post on Reddit about parents in Chinese novels and I have to comment because it is something that is very interesting. Chinese Xuanhuan and all kinds of fantasy generally have either absent/dead parents or good parents that support their son unconditionally. The core/inner family remains intact in memory or are all alive. The mother or father may be missing but the son will go on a trip and the parents will reunite. The dead/absent parents usually have been killed for enemies or are hiding to keep their enemies away from their child. Sibling conflict is rare with the main character helping out his siblings who seem to do nothing but take what their elder/younger sibling give them without any thoughts/feelings of their own. There is very rarely any divorce, unfaithfulness, or rape occurring between parents of the main character. On the other hand, if you read more female protagonist Chinese stories, there is a huge variety. Parents, usually the father, might be cheating on the wife, abusive, full of hate. The female protagonist can either be the love child or the one from the marriage. Absent parents due to lack of responsibility is common, and in historical novels, there is child selling, abandoning the child due to their sex, using the child as a pawn to gain power or influence, etc., etc. With compound conflicts, you also get parents switching children at birth, abusive/selfish grandparents, and sibling conflicts being its own messy matter with struggles between the children of the legitimate wife and the concubines, and even between sisters and brothers. There is a wider range of personalities, and perfect families are relatively less common. All the disciples Zuo Mo took along to Desolate Wood Reef were relatively new ones. I guess there is some confusion with my discussion on the last chapter. Essentially, Zuo Mo, Gongsun Sha and Chun Yu Cheng are this little groups that is staying on the reef. The other disciples have left with other sects that pass through, or are planning on leaving. Zuo Mo is switching from being a sect disciple to an independent, roaming show, and the other two are following him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 200, Peddling. Chapter 200, Peddling. As he entered the passage, the shock in Hong Yang's heart increased. This Jie River was the only passageway leading to Little Mountain Jie. He had crossed it so many times before that he had lost count. He remembered clearly this was the territory of Heart Lake Sword Sect and was guarded by a few disciples. He had had several interactions with these Heart Lake Sword Sect disciples. Every time he passed through, he would give a few gifts to maintain a close relationship. He remembered those Heart Lake disciples had no interest in developing the Desolate Wood Reef, so the Desolate Wood Reef was always very bare. When did the Desolate Wood Reef become like this? As he landed from the passage of the formation, what he saw along the way was high defenses, heavy jinji, so much that if they put 1 foot out of the border, they would instantly be killed by the formation. The appearing and disappearing sounds landed in everyone's eyes like an intangible killing intent. The group walked as though there was a sword at their backs, their bodies cold, hair standing on end. Even the face of the guard leader went from bright to dimmed. He clearly was very wary. Such a big formation could not have been built in one day. The shock in Hong Yang's heart increased. Did Heart Lake Sword Sect do this? In reality, from the perspective of a businessperson, Hong Yang felt that constructing a restricted area here was a very profitable business. He decided to wait and see. 100 pieces of third-grade Jingshi per person was just a small number to him, but from the perspective of others, it was just a reckless toll. It did not seem like something a big sect like Heart Lake Sword Sect would do. What he was most afraid of was there would be no limit to the others' demands. Luckily, he had brought almost all the elite of the merchant house with him. Of the 10 guards, 3 were Ningmai experts, the others were all peak of Zhuji. As expected, when the world was in disorder, anything could occur. Hong Yang sighed. Welcoming him was a delicate and handsome youth and 3 golden armor guards. The youth had a friendly smile on his face. His cultivation was not high, just Zhuji. Hong Yang's gaze landed on the 3 guards behind him, and he was stunned. Not just him, even the leader of the guards and the 2 other Ningmai guards changed expression. The 3 guards were completely covered in golden armor, only revealing their eyes. The 3's gazes were cold and indifferent, without a hint of emotion. Their killing intent was tangible. Each person was holding an exaggeratedly large broadsword that seemed designed to make people feel even more intimidated. Where did these 3 come from? The heart of the guard leader sunk to the bottom. The brutality revealed by the aura of the 3 golden armor guards surpassed any bandit he had ever encountered. All 3 made his heart move and feel a strong sense of danger. He knew what this meant. It meant that the cultivation of all 3 people were higher than him. Hong Yang's heart was even more stunned. The gap between his cultivation and the 3 golden armor guards was even larger, so he felt it even more strongly. Ningmai. These 3 were actually Ningmai. In an instant, he was able to judge the other was of uncommon origins. In Sky Moon Jie, Ningmai was the most powerful Xiuzhi that could be hired, and even then it was very difficult to hire them. The 3 Ningmai guards under his command had been sent by the merchant house. He had tried to hire his own but had never succeeded. His eyes landed on the 3. The flying swords that the 3 golden armor guards were wearing, the golden ling armor covering their bodies, they were not ordinary. Your patronage is 100 pieces of third-grade Jingshi per person. The youth's voice was not loud, refreshing and clear as the spring wind. Hong Yang refreshingly took out the Jingshi he prepared and handed over, smiling and said, "What is this little brother called?" "Uncle can call me Gongsun Sha." Gongsun Sha smiled as he took the Jingshi. Calculating the income today, the smile on his face became greater. "Oh, so it is little Gongsun brother." Hong Yang bowed with his hands, and pretended to be surprised. "Your sect is?" "This one has passed the Desolate Wood Reef many times, and has never seen the island so prosperous. Your sect really is good at managing." Gongsun Sha smiled, we are roaming Xiao, no sect. Roaming Xiao? Hong Yang almost spat blood. Was he kidding? The roaming Xiao of Sky Moon Jia? How could they have such power? Gongsun Sha pointed at a row of houses. You can find a place to rest. No one will disturb you. If you need supplies, not far up ahead is a shop. Of course, the items will be a bit more expensive. You can rest and leave at any time, however, if you wish to enter again, you will need to pay the fee again. Finishing, Gongsun Sha left. He was a very busy person. Seeing the other did not show signs of making more demands, Hong Yang's heart finally rested. He was transporting an astonishing number of talismans, and naturally was very nervous, being suspicious along the trip. They walked in the direction that Gongsun Sha had pointed in towards the houses. The houses were very simple, each yard made from normal rocks without any decoration, and no comfort to speak of. However, many of the houses were occupied. Hong Yang suddenly stopped. Is it Longjin Sanrun? A middle-aged Xiuzhi drinking in the yard suddenly raised his head, joyful surprise on his face. Storekeeper Hong. He hurriedly to stand and greet. Come in, I didn't think I would encounter Storekeeper Hong here, lucky. Hong Yang motioned for the guards to guard the outside and walked in with the leader of the guards. He smiled and said, Sanrun's relaxed attitude, this little brother has never been able to learn it. Ha ha. Brother Hong always talks so well. Come, sit. Longjin Sanrun said. Hong Yang was not courteous and sat down opposite Longjin Sanrun. Longjin Sanrun was one of his old acquaintances, and they had known each other before he had become the storekeeper and had kept in contact after that. Longjin Sanrun was dedicated to cultivation. A decade ago, he had already broken through to Ningmai second stratum. His present cultivation was unknown. Does Sanrun know the history of the island owner? Hong Yang asked in a low voice. Ha, old brother must have just entered the island. Longjin Sanrun seemed to have expected that Hong Yang would ask, and said with a smile. Old brother definitely would not be unfamiliar with the owner of the island. This island was originally the property of Heart Lake Sword Sect, and then it switched to Wu Kong Sword Sect. Their disciple, Zuo Mo, was sent to guard this place. Didn't Wu Kong Sword Sect move to Bright Wave Jie? Hong Yang could help but ask. Haha, Zuo Mo does not belong to a sect now, so he is the owner of the island, Longjin Sanrun. Hong Yang stilled and then gasped, impossible. How can Wu Kong Sword Sect abandon their core disciple? Even more, it is Zuo Mo. The leader of the guards behind him also had a face full of disbelief. Such a talented disciple as Zuo Mo, no sect would easily abandon him. I don't understand what had happened, but right now, the master of the island is undoubtedly Zuo Mo. Longjin Sanrun suddenly remembered something. Speaking of it, old brother really came at a good time. Oh, how so? Hong Yang still hadn't recovered from the last shock and asked instinctively. This Zuo Mo was really a genius. He astounded everyone by making the Golden Crow pill before. Now, somehow, he made Golden Crow fire. Longjin Sanrun sighed. Golden Crow fire. Hong Yang jumped in fright. 4th grade Golden Crow fire, a dot. Yes, that Golden Crow fire. Longjin Sanrun smiled, so I say that old brother really came at a good time. The news has not spread yet. Otherwise, countless people would have headed here already. 4th grade Golden Crow fire, Hong Yang muttered. Longjin Sanrun took a drink of tea. I heard the news when I encountered Bo Feng on the road. Pity that I have no power to purchase it. Old brother, you might not know, but the Black Winged Bandits attacked this place, but they were all killed. He shook his head, sighing. I was dumbstruck when I heard this news. All killed. And it was the Black Wind Bandits. If Wu Kong Sword Sect learned this, they would be so regretful. Juji enabled to kill the Black Wind Bandits, we have really wasted our lives. Just a few days earlier, he broke through to Ningmai. Such a genius, I have never heard of one like him. Hong Yang seemed to be struck by lightning, his entire head ringing. Longjin Sanrun had given him too much news, so much he needed time to digest it. They chatted for a little more before he bid farewell. He needed to digest all this. The next day, he found Gongsun Sha. I heard that the island is selling Golden Crow fire. This one wishes to buy. Gongsun Sha brought Hong Yang to Zuo Mo. When Hong Yang saw Zuo Mo, the stone in his heart landed. Zuo Mo could be considered one of the most talented and famous youths in Sky Moon Jia, and he was skilled in making dan. His business reputation had been very good before. When he heard about the Golden Crow fire, he couldn't sit still. 4th grade Golden Crow fire was not something that he could buy when he wanted to. If he had a chance to buy it, his heart moved. If he could buy Golden Crow fire, it could be counted as a large achievement. When he returned to the merchant house, his status would rise. Also, the clever Hong Yang had other plans. Other than Golden Crow Fire, Zuo Mo's personal wealth was extremely large. This kind of person was the high-end customer that business people liked the most. You want to buy Golden Crow Fire? Zuo Mo looked at Hong Yang, his mood well. Finally, someone was coming to buy Golden Crow Fire. Yes. Hong Yang said, can this one take a look at the true face of Golden Crow Fire? The other's carefulness did not make Zuo Mo feel displeasure. This meant that the other truly had interest in buying. He took out a mini box, opened it and pushed it in front of Hong Yang. A pure gold flame jumped in the box, the young and domineering presence filled the room. Hong Yang was slightly excited. Golden Crow Fire. As expected, it really was Golden Crow Fire. And it was very pure. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Hong Yang asked, how does Mr. Zuo plan on selling this? On the market now, Golden Crow Fire of this quality, the price is usually about 2 pieces of 4th grade ginger, but Hong Yang's price was very just. However, Zuo Mo, who heard the other meaning in Hong Yang's words, followed along and said, does storekeeper Hong have a suggestion? Hong Yang knew the following was the most crucial time, and would test his skill as a salesperson. He seemed to have returned to those days as an apprentice. He was slightly excited. He said, this one does not have much ginger now, but have some interesting things that Mr. Zuo might find interesting. Interesting things? Zuo Mo reacted very quickly. He hadn't thought that he would become the target of a sales pitch. However, he decided to see what the other could take out first. Translator Ramblings, 715 chapters to go. Zuo Mo meets a fellow businessperson. The island is being managed well. I wonder if Zuo Mo could be accused of war profiteering? On the other hand, this is much better than being a bandit. Of Zuo Mo's pets, the most intelligent would be Silly Bird. She was his first steed, and was crucial in his escape for his life during his battle with Chang Hung. It's better to think of her as a person with a developed personality. Her show-off attitude is actually a great fit for Zuo Mo's greediness. A weird bird for a weird owner. Lil Pagoda is Zuo Mo's son and it is also intelligent and emotional. Lil Black usually doesn't communicate as well as Silly Bird and Lil Pagoda can with Zuo Mo. The fault lies in that Lil Black started out as a low-level worm, so it needs time to climb up the grades. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.